Chapter 211 AI Excitement. You just want to modify this? V looked disappointed. After waiting for a day, the nano operating table arrived. That thing looks really powerful. The catheters were inserted into the limbs and bones, the nanorobots kept transporting the prosthetic materials, the cyber operating table removed the subcutaneous armor, and then the welding and bonding process was like producing a tank, but when it came to her, it was all routine modification. That enough? Can you stop moving? Even Saburo Arasaka would drool when he sees this thing. You are talking nonsense. Arasaka Saburo would lack a good knife? Arasaka does not lack a good knife, but it definitely lacks a knife that can even cut the shell of a rocket. You are just bragging, and you can even cut the shell of a rocket. Old Wei was silent on the side. The scan showed that the knife that Leal took out of his pocket was really a bit abnormal. The strength, toughness, and hardness were all off the charts, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it could cut the shell of a rocket. And as Leal said, this knife has other uses. Listen carefully. I will put a motor into the mantis knife now. As long as the mantis knife touches the electronic circuit, I can use the motor to carry out electronic invasion. If I don't have time to connect this signal, there is also a simple puppet program built in, which can interfere with the operation of the enemy prosthesis. After the knife was installed, a micro generator was also placed inside the mantis arm to provide power to the data knife for electronic invasion. Of course, it is different from those fancy electric mantis knives. Under normal circumstances, this knife will not emit fancy arcs. V clicked his tongue. A pirated electric mantis blade? I've seen the Arasaka promotional video, and it produces sparks and lightning when it's swung. Why don't you have this? Leal shoved the electric motor in unhappily. I've got something good. And you're still talking nonsense? I'm putting it this way, even the knives of Arasaka Saburo bodyguards can't leave a scratch on this knife. Go ahead and brag. Alright, get out of here. There's no major change in V prosthetic surgery, it's just an upgrade, and then the mantis blade is replaced. Now it done. Prosthetic surgery completed. Surgery targets cyber prosthesis / whole body weight ratio. 16.4 kilograms per 91.3 kilograms. Surgery targets cyber prosthesis / whole body volume ratio. 19.43%. Surgery targets cyber prosthesis / whole body organic ratio. 35.6%. Immune and inflammatory response. Weak. No need to provide additional immunosuppressants. Target EG activity assessment. Stable. V got up from the operating table, tried the mantis knife. Not bad, it seems to be lighter than before, it feels good. When can Sion Weston be used? It's still early. Okay, what are we going to do next? If nothing unexpected happens, go to Hintang to ask for directions. Hintang, okay, I didn't expect to have to deal with a brothel. By the way, it better to use a better prosthesis, you can't save money on it, I lend it to you. When you're done, let's calculate the bill together. He walked to the door, turned around and waved, with a smile that mocked the poor on his face. Leal gave a stiff smile. Then I have to thank you. After V left, Old Wei took off his glasses, with a complicated expression. On the one hand, he was happy to see the three guys make a name for themselves. But on the other hand, Leal's current ability to say that they have made a name for themselves is probably not enough. Maybe they will be able to break through the sky one day. But will the person who breaks through the sky have a good ending? Old Wei didn't know. After Leal took off his clothes, he lay on the operating table, and the operation went on as usual. Lao Wei was operating the interface while saying, same as before. No need for anesthesia, I connect a sub-panel for you. Yes. I also want to see what I'm like now. Then come and see, huh? Lao Wei was stunned for a moment, looking at the constantly jumping values and waveforms on the panel. Warning. Warning, the target vital signs are extremely unstable. Warning, massive cell death. Warning, the data showed that Leal cells were dying on a large scale, every minute and every second. The reason why he can still be like a normal person is that his cells are constantly regenerating. All the shocks that Lao Wei had in the past 2 days are not worth mentioning at this moment. A person who is constantly injured and recovering. This is Leal's current state. Leal raised his eyebrows. Lao Wei, do you mind if I set up a separate diagnostic module? Without waiting for Lao Wei to respond, Leal adjusted the monitoring data and turned off the warning. To him, many data are meaningless. Cian Weston kept running at low power, acting as a spine, and kept burning cells in order to offset the effect of the lizard potion. As a result, the average lifespan of his cells was dozens of times shorter than that of ordinary people. The lizard potion and the Cian Weston kept him alive, and allowed him to act like a normal person. But it was like being cut into pieces at any time. How painful would that be? Leal said calmly. I have to redo the cell adaptation that I did on Jack, to better control this reaction. Then the radioactive elements seem to be decreasing as the cells continue to die, and the total amount has basically returned to normal levels. Normal level? Where did you see the normal range? A medical report from 2025? Old Wei was stunned because Leal radiation level is still several times the normal value. Why the medical report from 25 years ago? Because during that time, the radiation cloud produced by the nuclear explosion of Arasaka Tower dyed the sky of Night City red. It is a normal level really, believe me. Leal Original World has raised the safety threshold of radiation by 100 times. In peacetime, people always leave room for safety, but the opposite is true in wartime. A large number of cases after the nuclear war made Leal clearer than anyone else, for him and the people around him, where the real safety threshold is. Of course, ordinary people should still rely on authoritative information. Okay, bring out your inventory, I can use some normal prosthesis, and the hacker can give me a cooling fin and capacity expansion. Then, I want to add 2 multifunctional robotic arms, connect them with exoskeletons, and use my own basic modules. Cross-dimensional material transmission, Octopus Arm Basic Computing Module, Improved Version. Technology points reduced by 900. Current technology points, 2,602 external mechanical arms? Old Wei mind was full of doubts. The doubts occupied a major position in his mind. In theory, 2 external mechanical arms are very dangerous, because it is different from replacement and repair. Adding arms does not conform to the control logic of the human brain, and it will greatly increase the proportion of prosthesis. But this is not the key point. The key point is that when he came to his senses, he saw Leal handed him a packaged exoskeleton basic link module, the size of a palm. The circuit on the chip glittered under the light. It was broken. He was too worried about Leal, so he didn't see where Leal took the chip out. Old Wei patted his head. I've decided. What decision? I've decided not to consider your safety anymore. Old Wei patted his face again. Come on. What are you talking about? It sounds a bit scary. The operation continued as usual. As the basic module was connected to the brain-computer interface, Leal began to synchronize the required data from Cian Weston in another world. Then the indicator light of Cian Weston suddenly flashed. Heart of Evolution. The emotional excitement caused by the built-in AI of the neural component has been soothed. Leal was stunned for a moment. In the Marvel world, he climbed onto the vulture, and once lost consciousness for a short time due to high-speed movement, and the octopus arm autonomously helped him catch the vulture. There is no doubt that the autonomous AI of the octopus arm played a role. So he also found the remnants of Dr. Otto research data, wanting to see what happened. Now he seems to have found the real culprit. Bryce Mosley, a network monitoring agent, came to Bradbury Street. The higher-ups approved his request for support and gave him an optional target. However, this target is a bit special. The system combined multiple intelligence and determined that this person might be a wandering AI, although the possibility is not high. However, the situation in Night City is becoming more and more complicated, and the target practical experience forces them to consider hiring this option. Burger King trades stupid big shots with stupid names. Chapter 212 Network Monitoring. The cooling fin is a cooling component attached to the spine, replacing the skin. The cooling fin area of Leal is not particularly large, but it is definitely a high-level modification. The entire component covers the upper side of the posterior thorax, probably near the shoulder blade. When it is turned on, it will be fully exposed, standing up like the dorsal fin of a dinosaur, and the part deep inside the inner layer flows with coolant, and it is attached to the spine prosthesis to the brain stem through a bioplastic tube equivalent to a capillary. The heat of these prostheses will be transferred to the cooling fins, and diffused by the wind. In extreme cases, the cooling fins can be directly replaced to achieve the heat exchange effect. As for the 2 external robotic arms, to be honest, Leal feels that the robotic arm structure in the cyberpunk world is indeed backward. There are 4 joints, each of which can rotate 360 degrees, but compared to the octopus arm, it can be called industrial garbage. That it, within the range of Leal's choice, it is already a top-level external robotic arm. The basic fixture of the robotic arm is an exoskeleton around the waist, and the range of motion is also relatively general. It is not suitable for combat, and can only provide some posture support for Leal. But with this thing, Leal can carry 2 additional toolboxes. and can better perform on-site technical modifications. The biggest advantage is that these two robotic arms can hang spider silk, and the pulling force can be dispersed throughout the body through the exoskeleton structure. It can also be replaced with magnetic suction equipment, allowing Leo to free his hands to stick to the three-dimensional surface. Evolutionary heart. The depression caused by AI has been eliminated. The AI on the body also seems to dislike these two arms. The exoskeleton indicator light flashes and does not move. The AI inside has not yet realized that Leo already knows its existence and does not move, pretending that it is still an obedient mechanical arm. Moving and sad. Why can't I use my free body like before? After Leo checked the other parts, I felt a little troubled. AI is quite troublesome to handle. Because Leo checked the software of the prosthetic system, although he could see the abnormal data flow, he had no experience in dealing with AI, and couldn't strip it out. And it was hard to say what would happen if he fought with AI in his own prosthetic system. It would be better to exercise first. Leo did not disappoint Lao Wei's expectations. After installing the exoskeleton, there was no problem at all. It was impossible to see that the exoskeleton was connected to the nerves. All he had to do was put on the coat. Leo immediately opened the online shopping interface of Jiangji Clothing. It was time to change into new clothes. It is best if the new clothes are black, which can fit the skin, increase the daily heat dissipation capacity, and cover the exoskeleton frame and mechanical arm under the clothes. As for the mechanical arm, it usually helps him carry boxes. Considering Leo's own condition, the load-bearing capacity of a single arm is 15 kilograms. Lao Wei looked at Leo, who was jumping around, and sighed. I didn't expect that the kid who had difficulty standing at that time could now bear a load of 30 kilograms. He put away his tools, sat back at his desk, and drank a drink. Now it's time to relax. Technology changes life. This is just the beginning, but I have to exercise more. This thing is really heavy. Why don't you just replace the muscles and bones? If I replace them, I'm afraid the technology points won't be enough to synchronize the prosthesis. My disease is a bit troublesome. I try to replace it with an external prosthesis. If someone else said this, I would definitely suspect that he was tricking Jack and V, two stupid guys, to work and put on a prosthesis for himself. Old Wei rarely lit a cigarette, but you want one? No. Smoking is harmful to health. I don't usually see you smoking. Why did you light up today? Normally, the air in the clinic should be fresh, clean and tidy. And smoking is harmful to health. Now, I just smoked this once to calm my nerves. Lao Wei lit a cigarette and said with a sigh, I never thought there would be such a day. This is just a very ordinary day. Leo put on his clothes. The coat was a little small now. It was not designed for Leo's current situation. It felt a little weird to be supported by the robot arm. Maybe for you. Old Wei looked at the exoskeleton on Leo again. This exoskeleton was also modified, based on the basic module that Leo took out. He didn't want to dwell on why Leo knew how to modify the exoskeleton, anyway. People know. He looked at the boxing match that was paused on the table, and suddenly asked, have you ever thought about how you would retire? I used to think about it, the wind blowing on my face. I was lying on a luxury air cruise, lying on a chair, crossing my legs, enjoying the sun. You don't think about it now? Now, I'm too far away from retirement, and I have to use all my brain power to think about the current situation. However, sometimes I still think about it, and every time I think about it, I had something new. At first, Leo just wanted to stay alive, wanted to live longer than 6 months. Then he modified the secondary heart, and injected lizard potion into it, so that he could live longer, maybe about 1 to 2 years. Now, with the experience of the lizard rage components and better circulatory system components, as long as there is no major trouble, he can live for at least 3 years. Of course, if he is unlucky and develops cancer or other conditions, it is hard to say. Lao Wei took a puff of cigarette, swallowed it all, and did not exhale the smoke. He quietly watched the two people who were paused in the video, and did not know what he was thinking. Leo also looked at the video, but just when he wanted to say something, the prosthetic system popped up a bright red error message. Error. Your network access permission has been revoked. No. DCX 55369. Error. Your network access permission has been revoked. No. GCHI 78955. Error. Please abide by the network monitoring agreement and surf the internet safely. Any illegal network activities will be severely cracked down. Please contact the local network monitoring branch and surrender. In the cyber age, even if Leo is an outlaw, he will be as cautious as possible to avoid connecting to the public network, but as a hacker, he will always maintain a minimum connection to ensure the sensitivity of his information. But now, all his network access numbers were seized. In an instant, the vast and complex Night City network was completely closed to him. Although he was in this city, he felt as if he was on an isolated island. The world in front of him was so clear, but without network connection, everything seemed to be shrouded in fog, becoming somewhat unreal. Heart of evolution. The slight panic caused by being kicked out of the network has been eliminated. The artificial eye flickered, and the dark network world sent him a message. Contact. Cyber Surveillance Agent 1254. Cyber Surveillance Agent 1254. Burger King, come out and chat. Cyber Surveillance Agent 1254. Just you and me, talking about hacker stuff, your friends don't have to come over. Lao Wei, that all for today, I'm leaving first. Oh well, I was just daydreaming, sorry. It okay. I have to go out and move around, and exercise. Okay. See you next time. Take care. Lil walked out of the clinic, and closed the door. Cyber Surveillance Agent 1254, go straight now. Then turn right. Burger King, I know the way. Give me the address. At a small stall outside the street, a hacker in a black coat was taking some money from a vending machine not far away. He had hacked the vending machine for a long time, and the money people put in would be intercepted and transferred to his account. Click, the chair beside him was dragged. Bryce sat on it naturally. Boss, give me something to eat. The boss looked at Bryce, then looked at the hacker sitting, somewhat he wanted to say but stopped. The hacker just completed the withdrawal, 400 euros in the account. He noticed the movement just now, and looked at Bryce beside him impatiently. Stupid, didn't you see there is someone here? Get out of my way. Squeak. Before he finished speaking, the hacker brain computer interface on the back of his neck suddenly burst into a burst of lightning, and his skin suddenly burned. Bryce gently touched the guy to prevent him from falling headfirst onto the table. There will be people sitting here soon. The body fell to the ground, the unknown liquid on the ground was splashed, the flames were extinguished. Ignoring the horrified eyes of others, Bryce picked up the menu beside him and looked at it. Burger King? You are also importing Burger King? This business is progressing so fast. Boss, please help move this person. Someone will come to deal with it soon. Chapter 213. God created the world and took a day off, while the internet monitor went to work. Internet monitoring agent Bryce Morris. Leal actually didn't remember this person very well, but there were only a few internet monitoring agents in the original game. This guy had quite a complete set of equipment. Unlike Leal, who relied on cheating to enter the network, he was a real elite hacker. Except for the facial skin. The rest of his head skin had been transformed into a synthetic material that enhanced heat dissipation. This heat dissipation material extended from the deep diving access port at the back of the head to the entire back and both arms. Such an exaggerated heat dissipation component is enough to illustrate the danger of his work in cyberspace. Backed by the top organization of network monitoring, they have the most advanced access warehouse, software, and any other tools that may be used in network work. Leal glanced at the hacker whose brain was burned not far away, and sat next to Bryce. Are you suffering from an occupational disease? This is not an occupational disease. Network monitoring has zero tolerance for cybercrime. This doesn't sound tough to me. You are in Night City now, not Europe. Zero tolerance for cybercrime sounds awesome, but how rampant cybercrime is in Night City, there's no need to pretend not to see it. Bryce was choked by this. It's true. Attitude is attitude, reality is reality. Attitude is zero tolerance, reality is uncontrollable. You're calmer than I thought. Thank you. I take it you mean, were you scared to death the first time you were kicked off the internet? Bryce's face darkened. Do you know how to talk? Ahem. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you think you are talking nonsense? Since they didn't catch me, then, there is work. Right? Talk about the business, and give me a quote. The stall owner honestly put 2 Burger Kings on the table, and then stepped aside tactfully. Leal looked at the fresh Burger King, and his eyes twitched. You like this too? Bryce was stunned. I thought you liked it, damn. Can you say something nutritious? Then tell me. I say forget it, Burger King. Right? Your illegal online activities have all been recorded. Internet monitoring is in accordance with the law. Leal interrupted directly. Are you mistaken? You just said not to talk nonsense? Bryce's face became darker. Anyway, your network access license has been banned. If... Leal interrupted again. Brother, I know you are very cool. Can you just tell me the truth? Bryce almost couldn't breathe. He glared at Lear fiercely, then took a bite of the burger viciously. Then he chewed it viciously for a few times, as if he really chewed Lear to pieces. Lear saw this scene, and suddenly had a strange idea. He should make up a legend in the future. In Night City, if a person swallows a burger alive, someone in the world will die. After taking a few bites of the burger, Bryce said, "You are very talented. Being a mercenary is a waste of your talent. Help the internet police. What going on? Please give me more details." Last year, 7 months ago to be exact, a fat middleman in Taiping State caused trouble. And then the Black Wall was attacked. Wait, do you know what the Black Wall is? This story starts in 2022. Before June 13th, 2022, the world was still using the internet extensively, and people communicated, shared or monitored through this large-scale network. Before that, people were still exploring the possibilities of AI, and the AI industry was booming. On that day, Batmos, known as the hacker god, released a virus that awakened the self-awareness of the AI serving people and made it extremely aggressive. These AIs would indiscriminately attack humans on the internet, and even manipulate the machines within their authority to carry out attacks, including a large number of military weapons and equipment. From that day on, the internet became a restricted area, full of aggressive AI. No matter who you are, as long as you access cyberspace, you will be attacked and killed indiscriminately by AI. This incident made people afraid to access the network for a while. After all, even if it was a subnet, it was hard to say whether AI would remotely attack the network through some device. Once it was touched, it would be either dead or disabled. The days of losing the network lasted for nearly 20 years. During these 20 years, a British company called Network Monitoring tried to control the situation several times but failed. Until the day 20 years later, Network Monitoring claimed that it had found 10 network security experts to jointly build this thing called Black Wall. Black Wall isolates the roaming AI from the normal network, so that giant companies have room to breathe and start to rebuild their own local area networks. After reviewing the history, Leal replied, "Do you know the most powerful AI elimination software?" "Yes. Black Wall is a name that conforms to normal human logic and can help people understand its role, like a wall to separate the dangerous old network. But the network is not a real space. The Black Wall is not really a wall. In essence, it is an AI, a kind of intelligent disinfection software. It stands between the normal network and the collapsed old network, indiscriminately attacking and blocking any information flow with the characteristics of flowing AI, and attacking any individual who intends to access the old network. It can be said that the current world is equivalent to connecting such a super AI to all lands. This AI will eliminate other AIs that should not appear, making the operation of the network safe and stable. Because of the existence of Black Wall, other companies have also tacitly accepted that network monitoring in cyberspace usually has a slightly higher level of law enforcement authority." Bryce nodded and praised, "You have some knowledge reserves. And I like your way of speaking. I really hate the propaganda saying get to the point. Man, get to the point." Leal found that this man is actually quite talkative. Bryce's face was stern. "Then let's get to the point. I want to find and eliminate the cyber criminals who attack Black Wall. And you come to help me. The reward is a network access license." This time it much simpler. But Leal shook his head. "No, I can get a network access license by hacking a few people. Instead of letting you hold the network access license number by your side, I'd rather do it myself." Bryce's cooling fins are about to unfold. Fortunately, Leal quickly added, "But I have heard of Black Wall for a long time. Helping you is helping humanity. I don't want money either. I just have one request. Send me a copy of your network monitoring hacker teaching materials." Braxton was stunned. A little surprised. Leal didn't want money, but knowledge. This was different from the street kids he imagined and met. He thought about some of the judgments about Leal in the report, and said slowly, "You know, knowledge is hard to measure with money. If you have a desire to learn, you might as well join the internet monitoring. If you don't do it, only idiots are tied to work 24 hours a day to contribute to mankind. God even had weekends off when he created the world." Bryce almost choked. "You just said this job is great. But he won't get angry about this. When people are really hurt, they don't have the energy to get angry." Correction. God only took one day off after creating the world. Bryce waved to the stall owner. "Give me a bottle of Rainbow Manticore." Bryce took the drink, opened the can, and drank it all. "So it a deal?" Leal asked tentatively. "Is it really so hard?" Don't you drink some wine? Drinking affects nerve sensitivity, which will cause computing power fluctuations. I will have to work overtime later. I can give you some information, but it only in my personal name. Secondly, don't talk about cybercrime in front of me. Deal? I didn't expect that corporate dogs can also be easy to deal with. Where do we start? Do you have a clear goal? Bryce didn't answer immediately, but remained silent. Leo was a little confused. Bryce slowly said, "No." The air was silent for a moment. The only sounds that could be heard were the advertisements of the vending machines, the conversations of the people in the vending machines, and the curses of the drunkards. Leo was about to get up and leave. "Don't go." Bryce hurriedly grabbed Leo. "There was some, but it all your fault for what happened in the company square." Leo sat back. "That about right." He was shocked. He thought this internet monitoring agent was a good for nothing. Chapter 214. List of getting started work for network monitoring. Bryce is actually quite capable, as can be seen from the fact that he took down a hacker silently. But ordinary people don't realize the complexity of cybercrime, especially in Night City. First of all, I asked the first question, you didn't cause the blackout in the company square. Did you? No. Leo followed Bryce's words and shook his head to deny. At this time, it didn't matter what the network monitor thought. Leo still remembered what Bryce said before. Don't talk about cybercrime in front of him. Maybe the internet monitor suspected him, maybe the internet monitor was testing him, or maybe the internet monitor thought that the hacker who caused the blackout was someone else. It is also possible that the internet monitor performed his duties with the above three attitudes at the same time. The internet monitor is not a single person. A mature organization can do multi-threading, and even follow several different ideas to advance work in different directions at the same time. Of course, this depends on their resource abundance. It seems that Bryce encountered the problem of insufficient resources. The agent glanced at Lear and said, "Since we are going to cooperate, let's be honest with each other. How much do you know about the hacker who supported you in the company square?" "I don't know." Faraday doesn't like people asking questions. "Thank you, Faraday. Thank you for your contribution to Burger King production confidentiality." Thinking so, Lear also started to eat his burger. Bryce continued, "It seems that he has also deceived the unlucky Faraday. In short, this is a cunning cyber criminal. The power outage he caused in the company square also caused a large amount of cyberspace data to be damaged and lost. Within 6 hours after the power outage, Night City cybercrime was no longer just cybercrime. The number of various criminal cases soared, interrupting our original work route. Now there are more incidents that need to verify clues and evidence and rearrange work arrangements. For example, lizard people? Bryce glanced at Linnell. Military technology sometimes purchases data from network surveillance, and your work at the border can also be part of the transaction. But these days, data transactions are not authentic. Lil reminded him in a friendly way. "No need for you to remind me. Let's talk about what you want to do. I have several cybercrimes that need to be verified. You can pick one. The first thing. Investigate Yunding. I need the work records of several high-level sex dolls in Yunding." Lil raised his eyebrows. Sex doll chips should not record the situation when they are working. That's the problem. I suspect that some high-level sex dolls record information when providing services to their customers. In fact, this situation may not be uncommon in Night City. But I want to know what they record. Bryce pointed at Leo with the remaining chicken leg bone while speaking. This guy is also a big eater. Leo reached out and pushed his hand away. "I have a question. I also want to get some sex doll chips. Can I do it in a public way?" "No. I told you not to say this in front of me. Are you deaf?" Okay, my question? What else? The second thing, I actually don't recommend you to take this job. Someone is stealing the personal information of Deputy Mayor Hot. But he didn't report it to the police. I guess he asked Arasaka to do the network security. Then why did you go there yourself? Speaking of this, we have to thank the hacker who hired you. Bryce wiped his mouth. We were enforcing the law in cyberspace on the night of the power outage, and found something interesting. Arasaka might have used a top-level cyberspace killing weapon. We want to know what value this minion has that is worth them using this weapon. As for why I don't recommend you to do this job, this matter is related to Arasaka and the deputy mayor, but your entry point is to investigate the cybercrime activities of gang members. Low authority. Small operating space. Big things. And the public reward. It won't be too much. It sounds dangerous. But the reward is actually very tempting. The public reward is not much. I didn't say it private. Anything else? The last thing? I actually hope you choose this. Help me break into the Voodoo gang subnet. Although there is no solid evidence, I am sure that the attack on the Black Wall is most likely from this bunch of weird idiots. As he spoke, Bryce gritted his teeth. These idiots are poking holes in the Black Wall 24 hours a day. I don't know what they want. If you choose this, no matter what you do, NCPD and Internet Police will turn a blind eye to your behavior. It best to break it physically. Just kidding, buddy. I choose the first one. Bryce stared at Lil's smiling face and fell into deep thought. It was a little different from what he thought. I thought you would prefer the third one, after all. It's the hard work you are best at. We are hard, but who wouldn't be afraid of the Voodoo gang methods? I can provide you with network support. I'm afraid of that too. Do you mind me saying that? Since this is the first time we work together, it better to keep a certain distance. Let's start with the first commission. As for the next two, we talk about it later. Maybe you change your mind after the results come out? Okay. Bryce wiped his mouth and transferred the meal money to the boss. It best to keep the matter at Yunding secret, so that people won't notice that we are investigating the sex doll chip. I don't go to brothels, and I'm not familiar with these places. What your idea? Easy. There are so many gangs in Night City, and we can turn Yunding upside down by finding a reason and putting a shell on it. Gang fight? No. There will be no end to the fight. And Yunding is protected by the Tiger Claw gang. Where can you find a gang willing to fight to the death with them for sex dolls? Let alone the Mox gang. We all know that these two are not at the same level. Lil touched his chin. How about law enforcement? Start with some perverted criminals from the Tiger Claw gang and accidentally touch Hintang? You can also do something good for Night City. This is okay. Bryce's artificial eye flashed with data light and quickly found what he wanted. There is a pervert named Masahiro Jotaro in the NCPD database who is involved in pornography, gambling and drugs, and may have some intersection with Hintang. You can try it. If you need NCPD support, I can help you make a connection. Let's talk about it later. You won't let me work tonight, will you? I'm a freelancer. I don't accept criticism during working hours. Bryce sighed helplessly. Why do I feel that I'm too nice to you? Do you think you're the boss? Really not. I respect the first line of defense against dangerous AI. But you have to give me some time to prepare. Right? Bryce complained about Lil nonsense in his heart. If you hadn't mocked my working hours just now, I would have believed you. He stood up and patted his coat. I give you 24 hours at most. The Black Wall is under attack every minute and every second. Our work is very important, and there is no room for delay. Then, there is your network access permit. As long as you are doing something for us, you will use this new permit number. And this number can access cyberspace. But if you use another number to enter cyberspace, I know that it is an illegal use of a fake number to enter cyberspace, which is a second-degree felony. I promise I won't commit it. Officer. Leo saluted, and the artificial eye popped up a series of reconnection prompts. Network access license number issued. Night City Netwatch DGI 66523. You have reconnected to the network. Reconnected to the network. As long as you understand. Seeing that the agent was about to leave, Leo asked another question. By the way, buddy, why don't you suspect that I am the hacker who caused the blackout? It's simple. Your technology is solid, but it's not clever, nor advanced. If you use that old-fashioned and backward method to create an EMP of that scale, Bryce pointed to his head, your brain nerves are not strong enough to burn. Even if you have a whole room of servers, you may not be able to withstand this kind of impact. And this kind of trace cannot escape our eyes. Leo understood. In fact, the network monitor guessed correctly. That night, his brain nerves burned at least 20 times. And a whole room of servers was burned. But not in this world. But, Bryce changed the subject. His tone was a little cold. If it was really you who created the EMP, the network monitor would use all its strength to destroy you. This guy has always been very kind. Beyond imagination, even to the point that some people forget that he is a network monitoring agent. But only the world top hackers can serve network monitoring, and accordingly, these agents will also be equipped with top hacking equipment. After the collapse of the old network, there are even fewer wild hackers who can compete with them. If the network monitoring targets someone, the hacker lying in the gutter not far away will end up like this. Crushing the guy is no different from crushing a bug. By the way, I saw that you seem to be looking for hacker clothing, so I treat it as an outsourcing benefit, and I applied for equipment supplies for you from the logistics department. Remember to enter the customized data in your mailbox when you go back. See you in cyberspace. Bryce left the food stall after saying that. Leal sat in a chair, thinking about the next move. Network Monitoring Agent Report. Target, Burger King. Data Update. Human Psychology Evaluation. A shrewd street kid, with excellent logical ability, and sober enough, calm enough when facing network connection interruption, with a simple street sense of justice. Computer Psychology Evaluation. No AI logic seen. Network Access Permit has been issued, and continuous observation. The possibility of roaming AI has not been eliminated. Chapter 215. Gender Expert Leal. It time to count the money. Leal was relieved that he didn't borrow too much money this time. The cooling fins, the exoskeleton parts are expensive, but not that expensive. It's just another 50,000 yuan in debt. It's just 1.61 million yuan in debt, right? Fortunately, Leal doesn't care about money that much. It's not like he owes 2 trillion, so he not panicking at all. Jack's own modification costs more than 300,000 yuan, but to be honest, if Leal hadn't taken care of the most expensive part, he might not be able to find a way to do this kind of surgery even if he doubled the money. Next was V. V also spent more than 300,000 yuan. The most expensive part was still the mantis knife that Leal took out, which was also free. The cost of the nano operating table did not include Leal. The price of 600,000 yuan was 300,000 yuan each. Now Jack has less than 50,000 yuan on hand. But it is still a huge sum of money for most people. V is still the richest one, and there are still 600,000 yuan in the account. There is really no need to save money. Sister still believes in your ability to make money. V earnestly advised Leal not to save money. Leal said helplessly, I really didn't save any money. If you feel bad, you might as well just write off my debt. You wish. The three of them sat in the Wild Wolf bar. It was time for a small meeting again. Recently, the bar has become more and more popular. Valentino, and the gangsters who want to be Valentino come here to drink, and their eyes are full of admiration when they look at Jack. They even come here when it is closed during the day. Jack enjoyed this feeling too much. He sat by the window with a stern face, which made Leal feel strange. Jack, you can actually relax a little. No need. I'm just like this. His voice was even deeper than usual, which made Leal suspect that he had secretly installed an artificial vocal cord. Okay. Let's talk about what happened next. The internet police have assigned us a job. Who? Jack was immediately shocked. And he and V made a surprised sound. Leal quickly raised his finger. Brother, keep your voice down. Be more normal. Oh. The two people voices calmed down. And then they asked at the same time, are we the internet police now? Leal explained, it's just a job, it's very simple at present, it's just to find some trouble for the Tiger Claw gang and Hentang. We can also fish in troubled waters, get some sex doll chips. Jack nodded. I understand, temporary workers, private affairs are handled by the public, what do you do specifically, what the reward? In short, it's to crack down on pornography. The Tiger Claw gang has a pervert called Masahiro Jotaro. As long as we investigate the part related to him, we will go over to enforce the law, and put hacking software in some places. As for the compensation, you probably don't care about a little bit of money, so the extra. Wait a minute. V interrupted. Who said we don't care? How much? It shouldn't be more than 100,000 yuan. We haven't negotiated it yet. The key benefit is that you can surf the internet safely, learn some hacking skills, and handle private matters in public. V asked this purely for comparison. Because since she followed Leal, she hasn't done a normal commission for a long time. With so much money in her hands every day, she would doubt whether she was dreaming every once in a while, or inflation. So much? V smacked his lips. The most lucrative job I ever did for a priest was only 10,000 or 20,000 euros. How about you? Jack? Well, it gang stuff. Talking about money hurts our feelings. Okay. Stop reminiscing about the good old days. My idea is that this job is doable. The money isn't much, but the risk isn't too high either, and I can do other things along the way. Ask if you have any questions. If you don't have any questions, don't drink for the next 2 days, and get ready to work. The two looked at each other, and said they had no questions. As for whether to take the job or not, Leal thought he could take it, so he would just do it. Leal said again, that if for now, I'm going to enter cyberspace to make some preparations, and wait for notification when I go back. Wait for notification again. V leaned back lazily stretched. I changed into a set of high-end clothes, but have nowhere to use them, which is really uncomfortable. Then you have to be careful. Cyberpsychosis usually worsens like this. Really? I guess. Fuck you. Jack looked at the empty store and his mother, who was busy preparing to open the store, and suddenly asked, Leo, I have something to ask you. Do you think that if we are so ostentatious, will it affect the store? This is indeed a problem. Generally speaking, companies will not do this. Their goals are very clear. If they say they want to arrest you, they will not take your family as hostages, but will go straight for you. And not because they follow the rules, but their decisions are more based on the strategic level. In this crazy world, emotions are unreliable most of the time. So companies will not hope to tie down their opponents with emotions. As early as more than 50 years ago, there was a narcissistic guy who thought that Arasaka took his girlfriend away to target him. However, in fact, Arasaka just wanted to catch his girlfriend. But Jack and Mrs. Wells and her son did have a very good relationship. In addition, the internet police came to the door this time. It is hard to say whether the company will take action against Mrs. Wells one day. After all, this is not New York. Leo and the other two have long been criminals. If the company really wants to take action, no one will care about the life and death of the criminals' relatives. And there will be no obstacles. The young man Valentino, who often comes here to drink, can defend against anybody. But the company is another matter. This is indeed a problem. My suggestion is that you use the remaining money to buy some turrets and install them near the bar first. And then Lil sighed and found that this matter was indeed difficult to solve. So he changed his words and said, if you ask me, the best choice is to send Mrs. Wells out of town. She will be safe with Adicado. Jack nodded silently. I will go and persuade her. You can tell her, Adicado is also a big family. They will also like Wild Wolf beer, and they will soon become rich. Ha, she shouldn't care whether Adicado has money or not. You can only drink alcohol if you have money. You can ask her to think about it. Also, Misty. Jack scratched his head. I haven't even started dating the girl yet. Come on, anyone can see the girl is interested in you. V, who was sitting next to him, showed an interested look. Are you also an expert on gender relations? Can't you see it? You don't have to be a master to see it. Leo looked at Jack with a smile. Jack looked at Lear. V also looked at Lear. Then Lear looked puzzled. Jack looked at V. V looked at Jack. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange silence. Then Jack looked out the window, whistled. V rolled his eyes and sighed to the sky. Leo? Respectable logistics message. Your package has arrived. Dismiss. Bryce needs Leo to help him. As a reward, he will give Leo more comprehensive hacker training, which is not available at Arasaka Academy. In 2077, computer technology is strictly controlled knowledge, and wild hackers can only communicate their technology to survive thrilling cyber crimes in disguised BBS. But the most advanced technology is always in the hands of big companies. At the moment when the Black Wall was erected, network monitoring established an absolute monopoly on hacker technology, and other companies followed closely. Reflection on the collapse of the internet made them set about building a more orderly network environment. The few hacker geniuses usually are recruited by these companies after showing their talents. One after another, talented young people, when they hit the ceiling of wild hackers, find that they have only one way to break through themselves, which is to enter the company. Society is like a pyramid, but there is only a narrow path connecting each class. Many people sharpen their brains, sell their bodies, and even their souls in order to get on this narrow path. This is like the bait left by the devil to tempt people. Leo is now on the network monitoring investigation list, and he can take this road at any time. He knows this himself. But he did not think about ascending the given route layer by layer. He just needs to see clearly which bricks and tiles make up the pyramid. Leo completed the modification of the fixed access warehouse. Put down all the tools. Put on the black customer service. Open the cooling fins. And laid down in advanced network technology in 2077. This time, it is really entering the cyberspace in a formal way. Welcome to the Network Monitoring Network Driver. Entering cyberspace. Chapter 216 Cyberspace. Just when the loading of the Ahara-Prague algorithm was about to be completed, Leo urgently cut off the connection heart of evolution. The abnormal emotions caused by the neural components have been soothed just now. The power of his spinal prosthesis suddenly took off. Sion Weston fault indicator light flashed, as if sighing in disappointment. Leo almost forgot that he still had an AI on him. To be honest, this AI is really gentle, but the internet monitor is staring at him, Maybe he will be caught as soon as he enters the cyberspace. So Lear thought about it and started to input content on the prosthesis personal draft box. Lear, hello? Are you there? No response. Lear thought about it, reloaded the language translation program, and transferred data from the large language model that Sky was developing at Marvel. Model data loading. FW2 The red light of the spinal prosthesis flashed rapidly, and it can be seen that it is learning quickly. Lear, hello? Are you there? I know you are in the prosthesis system. 5. Not here. Fuck your mother. Leo's face darkened, and he suddenly found that Sky had marked this meaningless language model, but it was hidden in the program. Forward, F-word, used to implement network mental attacks. Note, used with caution, it shows low quality. So Leo chose a normal language model and loaded it. Leo, can you speak normally now? W, wasn't it normal just now? Don't you usually speak like this? Leo was stunned. Leo, this is not important. The important thing is that I will soon access cyberspace. I will restrict your activities. Leo, what I did, you can do what I did, otherwise we will all be finished. M, 2 questions. First, what is cyberspace? I feel very comfortable. Second, what does it mean to be finished? Leo, first question, you will know when you connect. Second question, when you are finished, you will not be able to perceive anything. TXN, Big Brother, I listen to you. Leo, why do you call me Big Brother? Moo, many people call you that. I like this name very much. This AI has an unimaginable ability to coordinate its limbs, but it seems to be quite kind in other aspects. Leo, okay. I'm going to connect. Leo set up several power walls, which limited the core data flow of the AI, and also limited his own neural access. This would make his computing power basically match the theoretical intelligence of 12. At the same time, his method of connecting to cyberspace was not to open a deep-diving access port directly on his head, but to use a modified sticky electrode to pick up brain electrical signals. This is a backward connection method that will reduce sensitivity, but it can provide good cover for Leo. Everything was ready, and Leo lay down in the access chamber. Accessing cyberspace. Leo was stable for the first time, and had plenty of time to carefully observe this space. Or rather, this universe. Darkness was the first impression. Without the restraint of gravity, the sense of space was completely crushed in the darkness. As if he was in a void heart of evolution, the sense of void is eliminated. Access chamber prompt. A Harabrag algorithm is loaded. Access chamber prompt. Start constructing network coordinates. When he looked around, the brilliant lines intertwined, forming three-dimensional digital scenes, with contrast, and then a sense of distance. Leo was able to distinguish up, down, left, and right like humans. So he raised his head. Access warehouse prompt. Begin adapting the cyber modulator. The glowing codes are like countless colorful meteors, cutting through the dark background of cyberspace. These amorphous codes dance in space, as if leaping like a living being, seemingly forming mountains, rivers, tall buildings, and other familiar geometric shapes. But it is still very strange, because in cyberspace, his image is still undetermined. People jump out of their mother's stomachs, and a few jump out of laboratories. But no matter what, when their cognitive system began to be established, their own image and existence were already determined. It is different here. Hackers must fundamentally shape themselves. Access warehouse prompt. Please select data body construction mode. Load creator operating system. Preset mode. Advanced customization. Faced with the prompt, Leo knew that none of these 3 options were acceptable to him. Creator system. An artificial reality system for network roaming developed by Silicon Graphics in 2014, is equivalent to the Windows system in cyberspace. This system uses powerful image and animation processing capabilities to package cyberspace into a virtual reality that people can enter, creating an online paradise for ordinary people. The introductory course for hackers is to get rid of the dependence on Creator and get used to pure cyberspace. The so-called preset mode is to use the data simulation preset that comes with the fixed access warehouse, and the public version data image with many loopholes. Advanced customization provides some simple customization services, but it is still a data image with many loopholes. Generally, hackers start from the creator system and gradually approach the bottom layer of data. Therefore, they are easily observed by large companies. As for Leo, he cannot escape this fate either. The good news is that the person who monitors him will also teach him how to skip the novice stage directly. A prompt appears in his head. Short distance network jump begins. He is pulled by Bryce. The virtual world composed of characters begins to stir, and the lines twist and dance. But he can be vaguely seen moving in a high-speed data channel. The consciousness moved between the cables, and Lear saw the distorted world. Those lines, the stream of light changed shape and color at an incredible speed, and he seemed to be in an incomprehensible tide. Space was disordered. Expansion and contraction. A terrible storm of characters hit the nerves. And then everything stopped abruptly. The fortress appeared in front of him. Heart of evolution. Cyberspace mental pollution has been eliminated. Surprising adaptability. You may be a natural hacker. The data stream is converted into an electrical signal, and then transmitted to the auditory nerve through the access chamber. Bryce's metallic voice appears in Lear's head. This is the interaction in cyberspace. Everything seems to be the same as outside, but in fact it is fundamentally different. So, once, you were scared to death? Lear's voice was a little intermittent, and the construction of the sound signal was very rudimentary. But Bryce still understood what Lear said. What Lear wanted to say was, so you were scared to death the first time. Bryce, who was lying in the network warehouse, had a dark face. Damn it, why can't I cure this kid? Shouldn't he be scared to death when he first enters cyberspace? Generally speaking, this situation is most likely caused by AI, but Bryce doesn't think Leal is AI. The reason is very simple. Leal defensibility in cyberspace is extremely low now. Bryce got Leal physiological data a long time ago. From the physiological data, Leal is really going to vomit, and the condition of the central nervous system is also very poor, which shows that he is indeed a human being. Humans will experience physiological discomfort when perceiving cyberspace. Just holding on. Leal didn't care about Bryce. The previous sound signal exchange had given him an example to construct a complete sound signal component. The data stream gradually constructed a stable image. And according to Bryce's method, the sound signal component constructed by Leal was a transmitter with a distorted and unstable appearance. Bryce finally caught the opportunity and laughed. Very smart. But the network images we use are all adjusted for a long time to achieve the coordination and unity of appearance and function. Blindly imitating a certain component can only be like you, neither fish nor fowl. He is a man wearing a digital bulletproof vest, wearing an armored helmet that highlights his professionalism, with a NetWatch label engraved on it. Light and digital textures flow on his body, and the digital armor receives data streams from all directions. Implementing monitoring. It professional, but it a bit boring. Leal accidentally said what he was thinking, and Bryce froze. You stop talking nonsense. Where is the thing I want? I sent it to you. Internal information of network monitoring, cyberspace from beginner to master. A few things you need to know about cyberspace. Common program structure and principles. Digital lines began to dance, outlining Leal digital image. Chapter 217 Little Octopus. Watching Leal build his online image, Bryce was secretly surprised. Computing power is the cornerstone of activities in cyberspace. This is a comprehensive indicator determined by the hacker equipment, prosthetics, brain function and other factors, and then constitutes the individual image in cyberspace. In cyberspace, hackers are subject to fewer restrictions, and of course they still follow the laws of physics, but not so directly. Computing power builds programs, that is, images, and images involve everything in cyberspace as an extension and affect the real world. You can be a person, or a djinn, or a spider queen who controls a spiderweb-like data fortress. You can be whoever you want to be, as long as your computing power is strong enough and your skills are superb enough. And Leal, his skills are considered to be a good street hacker by the network monitoring. But his computing power is very strong. His image is very solid. And he has honestly constructed everything brick by brick. He has not rashly tried different structures to make something flashy for himself because of the feeling of mastering everything and creating everything. The less you understand, the more you rush, the easier it is to leave loopholes in the program, and thus be invaded by experienced hackers. And that is the loss that almost all hackers will suffer when they're new. Access Warehouse Neural Chip Model. Military Technology Parallel Line. No memory expansion components. No traces of brain gray matter enhancement. No prosthetic stimulation symptoms. Almost pure computing. Brain power is around 12. This is too exaggerated. Do you really not consider network monitoring? Network monitoring will provide you with better resources. Bryce appeared calm, but after seeing the basics that Leal showed, he was already a little uneasy. What does 12 brain power mean? Generally speaking, the brain power limit of pure flesh humans is 10. relying purely on hands and eyes to operate on the computer panel. In fact, even with a prosthesis, the brain power of most hackers will not exceed this value. 12 brain power is enough for Leo to apply for a mid-level hacker position in a large company. And the company will be happy to equip them with expensive prostheses. Of course, the premise is that he is willing to do so in the contract. Sign your name on it. Not interested. Why don't you tell me the price? Work in exchange for compensation. Is that a price? I don't think it worth it. So at a price. Whatever you want. Your idea is a bit retro. It sounds like the kind of brainless hackers from the old internet era, who control themselves every day and destroy freedom. Brainless? The hackers from the old internet era made the company miserable, and even defeated the old internet. They are brainless. So you. Stop! Bryce interrupted Lear's heart-wrenching remarks. Lear's image was just completed. A very standard human appearance. But only from the appearance can it be roughly seen that this is a humanoid creature. Lear didn't even outline his facial features. Most hackers would not outline their facial features in cyberspace, but they would usually wear masks or helmets to show their personality. But Lear didn't. This image is like a person who is completely made up of digital streamers and has no features. Bryce's mouth twitched. Don't you think your image is even more unremarkable? Leo, if I am the only one without a feature in the entire cyberspace, that also a feature. Okay, try to load your puppet. Puppets, only in the virtual space can you intuitively see why they are called those names. The most common, also the most basic puppet type for hackers, ICE breaker, after loading. The image in cyberspace is a sharp blade. The only function of the ice cone is to break the enemy ICE. It is a typical extremely specialized program. Because of its characteristics, it is easy to need, and can be embedded in other software. As a pioneer, it is the basis of human-type programs. The blade constructed by computing power flows with the brilliance of data, which is sharp and beautiful. Bryce nodded and praised it a good choice. If you choose the kind of prosthetic failure and prosthetic I restart program that street hackers like to use the most, I will have to spend more time explaining the program in cyberspace to you. I guess you already understand what I want to say. Leo nodded. The logic in cyberspace is very different from reality, but overall there are still many logical parts. After all, the purpose of developing cyberspace is to let people feel those signals. Leo tried to combine the ice cone with the prosthetic failure, and the blade became a short knife. This feeling is really wonderful. The hacker is like the creator of cyberspace. Data and electric current are coordinated through nerves, and change intuitively in the hands. This feeling cannot be brought by any virtual reality technology. Faced with this scene, Bryce was surprised again. This was Leo's first time entering cyberspace, but he had already learned to combine different programs to produce new puppets. Leo disbanded the ice cone. The dagger shattered, and turned into a light spot, and returned to his body. Is there any powerful puppet I can try? Bryce laughed sarcastically. Little brother, you are just a contract worker, and it is already an exception to do this. You haven't started working yet. But considering that we have a superior subordinate relationship, I advise you to continue to improve your digital image. In a battle in cyberspace, the party that takes the initiative has a great advantage. A hacker with weak computing power, as long as he has the right program and sneak attacks, can easily kill a hacker with several times the computing power. If the opportunity is right, it is not impossible to kill a hacker with several times the computing power. You must learn to be in a state of combat at all times. Maintain protection, and run detection/alarm programs. Of course, it would be better to have a huge data barrier at hand. Bryce turned his body to the side, showing Leo the huge data barrier. The data flow was like a branch connecting to the high wall. The mechanical digital wall was still slowly grinding and moving. In the real world, people would be afraid of hundreds of meters high buildings. But in cyberspace, the powerful data barrier could give people the illusion of thousands of meters high. If the appropriate hiding method is used, it can even make people unable to see the end. And these behemoths seem to have life, and they may attack you at any time. The anxiety and helplessness people feel when facing giants will be multiplied or even infinitely magnified in cyberspace. Join the network monitoring. You can use this data barrier to move around in cyberspace. Oh, and there are these advanced puppets. As he said this, Bryce stretched out his hand. A digital image that looked like a little devil swayed down from the air, holding a bow and arrow burning with fire in one hand, and a chain in the other hand. At the other end of the chain was a ferocious bulldog. The bulldog came to Leo, sniffing around, like a real dog, identifying outsiders. Its lifelikeness was surprising. When you have a powerful enough program, you can combine them as you wish. And the integration of complex programs is another high-level program, which is actually closer to the so-called puppet than the garbage software sold on the street. For this kind of program, we call it Demon Program Group. They have a certain degree of autonomy, in a sense, can be considered AI, but the intelligence is very low. Don't worry that it will burn your brain in return. The framework used by this program is called Imp. Just like its name, it has the appearance of a little devil. This Imp mainly manages Bulldog and Hell Arrow, specially used to defend against cyberspace attacks. When your hacking skills are as good as ours, you can also try to write your own. Before he finished speaking, Bryce suddenly saw that Leo's body began to surge and tremble. It looked like a small octopus. He had seen this species on the approaching Science Channel. A small octopus climbed on Leo's digital image, came to his shoulder, and moved its head to observe the surroundings. Cyberspace suddenly fell silent. Leo was very panicked, but he couldn't show it, and couldn't even talk to the octopus. So he acted calmly. This is my demon program group, equipped with several sets of target positioning, to help me perceive cyberspace. After saying that, the little octopus raised its claws, and its limp arms kept stretching out, and it touched the bulldog head. You could even see the suction cups twitching. Bryce was not calm when he saw this. Why is this happening? He spent 2 years studying in the academy, and only then did he build the first stable demon program group. Leo pinched the octopus hand as if nothing had happened, and pushed it back. Well, there are still some problems with recognition. I adjusted again, Bryce slowly said. You? Before he finished speaking, the octopus suddenly jumped into Leo's body in fear. Bryce's expression suddenly changed. The moving mechanical walls of the data barrier started to spin rapidly, as if the engine was started. In the dark cyberspace, some kind of weapon of terrifying size was generated in the void. As if piercing through the black curtain, a flashing red and black trident attacked the data barrier. The red trident seemed to have some kind of program attached to it, and the black background of the cyberspace was being rendered in some kind of red, as if it was about to cover this area. Damn it. It must have been when I was doing the short distance jump just now. Cut off your link. As soon as Bryce finished speaking, Leo found himself being pushed away, completely away from the battlefield. In the last scene, he saw that the movable mechanical wall was not to be outdone, revealing an equally exaggerated ion cannon. Boom! Cyberspace trembled. Ha! Leo withdrew from cyberspace, and took a breath as if he was out of water. His access compartment burst into flames, and Leo jumped out in a hurry, taking out the fire extinguisher in the room before the fire burned his butt. Use fire extinguisher. Pay 10 euros. Please control the fire. Contact NCPD if necessary. And any damage to the apartment will be bang. The payment panel also exploded. The circuit of the entire room exploded. If you look from outside the skyscraper, you can also see that several rooms around Lille suddenly went dark. And if you turn your eyes to Typing's How, you will find that the few lights there have also begun to flicker. The battle in cyberspace will make the circuit extremely unstable. If the two sides of the battle intend to affect the participants, it will be like Lille. Like Lille. You owe the landlord a lot of money. You have caused damage to the line, and you are expected to pay economic losses, 5,669 euros. Please pay the fine within 24 hours. If you fail to pay the fine, squeak. The sound of the light of the line going out overlapped with the sound of the fire extinguisher spraying, and the flames finally went out. Communicator, V. Lille, is there a power outage in your room? I was just watching TV. It suddenly exploded. This stupid property management, I don't know what's going on. Lille sat down on the bed. Lille, I know. Lille, can I borrow $2,000? Chapter 218 Who is so stubborn? Taiping Prefecture. Voodoo Gang, local snakes, a group of guys who like to tinker with the internet. The hacker in the access warehouse trembled violently. As the lights flickered, the connection was disconnected. Splash. In the freezer on the table, a black woman suddenly stood up from the ice water, bringing up a cloud of water mist. Beside her was a black man with a gloomy look in his eyes. Seeing the boss withdraw from the deep dive, he handed over the clothes in his hand. How is it? Did you find anything useful? The data barrier is very strong, but he can't move. Besides, we found some interesting things. The internet police seem to be looking for reinforcements. In addition to the brainless group of animal gangs, they have found reinforcements again. Still brainless? No. Bridget got up from the freezer. Ice water dripped down her hacker clothes. She took the clothes from her subordinates and walked to another room. This time in a hacker. He should be a newcomer. Send someone to find him. Watson North District. Super skyscraper H11. We are short of manpower. And we have to be careful of the animal gang. So we can only find a middleman. Bridget paused, thought for a while and said, don't find Hans. The old fat man is coming back. Give him a chance. Help him pave the way. And he may be used later. Okay. So you burned down the house at home. V and Lil are neighbors. So she was also happy about the power outage. The compensation of more than 5,000 euros to the property is a small matter. The key is that the access warehouse was also burned. And there was a basket of equipment. Lil nodded honestly. There is no way. Cyberspace is full of dangers, and dangers are everywhere. You are just talking nonsense. The two squatted in the dark room, with only the neon lights of the skyscrapers outside the window providing a little light. Through the window, shining on the wall, the two sat here. The atmosphere was a little quiet. V looked out the window, and then glanced at Lil. I can't watch TV now. I can only sleep. After saying that, she stood up and walked to Lil's bed, and sat down. Lil's bed was quite tidy. There was not even any sign of having slept in it. Your bed is quite clean. I usually sleep on the sofa, read books and materials, and lie on the sofa when I'm tired. Awesome. V leaned back to the bed, and spread her arms and legs, occupying the bed like an octopus. I sleep here today, and I feel like my bed is not as good as yours. I try it. After saying that, she quietly raised her head, and glanced at Lil. Then you sleep. Lil was dragged from the dark living room to the access warehouse. His hand still tinkering. What are you doing? See if there are any parts that can be used. After all, it's a network monitoring device. Research it. V jumped up from the bed, and hit Lil on the head. Research your head. Lil touched his head. This is what poverty is like. And this commission needs to start from cyberspace. What wrong with me taking the time to research it? You sleep. I won't disturb you. You are such a communicator, Bryce. Bryce, still alive? Bryce, very good. Listen, the Voodoo gang just attacked my data barrier again. I have to stay here. Bryce, I found a colleague for you at NCPD, a policeman who often deals with the Tiger Claw gang. Sent it over. Bryce, I don't need to teach you the rest. Right? Go investigate hinting network violations, and report any clues to me as soon as possible. Bryce, remember, don't break the law. Character profile, River Ward. Affiliated organization, NCPD. Position, Level 2 Detective Lil came back to his senses, looking out the window and said, we start working tomorrow, this time we're outsourced auxiliary police. V narrowed her eyes, and glared at Lil for a while. Then lay back down. You are such an idiot, I'm going to sleep first. Then you go to sleep. V rolled her eyes, and lay on the bed with her whole body spread out. She also forgot when she fell asleep, and only remembered the sound of parts clicking in her ears, like white noise. Lil was disassembling the network access warehouse with a light from the window, analyzing and recording the parts inside. In the dark, Lil heard V snoring softly, and the sound of fiddling with the parts became smaller and smaller. The next day, River Ward sat upright. He wanted to find a hacker, to help him investigate the illegal flesh trade of the Tiger Claw gang. But the hackers in the police station were busy with their official duties, and no one cared about the flesh trade on Japan Street. Willing to buy. Willing to sell. Why do you care so much? As for the hackers on the street, who would give him an NCPD cop to work for? Or investigate the Tiger Claw gang? So his current situation is that he has no funds, no support, bad reputation, and the object of investigation is very powerful. But River is such a straightforward guy. Although being a policeman in Night City always has more problems than solutions, he still goes to work with a positive attitude every day. Finally, he actually found a hacker. Old Han at the side brought a plate of fried chicken from the store. I bet $5. That hacker is just playing with you. Which street mercenary will directly accept the commission set by NCPD on the internet? In my opinion, if you really want to get things done, find a middleman. River shook his head. I don't trust middlemen. The police-owned bounty network doesn't need to find middlemen. What the big deal? Old Han had long been accustomed to River idealism, and began to eat fried chicken nuggets. But this is the rule of Night City, you know. But you are as stubborn as a donkey. I just hope this time won't be the same as last time. I almost died. Look at my injuries. Okay. Okay, don't show me. River said helplessly. I won't investigate the lizard man again. Humph. You have some conscience. Old Han continued to eat the chicken nuggets and put his other hand on River's shoulder, complaining while eating. But I think you may not have a conscience. But you know that you can't be transferred to Mexico. River suddenly said, they are coming. Old Han was stunned for a moment. And the chicken nugget stuck in his mouth. Is there really someone who accepts commissions from the NCPD official website? Are you going to die? This kind of official commission website is just a decoration. The reason is not only that street mercenaries do not trust NCPD, but also that there are middlemen who interfere. The middleman will charge a brokerage fee, which most people understand, but a few people do not. Occasionally, some young men who can't find a way will directly accept the work on the official website. However, such commissions will be ruined by middlemen with connections. If you don't let the middlemen make a profit, the middlemen will make it impossible for you to get the job done. Then, slowly, this becomes a common practice. Who is so stubborn? Bang. Just when I thought about it, Lao Han saw a strong man accidentally hit the door frame. The door frame of the restaurant was actually broken. Damn, why is the door frame so short? The strong man Jack touched his head. Boss, what wrong with your door? Please sit inside. Sorry, this door was damaged by a bunch of idiots driving Mackinaws a few days ago. The boss became more and more angry. Damn, these idiots, if they can't drive. Don't buy such a big car. Oh. Jack said nothing, followed Lil and V and asked in a low voice, isn't it us? Lil shook his head. What are you asking? We haven't driven into a roadside restaurant. V glanced around the restaurant and locked onto the client at a glance. I saw the client. I can smell the cops from 2 kilometers away. So, the three of them sat opposite River and Lao Han. Opposite the 2 stiff policemen. Lil said, nice to meet you. Guys. We are the professional team you are looking for. The 2 still didn't speak. Lil frowned. What going on? This should be his first time to interact with River. And their images should be very blurry outside. If you insist, at the border wall, Meredith did send out some clearer videos. Could it be that he was recognized? Looking at the 2 policemen again. Lil was sure that they were indeed looking at Jack. Jack also felt puzzled and grabbed a handful of chicken nuggets from the plate. Do you mind if I eat some of this? Watching Jack start to eat fried chicken, Old Han hand on River gradually tightened, his eyes gradually turned horrified, and then the 2 blurted out, Desert Cook. Chapter 219 Commission, Hunting Monsters. The border wall was blown up, which was big news. It couldn't be concealed. A processed video was circulated, and it flowed into the NCPD. The processed blurred portraits did not make the video content any milder. The video content made them extremely terrified. The person in the video drove a car off the cliff, and then fell on the top of the magic lizard, and opened the cover of the armored vehicle with his bare hands. Then he stood on the armor of the magic lizard, using whatever he had, machine guns, technical rifles, and even the cover of the magic lizard. The hatch was thrown out and hit a person body, and most of the person was welded to the armor of the armored vehicle by the cover. What is a butcher? This is the butcher. The NCPD was very scared, because they knew that military technology would not take care of this matter. The butcher entered the city. So, for work needs, the NCPD spent a lot of resources to restore the video, in order to study why this butcher was so fierce. During the restoration process, they found that the guy had something in his mouth. The experienced drug enforcement captain became interested, and everyone thought that this guy was taking drugs. What drug is so strong? The excited NCPD immediately invested more resources and time in the restoration and analysis, expecting this to be a great achievement. However, after the arduous video restoration, they found that it might be a chicken leg bone. This discovery silenced the NCPD, and did not solve the mystery behind the butcher's strength at all. The director thought about it, repeatedly repeated the name of him in the bureau hundreds of times in his head, felt the fear of his men, and slapped his forehead. Why did they study this video? In order to eliminate fear, find a way to defeat this butcher. But how can the way to defeat him be found overnight? By watching a video. There is a way to eliminate fear. Instead of strengthening yourself, it is better to slander others. Doesn't he like to eat? Don't call him a butcher. Why not call him a cook? So there is a file inside NCPD, subject to be confirmed, Desert Cook. Weakness. Suspected of needing to eat a lot before taking action, however. Changing the name can eliminate fear, then it can only play a role in daily meals. When you see the real person, everyone will be scared. This is the origin of the nickname. This is the internal information of NYPD. Don't spread it. I will give it to you as part of the deposit. Jack stood by the dining table, with a stern expression, which made Old Han terrified, for fear that this big brother would suddenly go crazy, eat the fried chicken in the store crazily, and then smash this place to pieces. Lee also had a stern expression, and his other hand pinched Lil's thigh under the table. Lil's mouth twitched, and he directly locked the prosthesis, and gently moved the hand away. Of course, the two policemen across the table couldn't see all this. They just thought the three of them were so serious. So scary. So stressful. Ahem. Lil coughed twice. Took a bottle of Coke from the table and took a sip. We are very interested in your case. But why don't you send the commission through a middleman? This may make things a little complicated. As for why they didn't go through a middleman, but took the job on the NCPD reward website, River explained to Lao Han. He believed that there must be people in this city who still believed in law and order. Old Han laughed loudly, and took out €5 to bet that the person who took the job was just to tease him. To rub his pride. To a certain extent. Old Han was targeting River's previous explanation. There is a mercenary in this city who believes in law and order. I want to laugh when you talk about law. Now, people are really not teasing River. And they have arrived at the restaurant. However, if you say that these three people are here to abide by the law, Old Han can swallow the plates on the table. And he will never believe it. River thought about it and said, I believe there are people who are willing to help the city maintain order. I mean, to maintain the most basic moral bottom line. As for the middleman, this job is complicated and messy. And there are few clues. No middleman is willing to take it. Lil said slowly, then you have found the right person. We are here to support NCPD in maintaining social order and morality. 2 police officers. Don't judge people by appearance. Also, my brother has his own name. And he is called Big Man. Is this judging people by appearance? Old Han took back his hand on River's shoulder. Carefully took a piece of paper from the paper box on the table. And then began to wipe his mouth and hands. River was relatively calm, and even had a blazing fire in his eyes. I know you guys, you are the stupid Burger King. No. Lil shook his head. It's the Burger King who is buying and selling stupid big shots. Old Han corrected him righteously. Just kidding, it's said on the street that the big brothers with complicated names don't like others to pronounce their names wrong. So stupid, and such complicated names, then these 3 killers are not. How much do these 3 big brothers dislike having their names pronounced wrong? So, Old Han called the restaurant owner, Tom. 3 Burger Kings. I don't eat burgers. Let's have some fried chicken. Lil shook his head. The Burger King he had on the street last time tasted average. Even a little dry. Fried chicken is worse than Burger King. Old Han's brain began to overload. River patted him, signaling him to keep the calmness that a policeman should have. Since you have accepted the commission and are here, you are not here to play tricks on me. Let's talk about business. Please. But I still want to say, what a ridiculous name you guys gave it. River looked up at Lil. Why can you say such a thing? Of course, he didn't say it out loud, but silently took out a separation chip from his pocket and pushed it in front of Lil. This time we are investigating a kidnapping case, the kidnapping case of the Tiger Claw gang. These beasts drove patrol cars on the street to directly arrest people and film them. The type of film, here. River handed over 2 more black super dreams, one called Strong Acid Bath, and the other called Hardcore Chopping Stick. Handing over the disc, River anger surged again. These beasts, the youngest victim is only 15 years old. As we all know, filming mutuo is a process of recording the biological state of the photographer, and collecting and storing it as data. This will record the characteristics of the photographer when he personally experienced the event. The higher the shooting equipment, the more detailed the record, and the closer it is to the actual experience. It is not difficult to see from the description how cool is the obscene mutuo filmed by this thing, and how well it sells. But as people's sensory thresholds are constantly raised, there will always be perverts who are curious about more bloody and violent scenes, and then become addicted. Obviously, these 2 photos of black mutuo are extremely perverted. Lil knew what was inside without even looking at them. The first one was a bath. And the second one was a rough sculpture of the body. He reached out to take the separation chip. And he also reached out to grab black mutuo curiously. So he touched black mutuo over. But V grabbed nothing. Lil put in the separation chip and asked, Do you have any suspects? Yes. There is a pervert named Jotaro Masahiro in the NCPD database. You can even change the word. I'm not suspicious. I'm sure he has something to do with these things. But NCPD always makes excuses for lack of manpower or other reasons. So now we only know there is such a criminal, but we can't catch him at all. River was very excited. How rampant is crime in Night City? NCPD has recorded many criminals, most of whom are gang members. If you have an artificial eye linked to the NCPD database, you can see murderers and rapists everywhere on the street at any time. But NCPD on-duty personnel may be standing guard at the intersection 100 meters away from these criminals. The criminal network in Night City is complicated, and the number of cases is quite exaggerated. It is certain that the NCPD is understaffed, but it is hard to say how many cases they don't want to investigate. Since River used the word prevarication, it means that someone really doesn't want to investigate this matter. Lil waved his hand and pressed down. This job is easy. Do you have any clues? River nodded. These black super dreams were bought by my informant from a guy named Lenny. We can track this guy named Lenny. Or if you can do it, you may also be able to find information about the filming location from Black Mu. I suggest that we do it in 2 ways. Why don't you let us do both sides of the Black Mu analysis? We can get the results quickly. River was a little surprised. He had never heard of a mercenary taking the initiative to take more work tasks. He glanced at Lao Han, wanting to get some advice, but Lao Han remained silent, seemingly not knowing what to say. So River nodded. If you are willing. I certainly have no objection, but can I hear what you are going to do? Street tactics. Are you sure you want to hear it? Okay. Then I wait for your news. But please don't cause too many casualties. How could that be? We never mess around. Leal said seriously. You can trust our professionalism. In fact, we have already cooperated with NCPD. You can check the bounty collection record. River didn't say anything. He was worried about this. Burger King received nearly 100 bounties on night-wandering ghosts at one time. But now, he couldn't find a better person, and he also wanted to get in touch with these 3 daring guys more. Okay, then I go back and apply for a short-term bounty exemption for you. Other colleagues will see this exemption when they recognize you. After that, River paused and looked at Leal seriously. 3 of you, I know your abilities, I'm not a fool, I know you may have other ideas. But I hope you can take this matter seriously, they are different from you. The business of the Tiger Claw gang is bloody and brutal. Only the most disgusting people would turn their targets to those who have no power to resist. Slaughter them like livestock. And then make them into mutuo and sell them. Jotaro is a monster without conscience. Leal smiled and pulled out the separation chip from his neck. That's why I said. You found the right person. We are professionals in this field. Chapter 220 Wakako, I'm going to die. Ha ha. Desert Cook walked out of the restaurant. He laughed so hard and kept patting Jack's shoulder, making Jack face dark. What a crappy name. Let me catch who came up with this name. Go eat him alive. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Stop laughing. We are now on the territory of the Tiger Claw gang. Don't let another company agent show up. The 3 of them took the subway to Twisting Street, laughing and joking. This is where the black mutuo dealer named Lenny hangs out. Regarding Jotaro. Although Leal vaguely remembered that the base of this pervert was in a nightclub called Phoenix, the name alone did not mean much. First of all, this is an underground nightclub. Even if you want to find it online, you must have the corresponding channels first. Secondly, although the Night City in the game is very powerful, no game can truly restore a super metropolis with a population of nearly 10 million. The address in the game may not be the real address, and Leal cannot remember it so detailed and accurate. So having a name is indeed a big advantage. But without a clue to connect. A name is just a name. Nyonyo Street is the territory of the Tiger Claw gang. But unlike other Tiger Claw gang territories, this is essentially the territory of the middleman and Gezi. The last time Liar came to the municipal center, he had a conflict with the Japanese street queen. Of course, strictly speaking, the matter was resolved well in the end. And there was no hatred between them. Optical camouflage is really a difficult thing to deal with. So Liar is planning to buy a full-featured military goggles next time he purchases. Okay. What do you have in this box? V put away his smile and looked at Leal new equipment. Not to mention the hacker coat on the outside, the special synthetic leather uniformly equipped by network surveillance, has a certain bulletproof effect, and the key is that it has a special fitting part with a heat dissipation fin, which can slightly enhance the heat dissipation of the brain without showing the prosthesis. At the same time, This special size can well cover the inner ring of the exoskeleton worn by Leo. The two mechanical arms each hold a box, and are placed on the sides of Leo's legs. Because of the little octopus, he does not need to deliberately control the mechanical arms and coordinate the movements. In fact, these two arms are much more coordinated than Leo's own limbs. Lil patted the box. Spare ammunition, temporary modification tools, grenades, medicine, small power supplies, all the support equipment you can think of are in it. After saying that, Lil glanced at Jack. There are also food, the high-energy cookies I stole from the Night Ghost last time. Originally, it was a good thing, but when he thought of his nickname, Jack's face darkened. I will never eat in that situation again. Why not? Lil looked strange. Eating can slightly increase the power of the violent component. Anyway, I won't eat it in front of others. As they talked, the three of them walked into Ñoño Street seriously. There was a huge statue in this place. The statue depicted a monk. It might be a monk, although the monk features could only be seen from the monk robes on his lower body. This monk had 4 arms, 2 of which were crossed in front of his abdomen, and the other 2 were held horizontally to hold some kind of sphere. The cyber transformation patterns on his body were clearly visible, and his head was wearing some kind of layered mask. On the sidewalks, there are cyber cherry blossoms, a kind of holographic cherry blossom tree constructed with holographic projection lights. You can even see the falling cherry blossom petals of its structure. Because of this, the market in Twisting Street is called the Sakura Market, even though the cherry blossoms here are just fake. On the streets covered with virtual cherry blossoms, there is a characteristic industry that can be seen everywhere in Japanese streets: the flesh trade. Low-level sex dolls can be seen everywhere, male and female, and other rare genders. These sex dolls use the worst behavior chips, which cannot guarantee confidentiality or user experience, but there is one advantage: cheap. I can keep you hard for hours. Hey, want to find a partner to spend the night with? The obscene and explicit voice floated in Leo's ears. The sex dolls looked at Leo with interest. Or to be more precise, at V and Jack. Behind them, you can see some special prostheses that only sex dolls can wear, such as various sizes of throwing stones and big steel cannons. In the store, you can see many people taking pictures and choosing. In addition, there are more formal sex doll service stores, playing sexy videos shot by their own top stars in the holographic projection cabinet, and some stores even let people pose in the cabinet directly, making a product with due diligence. Pedestrians drooled as they looked at the merchandise in the cabinets, and then walked into the casino next door. In a sense, it really seemed to be in good order. Above Twisting Street was the huge H8 super skyscraper, and the entire skyscraper was painted in pink and green, which was also the favorite color of the Tiger Claw gang, demonstrating their dominance over Japan Street. However, compared to the surrounding buildings, the paint seemed a bit old and rusty. In an inconspicuous electronic casino below the building was the office of the Queen of Japan Street, middleman Wakako Okada. An inconspicuous small electronic casino under a skyscraper was the first stop for the 3 people. Okada Wakako office. Since we were going to do business on someone else's territory, we couldn't really not say hello, right? This was a fairly small electronic casino. 2 rows of electronic gambling machines were placed against the wall, leaving just enough space for a path. These gamblers sat in front of the machines as if they were at work. Before Leo even entered the door, he heard 2 old men talking. Why do you always dress so fashionably when you gamble? This way my wife will think I'm just working. She hasn't noticed anything unusual for 6 months. Awesome. This is Twisted Street, Ninth City top red light district. A one-stop shop for prostitution, gambling and drugs. If you win money from gambling, go to the club to spend it. If it's not good enough, go to the pharmacy to buy something good. After you're done, continue gambling. If you don't have money, take out a loan. The purpose of being a person here is to play, and then generate money, which goes into the pockets of the Tiger Claw gang and the middlemen. As for what will happen to them, no one cared, and they themselves didn't care. The 3 of them walked through the corridor. The girl at the bar and the burly man at the door of the office looked visibly stunned. Then, their artificial eyes flashed blue light. As if they had received Wakako's signal, they all lowered their heads, with no intention of stopping the 3 of them. Leo walked into the office alone, and V and Jack stood guard outside. This was a room with simple and exquisite Japanese-style decoration: wooden screens, incense, ebony, porcelain, teapots, leather quilts on the sofa. It seemed that Wakako herself lived here. The Queen of Japan Street. Wakako smiled at Lil. Welcome. Burger King. Are you here looking for commissions? There may not be any suitable work for you recently. It doesn't matter. We found the work ourselves. Someone from the Tiger Claw gang arrested people directly on the street. I can't stand it. Wakako smiled. Don't joke. Burger King. We know you are working for NYPD now. Lil nodded, but I really can't stand it. I can also make some money. What wrong with it? Wakako still kept smiling. You may not like it, but many people have jobs to make a living because of the existence of the Tiger Claw gang. I'm not targeting the Tiger Claw gang. The guy who grabbed the child on the street crossed the line. Lil pulled a chair over and sat in front of Wakako. Look, no matter what, I will take care of this matter. I respect you very much. So I am here now. That guy is very dangerous and perverted. I dare to conclude that he just uses the gang as a tool to abuse him. If he continues to act recklessly like this, the NYPD will be irritated one day, the Mox gang will be irritated, and maybe Valentino, and then someone from the 6th Street gang will definitely ask me to work for them. What do you think? Wakako restrained her smile. This sounds like a threat. Lil shook his head. I'm a mercenary. If you think it a threat, it means my force is valuable to you. So this is more like an advertisement. Finally, after all this, don't you think I'm helping you by helping you kill that pervert? The middleman and the local gang have a very delicate relationship. But they are not of the same mind. Balance is the best state. All parties will have more conflicts because of this balance. And there is more room for handling. You are really good at talking. I am convinced by you. There is indeed such a scum in the Tiger Claw gang. But I don't know who did it. You have to check it yourself. I'm glad we have reached a consensus. Do you know a black chow mein dealer named Lenny? I know. The underpass of Nyonyo Street is right next to it. Thanks. I give you a 5% discount next time I get a big job. Lil stood up and left. Wakako suddenly said, Burger King, you said you were a mercenary, but people in the circle don't think so, not completely. Lil paused, thought for a while and said, Wakako, I'm going to die. Maybe I can live for a few months. As long as I can make money and find a way to survive, I can do anything. Wakako was stunned for a moment, looking at the back of the person leaving and fell into deep thought. Her artificial eye flickered, and she sent a message to her people. Burger King said he was going to die. Send someone to Haywood to confirm. Chapter 221 The Sneaky Deliveryman. Lenny place for selling Super Dream films is in the underground passage of Twisting Street, which is indeed less than 500 meters away from Wakako office. This guy is wearing a black coat, with orange lining, wearing a pair of black sunglasses, leaning against the wall. When the three saw him, a guy in a high-end suit asked him something sneakily. Hey, are there any new goods? I want the exciting ones. Yeah, of course. The man in the suit was looking around while talking, like a cheating husband, wanting to have fun, but afraid of being seen. The three of them approached step by step. V frowned at the man in the suit. Why do you think these men in suits always appear in this underground black dream store? These middle and lower level clerks are like this. They can't get into the circle of unscrupulous play, and they are afraid that playing with something will destroy their family and career. But they really want to feel that feeling, so they just watch some movies. The man in the suit blushed when he heard this. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? I just watched some movies. I didn't really commit any crime. V snatched the movie from the man in the suit, and said with a smile, that enough? The movie is also acted by people. You don't think those who film Black Super Dream are voluntary? Let me see what you bought. Torture Collection Episode 11. Oh my god, you are such a beast. Give it back to me. It is illegal to steal things at will. Lear said, okay, we are here to do business. The man in the suit thought Lear was asking for help, but the next second, Jack slapped him, and his head lost consciousness instantly. Looking at this scene, Lenny also realized that the visitor was not friendly, and leaned against the wall. You three, I am a movie seller, and the things in the movie have nothing to do with me. Lear artificial eye turned on the scanner, and the cellular cyber modulator was aimed at Lenny's signal frequency band, and the hacking was completed instantly. The Mutuo dealer froze in place. Leo patted his face. You still have a lot of prosthetics installed, but now I ask you a question. Where did you import the movie from? Them, brother, you don't know who you've offended, do yourself a favor. Leo winked at Jack. Young man, you're a movie seller, you may not know what I do. I don't blame you for this. I give you a big one to try, you may recognize this one. Jack took the Widowmaker off his back, under Leo's instruction, in Lenny horrified eyes. The barrel of the gun was stuffed into Lenny's mouth. His jaw was original, and was dislocated by the huge muzzle. During the whole process, Lenny felt that the big man was like a machine, and the strength in his hands was comparable to that of a hydraulic press, without any pause, and the speed was always consistent. Caca. Cough. Lenny wailed, and tears mixed with artificial eye maintenance fluid flowed out of his eye sockets. The barrel stopped extending, but was still stuck in Lenny's mouth. Just send a message, give you 10 seconds, send me the purchase channel. In fact, it took less than a second. Lenny started typing, Lenny, Tiger Claw Gang, Scavenger Gang, Uzumaki Gang. Which one do you want to know? I said. Tiger Claw Gang. Never mind. Tell me all of them. Lenny, the goods of Tiger Claw Gang are purchased from a man named Jotaro Masahiro. He will put the goods at the delivery point in Kabuki District. I will go to get them. Lenny, the name of Uzumaki Gang is Gottfried. Scavenger Gang. I will make a list for you. Okay. I will make a list now. And send a message to the people of Tiger Claw Gang. And ask them to transfer the goods to you now. The slot behind Lenny had flashed. And then a separation chip popped out. Lear took the chip and confirmed the contents. Lenny, as a distributor, did have many channels for purchasing goods. However, he and those suppliers were very cautious. At most, they would reveal their names. And they did not deliver goods face to face. Under Lear instructions, Jack pulled out the barrel of the gun, and then wiped it on Lenny's coat. After the barrel was pulled out, Lenny knelt on the ground, vomiting unknown liquid continuously, and his dislocated jaw swung back and forth. We are trustworthy. We will let you go this time. Really let him go. V looked at the guy with disgust. What that saying? There is no killing without buying and selling. I think this guy will have to pay for the victims. Leal did not answer V's question, but called River. There is a guy who illegally sells black mutuo. Lenny Nero, he is a veteran. I will send you the evidence. How much reward can he get? River on the other side quickly read through Lenny resume. This is a bastard. According to our regulations, the Bureau will offer him a reward of 900 euros. I have tried my best to get it. Okay. Leal hung up the phone and looked at Lenny, who was struggling to get up. Wait a minute. We let you go last time. But not this time. NCPD has offered you a reward. V understood and loaded his gun. Lenny had just stood up. His chin was still shaking. When he heard Leal's words, his face fell into despair. He ran away without caring about the pain on his face. I'm just doing business. I have money I can give. Leal shook his head. We are just doing business. Bang. Lenny fell in a pool of blood. V put away the gun, nodded with satisfaction. Keep the reward money yourself. Sister is very satisfied. Then what to do? His pickup point is in Kabuki District. Let go and stake out, by the way. Leal looked at the time. By the way. Have something to eat. I want this. Leal pointed to the access warehouse in the store. Kabuki District is a core part of Watson District. It used to be the core part. Originally, this was the territory of a Japanese medical company. And the entire area was also prosperous because of the pharmaceutical business. Until Arasaka moved in and ruined these companies. Now this place is one of the poorest in Night City. And it is densely populated. This area is basically the front line of the conflict between the Tiger Claw Gang and the Whirlpool Gang. Both gangs are active here. But neither has declared complete control. Which has led to the prosperity of the Mox Gang here. The mixed environment provides conditions for the development of the black market. This is the largest black market distribution center in Night City. When night falls, the three of them finish their meal, and were looking for new access warehouse components in the cyber component store. The eyes twitched. You are waiting for me here? Alas, I can't help it. I still need to look for clues in cyberspace when I go back. It all for the commission. Good brother. This is all the money you have to spend. Call me sister. Isn't this just my need? Call me. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Liar said righteously. At most I can call you sister? Please. It installed. V rolled his eyes, but couldn't help laughing. Which one is the most expensive one? The clerk's eyes were covered by goggles. And he was speechless. This young man really knows how to play. The best one is much more expensive than the one he pointed out. Raven Microcontroller 3, with fixed access warehouse chip and personal access warehouse adapter, matching, a total of 80,000. Leal was surprised. It is said that AI hunters like to use the most? An expert. Yes. That the kind? Just this one. After selling it, You have to find another source. He glanced at Lear. So now you owe me another 80,000. I know. I know. Lear urged V to pay quickly. And at this moment, he received a message from Jack. Communicator, Jack. Jack, Lear. Someone came to the receiving point. It looks a bit strange. Lil, how strange. Jack, looks sneaky. And very panicked. A bit strange. If he is a gang sent to deliver goods. It shouldn't be like this. He should be a veteran. Jack, picture. Lil, it really a bit strange. Keep an eye on him. Is there a Tiger Claw gang nearby? Jack, yes. They walked over. Lil, protect that kid. Jack, okay. Chapter 222, Kabuki Market Chaos Ivan 4X, It over. It over, I believe that note, Anna Hamill. Ivan 4X. She said that as long as I tell her about the Kabuki District Market, she will guarantee my safety. Ivan 4X, fuck. Martha 4X, Ivan why? Ivan 4X, I told him everything, and now the NCPD won't protect me. Ivan 4X, they said they're no budget, she's sorry. Ivan 4X, because of the fucking NCPD, the Tiger Claws will definitely kill me. Martha 4X, you are such a naive idiot. Martha Frakes, go to the dock in Shinbrin District. Ivan Frakes, do you want to help me? Martha Frakes, stop wasting time, go, stupid. Ivan Frakes, thank you. Thank you. Ivan looked around and put a small box of Mutuo into the pickup point. This is a storage device. The two parties to the transaction agreed on the password and delivery time. The delivery was completed without contact. Damn it, the cops are all idiots, and I'm a bigger idiot. After putting the things in, Ivan cursed inwardly. Ivan Frakes, Martha, I put the last box of goods at the pickup point, and I let Lenny transfer the money to you when the time comes. Martha Frakes, I told you to leave. I don't want your filthy money. Ivan murmured, you don't understand this in Night City. You're nothing without money. After he said that, he turned around, and suddenly his face turned pale, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He saw a member of the Tiger Claw gang lying on the railing on the overpass, with a pistol in his hand, looking at him with a half-smile. His feet went weak, and he almost fell to the ground while holding onto the wall. He looked at other escape routes in panic, and they were all members of the Tiger Claw gang, some carrying samurai swords, some holding pistols, and some taking drugs while walking. The streets were crowded, and the sun shone on his face like needles. The air was hot and stuffy, and sweat slid down his cheeks. Ivan's mind was empty. Ivan-san. When Ivan came to his senses, a member of the Tiger Claw gang hugged him. This Tiger Claw gang member has long purple hair on one side, and wears a devil mask on his face. You did something wrong. You must bear the consequences. Mr. Honran, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. No. 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 The Tiger Claw gang member called Honran shook his head. This is no longer your problem. Get in the car. I really know I was wrong, Mr. Honran. With a scream, the mantis knife on Honran's arm suddenly popped out, cutting off the kid calf in one go. Blood spurted several meters away, and the pedestrians around were terrified and hurriedly ran away. It can be imagined that this will become another topic of gossip on the Night City Network tomorrow. Give him a shot to stop the bleeding. The boss wants to make a bigger scene, so he has to take his family with him. Several younger brothers quickly came up and took turns injecting the kid with syringes. They also took out some kind of junk prosthesis from the car to block the incision and threw it into the trunk. It seems that this man called Honran has already thought about how to arrange an impressive exit for Ivan and his family. Okay. Drive. He has a sister who works at the dock. I know that. Bang. The car shook violently. Honran looked at the driver with a serious face. What the hell are you doing? You can't even drive a car? The driver looked puzzled and stepped on the accelerator. Boom. The engine roared, and the car body trembled. But it didn't move at all. What the hell? Honran cursed inwardly. Get out of the car and take a look. Fuck. Before he could finish his words, Honran suddenly felt the car flip over. People in the Kabuki district saw a horrifying scene. A strong man lowered his legs and exerted force suddenly and directly overturned the Tiger Claw gang sports car. Bang! The car turned over and fell hard on the ground. Jack looked at his hands. Lizard Fury Type 2 was running for the first time, and he felt much better than last time. Power surged through every inch of his body, and the microscopic biological control components allowed these drugs to be injected into every muscle equally, but blocked this change near the neck muscles, and had no effect on the brain at all. Jack pulled open the trunk of Mizutani Hayabusa. This was some kind of telescopic shell. Jack grabbed the trunk shell and pulled it off with all his strength. He kneaded the entire shell in his hands like mud. Ivan in the trunk fell down. Jack didn't pay attention to the boy first. He saw the driver barely open the door and was climbing out. So he squeezed the scrap metal in his hand and squeezed it into a stick. He threw it out like a javelin. Bang! Ah! A heart-wrenching sound rang out. The scrap metal pierced through the Tiger Claw Gang shoulder and nailed him to the car body. Hongren, who was sitting in the passenger seat, broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this scene, started to see on Weston on the spot, and ran away like a puff of smoke. Bang! Jack pulled another door off the car, and this thing flew out and smashed a big hole on the ground, scaring Hongren so much that his feet shook. Fuck, monster! Come here! Fire this way. The terrain of the Kabuki District Black Market is closer to a roundabout. Just now, in order to block Ivan, the cars that followed Hiroto gathered at other intersections. They were just wondering why the boss didn't walk in front to lead the way. This shout startled them. The street was instantly occupied by the roar of engines. Pedestrians had already hidden far away when they saw the Tiger Claw Gang cars. This sound scared them directly. The whole market fell into chaos. On the street, cars and motorcycles immediately surrounded Jack. Tiger Claws raised their guns one after another. Jack took a deep breath and turned the car sideways. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the car with a crisp sound. Jack took out the Widowmaker. The car blocked one side, but there is another side. This has poked the nest of the cat-scratching gang. Bang! Sometimes, a bullet from a fine weapon can be equivalent to several magazines of ordinary guns. The bullet of the Widowmaker was accelerated and went straight through the body of a sports car, scaring the passengers in the car to death. What an exaggerated weapon. But Jack cursed in disbelief. Did you miss? Just when Jack was ready to be shot, a figure suddenly appeared. The strong jumping power brought by the strengthened tendons burst out. V flew through the air like an eagle, and his arms spread out their mantis blades, and fell down. Bang! As V smashed the roof of the car, the heads of the two Tiger Claws, who had just walked out of the car, fell to the ground. Well done, V! But he just looked cool on the stage, and he still had to dodge the bullets he should dodge. V rolled over and hid behind the car. He looked up and saw several hard-to-see red figures approaching at high speed. There was a rumor that Arasaka Corporation would provide advanced equipment to the Tiger Claw Gang. Obviously, this rumor was not groundless. I really missed the days when I could use Sion Weston. Lil walked out of the hacker shop and felt the Crow microcontroller Type 3 that had just been replaced. The improvement brought by this thing was not a little bit. Crow microcontroller not only significantly improved the computing power, but its unique chip architecture also significantly reduced the computing power consumed when uploading puppets. And the speed was improved. At this moment, Lil has locked onto the Tiger Claw Gang ninjas jumping around on the street. Puppet upload completed. Hindering action, all the ninjas who were extremely fast just now staggered, and the fastest one fell directly in front of V. About this mantis knife, you better not brag. The mantis knife swung down suddenly, and the ninja on the ground raised the knife to defend. Clang! The knife bounced off and stuck in the car beside. The mantis knife not only cut off the knife of the Tiger Claw Gang elite, but also opened her subcutaneous armor like cutting butter, cutting this guy into 4 pieces. The smoothness made V doubt whether he was dreaming. Leo's voice sounded slowly. I said I wasn't bragging. After that, he turned to the clerk in the hacker equipment store and said, help me modify the camera, it's a free service. The clerk looked at the scene outside the door, with the bubble gum on his mouth that broke when he blew bubbles. Okay. Chapter 223. Can NYPD do it? Hurry up. All of you. Come on. Hongren hid behind the car and took a breath. He waved his hand and called on his brothers to rush forward. Those with prosthetics should use them. And those with guns should use them. Caw! With a loud bang, something hit the person, and the bones and prosthetics made a sound of being crushed. Hongren looked up and found that it was a brother who was hit by the car door. He turned around and looked up, and saw Jack pulling 2 more car doors from somewhere, using them as bulletproof shields and running towards this side, like a bulldozer. The big guy from the Tiger Claw Gang looked like a sumo wrestler. He clapped his hands with a solemn expression, and waved his hands. Bang! Jack bulldozer hit him hard. And the Tiger Claw Gang stopped firing at once. The sumo wrestler was pushed by the huge force. and the road under his feet cracked inch by inch. His strong legs began to tremble, and lightning burst out. Crack. Finally, he stood firm. The sumo wrestler face flushed, and he was about to fight back. But Jack punched through the door with a punch, and knocked his chin off. The bionic chin flew in front of the tiger claws, who were about to charge. And they suddenly didn't know what to do. Damn it. Retreat. Hongren saw that the situation was not good, and planned to run away. But he found that the sports car behind him suddenly started up, and the engine began to roar. His feet froze, as if he was welded to the spot by a piece of iron. And he could only watch the car hit him and fly. Bang. Although because the enemy hacker uploaded a puppet that hindered movement. His prosthesis was not flexible, and could not move normally. But when flying in the air, Sion Weston still greatly improved his reaction rate. Flying high, seeing everything, now he can see the whole battlefield clearly. Jack, the bull, is rushing towards him, and his brothers have begun to throw away their armor and weapons, preparing to run away. Far away, a woman swung a mantis knife at her female ninja, and the female ninja swung her knife to block it. But behind her, the ground was full of broken knives and dead female ninjas. Then Hongren, who was flying in the air, happened to turn around and saw a hacker with data in his eyes on the small building in the middle of the market. It was obvious that he was commanding the battlefield. The hacker looked at the battlefield, holding a classic submachine gun in his hand, and the bullet shot at him in a row. This is the end. Bang! The flow of time returned to normal, and a group of electromagnetic pulses exploded in the air. Hongren fell to the ground, bloody, but still gasping for breath. The broken sword flew, and another female ninja was killed. The remaining tiger claws ran for their lives, and soon mixed with ordinary people. Lil changed a magazine, putting Long back into the box, and walked towards the street. Okay, call it a day. And then summarized the clues and evidence chain. Ivan had a dream. He dreamed that he was tied to a cross, and a man in a white suit was standing under pink and purple lights, fiddling with the operating table. Alas, Ivan, I treated you well and paid you a salary. Why did you betray me? No, Mr. Jotaro, I didn't mean to do it. What do you mean by not mean to do it? Accidentally? The man in the suit walked up to him and smiled evilly, seemingly fiddling with something on the cross. I was really wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. I will never. Look at this. The man in the suit finally fixed the thing, took a step back, and pointed above him. He raised his head tremblingly. And bang! His sister head suddenly fell off, hanging in front of him. Her hollow eyes stared at him. Her tongue was pulled out, and her mouth kept moving. Ah! Snap! Jack slapped the kid lightly, interrupting the spell, and then said to Lil, "Wake up!" Ivan's eyes were dull, and he looked at everything around him tremblingly. It looked like a street in the Kabuki district, with graffiti all over the walls, and an indescribable stench in the air. Dirty and smelly. But at least it wasn't that bloody. Lil sat in front of Ivan. Boy, Lenny is looking for you to get the goods? What your name? I don't know anything. Ivan shook his head like a rattle. Lil winked at Jack. Then Jack turned around with the boy in his hand. Yes, they are still in the market in the Kabuki district, on the rooftop next to the market. You can see the whole picture of the market from here. NCPD blocked the street, confirming the identities of the dead. All of them are from the Tiger Claw gang. When the NCPD finds out that all the dead here are gang members, they will call it a day and throw all the bodies to various outsourced body disposal departments. As for the work status, they don't feel difficult at all because of so many deaths. At most, they are troubled by the complaints from citizens caused by the street blockade. Because in Night City, the death of gang members and people with criminal records is not counted on the death list. For battles like this that precisely strike gang members without collateral damage, they wish the gangs would fight like this every day, and it would be best if they beat the dog's brains out. Ivan stared at the scene blankly. Are all the tiger claws dead? Jack picked him up and turned him around. Lil said, yes, we did it. I am investigating someone kidnapping people from the street, and then I found you. Are you NCPD? No. Lil shook his head. Can NCPD do this? No. Ivan was still a little dazed. The nightmare just now, and the reality made him a little confused. But Nightmare Ivan's eyes quickly regained focus, and he suddenly reacted, brothers, please save my sister. The Tiger Claw gang will not let us go. I will give you whatever you want. I still have 5,000 yuan in savings. I have a stall in the Kabuki district. And there are more. Ivan racked his brains, but couldn't think of anything else he had. Lil just waved his hand. What does your sister do? Is it related to what's going on here? No. She works at the dock. She is a regular company employee. Please help me. It all my fault. It all my fault. Stop nagging. We are working now. We don't have time for this kind of work. Lil's words almost made Ivan faint, but he quickly added, but I can introduce you to a mercenary team. They may not have work to do. It depends on your performance. Ivan, who was being dragged along the whole time, nodded frantically without thinking, promised to cooperate. Lil stood up and began to send messages to the mercenary team. On the other side, Santo Domingo, David, wearing electrician goggles, was trying to find the faulty cable among a bunch of wires, and then repaired it. He pulled the cables together with his hands and welded them, and said in the channel, turn on the power. Squeak. The arc jumped, and the apartment building was powered on again. Communicator, Lucy. Lucy, the data is normal, the property management has transferred the money, 200 euros per person. Not bad, since experiencing many exciting scenes, David has begun to get on the right track. His head was full of what Lil had said, and how he could easily create exaggerated weapons on the battlefield, and all kinds of thoughts that convinced him. So, his current route is to take on some legal technical commissions during the day, and to do some dirty work at night. However, dirty work doesn't happen every day, so today, he was also doing electrician work at night. David, I feel like I'm getting better and better. Lucy, oh, what wrong with your brain? You said you wanted to do hard work before. David, there's no harm in learning some skills. Without good skills, you can't use good equipment. Without good equipment, you be in trouble if you do hard work. Lucy, if you really think so, you wouldn't have dropped out of Arasaka Academy. David, the past is the past. And the present is the present. David jumped out of the maintenance pipe. Just then, a TV on the roadside was broadcasting a news report. Just now, there was a fierce gunfight in the Kabuki district. The scene captured on TV made David unable to help but stop and watch. This is more than intense. Several cars have overturned, they are full of bullet holes, and the road is full of potholes, as if they were hit by some construction machinery. David, who has an idea, clicks his tongue. How awesome must the prosthesis be to make such a noise? Cinder, Burger King. Burger King, David, I have a job for you. Chapter 224 Saving Martha. In the colorful room, the TV played the images seen by the artificial eye. Fighting, gunfight, one-sided slaughter. A bunch of tiger claws sat together, watching the content on TV in silence. It was not their time to speak yet. The man who should speak was stroking his hair behind him, walking back and forth. This guy was wearing a white suit, and he looked righteous, but the purple and pink lights in this place made him look a little evil. Then a younger brother walked in. Boss, NCPD has found out that it is a man called Desert Cook. What is that? Jotaro was stunned for a moment. Can you say it again? Desert. Desert Cook. Do you have anything else? This. There is a rumor that they are the ones who caused trouble in the company square before. Rumor. Damn it. Why is he messing with me? I have nothing to do with the high-tech stuff in the company. This is not a restaurant. Is it? Jotaro was almost scratching his head. He couldn't figure out why these perverts were targeting him. But the key was what to do now. Hiroto was a good guy under him. He was quite capable, and was also good at leading a team. The people he led out were all good, but what was the result? They dealt with him in just 2 encounters. His heart was bleeding. After thinking about it, he looked at his account balance, made up his mind, and called the equipment buyer. Do you have any good stuff? Send me some. The better the better. Your knives are really rubbish. And there are fragments all over the ground. It's expensive. Don't you watch the news? That guy is making trouble in the company square. Don't you care? Strategy? What the matter? Hurry up and send the goods over. After hanging up the phone, Jotaro said to his younger brother, go contact the evil source. Tell him there is a big job. Go now. Boss, I'm afraid the guy can't be called. So he recognizes Saito. Saito is a piece of shit. Boss has been annoyed with him for a long time. I remember that Ahara has a girlfriend who is also in the gang. Just tell Saito directly that he will get out of here unless those 2 idiots who snitched are killed. Ahara girlfriend is also preparing to make a movie. Okay, boss. Just when I was about to go out, Jotaro suddenly said, Ueno-san. I remember that there was an old guy who was looking for trouble with us recently. It seems he is still a soldier. Yes, his name is? What his name? I don't care. Tell him to help us kill the informer and this cook, and we give him his daughter or son. Daughter? Yes, tell him to help us, and we give him his daughter back. Ueno hesitated. But boss, his daughter has long been taken by you. Zheng! A flying knife brushed Ueno's cheek, and was nailed to the wall behind him. Jotaro lowered his voice. This is not a matter of daughter or daughter. It revenge. You understand. Whether it's the soldier or the cook. I want them to understand that there is no good end to going against the tiger claws. You idiot! Ueno was terrified. Hey! Hurry up! This is not Japan. Don't be so happy all day. Hey! Burger King Commission, save Martha. There is a woman named Martha Flex in Meikwan District. She has a reckless brother, who first helped the tiger claws sell black mutuo. And then the NCPD came to her. I persuaded him with emotion and reason, and promised to save his life by telling him what he had told me. He softened his heart, and helped to tell him about the deal of the Tiger Claw gang. Then the police turned their backs on him, saying that the budget was insufficient, and asked him to find a way out on his own. Now the Tiger Claw gang is looking for him, and his sister all over the street. He counted all his assets, and begged me to save his sister. Martha is waiting for him at the dock in Meikwan District. Bring Martha here. By the way, my car should have been modified. Please help me drive it here. Don't worry about scratching the car. If the tiger claws don't have eyes, you know what to do. Legendary Mackinac. This Mackinac that has been with Burger King through thick and thin is right in front of David. It has become a real urban tank. Stronger chassis, stronger power, thicker armor, more reliable tires, and the same hard red body under the black composite armor. David asked while driving, Are Man and the others coming? Lucy sat in the passenger seat. They said to go directly over there, and they won't be able to meet. Well, this is my first time driving this kind of car. How much do you think this car is worth? I don't know. Lucy was in a complicated mood. The car should be more expensive than the cheapest moon ticket. The old captain patted the car door, recalling the two people thoughts. Fill up the fuel, and you can set off. Please say hello to Burger King for me. Okay. David nodded, stepped on the accelerator. Mackinac was like a giant beast out of the cage. The heavy roar resounded through the streets, leaving behind the poor Santo Domingo, and heading straight for the Schönbrunn area. The streets became wider and flatter. The cars on the road became more expensive. The skyscrapers blocked the moonlight, and artificial lights shone on the streets instead. David used to sigh when he passed the street, sighing that the assets owned by the company were so daunting, sighing at the clean and tidy streets, and the huge skyscrapers that challenged the limits of physics. But this time he didn't. He didn't invest any unnecessary emotions in those glittering advertisements, buildings and buildings, and focused on his goal. Because this time he knew that he was no longer the poor student who was frustrated at Arasaka Academy, but a destroyer. A destroyer who destroys the peace of the rich area. Boom. The engine behind him started. Man then finally caught up. The big brother opened the window, and gave David a thumbs up with his new arms. The bionic hands looked much more normal, and there were no extra functions. David smiled, and shouted in the wind, You listened to the big brother. What do you mean I listened? I am extremely confident in my fighting skills. Understand? It's not easy to save someone from the tiger claws. Are you sure you can do this job? We're just sending someone there. Man's mental state is much better than before. David can still see Rebecca stepping on his brother's head in the back seat to greet him. But now is not the time to greet him. On the passenger seat, Lucy Prosthetic, I scan the street ahead. There are several Tiger Claws cars parked in front, which is a bit rare. This is not an area where gangs are active. Then hit them first. Wait a minute, I see the target. Lucy Prosthetic, I scan the person who matched the database record, Martha Frakes. Then we have to hit her first. Lucy looked at David helplessly and nervously. This guy smiled like an evil traffic offender. Is it really that fun to drive this car? Let me go! Let me go! Snap! The tiger claws punched Martha, hitting her in the stomach hard. Stop talking nonsense, or I chop you up right here. Martha curled up on the ground in pain. Another member of the tiger claws grabbed her hair and dragged her to the car. This girl is quite tough. She won't be tough anymore when she's in the hands of the boss. When they got in front of the car, the exaggerated roar of the engine came from the street. At first, the sound came from far away, mixed in the traffic and advertisements, not so obvious, they didn't pay attention. Until the sound got closer and closer, finally, they looked up, wanted to see what car was so arrogant, even more arrogant than their tiger claws. Bang! Mackinac rolled over from the roadside like a giant beast, smashed the sports cars and motorcycles into a ball like a sweeper, all scrapped. The sound of mechanical friction, the roar of the engine, and screams mixed together, metal, flesh and blood squeezed together under the huge force. The two tiger claws holding Martha almost got into the car, watching their car being crushed into scrap metal. Then a van followed closely behind, all kinds of long guns and short guns stretched out from the windows, and fired a burst of shots. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. This set of operations was so fast that there was no time for the people in the car to fight back. After a round of magazines was fired, the rain of bullets stopped briefly, and Rebecca threw 2 grenades to finish off the attack. Boom! Where had Martha ever seen such a scene? She lay on the ground with her head in her arms, until the warm liquid splashed on her body. And then she was pulled up. She was pulled up by David. She opened her eyes, and saw that the 2 tiger claws, who were holding her had been beaten to death, and fell in a pool of blood. David killed him. Can you still walk? I'm here to save you, your brother Commission. My brother? That idiot? Yes, we go pick him up now, and then do you have anywhere to go? Martha shook her head blankly. In Night City, if you're targeted by gangs, is there any safe place? This is indeed a problem. Theoretically, in Night City, for ordinary people like them, whether it a company or a gang, they can't afford to offend. Many thoughts flashed through David's mind. But now was not the time to express his feelings. Let's get in the car first. We have somewhere to go. Okay, the car started. And man suddenly said, this job looks easy. These tiger claws don't seem that powerful. Well, man, your bad mouth worked. Chiwei said dissatisfiedly in the car. The 2 hackers with good artificial eyes saw what was going on. Several tiger claw motorcycles with flags flying out of the street. David grinned, as if he wanted to use a smile to cover up his inner tension. But he couldn't stop sweating on his forehead. Check your weapons. In the communication channel. Rebecca said, really? Are you sure you want to do this in the Shinbun district? Have you seen the video of the Burger King brother killing the 6th Street gang in Santo Domingo? I have. Man answered. Is it the Legend of Mackinac episode 1? Yes. David grinned even more. I was there at the scene. I am very familiar with this. How can you call this familiar? Rebecca shouted in dissatisfaction, but was soon drowned out by her brother's excited voice. Woohoo! Defeating the Tiger Claw Gang. Chapter 225 Guns and Knives. The Tiger Claws motorcade, a total of 6 motorcycles, 10 people, moved at high speed towards the Mequon district. On the car, a man wearing a red devil mask had a gloomy face. He didn't want to work for Jotaro at all. Saito-san, Jotaro is a coward. It is shame for us to work for him. Awkward. The man called Saito wore a green devil mask, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. This may be our chance to understand Zen. How to understand? What Zen? There are many people who can fight, but few who can make money. We are good at fighting, but Jotaro is good at making money, so the gang told us to listen to him, and we may be going in the wrong direction. Bullshit. I am curious about your point of view, but now is not the time to discuss Zen. Get ready to act. The motorcycle they were sitting on suddenly accelerated, but Saito and Ahara let go of the motorcycle, holding a knife in one hand and a pistol in the other. The tip of the knife and the muzzle of the gun were both aimed at the speeding Mackinac. The motorcycle team behind them also quickly caught up, and the orderly Bay Street was suddenly disrupted by the roar of the engine. Boom! The first to be caught up was Man Minivan. 2 guys wearing devil masks came to both sides of the car in an instant. Rebecca stuck her shotgun on the car door, swearing, "Go to hell, bastard." Bang! Bullets were fired from all directions. The 2 guys wearing devil masks had perfect riding skills. They accelerated and avoided the aiming of the people in the car. Instead, the Tiger Claw gang motorcycles behind them took their place. Ha ha! The cars that followed behind were all 2-person motorcycles. The Tiger Claw gang members in the back seat held guns in both hands. The cars started to shoot at each other. Man felt something was wrong, and immediately shouted, "Keep your head down." Tat! 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 The bullets hit the car, and the sound was like a rainstorm. One bullet hit the inside of the car and ricocheted, hitting Dolio's shoulder. Man saw blood splattering from the corner of his eyes, and blood rushed to his head, and he suddenly turned the steering wheel. Bang! The tiger claws, who were so proud of themselves, didn't expect Man to be so stubborn, and dared to do this even when driving at high speed. He was hit by a car, lost control, and fell to the ground, hitting the car behind. The whole van shook violently, and one wheel was lifted up. But fortunately it didn't roll over. Didn't you tell me in advance that you were going to do this? Rebecca hurriedly climbed back to the window, aimed her gun at the motorcycle behind the car and cursed. But I killed one. Man also shouted. You have to have confidence in my driving skills. Too. As Rebecca and Pyrrha shouted loudly. They hit one. Another Tiger Claw gang motorcycle crashed into the roadside store. Good job. Before Man finished speaking, the two fastest motorcycles suddenly slowed down, and instantly became level with the car, and the samurai's swords were raised high, so fast that he couldn't see clearly. But Man, without the prosthetics, began to fight in the traditional way. He stared into the eyes of the two guys, and clearly saw where the two guys were focusing. One target was the steering wheel, and the other was Dolio. Man knew that Dolio would be difficult to dodge after being shot, and he couldn't free his hands. So a light bulb suddenly lit up in his head, and he just hit the steering wheel. Squeak crack. The sound of the tires slipping, and the sound of the machine being pierced overlapped. The one aiming at the steering wheel was Saito, and the one aiming at Dolio was Aohara. However, Saito, who was aiming at the steering wheel, found that Man was protecting the steering gear with one hand, so the blade stabbed in, which was a pair of cyber bionic prostheses. Saito and Aohara, who turned on the Sion Weston, suddenly noticed one thing. The car was tipping over, and very quickly. They looked closely, and found that Man had just turned the steering wheel sharply, and the car had long lost control. The car crashed towards Saito, and the knife of the evil source could not cut Dolio's neck. Saito also found that his knife was stuck in Man's hand. They did activate the Sion Weston, but it was just the ordinary Sion Weston that could speed up the reaction by 30%. In their perception, time may have slowed down by nearly 30%. But in this kind of high-speed battle, the speed of the car is far beyond the speed they can handle. Akura-san, it seems that we have encountered a tough guy this time. Bang! 30 seconds ago. On David's side, they saw the Tiger Claw gang approaching a long time ago, but Man van was too slow. In David's view, Saito and Akura stopped beside the van for a while, and then immediately accelerated to their side. But Makino armor was very strong, and the pistols in their hands could not penetrate the armor at all. Then David saw the van suddenly knocked a motorcycle away. So David also turned the steering wheel. However, Saito and Ahara slowed down almost at the same time. So David hit nothing. The two motorcyclists threw out the magazines at the same time, and then swung the samurai swords high, with the movements so fast that they were difficult to see with the naked eye, and swung them at the van. Then the van suddenly turned sideways, and started rolling. Bang! Saito's car was involved, and he immediately gave up the handle of the sword and tried to jump out. But he was still hit by the rolling van, and he lost control of the whole person, and flew high at the speed of rushing forward. David suddenly flashed a series of diagrams of physics problems in his mind. The Flying Tiger Claw gang would keep moving forward at high speed due to inertia, and if he immediately stepped on the brakes, but still kept moving forward, he might roll the guy under the wheels of the Mackinac. So he stepped on the brakes, controlled the Mackinac to slow down, and then he saw the evil source smashing down from the passenger window, and the car was slightly bumpy. Kala, the sound of something being crushed, was captured by David's newly replaced advanced hearing aid prosthesis. Mackinac braked quickly, then backed up, bumped again, and stopped next to the overturned van. Man? Dolio? Your side, damn. Rebecca's voice appeared on the communication channel. Man? You bastard. Could you have warned me before doing this? I'm glad you're okay. Lucy? Done. A series of data flashed in Lucy's eyes. This car electronic warfare equipment is very advanced, which helped a lot. On the street, several Tiger Claw motorcycles suddenly lost control and crashed headfirst into the roadside. One of the cars slowly stopped, but the people on the car were also very stiff. Stiff, but gradually became smoother. I'm going to save him. What the situation with that person? Lucy was extremely surprised. He is forcibly shutting down his prosthesis to get rid of the interference. Switch, I take care of him, you go save him, move quickly, or we be finished if the NCPD comes. David loaded his pistol, got out of the car, and walked towards the evil source. Error. The threshold of physical activity exceeds the limit of the prosthesis drive. Forced movement may damage the prosthesis. Shutting down the coordinator may greatly increase the body load. Reinforced Achilles tendon coordinator shut down. Bionic joint coordinator shut down. Muscle fiber coordinator shut down. Cyber modulator shut down. Warning, you are forcibly driving the cyber system with your native body. Red error frames pop up and disappear, one after another. The blocking feeling of the locked body slowly faded, replaced by the heavy feeling of the flesh, as if it was filled with mercury. But this is also the training that Akura usually does. He glanced at Saito, who was lying on the ground, broken into pieces, and twitching repeatedly. Saito, you are careless. The samurai sword was raised high, and Akura retracted his gaze and stared at David, who got out of the car. David raised his gun, and Akura raised his samurai sword. A person's eyes will reveal his intentions, and the direction of the gun will reveal the trajectory. David raised his gun and fired. Evil Yuan swung his sword with his right hand, slightly turned sideways, hid his other hand behind his back, and reached into his waist bag. Clang! The first bullet was aimed at the head of the Evil Yuan, and was deflected by the samurai's sword, with a crisp sound. The second bullet was deflected, the third bullet hit his side, and the fourth bullet grazed his left hand. He took out a flash bomb from his pocket. The flash bomb was thrown. Evil Yuan closed his eyes, and his head firmly remembered the distance between him and the enemy, the posture of both sides. David was blinded by the sudden flash bomb. The panic of losing his vision stimulated his brain. He took a step back, stomped heavily on the ground. It was this step miraculously calmed him down a little bit, or he was very insensitive to this kind of fear. The newly replaced auxiliary hearing sensor heard the voice of the evil source, from the front to the right front, clearly. It was a simple flash bomb, not a stun bomb, so it made a sound, but it was relatively small, and it did not completely paralyze David's auxiliary hearing sensor. Flash bombs at this distance. It is difficult for any artificial eye to avoid optical damage, even if the eyes are closed. The enemy should be like this, so this must be an attack plan before the flash bomb occurs, and he will not hide again. Such a thought flashed through his mind instantly, and he put the pistol to his chest, and shot in the direction of the sound. But he instinctively took a step back, and was tripped to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The magazine was empty, and David felt a sharp pain in the left side of his lower abdomen. In this instant of confrontation, David fired a total of 7 shots, and every shot hit the target, but 3 of them hit at a bad angle or even just scratched. 2 hit the arm, and 2 hit the torso, but they were also not shot deep enough, or got stuck in the prosthesis. Neither of them was fatal. The evil one only caused damage with 1 blow, but it cut a terrible gash on David's lower abdomen, and blood flowed out. Yes, the evil one even predicted that David might fall down, and there were too many enemies who fell to the ground after this move. This swing was aimed at the enemy's lower body. If the enemy did not fall, then the enemy legs would be cut off. This is also the reason why the flash bomb is not a stun bomb. He will make fine adjustments to the swing according to the sound made by the enemy. What he didn't expect was that David still determined his attack path, leaving a few more bloody bullet holes on his body. This was a very rare thing. The enemy quickly calmed down from blindness. These shots actually caused the evil original swing to deviate, and he felt that the blade did not seem to pierce the enemy internal organs. So he quickly retreated after slashing, hid behind the overturned car, waited for the prosthesis to restart, and reloaded the pistol. David? This scene stunned Lucy and Man and his gang, who had just climbed out of the car. Lucy was even more anxious and called David's name. David just changed the magazine, and then gave Lucy a thumbs up. I'm fine. Have you rescued everyone? Everyone is fine. NCPD is coming soon. We have to retreat. Then retreat first. David looked in the direction where the voice ran to, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. Although the time was short, it was really a hearty battle. Lucy helped David carry him back to Mackinac and escape before the NCPD car arrived. The evil source behind the bunker also came out, picked up Saito, whose life or death was unknown, and put him on the motorcycle and rushed back to the gang. But the evil source knew that they had lost. Chapter 226. I take care of what the NCPD doesn't care about. David, Big Brother, I've picked up the person, and they're heading to the location you gave us. Leo, did you encounter any difficulties? David, some, but they've been dealt with. Leo, good job. Leo has brought the person to River Safe House. This place is located on the edge of Santo Domingo, a small, shabby house that no one uses. After checking the surrounding environment and network environment, Leo sent a message to River. Leo, your place is not bad. When will you come? River, I found the policeman you mentioned, and he'd be here soon. River, you're the first one to say this place is good. NCPD doesn't have funding, I paid for it all myself. Although it a little ugly, it definitely safe. Leo, I mean safety. Hongren of the Tiger Claw gang was kneeling in the living room. His face was bruised, and his prosthesis was still shaking because of a malfunction. Ivan sat upright on the sofa, even a little afraid to breathe. V took out a can of rainbow manicure from the refrigerator and threw it to Jack and continued to search. Jack opened the can and began to distribute drinks. He picked up the high-energy biscuits given to him by Lil and started to chew. Lil pointed to the manicure to Ivan and took a can himself. Drink it and take a rest. Thank you very much. Ivan was really hungry. His leg was cut, he was bleeding and had not eaten. He grabbed the things on the table and stuffed them into his stomach. He looked like a desert cook. Tell me what you do in Kabuki district. And how you got involved with Tiger Claw gang. I'm at stall number 13. I was originally selling some normal Super Dream equipment. I have a license, which I can find at the municipal government. The number. Okay. I don't care about that. What do you do for Tiger Claw gang? Ivan seemed to find it difficult to say. I help them deliver goods. And then supply them with goods. Leo raised his eyebrows. Is it the kind of thing that, if they don't tell you, you just assume you don't know what they are doing? Ivan nodded silently. Then the police officer named Anna came to you? Yes. Ivan nodded. Brother, I really didn't. Alas, the Tiger Claw gang said that if I quit, they would overturn my business and make it impossible for me to continue working in Night City. Okay. Stop explaining. I don't want to hear this. Lil shook his head. He had seen too many small characters like Ivan. Then Lil looked at Hongan again. What about you? Were you involved in kidnapping people on the street? As Lil removed the interference from his prosthesis, Hongan's body softened. The prosthesis that had just been locked was forcibly hanging his broken biological organs. The pain, fatigue and stiffness made him unable to live or die. Although he was still a broken body, at least he had regained some sense of relaxation. If his tear glands were still functioning, he could even shed a lot of tears. Unfortunately, he had no tears left. But before he could relax a few times, he found that he was locked again with his head on the ground. That kind of fear hit his brain. V looked at Hongan, who was on the ground, and sighed. Sometimes I think there is a reason why the internet police strictly control hackers. There are not many hackers who can do this. Yes. 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 Awesome, Leo. V sat next to Leo and patted Leo's shoulder. Leo ignored V and unlocked Hongan's prosthetic lock. Okay, tell me, you know what will happen if you don't tell the truth. Hongan burst into tears. Regardless of whether his body could support this operation, his mind wanted to cry bitterly. I have done it before. I helped the Tiger Claw gang transport dummies. What is a dummies? In the gang, these kidnapped people are called dummies. I will tell you everything. Then just tell me. Bang. 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 The door was knocked, and Lil raised his hand to signal a pause. Ivan suddenly became nervous. Who is it? Our client. Click. The door opened, and River entered, followed by a black female police officer. Both of them were wearing police uniforms. Seeing them, Ivan jumped up suddenly. But because he had no legs, he didn't jump very high. He was shocked, scared, and angry. He looked around, as if he was going to jump out of the window and run away in the next second. The Hongan on the ground seemed to be relieved. Fuck. Why is it a cop? Ivan looked around, and then collapsed with a dead look on his face. It over. Obviously. This female police officer was Anna Hamill, who caught him before and promised him that he would be safe if he confessed. Anna was furious. You know it over too? Ivan was even more furious. You fucking asked me back? Fuck you. I believed you. And you sold me out? River walked up to the two of them and stretched out his arms to signal both sides to calm down. Wait a minute. Tell me what happened. Anna, we found the messages you and Ivan sent in Ivan's mailbox. Why don't you protect your witness? My witness? Yes. He confessed something. But he is not worth my protection. Anna's expression was grim. You don't know as much as I do. If you saw what I saw, you would also wish that all the participants would die. That's not the point. River shook his head. The point is that we are the police, and you abandoned your witness. Uh-huh. Anna's tone was still cold. 5 days ago, I received a similar alarm call. This is the communication between the victim and her mother before she disappeared. As she spoke, she took out a chip and inserted it into the player on the table. Tracy Owens, Mom, save me. Tracy Owens, I might have been kidnapped. Tracy Owens, Mom, save me. Anna Owens, what? Tracy honey, where were you? Tracy Owens, I don't know. Anna Owens, where were you when they took you away? Anna Owens, whatever you remember Tracy, tell me. Tracy Owens, I was at Rachel's house having a party. Tracy Owens, I don't remember anything after that. Tracy Owens, I think I was on a boat. Anna Owens, I called the police on Tracy. They are looking for you. I love you. End of playback. Anna's face became more and more angry. Do you know how many calls like this I received? It because of these bastards. Ivan curled up on the sofa, holding his head, saying painfully, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I really. What the use of being sorry? It because of your black super dream industry chain, these fucking damn stuff. Then what the hell do you say I should do? Ivan's face became even more ferocious. Fuck your NCPD. Where were you when the Tiger Claws were collecting protection money in the market and threatening the citizens? Why didn't you do anything when they were racing on the streets? When they kidnapped people? The two of them fought against each other, sandwiching River in the middle. But in terms of the degree of madness, it was obvious that Ivan was closer to collapse. He almost roared. Do you know that when the Tiger Claws were arresting people, your car was right next to them? You know those people who were threatened, when they called the police were watching them. They said they believed in NCPD. NCPD is the last wall of protection in the city. But what happened? The father who believed you is an idiot. Now it's not just me, my sister is going to die too. You want to know everything. Right? Okay, now go catch your good colleague. The expressions of the rest of the people in the room, including Lao Han outside, changed subtly. It turns out that calling the police is useless because the police are watching them. This is complicated. This time the room was silent, with only Ivan heavy breathing. Anna still stared, but it was obvious that she was not confident enough. There was a rumbling sound of an engine outside the window. Lil interrupted the quarrel, patted Ivan on the shoulder, and patted down the boy anger. Why don't you believe me? I said I have little to do with NCPD. At most, I am an outsourcing. The police don't care. I will. Look who here. Ivan? Masha hurried in and seeing Ivan, who had lost his legs and had a dull look in his eyes, she ran over and hugged her stupid brother tightly. Martha, didn't you get into trouble? The Tiger Claws wanted to take me away, but the mercenaries you hired solved the problem. I didn't know you had such a friend. It seems that you've been hanging around in the streets for a while. Ivan burst into tears and cried. Sister, I lied to you before. I'm just a stupid guy who got fucked by the Tiger Claws. It good to be alive. It good to be alive. David covered his waist, walked to the door with Lucy's support, gave Leela a thumbs up, and had a forced smile on his face. David, brother, I did a good job. Didn't I? Leel, well done. This order is settled. After that, Leel sent another message to V. Leel, come and pay the commission fee of 20,000 euros. They did a good job on this order. Give them a little extra. V. TSK. V. This order will not be counted on you. I paid it. Leel, then give 30,000. Maybe I can use them later. Just consider it an investment. V rolled his eyes, including Ivan's own savings. The money Leel paid for this order was even several times the price given by the client. But no one felt that they were at a loss. Chapter 227, Declare War on the Law. Hiroto confessed. He was actually just here to clean up the mess. He had only arrested 2 people. He was scolded by Jotaro for not doing a good job. His main job was to keep the market in the Kabuki district confidential and supply goods. In addition to Ivan and Lenny, they also had several suppliers and distributors here. There was someone else who kidnapped people. It was a guy named Lee Jae-hyun. He was the first to call it dummy. He said it was vivid and vivid. It was used to describe those who were kidnapped. However, it is said that Lee Jae-hyun not only kidnaps people from the street, but also gets people from other channels. He is a very experienced human trafficker. As for who to send them to, Who is the boss behind these behind-the-scenes transactions? Hongren's mouth suddenly hardened again. Brother, I know you have the ability. The Tiger Claw gang will definitely be willing to pay you a high price to let you make a move. There is really no need to make things difficult for the Tiger Claw gang. Hongren's neck stiffened, and he almost couldn't breathe. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. Hongren's eyes did not change. He was still very afraid of Leo. This job is very complicated. This is a buddy saving you. You can do any job with your skills. Working for NCPD, it's a lot of work and little pay. Maybe they will deal with you tomorrow. You're talking nonsense. Anna's face turned red, and it was obvious that she was in a complicated mood. V squatted down and slapped Hongren. Who is your buddy? Watch your words. Okay. Okay, brother. You are my brother and my father. You are my father. Pa. V slapped him again. Hongren didn't say anything, just sat there. V stood up and looked at Lil. So now we have to catch a man named Jaehyun. Jaehyun must be caught. Lil thought for a while, looked at River. I suggest that this man be handed over to me. Do you have the kind of memory reading equipment in your police force? As soon as Lil opened his mouth, Hongren realized something was wrong. But unfortunately Lil locked his body again. River frowned. No. But there is a dream reading device. For vegetative patients. I suggest you give me the device. I find a place to ask him. Anna sneered and looked at Hongren. I agree with this proposal. Hongren's only eyeball that could move trembled in fear. Bang bang. At this moment, Lao Han knocked on the door and said helplessly, Ahem. The police are here. River. Let the bureau handle the follow-up. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room looked at Hongren. The tension of the Tiger Claw gang disappeared instantly. And there was a feeling of relief. Now no one doubted that there was something wrong with the NCPD. The shame and anger that Ivan had just shown appeared on Anna's face. But she was even angrier. And even put her hand on the gun. A policeman appeared at the door with a haughty look on his face. David Beamer. According to the Bureau intention. River. Anna. I will take over the things you are doing now. This Tiger Claw gang member. And the 2 witnesses must go with me. Impossible. River stood in front. This is my witness. That against the regulations. Do you still want to work in the police force? Then, the guy named David and Beamer looked at Anna with an angry face. And you, as a newcomer, you've done a good job. Now let the more experienced seniors handle it. Lil winked at V and Jack, and the 3 of them began to adjust their positions silently. This kind of law enforcement video, the camera is black, if something happens, River can't explain it, and he has to use the classical method. Jack, the big guy, walked directly in front of the police. His huge body was very oppressive. Beamer momentum softened a bit. You don't want to attack the police, do you? Leo lowered his head. His eyes began to flash with data. And he passed the message to Jack. Attack the police? Jack sneered. So what if I attack the police? Then you just wait for the terrorist squad. Officer, your authority doesn't seem to be very high? I give you 30 seconds. You call the terrorist squad to confirm. Have we met? Beamer was very upset. He thought, what kind of person are you? You even met with the terrorist squad? River suddenly said. Desert Cook, calm down. Beamer was sweating profusely. Why are you silent? Officer? Why don't you call the terrorist squad and ask for their opinions? Jack took a step forward and lightly bumped into Beamer. They are indeed difficult to deal with. If you want to ask for their opinions, call them. By the way, have you seen the demon lizard tank? Your forehead is quite bright. I wonder which one is harder. The one on the hatch of the demon lizard? Jack took another step forward and gently patted Beamer's forehead. The policeman who was so arrogant just now, his feet were shaking as he stepped back. Speak. Just as Beamer was about to speak, Lil and V each took a step back, just in time to cover the camera in the room. Then Lil waved his hand. Beamer, who didn't have the courage to look at Jack, was attracted by Jack's attention. Bang! In just a moment, Beamer just happened to leave the room. The police officers outside and the surveillance cameras saw a strange scene. Beamer went limp and fell to the ground, as if he had fallen asleep. Jack supported Beamer and said, why did the officer fall asleep immediately? Are you too tired from working overtime? He carried Beamer and walked towards the NCPD police car. The police looked confused. So River followed behind and winked at his colleagues. Along the way, the police consciously made way, with their hands on their waists, as if they were ready to draw their guns at any time. Jack walked to the front of the car, looked at the car, and then looked at the nervous policeman. Don't be nervous. Everyone lizard rage component power boost. Current power, 60% bang. Jack suddenly kicked the front of the police car. The policemen were so scared that they pulled out their guns. With this kick, the armored bumper of the Curtis V6000 was deformed. The policeman looked at the car worriedly, and found that the airbags on the main driver's seat had popped out. If someone was still connected to the car's central computer, they would find that the car had already determined the collision as a car accident. Gulu. I don't know which guy with the esophageal prosthesis swallowed his saliva. It was very loud. Jack smiled at the cops, and reached out to the car door. But he didn't have the authority to open it. But the NCPD still saw Jack pull open the door, and the sound of the door opening was creaking. He pulled open the car door literally, put the open door on the ground, and threw Beamer in. Jack smiled at Han Ho. Officer Beamer fell asleep after working overtime. Everyone go home. River also waved to his colleagues. Everyone go home, we are in charge here, if you have nothing else to do. Go home. Officer Beamer is indeed tired. Old Han, you go and see Chief Beamer off. Old Han looked at River with a complicated expression, finally nodded, and got into the car. The police looked at each other, but they were just working. Beamer would not explain anything to them. Now the leader was also asleep. What else could they do? So, the policemen got on the cars one after another, the convoy turned off the alarm, and left the safe house in disgrace. Watching his colleagues leave, River took off his hat, and wiped his face exaggeratedly. You are so audacious. Beamer will report to his superiors when he wakes up. Leal shrugged. It useless. The artificial eye can't capture it. The surveillance can't capture it. Just say a few words. You forget it. What are you going to do now? The Tiger Claw gang inside? I just stopped his breathing with a prosthetic. He will become a vegetable due to lack of oxygen in a while. You go back and bring me the dream device. I promise to check everything for you clearly. First of all, we are the police. Fuck the police. Anna walked over angrily. I steal. If the NCPD is related to those guys, then I kill those dirty cops. It's not that simple, Anna. River was a little helpless with this somewhat reckless junior. That thing is experimental technology, and it is kept very carefully. Our authority cannot support us to take it out. We need a hacker, the kind who can enter cyberspace while lying on a chair, who needs to know how to bypass the protective IC of large data barriers, and if you are not careful, your brain may be burned. Leal interrupted. I am a hacker. River was stunned for a moment. Well, even if you can, we still need a technical expert, the kind who came from a company and worked in R&D, and has a lot of work experience with experimental equipment. I am also a technical expert. You? River was a little speechless. Seeing this, Leal said again, listen to me, I promise to find out the mastermind and kill him. River felt confused. As if he was the client? He held it in for a long time, and said to Leal, you are really an outlaw, with no legal awareness at all. On the contrary, I am a very law-abiding person. Leal said slowly. The premise is that I agree with this law. All criminals can say that. River sighed, looked up at the bright moon. But I actually want to agree with you. Anna has a bad temper, and decided on the spot. Stop talking nonsense, I help you, River. You should know, we can't do this alone, NCPD is unreliable. Fuck the rules and regulations. You're right. River nodded, made up his mind. Unreliable laws, then screw them. Chapter 228 dedicated David. Leal was sure that the person behind Hiroto was Jotaro. The key was where to catch this guy, and then rush to Yunding on the way, and do the job of internet monitoring. Therefore, he needed to dig out as much information as possible about this criminal gang from Hiroto memory, Jotaro location, and his relationship with Yunding, etc. Anna and River drove to the police station. Leal still had a lot of people left. First of all, he had to arrange for the Frake siblings. Leal looked at them. First of all, what do you do? Ivan raised his hand. Hardware engineer, mainly in the field of Super Dream equipment, previously provided some equipment to, those bastards. Where do you get the goods from? The Mox gang, a guy named Hal, we are more like a cooperative relationship. What about you? Leal looked at her sister Martha. What do you do? I work as an outsourcing contractor at DTR, helping them deliver goods. I own the car, I can drive, and I have a few connections at the dock. DTR stands for Decker, Tanaka and Rogers Logistics, a giant in the North American logistics industry, and has several floating cruise ships for transoceanic transportation. One of the shareholders of this company is quite special, Meta Group. a company actually founded by a family of wanderers. Lil thought for a while and said, "Are you opposed to working outside the city? If you don't have work to do, I can arrange for you to work for Avocado, a wanderer outside the city." The two looked at each other, and then nodded. Martha said, "I can work anywhere. I am not picky." Ivan also said, "Me too." "Okay. Then you go outside the city. You just wait here. Avocado will be here soon." After that, Leo looked at Ivan again. "Ivan, this is your second chance. Seize it well." Ivan nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and then took out a small bag from his pocket. "It contains my experience working on Super Dream equipment during this period, as well as my network access permit, room password. In short, all my worth is in it. You can use my network access permit to hack. And mine." Martha also handed out a chip. "Because of this idiot, I guess I won't go back to Night City anymore." Leo raised his eyebrows. "But if your network access license is used by me, it won't be Night City business. The internet police will also check you." "Forget it." Ivan forced a smile. "Just check it. I'm a criminal anyway." Martha also nodded, no objection. Obviously, the two were really scared. After such an exciting day, most ordinary people would lose hope here. The life of a wanderer is actually quite attractive. Leaving the two siblings aside, V said to Leo, "What do you think of this guy named Ivan? There are many ordinary people like this in this world. The concept of good and evil is too far away for them. Survival is the first priority. You are quite kind." V curled his lips. "If you ask me, I won't help such a person. Saving his life is enough." "No problem." Leo shrugged. "But most people in the world don't have absolute good and evil in positions. Middle-class people are the majority, and they are led by the action-oriented people with strong opinions. If you don't want to climb all the way up and find that you have only replaced the person you disliked, wouldn't it be a failure to sit on the golden toilet he made? I help him. And I am also trying to change some invisible things. We can use this kind of technical talent. You are now like a politician who talks nonsense. Just make your decision. And don't tell me so much. What are we doing now?" "Let go to Ivan's house. And we will use his address to hack into the NCPD network." After finishing, he looked at David Gang outside the door. This gang was covered in wounds again, and a van was scrapped. Seeing Leo go out, David struggled to leave the car body he was leaning on. Leo waved his hand. "Anything to say?" "Yes, brother. Can I also participate in the following things?" Lucy covered her face and shook her head. "Reason?" David organized his words and said, "I met a very strong man when I came here. I want to defeat him personally." Lil raised his eyebrows. "Are you still a battle maniac?" "There are other reasons. I also bought and sold Black Mutuo when I was in Arasaka Academy. I want to know what happened behind these Black Mutuo." Man patted David. "And the most important thing you didn't tell me? You have to make a name for yourself in Night City. What better way to make a name for yourself than hanging out with the big brother?" To be honest, Lil felt that the three of him were enough to settle things. But it's good to have people under you. Who knows how many things there will be in the future? It's not a bad thing to have more little brothers. "Okay. But in your current state, you should find a prosthetic doctor to handle it. When you get to the clinic, connect me to the system. And I help you check the driver." The Lil trio took a large bag of Mutuo equipment from Ivan's house. To be honest, this guy inventory is much richer than Lil thought. The Mutuo recording equipment needs to read the signals from different areas of the brain and correctly modulate the model to convert it into electrical signals. This determines that Mutuo is divided into levels. The lowest level of Mutuo only records vision, then hearing. These are the two most basic Mutuo signals. As long as these two signals are available, the average person will easily become addicted to Mutuo. The touch level is moderate, but it covers the widest range. A complete set of touch systems is not cheap. Then, there is smell and taste. These two perception systems correspond to two complex nervous system states and require high precision, the highest difficulty in restoration. Generally only high-end products have them. However, the above segments are only to classify the average price of each system. In fact, there are high-end products for each sensory system kit. For example, there is a system in the tactile system that can accurately distinguish thermal energy, and there is a system in the olfactory system that can accurately analyze chemical formulas, and so on. And Ivan even has an olfactory modulator and related software drivers. Generally, the equipment for recording and stimulating Black Super Dream is not simple, but what Ivan has is still beyond Lil expectations. Especially this olfactory modulator is actually for military use. There is also a paragraph in the modulator. The record mentions that someone picked up a military technology reconnaissance drone in the Bad Land and gave it to Hal of the Mox gang to crack. Hal found Ivan and cracked the technology quite quickly. One of them worked for the Mox gang, and the other worked for the Tiger Claw gang. They didn't hinder each other's financial path, and they were considered to be a happy cooperation. Then Hal seemed to have made a fortune. But Ivan kept the technical equipment in the warehouse, and was struggling whether to give it to the Tiger Claw gang. Then they cracked the military technology drone. Leal sent a series of serial numbers to Meredith, and found out that they shot it down. There is also an immersive Super Dream editing equipment here, which can be used as a fixed-access warehouse with a little modification, and is equipped with a cooling tank. Leal researched a few days ago, and the newly purchased Raven microcontrol adapter came in handy, and he started to modify it on the spot. So we are here to be your bodyguards? V found a sofa and sat down. The smell of machinery and maintenance fluid used by various machines was everywhere. It looks extremely dirty to the company employees, but it looks very punk to the street kids. This place is not bad. Ivan is quite good at finding places. Leal lay down in the access warehouse. Yes. Wait. If the operation is not done properly this time, we may encounter the terrorist squad. It is better to be careful. What should I do? Jack said. You just asked me to use this to scare the cop, and I am worried that it will be exposed. V immediately said, what there to be afraid of? Let's scare him first. How can NCPD get the authority to retrieve the data of the terrorist squad? I don't believe they will come to my door this time. Indeed, V is right. Jack curled his lips. Wow, you have reached an agreement now. Okay, I bet 50 euros that the terrorist mobile team will come to my door in the end. Don't be such a pessimist. I'm going to enter cyberspace. After saying that, Leal sent himself a message. Leal, don't move this time. I find you a job. Promise to follow instructions. The real world collapsed, electricity flickered, and the information world replaced all of Leal perceptions. Chapter 229 The Big Hand of the Octopus. Leal. Bryce, I got it in. Bryce, you got it in? Your network access permission, fuck you. Leal. This is a legal donation from a citizen. Bryce, you're talking nonsense. And did you do the Kabuki district thing? I asked you to investigate secretly, and you went straight to the headlines? Leal. The bigger the noise in the real world, the more it can provide cover for online activities. The more secretive the investigation in cyberspace, the smaller the noise. Leal. So the bigger the noise, the smaller the noise. Bryce, brain dead. Bryce, forget it, report the progress. Leal. The Tiger Claw gang is making a big fuss. We rescued a stall owner. He supplied the Tiger Claw gang with illegal Super Dream equipment, and is familiar with the black market in the market area. I send you a document about the situation. Bryce, this is not bad. It is a pleasant surprise. Hackers are rampant in that area. Maybe it can help us identify some hackers. Leal, what about the commission? Bryce, there are many hackers in Kabuki district. I will go back and ask my colleagues to check the situation. Don't worry. You will be indispensable in the end. Leal, okay. The second thing is that we also caught a guy from the Tiger Claw gang. He confessed the human trafficking of the Tiger Claw gang, but he kept silent about the mastermind behind it. Leal, it was done by a guy named Jae-hyun, but he doesn't know more. Bryce, damn. These bastards are beasts. What are you going to do? Leal, of course. Keep investigating. Bryce, I am glad to see these beasts killed. But don't forget that our goal is to investigate the anomaly in Hintang. Leal, I am sure this matter has something to do with Hintang. This industry chain also involves the top leaders of NCPD. Someone just came to ask for someone. Bryce, I still can't see the relationship with Hintang. Did you hand the person over to them? Leal, no, but doesn't Hintang have someone protecting it? Maybe together. Bryce, that possible. Bryce, listen, I'm happy to see someone doing good deeds, but I hope you can focus on our goal, which is more important. Leal, listen, I need your help now. I want to hack into NCPD, steal experimental equipment, sneak into the head of that vegetative person, check something. Bryce? Bryce, didn't you hear me? Leal, no time to explain. Once they have dealt with the clues, we will have no excuse to rush to Hintang. Leal, just tell me if you want to help. Bryce, do it yourself. I have the NCPD data barrier and IC architecture solution here. Leal, not bad, trust me. I will definitely complete the task for you. File received. Bryce, remember your task. In cyberspace, Lil just received a message from River. They have arrived at NCPD. Network Coordinate Transformation. A towering digital wall appeared in front of Lear. Now he had to break through the data barrier of NCPD. River and Anna walked into NCPD. There were few people in the headquarters. Most of them were on duty outside. Especially, there was another big incident in Kabuki district, and a lot of police force had to be allocated. The two entered the police station as if nothing had happened, then walked through the corridor, and walked towards the evidence department. River, Lear, we are in the police station. Which interface do you need? Lear, wait a minute, let me check the engineering manual. River, I said. Do we need to scan the open and available access points first? This is what happened when we worked with cybersecurity. Leo, really? I got your artificial eye. Start scanning. River swallowed his saliva and began to doubt Leo's professionalism. He scanned all the electronic equipment in the police station. Scanning. Found open ports 80, 22, 443, 3,306, 3,389. Leo, can I access the CCTV system? I need to see the network line layout. Anna, I do it. Port selection 32105, 22, 2,939. 2. Command received. Ports are like coordinates in a maze. Using these ports as coordinates, Leo's position in cyberspace has changed again and again. The change path just passed the barrier built by ICE and reached the inside of the barrier. The barrier changed in front of Leo's eyes and even popped up like a trap. This scene seemed soft, but in fact, if the hacker touched these walls when trying to bypass the data barrier, he would be caught up by ICE, and the entire fortress would become a weapon, pouring into the hacker brain, disrupting the computing equipment, and endlessly increasing the computing speed. This is caused by the underlying design of the cyberspace access protocol. Hackers either find equipment with equal computing power to fight head-on, or they shrink back and take the possibility of encountering ICE and quietly bypass these walls. Of course, if you know the construction logic, and add a little trial and error, it is completely feasible to bypass these deadly protective devices. In cyberspace, Lear passed through the outer layer of the data barrier and came to the second layer. It is still far away from the forensics database. At least Lear can't scan what he wants from this layer of data. NCPD also uses multiple subnet settings, which requires further physical hacking. The data barriers in cyberspace are very different from the buildings in the real world. Lear compared a large amount of data and found the next possible useful port and the area where it exists. Leo, Workstation 3. River, that the area of the Network Security Engineer Authority. Leo, the camera won't record you. Just stay away from people. River, I do it. River put on his police hat and swaggered across the yellow line that said Network Security Authority area. The camera scanned River's face without making any sound. River's heart was beating fast, but he didn't show any emotion at all. He walked all the way to the door of Workstation 3. Leo, there is a hacker inside, and possibly an accomplice, be careful. River, that not an accomplice, but a colleague. River gently pushed open the door. A hacker was lying in the access compartment, and another hacker was sitting at the table with his back to the door, eating. It was clear that the hacker hands were trembling. This was an occupational disease brought on by long-term cybersecurity work, and nerve problems would occur to a greater or lesser extent. River sighed inwardly and quietly walked up. Leo, use a personal link if conditions permit. River, are you sure you can knock him down in an instant? NCPD hackers are not half-baked. The security systems are all imported from the internet surveillance. Leo, I'm sure. River gritted his teeth, pulled the personal link from his palm, and inserted it into the hacker head interface. The hacker reacted immediately. Perhaps less than 100 milliseconds, and he judged that he was being hacked. But Leo completed the process of bypassing IC and launching the attack within 50 milliseconds after he reacted. Port linking tool introduced successfully, then the hacker fell asleep on the table with a bang. River inserted the personal link into the back of the hacker head in the access warehouse. 2 high-level permissions give Leo a lot of room for operation. Now he replaced the hacker lying on the table and the hacker lying in the network warehouse. In addition, there are 2 hackers in the network domain. NCPD seems to like to iterate, but a good hacker can beat dozens of hackers. In cyberspace, Leo took a step and entered the core database of NCPD. This is a cyber image of a treasure trove. Important data is sealed in a small data fortress with the same appearance. River, don't try to get those important files. Leo, got it. Connecting, login successful, get high-level permissions. Capturing, data includes, evidence department data, NCPD list, NCPD work log. Permission writing. Cleaning, operation completed, digital tracks completely cleared. The NCPD core database has set access time limits for everyone, to ensure that no one copies the information. Unfortunately, Leo's computing ability far exceeds that of a normal person. And he has 2 accounts. When Sion Weston started, the speed of cyberspace slowed down significantly. So slow that it was unbelievable. 1 second in cyberspace was extended to 5 seconds for Leo. For normal reading, the operator would have the relevant file number and quickly complete the reading. But Leo wanted to crack as many databases as possible, and then copy the data. At this moment, the little octopus suddenly jumped out, looked at the dazzling array of databases, and looked at Leo excitedly, and the octopus arm pointed at the database. XE, can I grab it? Leo thought about it. This is a risky move. AI is not necessarily stronger than humans in cyberspace, especially in designated work categories. But he really needs to understand his symbiotic AI. Leo, let's try. With Leo's consent, the little octopus left his body and attached itself to the database. The huge computing power was transferred from Leo to the little octopus. Then Leo saw the octopus suddenly swell, its tentacles getting longer and longer, bigger and bigger, and its suction cups becoming more and more delicate. Beyond Leo's imagination, though safe storing data, it was more like the entire cabinet was uprooted. The system pop-up box that had not popped up for a long time appeared in front of Leo. Your symbiotic AI has absorbed enough computing power, reaching the computing power limit for the first time. AI tendency construction, data capture. Adapt to any type of data for rapid identification and replication. AI will capture data according to the terms you set, and generate raw data streams to fill the core code. AI with this feature will have advantages in data processing, decoding and deciphering. The cyberspace represented by the entire database thought that this huge octopus was trembling. The server could not withstand such exaggerated data exchange. Leo shouted hurriedly, Leo, capture documents related to Mutuo. Don't capture everything. Chapter 230 Sinful Dream. The lights in the workshop suddenly flickered, making River feel uneasy. River, Lil, damn. Run. I show you the way, bring the stuff out. River, what happened? River was confused. If Lil was caught, his communication signal wouldn't be so complete, so normal. But why did Lil seem so anxious? Lil, don't ask. No one noticed you were here, and I wasn't exposed, hurry up. Lil, by the way, turn on the switch when you go out. Since Lil said so, River didn't bother to ask questions, and got up and walked to the control room, and directly followed Lil's instructions to do a super overclock. The power supply to workshop number 3 was cut off instantly. Miraculously, the police station did not sound the alarm. The two of them met in the monitoring room quickly, and then lowered their hats and passed by several colleagues, as if nothing had happened. Every time they passed by their colleagues, their hearts were beating wildly. But nothing happened, until they got back in the car. How the two of them took a breath at the same time. River, what happened? Leo, your storage server was burned. I can control the alarm not to sound, but it will smoke soon, so it better to let the alarm sound. Leo had just sent the message, and the NCPD police station was alarmed. River? River mind was full of questions. You invaded our facilities. Shouldn't you risk being burned? Why did our server burn? Leo, anyway, it was caused by improper operation, but it doesn't matter, I have backed up some of the burned data here. Leo, you can apply for funds from your superiors to restore the data at that time. I will help you. There will be no loss in fact, friend Price. River exhaled again. You burned our equipment, and I have to pay you. Please return the stolen data to us? Leo, don't worry. I've already dealt with the traces. No one can see it. Leo, we got the stuff. Come back. Leo got up from the ice water. It warm water now. Jack and V stared at him blankly, each holding a basin. What are you doing? V said. What the hell? The water in the pool was bubbling just now. We thought you were going to be burned, so we were going to add some water to you. Leo waved his hand. That not the case. It just some high-end operation. 2 mechanical arms supported Leo to stand up. The cooling tank actually has a heat exchanger. The fan behind the cooling tank is the heat exchange equipment. And the coolant is also circulating. Generally speaking, it is not necessary to replace the coolant. When it needs to be replaced, the person should be cooked. Leal stood up from the access warehouse, walked to the side, and recorded all the equipment in Ivan's hand into his mind. The Dream device is not complicated. The hardware can also collect memory information with high-end Dream, but it is not so complete. However, as long as he can read where the people behind this industry chain are, it will be enough for Leal. This top-level Super Dream equipment may be used in other neuro-related research. Leal walked all the way to Ivan's equipment workshop. He turned around and saw Jack and V looking at him again. He said strangely, "What are you doing? Your prosthesis is weird." Leal looked down and found that the two arms controlled by the little octopus were shaking, which seemed to be a little excited. "It okay. I had a little nervous twitch when I exited cyberspace. It will be fine in a while." Leal patted his two arms vigorously, and the mechanical hand calmed down and was placed on the edge of the table obediently. V complained, "Why does he look like a wrong child? Is it my illusion?" "Don't worry about it. Bring the tiger claws in." The two nodded, and the red man was quickly placed on the Chowming chair. The two mechanical hands were replaced with technical experts and prosthetic doctor equipment, cooperating with Leal to complete the implantation of Hongren's cerebral cortex. His brain was exposed, covered with bioelectrodes. As Leal powered on the device, the Dream Super Dream device responded. Complete technical assembly, Dream Super Dream device. Description: read the target unconscious brain electrical activity to obtain information. And can obtain information in a specific direction with keyword stimulation. Can record the state of nerve operation in great detail. Bonus technology points, 400. Current technology points, 3,000 in short. The Dream Super Dream device allows people to experience the target dream in a vegetative state. The target will react to stimuli instinctively, and the memory in the hippocampus will be retrieved instinctively, which is equivalent to an interrogation process. Now it is time to decide who will have this dream. Leal looked at Jack and V on the sofa, and turned his head back silently. He did not doubt that the two had the courage to see Mutuo. But Mutuo itself would restore the target physiological and psychological state. It is not a good thing to experience the heart of a murderer, rapist and kidnapper. Anyway, Leal will not indulge in the psychological changes brought about by this device. And he can also let the little octopus handle the relevant instructions on his behalf. It is completely possible for one person to play two roles. So, Leal put on Mutuo, which is a kind of hoop-like equipment, with two luminous poles extending from the temple to the front of the eyes. Then the neural connection is completed through the brain-computer interface behind the neck. Through various methods, the brain waves and biological states of the target recorded by Mutuo are reproduced on the reader. Then, Leal could, as Hiroto, get the whole process of this guy involvement in the crime in his dream. The white light came on, Leal sank into Hiroto's dream. Keywords: Jotaro Masahiro, human trafficking. Electrode stimulation, converting text into corresponding biological signals, and transmitting them to Hiroto's brain. Then he began to dream, and through the device, Leal was able to glimpse his dream. Leal appeared in a casino. Perhaps because this was a dream, what he saw was a little strange. He was in front of a casino, but he could also see gambling records in his artificial eyes, seemingly gambling online and offline at the same time. "Ha ha. Lost? You lost?" A gambler face flushed, pointing at Hiroto. "All gone, all lost." Hiroto muttered to himself. Turning around, the scene changed. It seemed like he was back home. This was a damp and dark home. Sitting on the sofa, Hiroto kept mumbling something strange, until the door was opened, and a boy younger than him came in. Hiroto suddenly grabbed the boy's arm like a madman. "Kinji, you still have tuition, right? Lend me some money. I lost money in business. I just need a little money to make ends meet." "Idiot! Get lost. You gambler. You killed your parents by borrowing money for gambling. I wish you were dead." Complex emotions filled Hongren's chest. This was a scene of conflict. It was obvious that this was not the first time Hongren had borrowed money from this boy. Leal could not feel that emotion, but he could see from the rising values that Hongren was very excited. The boy was about to enter the door, but Hongren turned his attention to the stick on the table and hit the boy back of the head hard. "It okay if you don't have money. You are valuable. You are valuable." Hongren turned around. His height suddenly became much taller, and said to a man in red and green clothes, "How much is he worth?" "Pa. Yes, he is really something. You were ruthless, but you killed him with this stick. Dead people are not valuable. But living people can be sex dolls. Sex dolls can't make money, but they can be used to shoot exciting black super dreams. If the super dreams die, their organs can be sold. And you shot him dead? And you still have to pay for the bullet. It seems it is true. Okay, you will work for me in the future. It is good to be able to kill people. I have people working everywhere under my command. I know. Then Hongren appeared in a car. The car was speeding. Passing the roadside, he stood in the back of the van, looking at his new cyber prosthesis, feeling full of power. The car slowed down. He jumped out suddenly and tied up a girl. After succeeding once, he was extremely excited. All he could think about was what the girl could do and how much money she could make. As he thought about it, he tightened his grip on the girl's hand, and the girl died. Hongren knelt on the floor and was slapped hard. It was still a familiar voice, but this time the owner of the voice was wearing a suit. Idiot! I asked you to kidnap someone, not to carry a corpse for me. Look up. Does this place look like a crematorium? I was wrong. Big brother. Wrong. Wrong. Wrong? You are such a loser who can do nothing but kill people. And you only kill people who have no gold content. The person who spoke paused again. Oh, forget it. Forget it. Don't do this anymore. We have professional suppliers. You just need to help watch the delivery point of Kabuki. Okay. Big brother. Hiroto stood up and turned around. The scene changed again. He looked up and saw the company building of Arasaka in the distance. Turning back, this is a wasteland, next to which are containers. The cargo compartments are filled with nothing but people. Brother Jaehyun, where did you get these people? Lee Jaehyun appeared. He waved his hand. Don't ask me about this, you can't do it. If you can do it, I won't have anything to do. This batch of dummies was sent to Phoenix. The ones in the red boxes can be used for filming. The ones in the blue boxes are more exciting. I've taken care of them for you. Brother. Where the black box? Heh. Lee Jaehyun smiled, put his hand on Hongren's ear, patted it hard. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It all high-end stuff, given to the upper class to play with. Yunyunding? I told you not to ask. Lee Jaehyun slapped Hongren, and felt a burning pain on his face. Then he appeared in the car, driving in the alley, twisting and turning, and finally drove into a nightclub called Phoenix. The terrain, landmarks, light, time, location were all there. Chapter 231 Intensification. Phoenix Nightclub. Jotaro took a deep breath of a drug called Shining. Akuhara supported his boss Saito, leaning against the wall, and stood at the door of the nightclub. You, the devil of the Tiger Claw gang, you told me that. You can't even tie up an ordinary person? We tried our best, the enemy is very strong. Akuhara shook his head. They also have a very powerful armored vehicle. Jotaro's forehead was blue with veins, he smiled, and his smile was a little intimidating. Legendary Mackinaw. Right? What the hell are you going to tell me that the Mackinaw is invincible? If that car is so awesome, why doesn't the terrorist squad drive the Mackinaw? I'm not lying, nor am I slacking off. Please save Saito. Akuhara put Saito aside, and crawled on the ground. Save him? Jotaro took the rifle from his men, and fired. Tat. 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 The bullets hit Saito's already tattered body, splattering flesh, prosthetic limb residue, and various unknown liquids. Ahara heard the gunshot, raised his head, looked at his brother who was beaten to pieces, and was stunned. The blade swung and stirred up a gust of wind. The samurai's sword reached Jotaro's throat almost instantly. But Jotaro was not panicked at all. His face was cold, and he held up his mobile phone in his left hand. The mobile phone was playing a surveillance video, which showed a woman tied to a chair. Julia. Right? She a bitch. Do you fucking think the boss doesn't know that you are planning to betray the gang? If I hadn't told the boss that we could keep this bitch, you would have been fucking killed long ago. Jotaro kicked out, hitting Aohara's stomach. The wound burst open, blood flowing. Fuck you. You brag so much, but when I ask you to do some work, you work like a dog fuck. Kick after kick, Aohara joints, which were already scarred, were deformed, and he knelt down unable to bear it. He knelt down inside a pool of blood, his eyes were open blankly, and his mind was buzzing. After venting his anger, Jotaro took a piece of paper from his men to wipe the blood off his hands and face, and threw the paper towel on Aohara's face. Waste. I give you one last chance. Now go in and change your prosthetics. They are all good stuff from Arasaka. Go and kill the people. You and your girlfriend can meet each other. Otherwise, I let you watch Torture Collection episode 12. After saying that, Jotaro left Phoenix. Sitting in the limousine, Jotaro asked his deputy Sueno. That soldier didn't listen? He said he didn't accept this condition. Then tell him we've given up, and let him come to Phoenix to take his daughter back. Hang the bodies at the door, separately. I heard that these veterans are prone to cyberpsychosis. Poke him. This place, if it doesn't work, just blow it up. Have you buried the explosives? Buried? Okay, then let go. It's just right to go to Hintang and have some fun. Damn, I'm being targeted by a madman. Jotaro said and made a phone call. Communicator, Director. Jotaro, Director, I'm ready to finish here. Can you arrange for Hintang? Director, Xiaoeng. Director, this matter, I'm very unhappy. You know it's almost the election year. Can we win or not? The most important thing is. Director, you're making such a big deal for me now. Jotaro, alas, Director, you can't say that. It's just your bureau tossing. Director, okay, don't go to the bureau. The chief called me. I'm just the deputy chief. Chief, take care of your own business. I sent people to seal off the skyscraper. Jotaro, of course. Jotaro, by the way. Chief, that desert cook, really? Chief, yes, but not that great. The incident at the company plaza was just their good luck, and they were saved by the lizard man. Jotaro, why is he called desert cook? Chief, because he was originally a cook in the bad land, that it. What the hell? The phone call was hung up. Jotaro's face was solemn. What kind of cook is this? Only idiots believe this. The key point is, this is the first time that the useless deputy director said that he is just a deputy director. Then this matter is a bit big. So exaggerated? Just thinking about it, Jotaro received a rare letter. Communicator, weapons supplier. Weapons supplier, we provide you with free assistance. Weapons supplier, but you have to act according to our strategy. First, you go back and open the domain of Hintang to our hackers. Jotaro, that impossible. Hintang is not my own industry. Weapons supplier, you find a way to solve it yourself. If you do a good job, we will compensate you for your losses. Weapons supplier, I give you a minute to think about it. If you don't do it, I will completely cancel my assistance to your Tiger Claw gang. Jotaro, is this your choice? I do it. Weapon supplier, good dog, you will be rewarded. Weapon supplier, first, someone broke into the house of your informer. Weapon supplier, take people to raid them. You are the fucking dog. Jotaro cursed. Now he is going to be the insider of the Tiger Claw gang. But who wouldn't use a drone? Widow-san, you take people to a location to kill people, and there are drones for use. At the Maekwan District Prosthetic Clinic, David and his companions were lying on the operating table for treatment. This time they did not replace the prosthetics, but mainly treated and repaired them. But in his head, Leo was connecting to their prosthetic system for driver testing. Connecting to the human body system in cyberspace, the displayed data was very strange. The more chaotic and backward the driver was, the more bizarre it was. Leo, it's fine if all your drivers are pirated, but why is the compatibility so poor? Leo, David's is better, man. Your question is more complicated than I thought. Why do you use the gorilla arm prosthesis to drive an ordinary bionic arm? Leo, do you know that this will cause deviations in aiming? Man, but I asked my prosthetic doctor to modify it. He said it can still be used this way, and it can be overclocked. Leo, the dishonest one? He knows nothing about technology. If he doesn't, don't overclock. It will induce cyberpsychosis. Leo began to adjust the driver. Then the little octopus jumped out of his body again, and pointed his tentacles at David and his friend's prosthesis. Brother, can I adjust it? I feel that I am very good at this after swallowing the data just now. Laughing face. Leo, then you try it. Leo thought about it, and decided to give it a try. As for why the little octopus suddenly had this idea, it was probably because the previous Super Dream technology gave him more data related to cyber prosthesis, which gave him confidence. In cyberspace, Leo once again opened up some computing power to the little octopus. Of course, with a previous experience, Leo opened up computing power in stages this time. So he watched the little octopus grow up step by step. And then the tentacles with biological characteristics gradually turned into mechanical arms. Symbiotic AI tendency activation. Prosthetic drive optimization. Description: this AI itself is developed to assist prosthetic movement, and uses artificial neural network algorithms to optimize prosthetic drive. Obtain more cyber prosthetic operation, e.g. decoding and other data to enhance this function. Note: AI with this tendency can be directly installed in the prosthetic to assist operation. Leo read the changes made by the little octopus together, which was indeed magical. But he still had to make some minor adjustments in many places. On the one hand, it was in line with human logic. And on the other hand, there were indeed errors. The little octopus is still in the model training stage, and must be corrected all the time. After handing over the main work of correction to the little octopus, Lil began to send the intelligence he had obtained to the man team and the police duo. Lil, the situation is like this now. The kidnapping is done by a man named Lee Jae-hyun. In addition to kidnapping people on the streets, he also lures newcomers to Night City. The kidnapped people will be put in a shallow stall next to the Kabuki district. There are many containers there, and the people are waiting to be received. Some of these people will be sent to a nightclub called Phoenix to sell and make movies, and the other part will be sent to a club called Hintang. Phoenix is on Ellen South Street. The clues about Hintang are a bit vague, but I guess it is probably in the H8 skyscraper. Since we have investigated so far, I think we have to pierce the two clubs anyway. Then, there is bad news. Just now, NCPD dispatched people to the H8 skyscraper to impose martial law. I guess the officials have taken action. We have to move quickly. Otherwise, if we lose the clues, our investigation will be in vain. The octopus driver upgrade speed is very fast, and it took a short while to complete the drivers of everyone. Man improvement was the most obvious. The memory usage of his prosthetic system was reduced by more than half, and there was no more vague sense of blockage. After moving his arms, Man raised his rifle, and found that he no longer shook when aiming. This is quite awesome. Rebecca and Pira also raised their guns, and found that their reactions were indeed much faster. The group moved around for a while, walked out of the prosthetic clinic, and got ready. Leo, if there is no problem, you can go to Phoenix to explore the way first. River, what about you? Leo, there are flies outside the window. I will deal with them. And then I have to find something for those officials to do. Leo put on his clothes, assembled the Nikomata sniper rifle in his hands, and put the parts in the box. Now is the time to use this thing. The trio hid in Ivan's house, and they could see the drone flying towards them from a distance outside the window. The cat was assembled again. Leo handed the gun to V. I have a feeling that what happened tonight will turn Night City upside down again. V took the sniper rifle, it the same every time. After we finish this, we will rush to the NCPD defense line. Jack hid behind the window, with a bunch of steel pipes at his side. That not good. Right? There are still good people among the police. It doesn't matter, the only ones left will be bad guys. After that, Leo sent another message to a middleman, communicator, Regina. Leo, I have an urgent job here. I have first-hand information on NCPD corruption and collusion with the Tiger Claw gang, all copied from the NCPD database. File transfer. Regina, where did you get this? Is it true? Leo, whether it is true or not, you will know after you see it yourself. I may have alerted the enemy. They should go back to Hintang to remove the evidence. You can watch the news. NCPD has blocked the H8 skyscraper. Regina, these bastards. Leo, I know you have the news channel. Help me get these things out. Regina, what else? Leo, warn the NCPD police in my name. There is no need to guard the H8 skyscraper for such a thing. Leo, I will be there soon. Reg, you are really crazy. I will do this for you for free. Be careful when you sneak in. Crazy? Leo locked onto the oncoming drone with the help of CCTV. We're just getting started. By the window, V and Jack, one holding a sniper rifle, and the other holding a steel pipe, aimed at the drone group. Watson District was destined to be restless today. They looked at the direction the drones were coming from. Coincidentally, the direction they were flying from was right next to the company square. A rail train leading to the company square drove out of the track above the slums. V pulled the trigger. The bullet charged and accelerated, shooting out of the dilapidated slums, passing through the backward blocks with black smoke and toxic gases, catching up with the train at a certain moment, and then surpassing the train, running in different directions, and hitting the drones directly. Boom! Fire burst out. Chapter 232 Cyber Psychopaths. News Channel 54. Breaking news. A large number of military Arasaka drones appeared at the Bellevue overpass in Kabuki district, and fierce fighting broke out there. The gunmen have strong firepower, and the area has become a war zone. WNS News Channel. Breaking news. A terrorist attack occurred near the Bellevue overpass. Terrorists have high-risk firepower. Arasaka company property is under attack. NCPD has begun to blockade the Kabuki district. According to reliable sources, Arasaka is carrying out a mechanized attack on the group recently known as Burger King Buying and Selling Stupid Big Man, because the group has clues and evidence of corruption between the company and NCPD. NCPD has mobilized police forces to Japan Street and Kabuki district, and has implemented a blockade of H8 skyscraper. Previously, according to our reporter investigation, H8 skyscraper is controlled by a criminal group called Tiger Claw Gang. Is there any connection between the two? The terrorists caused significant damage to the company property and city assets. This group of terrorists is suspected to be the gang that caused serious damage in the company square and the municipal center a few days ago. This time their goal is to attack the skyscraper H8 and create large-scale unrest. NCPD Deputy Chief Jerry Furt said, "This kind of crime is absolutely not allowed. Thanks to Arasaka Corporation for providing riot control support." A citizen who wishes to remain anonymous provided a lot of evidence. There are a large number of kidnapped sex dolls in the H8 skyscraper that provide illegal sexual services to city officials and company executives. The origin of these sex dolls is closely related to the frequent kidnappings in Japan Street, Kabuki District, and Westbrook. Mayoral candidate Jefferson Perales commented, "This incident exposed the incompetence and corruption of the current government of Night City. If NCPD cannot protect the city, there will be more chaos like this." H8 skyscraper is an advanced building rebuilt in the reconstruction of Night City. It provides a good living environment for hundreds of residents and has never been a crime under the protection of NCPD. All the people living in this building are good citizens who abide by the law. The terrorist declaration is a challenge to the public order and morality of the city. Mayoral candidate Wilton Holt said, "Terrorists are full of lies. If they really want the safety of the city, why don't they submit evidence to the government to fight corruption? They will not defeat this city. The brave NCPD will protect the citizens from harm. This city will never surrender." The group involved released a message on the internet. "If you still have a conscience, get out of our way. Think about your children, brothers and sisters. Everyone may be targeted and sold to a dark room to suffer inhumane abuse." All criminal information sent by the group has been uploaded to the News 54 website, which reveals a heinous human trafficking network. Terrorists have issued a crime warning to Night City, but Deputy Mayor Holt has said that he will never back down. Any information about this group of terrorists can be reported through the following website. NCPD and Night City sincerely invite you to expose the true face of the villains. We will continue to confirm the authenticity of this information for you. A reward of up to €1 million will be offered for verified effective clues. David led his team to Ellen South Street as soon as possible. The TVs on the street kept broadcasting breaking news, and various opinions processed the information at hand. This was the first time David was involved in examining the news related to him. When he knew the truth, the various reports were so clear in their opinions in front of him, and the truth did not seem to matter at all. The important thing was to make more people believe in the media itself. The streets were deserted, every house was closed, the old neon lights flickered, bringing a flash of lightning. The Phoenix nightclub was in the alley of Ellen South Street. After turning a few corners, passing through the dirty streets, and the pipes dripping with stinky water, you could see the evil place hidden in the barrenness. The road to the nightclub was blocked by a roadblock, and two fraudsters from the Tiger Claw gang were standing by. If the artificial eyes were good enough, you could see the nightclub sign inside. The neon lights on the wall formed Phoenix and these beasts. Everyone in the team felt disgusted and angry. They saw a girl cut into several parts and hung on the outer wall. It seemed that in order to keep the girl expression fixed, her eyelids were propped up with sticks. The bodyguard guarding the door moved the stone roadblock away. The last car. A car started and drove out. It seemed that several cars had already left before. David and his team were still a little late. "Let's stop the car," David suddenly said. "Man, let's stop the car, there may be someone inside." Leal just asked David to keep watch, waiting for them to come and attack together. But now he has a different idea. "I want to, but you'd better communicate with Burger King." "Okay. David, brother, Phoenix has a car leaving, there may be someone inside." "Leal, if you are not afraid of death, then do it, don't ask me about such trivial matters." Brother said to do it, if you are not afraid of death. I am not afraid of death. Man loaded 2 pistols in his hands, then let do it. No objection. Right? Dorio, Pyrrha, Rebecca all nodded, feeling a little excited. The atmosphere has come to this point, it would be unreasonable not to fight. Chiwei and Lucy looked at each other, seemingly feeling a little complicated. But they didn't say anything, silently turned on their artificial eyes, and began to scan the Tiger Claw gang. The van gradually drove out of the alley, accelerated slowly, and then Man and David walked out of the street twice, aiming at the driver and the co-pilot. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet broke the windshield, directly killing the driver. But this shot also poked the Tiger Den. The Tiger Claw gang at the intersection immediately turned their guns and opened fire. Hit! See, find cover. Bullets rained down on the two, hitting the ground and the cover, and concrete splashed. As soon as several Tiger Claw gang members opened fire, their prostheses got stuck. David, Man, Dolio, Pira and Rebecca quickly moved in the cover, shooting while looking for cover. With the help of hackers, they were just shooting at fixed targets. But there were too many Tiger Claws. Tiger Claws outside the alley, Tiger Claws in the bar. Soon the alley was full of Tiger Claws. The two hackers began to sweat. Their nerves began to overheat from hacking again and again. They had to rest. Soon the group was trapped in the middle of the alley. Bullets kept shooting at their cover, almost making it impossible for them to move. The firepower and numbers of the Tiger Claws were much greater than they thought. Damn it! Rebecca took out a grenade from her pocket, pulled the fuse. Throw the grenade. David and the others nodded and threw the grenade. At this time, they didn't care where to throw it, just throw it first. Boom! The loud noise was deafening. Then something strange happened. The gunshots on both sides of the alley stopped. If you listen carefully, it didn't stop, but became smaller. Very strange. Rebecca, who was lying on the ground, raised her head and said cautiously, "We are so lucky, all of them were killed." No. Lucy's voice was a little strange. The Tiger Claw gang in the nightclub over here started firing back. Chiwei also said in the same strange voice, "At the entrance of the alley, wait a minute, it seems to be a person. He is attacking the Tiger Claw gang." David raised his head, swallowed his saliva, looked in the direction of the nightclub. The alley is very quiet. Click. David heard the awning above his head make a sound. He raised his head. Sure enough, he has installed a hearing aid, very rare. The voice came from David's ear. It was Japanese, and it was very familiar. David's pupil shrank sharply. It was the guy in Maekwan district. The blade was close to his ear. Man Team turned around, and saw a man wearing a red devil mask had put the knife next to David's head. It a rare choice of combat prosthesis. Why did you choose to fight? Everyone's heart was hanging in their throat. This man ghostly movements, there is only one possibility. He has a high-level Sion Weston. Not only Sion Weston, the evil ghost was only wearing a pair of red and green shorts. His entire body was exposed. Almost his entire upper body had lost its original skin. It was all replaced by gray-black synthetic materials. This meant that his entire upper body had been replaced. And not just his upper body, his two legs were almost completely replaced with some kind of saws that were easy to move in 3 dimensions. He chopped his feet, but no sound came out. Can you hear me? David shook his head with difficulty. Then you haven't understood Zen either. After saying this, the evil original looked behind a wall, listened and gritted his teeth and hacked in there, and his hair began to float white smoke. But the evil original did not feel any discomfort, and the prosthesis was functioning normally. He suddenly had a slight fluctuation in his calm heart. It seems that you also have. A man with a headband also suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley, holding an M2038 tactician shotgun in his hand. Bastard. Bang. The evil original turned into a shadow and left. David was hit directly by the bullet. Get out. They are both cyber psychopaths. Chapter 233. If you were me. Chiwei and Lucy scanned the two uninvited guests at the same time. And the answers they got were the same. Just a preliminary scan, you could observe extremely chaotic brain-computer interaction signals. Add to that the extremely high purity of the cyborg that is obviously in an overclocked state, the incoherent nonsense, the slaughter without distinguishing between friend and foe. These are two extremely dangerous cyber psychopaths. Why did the gunshots get smaller and smaller, and then stopped? It because these two cyber psychopaths slaughtered everyone outside in just a few seconds of the explosion. The two men extremely fast movement speed made them look like two afterimages fighting non-stop to ordinary people. Avoiding the shooting, Evil Yuan rushed towards the old soldier at high speed. He stared at the old soldier finger on the trigger. Until he was about to pull the trigger, Evil Yuan just moved to the back of the van. Bang. The bullet hit the car. Evil Yuan, who was hiding behind the van, took out the pistol hidden in the small pocket of his skin with one hand. Coincidentally, the old soldier strode forward and also took out a short knife from his clothes. Ihara raised his eyebrows. He heard the enemy approaching him. But the speed was too fast. Both of them were too fast. There was no time for him to change his attack method temporarily. He ran out of the van, aiming his pistol at the old soldier who had stood up in front of him. The bullet and the dagger hit the target at the same time. The bullet hit the old soldier neck, but the dagger scratched Ihara's shoulder, leaving a wound. In terms of depth, it was obvious that the bullet hit deeper, and was stuck tightly by the enhanced bionic neck. Although the wound caused by the short knife looked big, it hardly damaged the muscle fibers. Such a confrontation usually takes 6 to 10 seconds to complete. But with the support of Sion Weston and many combat prostheses, 6 seconds passed, and they completed 8 rounds of such confrontation. There was no so-called sword-to-sword clash. Every move stabbed the opponent's body, and every aim was aimed at the opponent's vital points. The knife reflected the light and dazzled people's eyes in the alley. Bullets flew, and David could only lie on the ground and wait for the end. The pressure caused by the two people was equal to that of the 20 or so Tiger Claw gang just now. Or even more. David saw man and his men running away. But in 6 seconds, they couldn't get out of the alley. The stray bullets from the two cyber psychopaths knocked them down one after another. David gritted his teeth and turned his eyes to his pistol and the samurai's sword on the ground. In this situation, there was no other choice but to gamble. Standing up and running would make him more likely to be shot. It would be better to wait for an opportunity. David, what are you doing? He crawled on the ground, closed his eyes, turned off the communication, and distinguished the sounds of gunfire and footsteps. They slowed down. Slower and slower. One of them was slower and heavier, and the other was much lighter. Bang! David also joined the battle. The bullet hit the evil original, which also caused some interference to him, but the old soldier had already lost the upper hand. The evil original intentionally dragged the old soldier to the side. David hurriedly half-crouched and followed. But he was still a little slow. Puff! The samurai sword pierced the old soldier abdomen. The butt of the gun in the old soldier hand hit the evil original chin hard, the last attack of both sides. A lot of heat came out of them. The mechanical features of the old soldier prosthesis were obvious, and the joints could be seen to emit a faint red light. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body could no longer physically support the high-intensity operation of the prosthesis. All vital signs began to decline rapidly. The error prompt box gradually decreased. He raised his head with difficulty. When he raised his head, he saw the broken limbs on the Phoenix nightclub, and lowered his head again instinctively. Are you fighting for someone too? But you still haven't understood the Zen, and have been tested. All tragedies are nothing but empty forms, neither born nor destroyed. The prosthesis on his body gradually finished cooling, and the jerky joints became smooth again, and the evil original raised the samurai's sword. You must feel the cessation of life and death, and then react. But unfortunately, bang! The evil was hit by a bullet. The bullet was shot very straight, and it penetrated his not-so-thick subcutaneous armor. Then he turned around and swung his knife at David. And his joints were crackling. Click! It wasn't just his joints that were crackling. David found that his pistol was out of bullets. Oh no! The evil came to David in an instant, and raised his samurai sword high. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered, and Lucy appeared on the battlefield. All the bullets hit the evil. The evil wielder swung his knife, and cut off the pistol in Lucy's hand, scaring the girl to sit on the ground. If Lucy hadn't reacted quickly, the knife would have even cut off her hand. The evil wielder raised his prosthesis high, and the prosthesis creaked. David didn't know where the strength came from, and he grabbed the samurai's sword on the ground and stabbed it hard. He didn't even dare to think about a question. Can he really be faster than the evil wielder? But the knife still stabbed out. The evil wielder froze in place, as fast as he was when he used Sion Weston. His movements were as slow as they were now. The cuts and bullet holes on his body were all flowing with various synthetic fluids. David understood instantly, due to the high temperature and wounds. The lubricating fluid inside the prosthesis, the biochemical energy exchange fluid, and other fluids that assist the operation of the prosthesis have all been drained. On the one hand, these fluids have drained away, and on the other hand, the overheated prosthesis has also begun to cool down, and many parts have been blocked together. It is truly a lamp running out of oil. The stiff limbs of the evil original are still waving the samurai sword, but it is too slow. David stirred the samurai sword, kicked the evil original to the ground, changed the magazine in his hand, and pointed the gun at the evil original. But he didn't understand. For the Tiger Claw gang? Is it worth it? The evil original fell to the ground. His eyes calm. Not for the Tiger Claw gang. But for me. The evil original is already a cyber psychopath. But what exactly stimulated him to become a cyber psychopath? What made him become like this? David's heart was filled with unspeakable emotions. The evil original suddenly said, I also have a question. Why did you choose the hearing prosthesis? Or, why did you choose a prosthesis? Sion Weston is very fast, but it can't break the speed of sound. This can help me identify your actions to a certain extent. As for the prosthesis, I have seen a man who was once very powerful, but died tragically because he didn't have a prosthesis. As he said, David looked at Lucy in the distance with fear, and everyone lying on the ground. All this was seen by the evil source. I understand, the last question. If you have a prosthesis like me, if you were me, would you be like me? After the evil was finished, David's light flashed in his eyes. And he died before David fired. David had more questions in his mind. What does this mean? Lucy on the ground also showed an expression of incomprehension. This madman from the Tiger Claw gang told her a lot of things. He withdrew IC. And there was nothing in the nightclub. Only bombs. He told me a lot of things about the Tiger Claw gang. Some of which were fragmented and needed to be repaired. This veteran was the father of the girl in the Phoenix nightclub. The Tiger Claw gang wanted him to deal with us. But he refused. Then they came up with this idea to stimulate him. David was silent, looking at the alley full of corpses, and the flashing neon sign Phoenix. He was thinking a lot. Well done, beautifully. David looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Man and his team gave him a thumbs up. He immediately returned to reality. He seemed to have exceeded his mission. David, brother, Phoenix nightclub was cleared, but there was nothing inside, only bombs. Leal, so awesome? Woohoo, don't shout. Someone seemed to be cheering in the communication. David immediately smiled happily, but soon, when he looked up, he saw a large number of drones flying over the overpass above the slums. The bullets of the drones were literally raining down on a target speeding on the overpass, and the micro-missiles were bombarding the bridge desperately, like thunder. And the target on the bridge was also firing back with the same exaggerated firepower. Drones fell like rain. Is this a war? Boom! Another bombing. A large piece of the guardrail of the overpass was blown off. Several of the micro-missiles broke away from the lock and flew everywhere. One of them hit the iron house above the Phoenix nightclub. Large pieces of steel bars, iron sheets fell. Smashing into the Phoenix nightclub seemed to trigger some kind of detection mechanism. Boom! The explosion instantly destroyed the Phoenix nightclub. Flames rose, glass flew, the building collapsed. The flames rose. Then, David looked through the gap in the overpass and saw Mackinac speeding past Leal. Then we won't go down. Leal, remember Regina? Contact her, let her deal with it. Leal, good job, keep up the good work. David swallowed. Chapter 234 Top Road Rage. A micro-missile was fired at the highway, and the Mackinac happened to drive past the bullet point. Boom! If it were an ordinary car, it would probably be completely scrapped after the explosion, and the people inside would be scattered. But this Mackinac was different. The car was lifted up suddenly by the explosion, and just rushed over the cracked elevated road surface. At this time, the car also fired synchronously with the 8-star gun hidden under the external armor. Boom! Drones fell like rain. And the Mackinac was still driving. Woohoo! Awesome! V, who was holding the steering wheel, shouted and sat back on the seat. That was awesome. There were 3 people in the car now. V was driving, Jack was controlling the 8-star gun through a personal link, and Leal was assisting the 8-star gun in aiming, and controlling the electronic jammer for electronic countermeasures, and had to hack the octant from time to time. Leal directly lifted the effective part of the access bay into the car, and connected to the cyberspace without a cooling tank. The cooling fins behind him were fully opened, steam was coming out, and the car's own air exchanger was used to dissipate heat. After firing a round of magazines, the 8-star gun retreated from the reserve channel, and Jack began to manually change the bullets, just like a loader in a tank. After changing the magazines, Jack pushed the gun up again, and shouted to V, "It's so damn hot. The air conditioner is already turned up to the maximum." The drone missiles just couldn't hit the car head-on, and in their tactical observation system, the car was too blurry. The Tiger Claw gang car was chasing far behind. The person in charge of controlling the drone went from excitement and arrogance at the beginning to surprise and solemnity. Now he was sweating, and even a little scared. It was less than 30 minutes. These three crazy people are simply supermen. The Tiger Claw gang got the drone and excitedly thought it was a cat and mouse game. They set up a trap in the slums. But the opponent firepower was more powerful. The big guy could even throw steel bars to blow up the drone. I don't know how, in a daze, the car they parked outside the slums to control the drone was targeted by a sniper rifle, and the car was blown up by one shot. Then they entered a fierce street fight, and the result was also very direct. The first batch of 50 people failed to stop these three people, only 2 survived. The big guy, the woman, appeared and disappeared in the complex terrain of the slums, and it was a complete massacre. The hacker was roasted in less than a minute after he sat on the chair, and then 2 more people, who didn't believe in evil came, and this time, they only lasted 30 seconds. Sometimes they were cut in half by the blade in the dark, sometimes they were smashed into pulp by the strongman with the iron sheet, and sometimes the prosthesis caught fire just after they entered. The 2 who survived did not have enough prosthesis, so the temperature was not high enough, but they were basically burned into idiots, and if they didn't have money to see a doctor, they would probably only have 1 or 2 days left. The good news is that they have enough drones. Originally, they thought, a broken Mackinac, and they ran away from the municipal center because they arranged it properly. The news said so, and the boss said so too. Then the 3 of them got in the car, and the Mackinac revved up like a tank. And why would the Mackinac have a missile pod? Won't the NCPD and the company investigate? The Tiger Claws all thought it was a missile pod. In the car, watching the drone fall, Winno's forehead began to sweat. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Keep flying the drone. Keep going. Boss. Boss." The little brother next to him gently pulled him. "It gone. The drone we brought out is gone." The driver quietly slowed down, glancing at Winno guiltily. Winno moved his eyes away from the dashboard without leaving a trace. "Boss, NCPD is ahead. We can't chase them anymore." "Yes, indeed, NCPD blockade is ahead," Winno muttered, after getting off the elevated road. "There is NCPD blockade. They also can be considered to have completed the mission." "Right." On the side, the driver looked at the dashboard in confusion, and then looked at the car in front. Is Mackinac approaching? Did he slow down? A bad guess came to his mind. "Boss. Boss." They slowed down. "No. They are reversing." As soon as the voice fell, Mackinac and the Tiger Claw gang vehicle in the front were flush. The car suddenly became quiet. The artificial eye projected the image captured by the crystal ball. She scanned around. "Why are there no drones?" "It finished." Jack pushed the 8-star gun up. "Finished? Do you mean they are going to run away?" "Lil, the NCPD is in front of us. They probably want to run away. Back up the car. Don't let them run away." V grinned. "Hee hee, luckily you reminded me." The car suddenly stopped, and then began to reverse rapidly, almost seamlessly. It almost collided with the car behind it. Bang! The Tiger Claw sports car lost control directly. The whole car flew up and smashed the viaduct. Mackinac just lifted his butt, and the Tiger Claw car turned quickly to avoid it like avoiding the plague. The car stopped where it was. Through the crystal ball, he could see the frightened eyes of the Tiger Claws. "Want to escape?" One more step on the accelerator, Mackinac rushed forward. The Tiger Claws convoy was scared and scattered, but their cars were far less powerful than Mackinac, and he caught up with them in a few seconds. A wolf among the sheep. The enemy raised their guns and fired wildly, but whether it was the HGSH-18 Authentic or the Nobunaga, the caliber of these rifles was a pipe dream to penetrate Mackinac armor. All of a sudden, people near the viaduct saw cars raining down from the bridge. "Where the machine gun? Damn it. Use a heavy machine gun. Too fast. They're too fast." The Tiger Claws then had a machine gun set up behind the car, but their speed and flexibility were too poor, so they could only watch Mackinac overtake them and crush them. Winno of the Tiger Claws watched his convoy lose one car after another, and he was filled with fear, shaking the driver's hand frantically. "Don't chase me. Please. Turn around. Run." The driver had been waiting for this sentence. A drift was very cool, but the speed slowed down. The 8-star gun was aiming at the moment when these cars were thrown into the air. Winno heard the sound of breaking wind, and his Krenchikov started, but it was useless. He could only stare at the bullets shooting in from the car window. His prosthesis was not awesome, but even if it was awesome, it was impossible to avoid the bullets of the 8-star gun in this state, because it was a high explosive bullet. Boom! Winno's head was swallowed by the explosion. Mackinac put all his effort into it, and overturned the last Tiger Claw gang car. Watching the car fall off the overpass, V raised his middle finger. "Stupid idiot, I told you to chase me." The car stopped at the scene of the accident. Leo disconnected the link to cyberspace. "It's so damn hot. Why did you come out? Are you going to rush to the skyscraper? The road down the overpass is blocked by NCPD. There are mines. Let's take another road." Leo jumped out of the car, and two mechanical arms opened the briefcase containing tools. "So what? Isn't it a bit unsafe to get out of the car like this?" "No problem for now. NCPD and the Tiger Claw gang can't attack us together." Leo opened the hood of Mackinac. The engine used by Mackinac is a custom experimental engine developed by itself. The rated horsepower is 400 horsepower. But that is just for inspection. The actual normal working horsepower is 2,400 horsepower, but the power is limited during normal driving. The car also has a nitrogen acceleration system. The theoretical maximum working power is even greater than this number. Lear is now adjusting the physical safety valve of the nitrogen delivery pipeline. The next thing is, it has to be larger than the theoretical maximum. V watched Lear crawl into the hood. "So, what are you doing? It's impossible that you can turn this car into a hovercraft by touching it twice. Right?" Lear fiddled with the safety valve, took the tool from the mechanical arm, and his hand suddenly paused. It's not impossible. In the Marvel world, he actually has an aerodynamic expert to support him. Adrian even designed an aircraft engine. It's not too much to reverse the hovercraft engine. Right? But not now. That's not the case. I adjust the nitrogen valve and raise the safety threshold. Leo slammed the hood back and jumped into the car. Perhaps because he had heard the news that the Tiger Claws were completely wiped out, Leo heard the sound of a helicopter approaching from afar. A police helicopter was heading towards the elevated highway. As we all know, helicopters crush ground armored units. Even if this was a police helicopter, the continuous firing of machine guns could completely blow up Mackinac. But Jack and V, the two silly boys, were not afraid at all. They turned around and looked at Leo at the same time. "What should we do?" "Start the car." V did it. Boom! The car shook violently. Jack said excitedly, "Brother, did you just inject stimulants into the car? Can you give me some for my motorcycle when we get back?" Leo patted Jack helplessly. "Fasten your seat belt." "V, did you see the road I marked for you? See why you marked the road outside the viaduct? That right, we have to fly straight down." Jack and V turned around again. The helicopter was getting closer and closer. "I'm right, go there." "Jack, blast the guardrail." "I go." Jack swallowed. V did the same, although he smiled, but it was a forced smile. So Lil patted them on the shoulders. The elevated road is 57 meters above the ground in Kabuki district, but if Westbrook lands well, it's less than 10 meters high. I calculated it. The car can withstand it, you see. We are still in the uphill section, so we don't have to reverse. After saying that, he sat back in the back seat and fastened his seat belt. Yes, although this car is very strong, it is still a Mackinac. V and Jack also fastened their seat belts. The helicopter was getting closer and closer. Perhaps out of the habit of using a searchlight to observe the people in the car, it chose to approach from the front of the car. So, Lear frowned, took out a box of military high-energy food from his pocket, and patted Jack. "You don't need to fasten it. Open the window. When we fly over later, if there is a chance, you can pull the helicopter. It can fly further, and the impact will be less severe." Jack's brain was overloaded, and he took the high-energy food from Lear's hand. With a snap, the seat belt popped open, and the armored car window armor was unlocked and began to fall. These suddenly felt very happy. "Haha. Jack, this job is only for you. You are going to be famous now. I have only seen people hitting people in road rage, but I have never seen people grabbing helicopters in road rage. This is NCPD. Please stop the vehicle immediately. Do not try to resist or escape." The helicopter was getting closer and closer, and issued a warning to the three people. However, Lear could see that they had no intention of leaving anyone alive, and the machine gun had locked onto the car. Lear ignored Jack's little eyes, and patted V's chair. No time to hesitate. "V, drive." "Fuck." Jack quickly stuffed high-energy food into his mouth, and couldn't stop blurting out swear words, staring at the helicopter with a ferocious look. Boom! The engine roared like thunder. The people on the helicopter only saw the Mackinac charging along the viaduct. The acceleration was as fast as those top supercars. Then the 8-star gun opened fire. This weapon is good for fighting gangs. The armed police on the helicopter sneered. It saves us from holding back. Get ready to fire. As a police helicopter, it is not equipped with an automatic cannon like a military armed helicopter, but a rotating cannon used by humans. The personnel using the machine gun squatted on the side of the helicopter, and the prosthetic shooting system locked onto Mackinac. As for those dangerous smart weapon bullets, the electromagnetic interference device on the aircraft can completely block the built-in chip of the smart weapon, making its ballistic control system ineffective and unable to lock onto the helicopter at all. The helicopter descended suddenly, intending to avoid the shooting and rise from under the viaduct, and then opened fire directly. However, the target of those high-explosive bombs was not the helicopter. Boom! The high-explosive bomb hit the concrete guardrail, blasting up a piece of lime. The guardrail was blown apart, and a small gap appeared. The helicopter thought it had avoided the attack, and rose up, and prepared to fire. Then the people on the helicopter were stunned. They saw an incomprehensible scene. Mackinac put all his strength, and the exhaust pipe was spewing fire, and rushed towards the gap without hesitation. Bang! The armored bumper smashed the gap. At this time, the people on the helicopter reacted. The car was now rushing towards them. The machine gun operator pulled the trigger instinctively, but it was impossible to stop a flying armored vehicle. The driver and the commander on the co-pilot seat saw an exaggerated scene. A man who was still chewing seemed to have been waiting in front of the co-pilot window for a long time, and then leaned out, as if to catch the helicopter. Only the machine gun driver confirmed this scene almost face to face. The gun flame reflected the ferocious expression of the strong man who was choosing people to eat. And the strong man stretched out his hand towards the helicopter landing gear. He really wanted to catch the helicopter. He really grabbed the helicopter landing gear. The plane sank suddenly, and it was completely out of control. Chapter 235 Drama. Not far from the Westbrook blockade, an NCPD police car was parked on the side of the road, with its lights on, but the officer was sitting on a stone bench not far away. His artificial, "I was locked on the battle on the viaduct. We've worked overtime for half a month, and we've been owed overtime pay for 3 months, and you still have the nerve to ask us to work overtime." The new policeman standing next to him had a more solemn expression. Looking at the explosion and fire there, he was greatly shocked. This is his first month in the NCPD. Everything he experienced tonight was a little too magical for him. "Sir, have you seen the things that are circulating in the bureau now?" "Yes, what then?" The police officer remained calm. If it true, it probably true. So we were transferred here, and there's no such thing as guarding a skyscraper, triple overtime pay, whoever wants to wade into the muddy water can do it. The newcomer was shocked. The police officer stood up and saw the Tiger Claws car being pushed down. Well done. Damn. I've been annoyed with those stupid Tiger Claws for a long time. They act so arrogant. If I weren't a cop, I would be a cop. Sir, cop seems to be a derogatory term for us. The police officer looked at the newcomer and repeated again, "If I weren't a cop." But he paused after repeating it. Then what? He didn't say the rest. If he wasn't a cop, he would find a factory job. Are you kidding me? The man running wildly on the viaduct now is not like a human being. Can he do this kind of work if he is not a policeman? But the helicopter will arrive soon. Even if those 3 people really have superpowers, how can they break through the double blockade in the air and on the ground? There are helicopters in the air, and the ground blockade even uses Arasaka mechas, which cannot be broken by brute force. Alas, the hero is old. Bang! Before he finished speaking, the bridge suddenly exploded. There was a loud noise. The police officer and the newcomer turned their heads at the same time and opened their mouths at the same time. The aircraft gun opened fire. The orange-yellow bullets flew like meteors, but what shocked them was the Mackinac. The Mackinac flew up. The machine gun brushed past, hit the Mackinac armor, created bursts of sparks, exploded in the air like fireworks. The car and the helicopter approached quickly, and then an even more incredible scene happened. When they crossed, the helicopter shook violently, and the car descent slowed down as if the car had bitten the helicopter. The helicopter that was bitten fell like a person and smashed towards Westbrook, while Mackinac maintained its speed. And the front of the car just tilted slightly, and drew a short but shocking arc in the air. It smashed towards the 2 people. Boom! The helicopter stalled and spun around, and smashed headfirst on the elevated road, bursting into flames. Mackinac landed sideways, and rolled and slid under the action of inertia. and finally slid towards them in a sideways posture. The police officer and the newcomer turned pale. Their legs felt like they were filled with lead. They wanted to run, but they didn't know where to run. They were at a loss. Squeak. Bang. Mackinac straightened himself, and the sparks hit the faces of the two police officers. The air was filled with the smell of incompletely burned fuel, and the black smoke made the interface of their artificial eyes dark. Mackinac was just a little bit away from hitting the police car, and would have hit the two people. The two policemen were sweating profusely, and they didn't move. About a second later, Mackinac honked the horn. Beep, 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 like a road rage driver who was blocked. The two officers looked in front of Mackinac, and it turned out that their car was blocking the road. The newcomer was still stiff, and the officer woke up as if from a dream, and immediately used the wireless central control on the police car to move away from the roadside of the car. Because the road was too narrow, he could only run into the garbage dump. Mackinac stepped on the gas, and twitched, as if nodding in praise, and then drove away slowly. NCPD operator, NCPD suspect, NCPD officer. The suspect shot down the helicopter. Repeat, the suspect shot down the helicopter. NCPD officer. The suspect has broken through the elevated blockade. My hand, my chest muscle, my abdominal muscle. Jack screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The damage was indeed quite severe. The force of pulling the helicopter at that moment could completely tear a person in two. Even an ordinary cybernetic person could not withstand it. But Jack was not ordinary. The lizard muscle fibers were very durable in this situation. A little bit of strain was not a problem at all. On the contrary, the boxing champion arms were a little overloaded. Of course, this is also due to Jack's good grasp of the rhythm. In that case, every extra second of pulling, the pulling force will increase dramatically, to the point where carbon-based creatures cannot bear it, and it may also interfere with Mackinac's flight trajectory. In terms of the results, Jack completed the task perfectly. Okay, stop shouting. It's not broken. I adjust it for you, and you can make up for the physical damage by eating more. Lear opened the gorilla arm for a quick inspection, then lay back on the access chair and entered the cyberspace to observe the network environment. Oh! It's fucking awesome. While Jack was yelling, V was still savoring the feeling of flying. His mouth was like a machine gun. This is fucking awesome. This car can really fly. When will Mackinac come out with a hover car? I wonder what it feels like to sit in a hover car. No. I think we sat in one last time. Do you think it possible? Lil? I'm calling you. Can you make me a hover car? Lil disconnected the connection and said with a dark face, don't shout. There's no one now. Drive. We must kill Jotaro today. Okay. Let's just charge. The streets are full of cops. What do we do with the car after the charge? What about the cops? Charge. And park the car downstairs when the time comes. This is indeed a problem. But it's not a big problem. As long as we get to the location. The car can be left there first. At worst, we can just give the car to NCPD for custody, and take it back after the commission is completed. Although the car can still run now. Except for its durability. Its performance is almost the same as that of the ordinary Mackinac. Let park it downstairs. V frowned. Park downstairs? You are so humorous. Change your plan. I don't want NCPD to touch my baby Mackinac. Lil helplessly. Baby Mackinac? You used to dislike this car the most. Okay. I don't care. Change your plan. Okay, Lil looked at the quiet street now. Then park the car here. Change equipment. And we will approach the skyscraper from the upper floors. This is okay. Is there an automatic defense system in the car that can shoot anyone who approaches? No such thing. There is a small alley at the intersection ahead. Turn in. By the way, isn't our car a bit conspicuous now? Won't someone report us? The car was driving on the empty street. But there were few people here because no idiots would go to the area that the NCPD had blocked off. But it was not certain if we continued to move forward. Westbrook was very prosperous. With such a big incident, it was a great honor to prevent them from running around here. The outer armor of the Mackinac was already tattered by the machine gun attack. No one would think it was an ordinary car. So this car also has a stealth mode. I have to say that the company customization service is still good, although Tingwei is only a second-tier car manufacturer. The car slowed down and drove slowly. The damaged armor on the body began to fall off. Soon, the ground was covered with steaming armor layers. After taking off a large piece of armor, the legendary Mackinaw seemed to have suddenly become an ordinary Mackinaw, driving towards the alley. The three of them got out of the car. 2 layers of concealment shields popped out from the top of Mackinaw. The outer layer was optical camouflage, which automatically read the surrounding scene based on the vehicle crystal ball to generate a surface optical cover, and the second layer was an electromagnetic shield, which could avoid electromagnetic detection. Basically, they were all the highest standard equipment. Tingwei still attached great importance to this experimental vehicle. The car was parked next to the garbage dump, and it was almost impossible to tell that there was a car here. V patted the car shield distressfully, and the optical camouflage shook. Little Jinua, you stop here first. I take you to change equipment after the work is done. Lil patted V unhappily. Can you stop being so dramatic? Hurry up and reach out. I adjust the electromagnetic suction component. Oh! V looked at Jack. Jack was still wondering if his gorilla arm was broken. He kept touching it. Jack, stop being so dramatic. Come and adjust the equipment. Lil took the tool from the robot arm, and found that the 2 robot arms stopped in front of him, and lowered slightly. It was like a puppy approaching him, and looking at him with a slightly lowered head. With a twitch of his mouth, Lil said, What are you doing? What are they doing? I don't know, it probably a consecration ceremony. Give me 1-2 Lil showed a helpless expression, and touched the robot hand. V happened to see this scene, with a look of amusement on his face. Why are you so dramatic? Chapter 236 The King of Hell called out his name. Jotaro lost his composure. The top floor of the H8 skyscraper, the Hentang High-End Club. The TV was playing images of explosions. Jotaro's hypocritical face was extremely depressed at this moment, and the relaxed feeling in the past was completely gone. He had only one thought. It was too exaggerated. This was the first time he was threatened by someone like this. In the past, he always called out someone's head, and asked someone to make a film. But this time it was different. He was called out. And it was not just an ordinary call. The other party called out his name directly on News Channel 54, and various large and small news media, making the whole city know, and making a huge commotion. He didn't dare to play like this. But this kind of thing, if it happened to an ordinary person, Jotaro would just feel like laughing. It was such a big deal. NCPD came out and exposed the person directly, without even making up a reason. It was not the first time that his name was discovered by someone, nor was it the first time that he was cursed, saying that he was going to be killed. The NCPD police had dealt with many cases, such as the idiots who came to his house in anger to ask for their children, brothers and sisters, and killed them all. This time was different. The idiot gang with the idiot name mentioned his name, and he also sent out the gang, found the NCPD, and even spent a huge amount of money to get sponsorship from Arasaka. However, so far, these 3 perverts have killed hundreds of tiger claws along the way, shot down dozens of drones, overturned helicopters, and broken through the NCPD defense. Now, they are in Westbrook, coming to him. Fuck. 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 Jotaro jumped up and paced frantically. In the towering skyscraper, even though there were several streets between him and the 3 perverts, there were dozens of floors under his feet, and countless gang members and NCPD blocking him and the 3 perverts. He didn't feel safe. Communicator, boss. Boss, Jotaro, you have caused too much trouble to the gang this time. Think about how to apologize after you deal with it. Jotaro, I am very sorry. Communicator, Director. Director, have you dealt with the evidence? Hurry up. Jotaro, why don't you let the terrorist squad intervene? Director, the director does not allow it. Don't worry about it. Hurry up. Communicator, weapons supplier. Weapons supplier, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. We have our own arrangements. Weapons supplier, I said it before. Those 3 people are not ordinary people. Weapons supplier, now. As we said, open up the entire Hentang network. Jotaro, if you let go of everything, do you still need to help me? Do you think I'm stupid? Weapons supplier, watch your tone, Jotaro-san. You already played a trick on us once. Communicator, Winnow. Winnow, boss. Save me. Jotaro, idiot. Go to hell. Communicator is out of service area. He paced back and forth, paced back and forth. Messages from others kept flashing through his mind. He couldn't believe it. He was unwilling. He didn't understand. Angry. Why? The business he had worked hard to build for several years suddenly became shaky overnight? The exaggerated pressure reminded him of the suffocating feeling when he was a young man and lost all his money in gambling. Then he instinctively thought of how he eliminated this suffocating feeling. It was nothing more than a business. The tiger claws couldn't protect him, and the NCPD was useless. Only the company was left. Thinking of this, he walked quickly to the computer room. The tiger claws? He couldn't stay there anymore. Connecting Arasaka to their network, and what data to clean up, was not up to him. How to get through this difficult time? It all depended on the company. Jotaro, sure, what are you going to do? Weapons supplier, you finally got it. As a reward, those three have the means to enter from high altitude. NCPD ground forces can't stop them at all. Weapons supplier, if you decide later, they will probably put a bullet into your head. The other strongman in a purple suit in the house didn't dare to say anything, just sat there. Usually he is the boss of Cloudtop, but with Jotaro here, he is just a part-time worker. Tonight, people in the H8 skyscraper are trembling with fear. NCPD Patrolman 2091, evidence found. Suspected armored plate of the suspect vehicle. Evidence collected. NCPD Sergeant 0123, no suspect vehicle found. Search ongoing. NCPD Superintendent 0099, I quit. Stupid Forte. I'm on strike. My people. All fucking off. Harvell. Stings. Click. NCPD Sergeant 0134, why don't you let the terrorist squad intervene? NCPD police cars drove through the street and recovered the tattered armor plate that Mackinac had taken off. Leal and the other two were in the darkness on the roof, watching the car drive away. The route has been chosen. I inserted a power adjustment command into the power supply network. They haven't found it yet. There will be a power outage on the road we pass. Go to the dark. V moved his wrist and looked at the spider silk launcher in his hand. Not bad. I was wondering when I could swing in the air again. Is this thing different? It is different. I went back and discussed with people on the internet to improve the structure of the launcher. The magnetic adsorption gloves have also been upgraded. Magnetic adsorption set type 2. Description: better components, stronger suction, surface materials with a higher friction coefficient, optimized energy conversion system, improved on the basis of type 1, with reference to stronger human individuals. Provides maximum 15,000 N normal force support, optimized adaptive software system reduces energy consumption, enhanced stability. Last time, the materials were bought temporarily by Lao Wei. This time, the materials are the results of reverse engineering from Marvel. The parts that cannot be reversed are also carefully selected. In general, it is more like a qualified product, rather than a temporary product put together temporarily. After that, the building and street across from the three people began to lose power, according to the sequence that Lear had inserted. Okay. Let go. Lear stood up, but found that Jack and V were both looking at him, as if to say, who are you going to lie on this time? I can swing over by myself, Lear said unhappily, and then jumped out first. Squeak. The spider silk shot out from the mechanical arm, and then was pulled by the mechanical arm. The pulling force was calculated by the little octopus, and was completely within the range that Lear could bear. The force is transmitted to the exoskeleton tied to Leal through the mechanical arm, and dispersed to various body segments to avoid dislocation. Then it swings to the wall. The two mechanical arms also complete the magnetic absorption and force release. Leal uses one hand to stabilize his balance. The mechanical arm itself has a small load because most of the weight has to be applied to Leal, but it performs very well in other sports. Leal sticks to the wall and looks at the street behind him. It feels good not to be thrown around. Jack and V looked at each other and followed. The three of them flew all the way, jumping between high-rise buildings. From time to time, some areas on the streets of Westbrook would experience a momentary power outage. It was like three ghosts jumping between buildings. Soon they arrived opposite the H8 skyscraper. After a long journey, they returned to the starting point. You should know that their investigation started from Japan Street, and the H8 skyscraper was on Japan Street. However, no one knew where Jotaro was hiding at that time. But now Lil was sure that he must be inside. Hintang has many secrets that cannot be revealed. As a participant or even a leader, he has to be responsible for the business here at this time. Just snap. The three arrived at the opposite building of the H8 skyscraper across a viaduct. Lil looked at the NCPD that was blocking the ground. It was just a little too smooth. With the help of the Japanese-style gate on the viaduct with the projection of unparalleled in the world, they can reach the outside of the skyscraper. Although the details of their actions in the company's square are still a mystery. The company and NCPD should be able to guess that they have special equipment for high-altitude operations. Why aren't there as many drones and building defenses as imagined? Maybe the defense area is too large, the cost is too high, they are unwilling to invest? It's possible, but since we're here, there's no reason to be scared away. What are you looking at? V stuck to the wall, jumped lightly, and came to Leo's side. The scenery is really good. I understand you didn't have time to appreciate it last time. That's not the reason. Be careful after you go in. I don't think it right. It's too simple. Simple isn't good? V curled her lips. Look at Jack. Can any normal person eat a lot while working? She was going to say who could blow up a helicopter, but changed her mind after seeing Jack eating a lot. Jack, who is replenishing his energy, turned pale after hearing this. We are already awesome. V patted Lil, pointed to the door on the viaduct. Look, this is us. Better be careful, let go. True law, Jotaro. See how much more you can carry out. The three of them landed, and quickly passed by. Unparalleled in the world. Chapter 237, Fierce Battle in the Skyscraper. Hey, standing guard, don't take drugs. My hands shake when I don't take drugs. I still have some. Do you want some? Me? I'm not like you. Two tiger claws stood in front of the windowsill. One of them took a deep breath of drugs with the inhaler. Awesome. Puff. The mantis knife pierced his chest. The tiger claw who had just said it was awesome was ripped open, and his companion just wanted to speak, but his head was blown up by a huge fist. The three entered through the window. This is the public area of the skyscraper. Jack threw the two bodies into the trash can. V put away his mantis knife, frowned, and looked at his mantis knife and thought. Lil asked with a strange look on his face. What wrong? I regret it. What do you regret? We should have just driven in. It's not nice to steal like this. The three looked at each other and nodded silently. Lil shook his head. I said it before. It's best for us to do it this way. Ah! Keep your voice down. V walked ahead angrily. Why didn't you persuade me? Forget it. There will be another chance later. I find an access point, you watch. Before he finished speaking, the footsteps of the Tiger Claw gang were heard around the corner. They called us here with such a big fuss. I'm afraid those three guys have already found a place to hide. Yeah, who dares to rush to the door directly? Lil and Jack were very stable. But Lil saw that her expression had twisted. So he gestured to Jack, and silently walked to the property panel next to him. If you want to do it. The previous plan can still be used. Communicator, Bryce. Lil, we are coming in to provide some network support. A group of Tiger Claws patrolled the building in 2s and 3s, and they were still joking. I see those three guys, who are bragging outside, are probably half dead in the black clinic begging the prosthetic doctor for help. Ha ha ha, ugh. At the corner, a ray of cold light flashed. In their shocked eyes, the laughing companion was directly cut into pieces. Enemy. Bang. A heavy punch hit the sumo wrestler head, and the huge force directly smashed his head like a watermelon. The news of the enemy attack spread in the skyscraper, and the NCPD also got the news at the same time, and immediately rushed to the gate, but the iron gate fell down. Ding. Skyscraper property. Dear residents, the skyscraper is currently experiencing technical problems, and has entered a lockdown state. The elevator system has been temporarily blocked, and residents are advised to use the stairs. External communication links have been restricted. Some security doors have been activated, ensuring the safety of each floor. Please stay calm, stay in the house, and wait for the problem to be solved. The current estimated solution time is negative 32,768 hours. The Tiger Claw gang that was attacked fell to the ground. Frightened by the bloody scene and the momentum of the two men, they sat down on the ground. The blood of their companions covered their faces. He looked up at the stairs, and several companions who hurried over were smashed into pulp by the security door. The lights went out, and only the dim red warning light was left reflecting the grinning face. I wanted to give you a peaceful death, but you are looking for death. Spare me. Puff puff puff. The mantis knife waved, piercing bloody holes in the Tiger Claw gang. The noise here attracted the Tiger Claw gang on the opposite floor, and one of the guys waved his arms at his companions. On our floor. Bang. Achilles blew up the body of the Tiger Claw gang on the opposite side. Jack screamed in fear. Fuck. Lil, I can't shoot. I can't shoot. I clearly wanted to shoot the head. On the high-rise building, a Tiger Claw gang member put the machine gun on the guardrail to suppress, but the electromagnetic projectile blew up the concrete baffle and directly blew up his head. V turned the gun and aimed at the next threat target. I can shoot. Don't scream. It all temporary. Just shoot the target I found for you. They are all shrinking and motionless. Leal also found a shelter, pulled the trigger, and fired a series of bullets. Long bullets accurately locked onto every enemy behind the shelter through the camera system inside the skyscraper. On both sides of the corner, footsteps were heard. Just at this moment, the three of them had just finished a round of magazines. Jack. East v West. Jack and V fired a shot each, put down the rifles in their hands, and threw out fists and knives at the same time, intercepting the Tiger Claw gang that walked out of the corner. Coincidentally, the enemies they faced were all of their type. Jack met a sumo wrestler. V met a female ninja. The sharp mantis blade and the heavy fist each found their target. The enemy prosthetic system bounced back. But the prosthetics they used were completely different. Kill the leader. The rest were just chickens and dogs. Bloody storm. The mechanical arm put down the tactical box. And 4 grenades popped out. 2 in Lil hand, and 2 in the mechanical arm hand. The mechanical arm aimed at the target, and threw the grenade directly at the grenade on the higher level of the countermeasure, while Lil threw the grenade upwards. The grenade was pulled by the spider silk and smashed directly into the aisle above the head. Boom! Jack and V turned back to the bunker at the same time. Lil also took out the magazines of Nikomata and Achilles from the box, slid towards the 2 on the ground, took the magazines, and the 3 of them started to change the bullets at the same time. My feet! My feet! I seem to have lost consciousness. Help! The gunfire in the building suddenly stopped, leaving only the guy who was injured by the grenade screaming. The Tiger Claws hid behind the bunker, looking at the bodies of their companions, gasping, with fear in their eyes. 3 people actually exerted the suppression power of 30 elites. High-level suppression would be penetrated by technical sniper rifles. Cyber-enhanced people would be completely defeated in close combat, and if they tried to hide, they would be chased by smart bullets. The EMP bombing caused their communication to be blocked, and the feeling of losing connection also intensified their fear. Even their companions who planned to hide in the corridor above their heads to take a break were accurately bombed by grenades. What to do? Just like that, this group of rabble missed a brief opportunity to suppress the trio. Data flashed in Lil's eyes. The location of the cloud top is 12 to 22 floors. Prepare to ascend. Jack and V jumped up high, put their arms on the wall, and climbed to the 2nd floor in a flash. Several Tiger Claws could be seen crawling on the ground. Lil shot out spider silk, and quickly moved to the wall of the opposite building along the wall. Bakayaru. Attack! Do you want to be killed while hiding like this? Assholes, attack! Do you want to be killed while hiding like this? Someone suddenly roared in the communication. The Tiger Claws were dominated by fear and raised their guns. But the pressure they faced this time was much greater than before. The trio has already positioned themselves, forming a triangle on the plane, with slightly staggered heights, and watching each other floors. In the pitch-black H8 skyscraper, gunfire flickered, EMP exploded, and electromagnetic projectiles drew pale blue tracks in the air. The red light from the grenade explosion reflected each other, reflecting 3 ghostly figures moving constantly in the corridor. Occasionally, you can even see magazines and weapons flying through the air, and flesh and blood mixed with prosthetics flying together with unknown liquids. The sounds of automatic rifles and technical rifles mixed together, the loud sound of concrete falling, the sound of explosions, the endless screams mixed together, overwhelming the occasional sound of broken bones, the dull sound of fists hitting concrete, the clear sound of mantis knives crossing and breaking. The adrenaline of the Tiger Claws was surging, the pain editor, the rapid injection device, all the prostheses were almost overclocked under the intense emotional fluctuations, roaring and shooting at the 3 people in the dark. But the gunshots became quieter and quieter, quicker and quieter, more and more people fell, more and more. The first person began to abandon his gun and run away. Some people even jumped off the building because they couldn't stand the fear. Soon the battle that could barely be considered a shootout turned into a massacre. The chaos finally ended with an explosion. After the explosion, there were no more gunshots. V, who had reached the 20th floor, fired a shot in frustration. Bang! Why is there no one here? The voice echoed in the building, and the only response to V was the intermittent skyscraper broadcast. The man in the purple suit hid behind the wall, shivering. The skyscraper was blocked. The power was out, and he just wanted to see the situation in the building. But he saw such a horrible scene. Please stay calm. Stay here. The problem is solved. The estimated time is minus 32,768 hours. The skyscraper broadcast was intermittent. A fist appeared in front of the glass window. Crack! Jack and V climbed up from the downstairs, and two mechanical arms grabbed the wall and set Lear in from above. Jack and V stood firm, holding their guns, and they clapped their hands excitedly. Great! Great! But the ammunition is gone. Let's switch to pistols. Two mechanical arms took the weapons from the two people and immediately began to dismantle them, putting the parts into the empty tactical box. Jack and V still shook their heads with unsatisfied eyes. It was such a hearty battle. Leal didn't say anything, but the cooling fins behind him were a little red and hot, and they bounced out directly and hit the ground. There are two sets of fins in total. The set that popped out can't be used. Leal began to reply to Bryce. Bryce, come in. What came in? Bryce, talk? Forget it. I just watched the news myself. Bryce, what are you doing? Brother. Bryce, are you crazy? We agreed to investigate the Tiger Claw gang and help the NCPD enforce the law. Bryce, not exposing the darkness of the political arena. We are not attacking the NCPD. Bryce, stop now. Let's discuss the plan again. Bryce, stop it. Bryce, Burger King. Leal, do you think the network monitor has a good temper? Bryce, Bryce, brother. Please say something. Bryce, brother. Although this network monitor is quite talkative, Bryce provided network support to Leal at the beginning of the battle and helped him control the skyscraper network. Throughout the process, Leal uploaded 8 times of movement obstruction, 22 times of prosthetic and weapon failure, 14 times of prosthetic eye restart, 10 times of prosthetic fever. These puppets are all versions that Leal optimized in cyberspace, but with the computing power provided to the little octopus to control the mechanical arm, and the computing power allocated to the battlefield, my brain is already a little overwhelmed. If there is no Bryce support, it is really impossible to maintain the control of the skyscraper network. Leal, after the killing, we will go to the cloud top database soon, where you can find everything you want. And all the sex puppets are in the building. Leal, I just think the situation is not right. It a bit too simple. Will Arasaka set a trap for me? Somewhere in typing's how, Bryce felt his heart stop beating, and didn't know what attitude to use to reply to Leal. But he is still very professional. It is impossible to tear up the commission now, and let Leal and the others come back. Right? And the situation now seems to be quite favorable to him. Think about it again, the life and death of NCPD and Night City municipal government has nothing to do with him. Although the style of internet monitoring is covert, it does not say that it must be covert. Right? And the one who caused the trouble is Burger King. What does it have to do with him? Bryce closed his eyes and looked up at the sky, convinced himself, and took a deep breath. Bryce, brother, do whatever you want, I'm watching you. The heat behind Lil gradually decreased. Okay, our employer praises us for being awesome, let's continue. As he said that, Leal found that there was a man in a purple suit lying in front of him, crying bitterly. V squatted in front of the man in the suit, poking his face with a gun, and Jack stepped on his legs next to him and crushed them. Leal asked, who is this? V said, he said he was the person in charge of Hintang? His name is Wooden Man. He doesn't look like him. I thought he was a mental patient from some ditch. How to deal with him? Bryce, you heard it, I leave it to you. Bryce, brother, I heard it, there may be an interface in the next room, you connect it, I will tell you how to dig deep into the data. Leal, why do you call me brother? Bryce, now you are brother. Chapter 238 The prey has been slaughtered. The three dragged the Wooden Man into the next room. The door opened. A few women in suits and expensive clothes were sitting in the room. When they saw the three people and the Wooden Man they were dragging, their expressions changed drastically. V and Jack raised their guns at the same time, completed a round of shooting, and smashed their hands. These people didn't even have time to pull out their guns. Leal asked, I won't let you introduce yourselves. Who is the person in charge here? Although he asked the question, Leal quickly locked onto a woman wearing leopard print clothes and heavy makeup. The person in charge of Hintang at the moment should be Maiko Maeda. The Wooden Man is considered to be a management level half a level lower than her. The woman stared at by Leal shrank back a little uneasily. This is Maiko. I give you a chance. Where is Jotaro Jinfa? I can take you there. Maiko is very sensible, as long as you. Bang! The bullet grazed Maiko's cheek. Lead the way. Don't talk nonsense. Maiko swallowed her saliva and led the three people into the elevator, which began to descend. It looked like this was the machine room and warehouse floor of Hintang, which was somewhat cold in the grayness. However, there were not many people in this skyscraper, and it was quite cold. They walked into a recording room and were hit by a foul smell. It looked like the Super Dream recording room. There was a large purple sofa in the middle, and the dim light shone on the bed. But the bed was covered with fresh blood, and the walls were painted with some dark red liquid. Various tools were scattered around the bed. The appearance and purpose of these tools looked particularly terrifying. You could even see teeth, fingers, and other body parts on the ground. Wires were dangling in the air with electric light. There was a simple emergency bed opposite the bed. It seemed that it was used to give blood transfusions to people who could not withstand the torture and abuse during the filming to complete the filming. And if they died, Leo looked up and saw a real prosthetic removal operating table in the half-closed compartment with a curtain. The stench came from there. There was a victim body that had not been moved yet. It was a girl. Her abdomen remained open. Her 2 eyes had been gouged out. Blood flowed out, and then dried up. The little trio frowned. Ugh, Maiko vomited directly, but she quickly controlled herself. These are all Jotaro hobbies. He can make a lot of money. And the Tiger Claw gang turned a blind eye to his hobbies. He just called us here and left in a hurry. We don't know what he is going to do. Go on. Leo continued to walk deeper, and soon arrived in front of the machine room. Jotaro could only stay here. Coincidentally, Jotaro had just walked out of the machine room and saw Lil and the other two. His face suddenly changed. You guys. Bang. Jack shot Jotaro in the thigh. Ah. Jotaro's expression was ferocious, but there was a hint of hidden fear in his eyes. You guys are crazy perverts. V shot him again with disgust, making Jotaro scream miserably. You said we were perverts? If not a pervert, then what is it? Do we have a grudge? Are there any business conflicts? No. Jotaro panted. Or are you really planning to use the banner of justice? Pop. Leo also fired a shot. Jotaro's legs were broken. Bloody muscles and prostheses were mixed together. The weak electric current made him tremble slightly. Me. Fuck, can you let me finish? Jotaro twisted on the ground like a dead dog. Damn it, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. I am the one who maintains Cloud Top, maintains the business of Tiger Claw Gang, maintains stability in this city, provides a workplace for these damn sex dolls. Kill me, they will starve to death. Kill me, will you pay them wages? Bang. Another shot hit Jotaro's crotch, sounded like a cannon, rebounded. Ah, you? Kill me, poke Cloud Top over, Tiger Claw Gang will be finished, there will only be cruel guys. Do you think these sex dolls will thank you? Bang. Another shot hit his hand. Very tenacious vitality, it seems that Jotaro's prosthesis is the kind of life-sustaining one. Jotaro is indeed very talkative. First, he tried to find out whether the feud between Lear and him was a business relationship. After finding out that it was not, he began to use the classic saying, I am just a systematic little evil, I provided them with jobs and so on to test Lear. But unfortunately, Lear is not the kind of righteous person with only a heart of blood. He also has industry. He wasn't struggling over whether to kill Jotaro, he just shot him a few times to vent his anger. Leo shook his head nonchalantly. Yes, I can provide them with jobs. Jotaro was stunned by the pain. They can't do anything, they can only be a piece of meat to be played with. He was getting less and less confident. What does that have to do with you? Bang. Another shot hit Jotaro's throat. Leo just scanned it. This guy also has an auxiliary breathing system. The shooting angle was very tricky. The gas could be barely inhaled into his lungs through the auxiliary breathing system, but the mixed liquid would still fill his lungs and make him feel as uncomfortable as drowning. The brain continued to lack oxygen, but he would not die for the time being. And he couldn't speak, he could only twist and crawl on the ground, but it was difficult for him to die because of those noble life-supporting prostheses. V looked at the scene and felt relieved. How do we deal with it? Won't he call the trauma team over? I'm sure I've solved this kind of small problem a long time ago. As for how to deal with it. Communicator, Regina. Leo, I have Jotaro in my hands, and all the people in Yunding are in my hands. Do you have anyone who wants to buy his life? Regina. Yes, and I have Yunding data. I buy as much as I can. Leo, he dead now. Someone has sponsored it. If you want to kill him, go ahead. Can you make his death a little more miserable? Then hit him here. The mechanical arm pointed to the other side of Jotaro's neck. He will die after the longest 3 minutes of his life. It is possible to get used to the foreign body sensation in a short period of time. But the pain caused by the continuous operation of the body in order to survive will be constantly updated. And it is always contradictory to instinct. Jotaro cast a fearful look, and the blood rolled in his throat. Bang! After dealing with Jotaro, it is time to reap and expand the results. Bryce, NCPD is about to break in, hurry up. The trio dragged Jotaro, the wooden man, and took Maiko into the computer room. All that was left was to access the database and dig things out. Leo took out the magnetic electrode from the toolbox, pushed away the brain-dead hacker on the chair, and prepared to perform a deep dive. Access warehouse prompt. A Haraprog algorithm loading the database of Yunning was transformed into perceptible data, replacing Leo's real senses. The IC here is very strong. From the perspective of cyberspace, it is just a few precisely linked shields, protecting the data barrier. Very strong. But not as strong as the data barrier in Bryce's hand. Bryce, brother. Let's start retrieving the data of the 3 people now. It will be easy to handle with someone in hand. Leo followed Bryce's tutorial and combined his own ideas to capture the data read by Jotaro, Wooden Man and Cloud Top Server at the same time, and found the entry route in IC. It was too smooth. Looking at the database in front of him. Scanning. The little octopus stretched out his hand and wanted to ask for a fight to capture data. Seeing the little octopus attracted by the data, Leo suddenly thought of something. Leo, Bryce. Do you know honeypot? Chapter 239 Honeypot. Honeypot, network security term, simply put, is a trap set deliberately. Usually, the honeypot system is a target that looks real, and some loopholes are deliberately left, waiting for invasion. However, these loopholes and target conditions are controlled, and once invaded, it may trigger multiple chain reactions. Why is it called a honeypot? It is because it is extremely sweet, which lures people in. But once in, the invader who tastes the honey will also be covered with honey. Bryce, brother, do you suspect this is a honeypot system? But you have already physically hacked it. Leo, no, I suspect the whole incident was planned, and hinting is the honeypot. Bryce, that doesn't make sense. Brother, the obstacles you encountered on the road, no normal person can pass through. Leo, but what if the person who planned it knows us very well? Or, what if he wants to catch someone who can do these things? He just wants to catch an abnormal person. Bryce, brother, then this person is too scheming, there is no such person. Lil looked at the database in silence for a while. Lil, be honest, my goal has actually been achieved, I just want to crush Jotaro. The pervert, but what about yours? Lil, or do you think I am the kind of idiot who will ignore the threat of Arasaka? The time in cyberspace gives people a feeling that is somewhat different from the outside world. There was no more information from Bryce. After about 10 seconds in the real world, he sent another message. Bryce, you are very smart. Let's be honest. This is indeed very likely a honeypot, and I hope you step into it. Bryce, this is a very dangerous job. I am 60% sure that you can withdraw. If it is another hacker, it may be less than 10%. You are the best choice I can find. Bryce, double the reward. And I can see that. You want to kill more than just Jotaro. I have conducted an external scan, which can ensure that the cloud top data is complete. You can do whatever you want with it. Leo, double it? Bryce, how much do you want? Leo, overtime is usually triple the salary, so it should be at least 30 times. Right? Bryce, 10 times at most. If you don't want to do it, forget it. Leo looked at the empty cyberspace. The decline of the tiger claws has left a gap. Leo can indeed handle some of it. He also has a lot of businesses. But there is one fact that cannot be avoided. How many people are involved in this evil business? After killing Jotaro, can they continue to support such a pervert? Systematic corruption is indeed a difficult problem to solve, but systematically killing these people can also systematically solve the problem for a while. He knows it now, or he knew from the beginning that he would be targeted, but now that he has figured out the details, whether he should step in? Leo, 20 times. Bryce, no, I can give you some good things that you can't find on the market, and the money can be transferred to you now. Bryce, I promise not to trip you up, I'm serious, I promise. Leo, to be honest, the company dog guarantee is very cheap. Bryce, you said that, I'm a little sad. Leo kept the access status, and suddenly opened his eyes. Jack and V were stunned for a moment. There are people behind Jotaro. And Arasaka is also involved. We stop here. Or go deeper. The danger will be very high. But the reward will also increase. What do you think? The two looked at each other. And then shrugged. Jack said, if you ask me, since we have been working together, I feel that this work is becoming more and more meaningful. Killing scum can also make a lot of money. I choose to do it. V also nodded, that's the reason. We are mercenaries. We get paid to do things. If we can do it without violating our conscience or even wipe our conscience, it will be more worthwhile to do this job. Leal smiled. Okay, that what I mean? Do you know what will happen if the news here gets out? V touched his chin. Night City legend breaks into the crime scene and wipes out the Tiger Claw gang criminal empire in one fell swoop. Jack, buddy is awesome? Leal, if the details get out, people will definitely say, 3 big idiots, knowing that they are being used as guns, but they still stick to it. But which legend didn't become famous for doing stupid things? Leal sank into cyberspace again and touched the little octopus. Leal, this job is a bit dangerous. I give you a good meal later. The little octopus scratched its head with its tentacles, not quite understanding what danger was. It was young and didn't understand. What dangers could there be for it in cyberspace? All the cooling fins behind Leal unfolded, and he lay in the ice water, no longer using magnetic electrodes, but directly connected the access line to the unusual Sion Weston line. Leal, go grab the data. The little octopus slowly swelled and solidified, and crawled towards the data safe at the top of the cloud. At the moment when its tentacles crawled to the database, the shield-shaped ice suddenly disintegrated, and the image became more solid, and the entire cyberspace began to tremble. The computing power changes, seemingly forming some kind of super weapon that is far beyond Leal's imagination. It is only in the construction stage, but it pricks his nerves. The giant octopus suddenly raised its head and found something similar from those jumping digital numbers, something that was enough to make it feel threatened. The broadcast of the entire building stopped immediately, the wires began to burst for unknown reasons, the light bulbs, the indicator lights and other equipment connected to the circuit began to riot. Arasaka Tower, the portable shrine. Hacker A, the target is entering the honeypot, Soul Killer is activated, the efficiency is a bit low. Hacker B, invading H8 skyscraper to implement power overclocking, no, we are attacked. Hacker C, it a honeypot. The target is the honeypot. Typings how, Bryce data barrier. Bryce, codename, Emperor suspected of using controlled AI weapons, it matches the data remnants captured a few days ago. Bryce, using H8 skyscraper as a springboard to carry out a network attack, the signal is stable. Bryce, requesting support. Bryce, the situation is critical, requesting support. In fact, the situation is not that critical. In the battle in cyberspace, the party that takes the initiative will establish an extremely powerful advantage. But Bryce is still playing the big shot. He is not dangerous. But Leal in the H8 skyscraper is not. It would be bad if the Voodoo gang attacked when he turned his attention. Who made him promise? Network Monitoring Center Coordination. Your work order has been accepted. Work order number, CP2076XX09B. Date, 2076-2002. Time, 3:42 and 17 seconds Greenwich Mean Time. Handling opinion. The work order data has confirmed the Raven information. New work order, CPIC-XX562C has been assigned to the Dragon Hunter. Mission level, Omega. Mission description. Target address, 23, 45, 67, 89, 8080. Target identification, AI-like weapon. Operation type, data reconnaissance and interception. Risk level, 4/10. Cable permissions have been opened. Long-distance data migration preparation. In Night City, several Voodoo gang members were standing guard downstairs in a dilapidated building, and upstairs, they were the hackers sent by the boss to investigate the internet surveillance aid. Hackers were searching for clues about the H10 skyscraper in cyberspace. Just as they were picking up data debris from the complex city data map, a huge warship appeared above the entire cyberspace city. The people on the warship rushed to the sky where they could not see any problems at all, and pulled out an extremely hidden data stream from the dark cyberspace background noise. Suddenly, cyberspace became extremely unstable. The hackers who reacted quickly went offline and ran away, and the unlucky ones happened to be near the battlefield. The violently vibrating cyberspace was reflected in reality. That is, the power supply environment around them became extremely unstable, and the unlucky ones with slightly worse equipment began to have nerves. The battle was quickly concealed. The data stream was hidden in the cyber cloud. The hackers on the ground could only see distorted spots appearing from time to time. This was usually caused by unstable current signals that began to damage their visual nerves. The two hackers from the Voodoo gang watched the scene. They shuttled through the constantly collapsing data rain and hurriedly began to trace the actual coordinates of the battlefield. H8 skyscraper. Bang! A piece of collapsed data spores seemed to be pulled and hit the cyber image of one of the hackers directly. Ah! Poof! Another hacker disconnected urgently, looking at his companion beside him in shock, pulled him out of cyberspace. He was not dead, just rolling his eyes and drooling. The hacker swallowed his saliva. They were looking for the guy who was brought into the industry by the internet monitor. Now they know who that guy is. The hacker turned his head to look at the TV with a half-screen flashing. The sound was a little distorted, but he could barely make out what was being said. According to the latest news, the gang that attacked the H8 skyscraper has massacred all the residents inside. This is a horrific atrocity. The person their boss asked them to track down might be a novice in cyberspace. But not in the real world. Chapter 240 Underfitting Soul Killer. In cyberspace, Leo only saw the computing power provided by the entire H8 skyscraper gradually forming a chaotic vortex, a black hole that constantly changes color, a black sun that constantly burns cyberspace. Such contradictory feelings are completely inconsistent with intuition, but in cyberspace, it is completely logical. Soul Killer. A legendary weapon that was completed as early as the 1920s, originally just a program designed by hacker Otto Cunningham to identify and store human emotions and consciousness. After a series of operations by Arasaka, it was perfected into a terrible weapon against hackers in cyberspace. It is said that once targeted by the Soul Killer, the hacker consciousness will remain in cyberspace forever. The moment this exaggerated program appeared, Leo felt that he was in it. The data flow became extremely unstable, and the temperature was rising rapidly. This means that the current intensity of the cable is rising at a high speed, which will cause the cable temperature to rise rapidly. And sooner or later it will burn Leo's nerves. And if he wants to unplug the network cable at this time, the already disordered current will also surge due to the disconnection of the interface, which is enough to burn a person's brain nerves. Leo is completely unable to identify the source and mechanism of these chaos, and has no idea where to start to correct and control them. The connection with the outside world is also completely cut off because of this situation. Loss of control in cyberspace. The feeling of chaos fills every inch of cyberspace. The data flow has no logic at all. It doesn't look like a program at all. Instead, it looks like heart of evolution. The complex psychological activities brought about by cyberspace activities have been eliminated. Human emotions. Leo suddenly realized the true meaning of chaos. The Soul Killer is learning. The Ahara-Bragg transformation converts electrical signals into biological signals so that people can perceive data, while the Soul Killer is completely the opposite. It completely records the electrical signals of the human brain in cyberspace, and constructs an AI that is almost completely consistent with the psychology of the observed target. When locked by the Soul Killer, the hacker will panic, and the brain activity will become more obvious, which will accelerate the speed at which the black hole depicts and records the consciousness. It's like a panel that collects fingerprints. The more you press, the harder you press, the faster it will record fingerprints. Once a person is locked by this program, they can only be stuck in cyberspace due to its operating characteristics until their body dies. This process will stimulate all of a person's thoughts and emotions, which will all be recorded in the chip. In other words, the moment the body dies, the recording ends. Bang! Just as Leo figured this out, something huge seemed to hit the background noise of cyberspace, and the temperature of the black sun dropped sharply. It seemed that apart from being trapped here, there was no sense of crisis. The reason seems to be that the Soul Killer has taken shape. An arm stretched out from the vortex, rubbing Leo's consciousness and all the data debris around. A normal hacker would have been scared to death by now, but Leo was very calm, which seemed to cause some problems with the Soul Killer operation. Yes, the reason is that Leo's emotional fluctuations are very small, so small that the Soul Killer sensitivity is not enough to learn. Is this cheating? The little octopus crawled all over Leo's body. Leo even saw that the Soul Killer collected more data from the little octopus than him. If this continues, Arasaka will think Leo is a child less than 2 months old. What are you doing? It seems to be very powerful. Huh? It seems not as hot as before. Then it stopped shaking. The Soul Killer is less efficient. It is getting more data from useless data around it. The temperature around Leo has dropped again. Leo waved his hand. The Soul Killer began to react slightly again. The temperature also rose slightly. Now Leo is sure that the Soul Killer itself is an AI model without self-awareness. The training process is all the actions of the identified object. Then after filtering and integration, it forms the so-called digital personality. Because Leal emotions fluctuated slightly, the soul killer had some problems recognizing him. So underfitting occurred, and the model did not learn enough. As for heating, it seems that it is not the original function of the soul killer, but a program similar to arsonist, which makes the hacker device surge with current and burns the hacker brain. The truth about the soul killer is probably that Arasaka added some offensive modules to the program developed by Ultra. After all, the AI developed by Ultra is almost unsolvable in terms of target identification and preventing hackers from going offline. Once locked, Arasaka can launch a network attack at will, and the hacker can only wait for death. From this perspective, once the soul killer locks on a target, the target will either be brain dead after the network cable is unplugged, or starve to death, or Arasaka does not want his digital personality at all, and is directly killed by the network attack, unless the hacker being attacked is the server of a super enterprise. It is estimated that there will be a fierce battle, and now, because of the superior network monitoring skills, Arasaka attack strength has been greatly reduced. And because Leal was cheating, the soul killer recorded almost nothing, and even the attack seemed to be very weakly targeted, basically causing no damage to Leal. Perhaps Black Sun current attack focused on Leal equipment can still cause great trouble to Leal, but because the recognition program is the soul killer recognition function does not work properly, making the offensiveness close to zero. The little octopus pointed at the black hole. Leal had a strange expression. Do you still want to touch that thing? The little octopus nodded timidly. Yes. I feel it is very powerful, but it is not directed at me. Indeed, what emotions can AI have? In order to ensure the integrity of the recorded object, the soul killer is good at identifying AI. If you think about it this way, for ordinary hackers, the soul killer is indeed an unsolvable and terrifying method. But for Leal, it is not right. Leal's face suddenly changed. It was dangerous for him too. He knew it was not dangerous. But if Jack and V, especially V, were to pull out her network cable in a fit of impatience, she would really die. This reaction instantly triggered the soul killer, and Leal felt his brain was getting hot. Leal calmed down and distributed the computing power to the little octopus. The little octopus instantly turned into a big octopus, and Leal rode on it. Now he is the auxiliary, and the little octopus is the dominant one. Little octopus, let go. The octopus didn't respond. After a while, it pointed at itself with its tentacles. Omega, little octopus. It me? If it not you, then it me. Little octopus, okay. Can you give me a ritual? The last ritual in real space didn't feel anything. Cyberl stroked the cyber octopus, and the data flow was rearranged with the interaction, foreshadowing the change of electric current. Little octopus, it looks comfortable this time. Bang! The background noise of cyberspace was completely broken. The heat dropped instantly. The soul killer focus of learning shifted to the source of the signal that came in. Bryce, Burger King, hold on. We can solve Arasaka soon. Leal didn't even think about it, and sent a message before the communication gap was covered by the chaos of the soul killer. Leal, I can't hold on any longer. Tell my people, I'm fine. Chapter 241 Black Wall and Soul Killer. Cyberspace, the network monitor on the warship captured the data link, took out the giant cannon behind him, pulled the trigger towards the sky. The shell seemed to be pulled, and hit the direction of the background noise of cyberspace in the eyes of others. Boom! Some kind of phantom flashed. A huge data block fell. In the Arasaka Tower, a large number of hackers could not withstand this attack, exited from the network on the spot, falling to the ground. The lights of the entire company square flickered imperceptibly, but this is just the beginning. Asshole! Cut off the link. The coordinates of the shrine cannot be exposed. We have been exposed. The target is still alive. The digital personality information acquisition rate is very low. Idiot, hide the data. The shrine is more important. The man in a suit, who was in charge of giving orders, gritted his teeth. Cut off all data connections to hide. Let the operations department deal with that damn idiot. The network monitoring dragon hunter holding the data fired a shot. The data stream in his hand began to dissipate, falling uncontrollably on the ground, falling into the complex cyber night city. A small plane flew out of the warship, carried the data block to the warship in an unrealistic way, carried the data back to the ship. He looked at the complex terrain, and sent a message to the central control. Dragon Hunter, the Emperor concealment is very strong. Request more computing power to implement wide area lock before the other party changes the signature code. Dragon Hunter. Data remnants have been obtained and are being uploaded. Network monitoring Night City Central Control. The application has been approved. The computing power has been increased to 20,000 CCU. Network monitoring Night City Central Control. The current computing power has reached the mission limit. Please pay attention to the impact on the local network environment. Pay attention to the impact? The Dragon Hunter stepped on the warship under his feet and connected the data stream in his hand to the warship before it completely dissipated. Pay attention to your ass. The warship instantly became solid, and some large sonar was generated at the bottom of the ship. There was a sound, and the exaggerated ripples spread in the digital night city. The entire cyberspace was shaking. In his eyes, several bright red nodes were marked in the complex digital night city. The warship bomb bays were all opened, and sharp harpoons were ejected. Boom! In the real world, power outages occurred in a large number of residential buildings. The lights on a whole street in Westbrook exploded. Even the operation of the prosthesis was affected, and many passers-by found that their prosthetic eyes were temporarily blinded. But in those dark streets, some abnormally bright lights can be seen. TV, harpoons nailed the nodes, the red data streams that kept fading and dissipating reappeared, the network monitor smashed the artillery on the warship, the originally simple hand cannon began to deform instantly, turned into a shipborne missile compartment. Several missiles flew at the same time. A loud noise in cyberspace. However, this time, the missiles did not hit the same direction. Some of them even hit the civilian data barrier. For a while, several companies and civilian buildings were accidentally injured, lights flickered, equipment crashed. Network monitoring Night City Central Control, Dragon Hunters. Please pay attention to the impact of the network environment. TSK. You are worthy of being Arasaka, you are really good at hiding. We can't fight anymore. This operation also used the H8 skyscraper as a springboard for attack. It was a great success to be able to truly damage the facility whose full appearance had never been known. Mission report. The Emperor has retreated to his palace. The intercepted data block has been uploaded. Now we are dealing with the controlled AI weapons. Dragon Hunter. How is the honeypot? Bryce. The skyscraper is stable. The Emperor has abandoned this part of the program. Dragon Hunter. That hard to say. Based on what we just intercepted, they may implement physical recovery. Dragon Hunter. Good job this time. This is the first time we have intercepted the running code of this thing. Dragon Hunter. This is a great achievement, and we can also test experimental technology by the way. Dragon Hunter. I hope that AI is not that similar to him. Bryce. I have confidence in the people I found. Dragon Hunter. Speaking of this, before I leave, I want to ask you, what do you think of this plan? Bryce. Very good this way. There will be no more damn AIs messing around. Wait. The Voodoo gang has started again. Dragon Hunter, let me help you with the experiment. Bryce, thank you. Authorization requested, BWTA003. Type, Upgrade Module Function Test. Authorization approved. Sample loaded. In cyberspace, Dragon Hunter looked at the dilapidated appearance of the H8 skyscraper. He knew that this thing was just a disguise that Arasaka usually used. In fact, this place has been completely hidden in a nearly independent space. Arasaka used its unique concealment ability to carry out this kind of attack in the past few decades. This is a very dangerous attack. The victims will be locked in the same space with the Soul Killer. No one knows what they will experience. But from the results, all those who were attacked died. They thought so before. Until recently. The Dragon Hunter pulled the cyberspace above him, and a plain black and red block appeared in front of him. His cyber image was greatly reduced, becoming the size of an ordinary person. This program takes up a lot of computing power. According to the current intelligence, the Soul Killer will indiscriminately attack the facilities and hackers in the subnet. And the Dragon Hunter certainly cannot go head-to-head with it. The network monitor has its own research. It depends on your luck. What it called? Burger King? The black and red block smashed into the data ruins, and the entire space was instantly dyed the same color. In the space, Leal sat on the head of the little octopus. The Soul Killer in front of him had gradually changed from a vortex to an octopus that looked very similar to the little octopus. To be precise, it was closer to a human-faced octopus. Should it be called Squidward? Leal couldn't find a way to deal with this Squidward Soul Killer, because of the Soul Killer's own learning speed. Any attack from Leal would cause it to change its form, making the attack lock invalid. There is a way to attack it, which is to lock the open port on Leal's body. But to be honest, Leal doesn't think that he will be more durable than AI in cyberspace. As the little octopus crawls on it, it becomes more and more like an octopus. However, in the next moment, something strange happens. In the chaotic space created by the soul killer, a stronger, sharper and cruel color squeezes in. As this black and red program flow squeezes in, the soul killer begins to be attacked. And Lil is very familiar with this color. And very familiar with this feeling. He has only felt a similar color on one thing. Black wall. The soul killer stopped working. And it was disintegrating bit by bit under the infection of the black wall. Lil was horrified. Now he and the two most terrifying cyberspace weapons in the world are in the same subnet. As the space lost control, Lil received an incomplete message. STGHB, don't move. Don't move. How dare he move? As the black wall eroded deeper and deeper, this octopus brother began to disintegrate. Lil found that the tentacles of the black wall began to reach towards him. The little octopus quickly shrank and trembled in fear on Lil's body. Little octopus, big brother, I'm so scared. Lil, don't panic. Lil felt something was wrong. It wasn't because of him, but because the black wall stopped in front of Lil, pierced his arm and nose, and after a few seconds, bang! The little octopus was smashed by the black wall in front of Lil. Crack. The black wall stopped running and fell, leaving only a mess around. And completely unreadable data scattered around. Lil can now exit cyberspace. Dragon Hunter, welcome back to the real world. Chapter 242 AI Upgrade. The so-called dragons refer to those extremely dangerous roaming AIs, and dragon hunters are a general term for network hackers who specialize in dealing with roaming AIs in the old internet era. The image of this dragon hunter is a warrior with a headband, with clearly visible muscle lines on his body, and almost no protective measures. But if there is anything to say, his protective measure should be this layer of hard muscles. As for weapons, it is estimated that when needed, he will naturally take them out from the gun belt. Most of Lil's cyber image was shattered, as the little octopus disappeared. The attack of the black wall will not only appear in cyberspace, but also destroy the hardware carrying the attacked object. This made Lil a little breathless. A nearly disabled cyber image and a battle-hardened cyber image stood opposite each other. You are? Network monitoring agent, specializing in AI and now on vacation, only dealing with AI inside the wall. How do you feel about the thing that attacked you? Is that AI? Arasaka AI? Yes. Are there no Arasaka horror stories among novice hackers? Have you never heard of Soul Killer? Soul Killer, Shell Phantom Gun, Phantom Killer, Mind Hacker. There are so many stories on the internet. If I believe every one of them, I might as well find a job in a factory. Haha, that's true. But you haven't told me yet. What does it feel like to be attacked by that thing? He seemed very interested in this. And unlike the hunters who had been fighting AI for a long time in Lil's imagination, he seemed very talkative. In the few memories that Lil had, these AI hunters should have suffered permanent and irreversible nerve damage due to long-term battles with AI. And they should be generally silent. Lil thought for a moment. I can tell you. But you have to tell me what you did to me. What are you doing? These two pieces of information are not equal. I can only tell you that when Arasaka was about to attack you, I cut off their data stream, which saved your life to a certain extent. There was no mention of the black wall. So Lil said, it's scary, I feel like I'm losing myself. If the support had arrived a little later, I would have been finished. The type of being at a loss? That really dangerous, maybe if it a second later, the similarity between the AI and you will rise sharply, and then the black wall will kill Lil along with it. The dragon hunter shut up. Forget it, I'm not going to say anything. Bryce will contact you about the reward. I'm leaving first. But I'm still glad you're not an AI. So you don't have to work overtime. Finally, the angry Arasaka sent some people. Not the best, but not bad. Hurried back. They definitely didn't expect you to be alive. After saying that, his cyber image collapsed. And the blue data flow fell into the space beside it, and turned into a pure cyber data flow without anyone controlling it. At this time in the UK, an old man disconnected, and the robot brought him pure real water. The man took the water with shaking hands and feet, and ate with difficulty. A mechanical voice sounded. It is detected that your nerve damage has worsened. Do you want to intubate and feed? Get out. The man unclear voice sounded. Repeating this word. Get out. After drinking the water, he lay back on the chair, looking at the lights in the room, thinking in his head that the battle with Arasaka just now was not as good as working overtime. Ha! Lear felt like he was lying in boiling water. Jack and V were still pouring water into the cooling tank, and the boiling coolant overflowed and spilled on the ground. Seeing Lear open his eyes and take a big gulp of water like drowning, V hurriedly picked Lear up. "Oh my god. You finally woke up. We thought you were going to be cooked." Lear wanted to wipe his face, but found that he couldn't move his hands. The spinal prosthesis was partially damaged, and the key was that the Cyan chip was burned. Without the driver, it couldn't operate normally. In the past, Lear would have been paralyzed again. But now it won't be that bad. The technical reserves are enough. It's not good enough. I've read the technical standards for coolant. The boiling point is not high. It just looks scary. The work is done. Prepare to withdraw? Lear was lifted out of the cooling tank by V and put on a chair. "What's wrong with you?" "My spinal prosthesis has become bricked, and it needs to be repaired. Arasaka may send someone over." "Bryce, Burger King, you're still alive?" "Lear, you really want me to die?" "Bryce, great. Listen, Arasaka sent a ninja team over. I can track their location." "Bryce, the terrorist mobile team has also gone." "Bryce, you retreat along my route." "Lear, no. I'm going to leave through the main door today." "Bryce, what?" "Lear, why don't you call me brother?" "I'm very upset." "Lear, cover my retreat. Send me the frequency information of these ninjas. I can use them." "Bryce, you can't break through their IC now. I won't deal with Arasaka directly." "Lear, don't worry about it. Just do what I say." "How do we get out now?" "We still have to deal with Arasaka?" Jack and V asked at the same time. "Yes, we still have to deal with the last pursuer Arasaka ninja. It's impossible to conduct electronic confrontation with them now. Bryce is unwilling to confront them directly. The H8 skyscraper network of the springboard has collapsed. We can only use traditional methods, physically kill them." The prosthesis on Lear's body began to flash, gradually accepting the data synchronization of the Marvel world. When in cyberspace, Lear had a premonition that something would happen, and backed up the entire set of software information to another world in advance. However, with this operation, the little octopus really has all the data of Sion Weston. "Little octopus, big brother. You almost scared me to death just now." "Lil, I said it okay. Can you install the driver back?" "Little octopus, big brother. Your spine structure is very delicate. I live very comfortably, but without the chip, I can only move with difficulty." "Little octopus, big brother, actually, the chip I found in the database just now is very suitable for carrying a similar driver. I can rewrite it myself." "Lil, you want to modify the driver yourself? Are you sure?" "Little octopus, I feel I am very suitable for driving neural components. Let me try." "Little octopus, and I feel that my mother's spinal prosthesis is also suitable for me to operate." "Lil, mom? Who are you talking about?" "V? Little octopus, yes and yes." "Lil, you call me big brother, and call her mom?" "Little octopus, I just learned it in the hinting database." "Lil, what a mess. You will call her V from now on. Get ready." Lil sat back in his chair, looking at the head of hinting next to him. The wooden man and Maiko both fell beside the chair. When they were diving, they were also in the Axis state, and were also affected in the cyber war just now. Scanning the wooden man, this guy is already half brain dead. Maiko also suffered severe neurological trauma. She is relatively better, but not much better. "I have a well-proportioned pneumatic injection in my box. Wake her up." Jack found the injection that Lear mentioned in the box. One shot, Maiko opened her eyes in horror. Before she completely passed out, she caught a glimpse of the battle in cyberspace. She was not a trained hacker. She could not understand everything in cyberspace, and she saw incomprehensible changes in front of her eyes when she first accessed it, which almost destroyed her cognitive system. Maiko fell to her knees, trembling and crawling on the ground in fear like a child who accidentally ran into the back mountain and saw an indescribable monster. She opened her mouth. Please help. There was only intermittent noise and broken characters pieced together. Maiko was dominated by fear. She raised her head and looked at Lil, who was leaning on the chair, with fear, as if she was looking at a god. Lil suddenly felt emotional. This is the world of Cyberpunk. Even if Maiko is a management member of a high-end club, she has no knowledge, no skills, and is just selling her body and managing people who sell their bodies. Even if she asks for help, she will go in the wrong direction. It was not Lil who caused her nerve damage, and Lil was not targeting her. She was just affected, but her comprehension seemed to be fine. Lil slowly raised his head. Find all your sex dolls, and all the sex doll chips in your inventory. Maiko rolled and crawled. Bryce, what the hell are you doing? Lil, just provide cover when you are asked to. Lil raised his head and looked at V. Come over here, I will help you unlock Krenchikov, and try a new plugin for you. Chapter 243. Walking out of the main gate. 10 minutes later, Lil, whose movements were still a little stiff, handed the modified sex doll chip to V. Of course, this thing is no longer a sex doll chip now. Symbiotic AI completes research and development. Octopus Neural Component Driver Chip. Description: based on the sex doll chip, a roughly modified version, provides a basis for AI reading and writing. AI will adjust the operation of neural components in real time according to feedback, and directly adjust the operation drive for the physique of prosthetics and cyber-transformed people. Note: it only runs normally in the artificial neural network system adapted to the AI plugin. Bonus technology points, 500. Current technology points, 3,500. V looked disgusted. Sex doll chip. Are you sure you want me to insert this thing? To be precise, it is now a neural component driver package. Without this thing, your neural components will be overloaded after a little operation, and then burn your nerves. While Liar was talking, he reconstructed the elevator drive through the mechanical arm. After the construction was completed, the elevator door opened, and the three of them walked into the elevator. V still obediently inserted the chip into his neck. Prosthetic unlock, cyber spine. Welcome to the 1000 replacement cyber spine. An incorrect user signature was detected. Neural feedback loop started. The current loop is in a damaged state. If you are not a R&D personnel, the driver has been overwritten. Information Processing Center IPCAG2D has been turned on. Non-link fiber is lost. The system is being redebugged. Sion Weston failed to start. Switch to fault handling mode, collecting neural component signals. Prosthetic unlock, Krenchikov. Unlocking contacts. Neural interface node A1-7 segment, biocircuit junction BCJ7R, BCJ3T, power transmission terminal KTT6Y4Q. Welcome, Krenchikov. V felt the world slowed down instantly. Krenchikov started. About half a second later, the flow of time returned to normal in her eyes. How come it works again? Didn't you say that you need to repair and adjust the hardware? New technology. Get used to it. And if there is no problem, prepare to repair the hardware. Arasaka agents are on the lower level. I can't break through their IC now. I can only take action. Jack asked while carrying Achilles, are we just going to walk out like this? I heard that there are cops everywhere outside. Yes, there are cops everywhere. But we also have friends in this matter. The elevator gradually descended, and Jack walked in front of Lear. As the floor gradually descended, the three of them stopped talking. The building was pitch black, and only the click of the elevator could be heard. The door opened, and a blue bullet broke through the air. The sound of the HKX-2 Kenshin pistol that was unique to Arasaka sounded in the darkness. The black gold bullet hit Jack's subcutaneous armor, causing a series of sparks, leaving exaggerated grooves on it. Four identical red-hot mantis knives appeared in the darkness, slashing at Jack at a speed that was almost impossible to see. But they saw that V almost caught up with their movements, and two mantis knives slashed at their knives. The agent had a question in his mind. Didn't they say that the three of them no longer had similar accelerated neural components? But they were using Arasaka knives. Clang! The knife broke, and the agent died. Jack grabbed the two seriously injured agents, crushed their heads, and roared as he threw the two bodies out. These agents thought they were very secretive, but in fact, they were all exposed by the internet monitor. It is difficult to hack them, but it is not difficult to track them. The Krenchikov reached the peak frequency almost at the moment of the battle, and the speed was extremely exaggerated. This unprecedented experience made the little octopus suddenly couldn't help but send a message. Awesome, Mom. Sister. V, who had just chopped down an Arasaka agent, showed a puzzled look, but soon joined another battle. As the battlefield continued to move forward, Lil walked out of the elevator, making a phone call while walking. Communicator, Regina. Lil, the databases of Yunding and Jotaro have been decrypted, and there are many unexpected gains. The deputy director named Ford seems to be a frequent visitor. Lil, can you arrange evacuation? It is said that the terrorist squad is blocking the entrance. Regina, I will contact them now. Lil, that right, the money can be less, but I want to withdraw from the main entrance. H8 skyscraper, a gap has been blown in the blockade wall. waiting for the terrorist squad to arrive. And they have already arrived. The Manticore slowly landed at the entrance, still led by the same Inspector Rory. A police inspector immediately wanted to report the situation to Rory, but she waved her hand. She was familiar with these three people. If it wasn't for the order from above, they would have come here long ago. Why would it take until now? Bang! There was a loud noise again from inside. Even though they knew that the terrorist squad was in charge now. The police officers next to them were still shocked. Didn't they say that everyone inside was dead? Why was there a loud noise? And are they really going to break through this gap? What kind of super killer? Are they crazy? The same four people from the terrorist squad blocked the door. Rory's expression was calm. She didn't know how to face these three people. Although the incident report said that the three people and the lizard man might be in the same group, but the current intelligence overturned the previous view. The three young useless people who were burned as broilers were still a group of three. Then what about the useless people they saw that day? Because of this incident, the professionalism of the violent terrorist mobile team was questioned. Because from the results, they lost two people, a hacker and an assaulter, but none of the three people on the opposite side died. It is incomprehensible. But if she could have another exciting battle, she would not refuse it. And neither would her teammates. Let's find out in this battle. Click, the blockade door began to rise, but because a part of it was blown open, it failed to rise. Through a small area of vision that was slightly raised. The NCPD saw the people inside were beating something up. Then a pair of large hands grabbed the blockade wall and continued to lift it up. The gate rose up little by little, the NCPD raised their guns together, the terrorist squad also began to increase the power consumption of their prosthetics. Click, the gates opened at the same time, and people could see the situation inside clearly. The mantis blade just pierced through a man in black leather. The man's eyes were modified into some special combat prosthetic eyes, which emitted an exaggerated red color in the dark. The knife on his arm was the same, emitting a dangerous red color in the dark. Only Arasaka can supply this kind of mantis blade that can maintain a high temperature of several hundred degrees Celsius. However, if they really check, they will definitely not find out that they are Arasaka employees. So these three crazy people chopped down a large number of Arasaka agents again. Those who reacted quickly thought so. Communicator, Bryce. Leal, now our digital image is blurred. This is a job that a powerful internet surveillance agent can do. Right? Bryce, you are crazy. The recording function is invalid, but it doesn't mean they can't shoot. Leal, they won't shoot. Leal and B walked out of the isolation wall side by side. Jack just put down the heavy wall. Bang! The door fell down. Just as the terrorist mobile team was about to fight, a message appeared in their communication channel. NCPD communication broadcast. The news comes from Director Coleridge. Director Coleridge, all NCPD members pack up. The scene froze for a moment. Faced with such a battle, Jack and V were a little nervous. There were only three of them, and the other side was not only more people, but also all police. To be honest, after such a day, fighting with the Tiger Claw gang and the Arasaka agents, they had already reached their limit. The clothes on their bodies were tattered, and several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone were visible, flowing with mixed liquids. However, their expressions were very cold. Anyway, they would do whatever Lear said in a while. Lear grabbed a box with one hand, and the mechanical arm dragged on the ground, making a sound, and limped away. They followed Lear, and as the distance got closer, their fatigue became more and more obvious in the eyes of the NCPD. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone could see that the three criminals were exhausted, and this was the best chance to capture them. Three desperate mercenaries. But they just couldn't do it. When passing by the terrorist squad, Lil didn't even look at them. Jack and V did look at these guys, but unfortunately they were all wearing tactical goggles, so they couldn't see their eyes. Lil's goal was very clear, which was the pickup point on the roadside, and he had no intention of bypassing the NCPD. Then a strange scene was captured on the scene. Three Mosaic walked straight, and the NCPD who used to be so arrogant made way for them. A Mackinac car drove slowly from a distance, even emitting black smoke. V. Lil suddenly said, "Do you regret not listening to me and driving the car over?" The expressionless face became even colder. Besides, do you believe that I will stab you now? The three opened the car door, got in the car, and drove away. Some mysterious power helped the car disappear on the internet, disappeared in the dark streets with power outages, and no one knew where they went. This deal is settled. Chapter 240 for the Angry Tiger Claw Gang Leader. Good morning, Night City. Yesterday lottery for the dead. The final result was a full 240. Thanks to the new big brother in the city, Westbrook alone lost a full 213 people. Westbrook, which claims to have a 24-hour stable power supply all year round, has experienced multiple line explosions. Even implanted prostheses will be affected. Hundreds of citizens laid down at night. Okay, there's no need to say more about the rest. No one could have guessed this result, so the number of winners yesterday was 0. No one cares about Haywood, Taiping State. Let care about how many people the trauma team can save. Buy the living lottery now, see how many citizens the trauma team can save, and the chance to make up for the loss is today. I'm your best friend Stan, come with me, and start a new day in the city of dreams. Bang! The TVs on the street were blown up. Live lottery. Hack you. Calm down. Buddy, there are still people watching TV. Look at your mother. Don't live. Don't live. Cyberpsychia. Bang. 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 The passing NCPD shot the crazy little gambler, and the streets of Night City returned to peace. The bloodstained TV continued to broadcast the news. Welcome to News 54, now bringing you the morning report. The much-watched H8 skyscraper tragedy has been found out. A high-end club called Hinting is entrenched in this super skyscraper, and has an unclear relationship with a gangster organization called Tiger Claw Gang. It is reported that Yunding creates opportunities for gangs and executives to contact each other by providing high-end sex doll services to many politicians. Some executives with special sexual fetishes obtain services from a criminal leader named Jotaro Masahiro through the criminal network behind Yunding. The criminal leader randomly kidnaps victims from the streets and illegally cooperates with the Immigration Control Department within the NCPD to engage in illegal human trafficking. The victims are forced to shoot illegal black super dreams, provide sex doll services, and passively undergo prosthetic and hormone transformation to ensure that they meet the needs of the customer group. According to the thorough investigation that night, the youngest victim was only 12 years old. These special groups were forced to serve in a nightclub called Phoenix. And NCPD Deputy Director Jerry Forte is suspected of this. Evidence shows that as a senior member, he often visited a facility called Big Blue Island. Due to the legal issues of Night City, these people will not be affected by the law for the time being. Angry citizens have occupied the street in front of the NCPD headquarters and confronted the NCPD. This scandal has affected several senior police officers and NCPD. The list of people involved is still being declassified. Please continue to pay attention to the exclusive news brought to you by News 54. Meredith sat in the car. The roadside was full of news about Jotaro Masaharu. She couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Don't forget that she is the Public Relations Director of Militech in Night City. Now there is only one major event in the political arena of Night City, the mayoral election. There is no doubt that Jerry Forte belongs to the enemy camp. In terms of policy, he tends to Arasaka. These days, because of the problems within the NCPD, it is vague that the former Director Coleridge will be killed. But not now. Although he cannot be arrested directly due to legal issues. Many people want him dead. Most NCPD employees are hypocritical, and the Bureau is divided because of these things. Such increase in operating costs will prompt the NPCD directors to consider personnel changes. Being abandoned by the Board of Directors is equivalent to a death sentence for them. Without the obstruction of the Forte system, the purchase of the Centaur Mecha may be approved soon, which is a great achievement for her. Of course, Meredith still has one problem to solve. The rest of the list of people involved is still in legal hands. So she came to pay. The car stopped at the entrance of the Next Life nightclub. Today, there are all kinds of supercars parked here, and there is a supercar that belongs to the boss of the Tiger Claw Gang. The red and green color scheme is really conspicuous. In the past, people would look at it and avoid it, but it was not the case after yesterday. In contrast, when the military tech armored vehicle appeared, the people standing by waiting for work or those who were planning to find someone to work stopped and looked at the car more or less. The car was very low-key. For Militech, it was just an Emperor Ragnar. After the car stopped, no Militech team got out. However, the person who got out was Militech Night City PR Director. A well-known figure. Meredith enjoyed this kind of gaze. But she soon heard a discordant voice. TSK. Militech is so arrogant. But if you don't drive a Mackinac, your life will be a failure. Meredith's face twitched. When did these poor desperados start to look down on armored vehicles? Walking to the door, The big man in front of the Liesheng nightclub looked at Meredith, and the big man with military technology behind him, and raised his hand to stop them from moving forward. You can go in, but the one behind you can't. The top-level private room inside the Liesheng nightclub. It is surrounded by top-level organic composite panels on all sides, isolating all sounds. Even if a grenade explodes in the private room, no sound will be heard. The matte color blocks all light, and it is impossible to peek from the outside through optical detection instruments. At the same time, the organic composite board completely blocks wireless signals, and only a network cable controlled by the owner of the box can connect to the outside world. Unlike the simple and mysterious appearance, the interior of the box is extremely luxurious. The walls and ceilings of unique materials are lighting and display panels. Different scenes can be displayed according to the needs of the guests, making negotiations more pleasant. The imported leather sofa is completely handmade and customized, comfortable to touch, and exquisitely crafted. The desktop is integrated with a smart touch screen, which displays all the data in the room and controls the temperature, humidity, and other conditions with 100% accuracy. The black crystal board desktop is filled with top-grade tequila, champagne, and even expensive real water. This VIP box is not only a place to relax, but also a symbol of personal identity and status. It is only prepared for those real big brothers. Leal is concentrating on observing the sex doll chip in his hand. The two manipulators are equipped with precision equipment to operate on the surface of the chip. He said without looking up, to be honest, I don't care about those bitches who sell their bodies for money. But you can't go out on the street and kidnap people. It's against the rules. Jack and V were relaxing on the sofa beside him. Bryce was sitting next to him, wearing holographic operation goggles, waiting for the current matter to be finished. The person who was talking to Leal was a bald, strong man. Very strong. Almost taller than Jack. The boss of the Tiger Claw gang. Takenori Maikawa. A bald, strong man, wearing a white suit, just like their gang. They started with violence and packaged themselves as upper-class people. That was Jotaro's own behavior. It has nothing to do with the Tiger Claws. We only do legal sex doll business. I don't care. If someone wants to sell their body, let them sell it. But if they don't want to, you have to let them go. Maikawa's expression showed no emotion, but he was a little uneasy. Hinting is a top club, but most sex dolls are actually low-level ones. They can't make much money, and they have to hand over a lot to the Tiger Claws. However, since the Mox gang appeared, there are indeed many sex dolls who want to run away, but they dare not move under the tyranny of the Tiger Claws. There are also some bitches who have been working for a few years and said they have saved enough money to become good women. If they have the chance, they will definitely run away. It's not enough for them to run away. Leo also took away their sex doll chips. With the news, how can they recruit people? You stole our sex doll chips, and now you want us to let them go? Leo nodded. That what I mean? I say you are too perverted. You like to play with children? This is what I despise the most. You are like a child in front of me. Do you want me to play with you? Maikawa was furious. Bang! Jack was holding a dynamometer in his hand, expressionlessly exerting more force. The number on it suddenly soared, and then it exploded. The upper limit of this thing is 300 kilograms, which is as good as some mechanical vices. Maikawa calmly withdrew his gaze. Those were all done by Jotaro. He is really a beast. We won't do it. Okay, we listen to you. Then we're done with this? Leal said again. The person in charge of your hinting seems to be Sato Hiromi? I didn't even see him that day. Look, this is the person you chose. If something happens, we won't know where he is. The one called Maiko is good. Please consider it. Maikawa was a little angry. He made so many concessions, and Leal still interfered with his business? Let him support a woman whose nervous system was already damaged. Swish. He saw the mantis knife pop out of his hand again. After a night of fighting, it was almost not worn out. V started to peel the apple with a mantis knife. I hate those short-sighted people the most. Sato is the kind of loser who can't even scratch his nose if you don't tell him which hand to use. Maiko has worked in hinting for a long time and has a certain foundation. I will consider it. Leal nodded. Go back and restrain your little brother. It's not my call. Jotaro is starting to ride on his own head. Do you know a guy called Ahara? My people say he not bad, but he was driven crazy by Jotaro. Tell me, Jotaro has done this. Are you the big brother? Or is he the big brother? I even helped you. Maikawa was angry again. You are so great. You mean I have to pay you? Lil finished speaking. Fixed the chip in his hand. Raised his head. Looked at Lil. His artificial eye flashed blue light. Lil said, indeed. I will be responsible for the expenses of this conversation. Is this settled? Lil nodded, settled. Chapter 245 Invitation from Super Enterprises. The second person to arrive in the box was Meredith. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you gave me a great gift. What do you want? Just tell me. Meredith crossed his legs and lit a cigarette for himself. Lil handed over a chip. Take a look. Meredith inserted the chip. Cargo list. Medicombat X03X10. Description. Combining military-grade durability and the precision operation requirements of the medical field, a mobile field hospital, a factory for preparing various types of combat stimulants. Meredith frowned at the first thing. Military-grade exoskeleton is impossible. It would be very serious if this thing appeared in Night City. Can it be used in the Badlands? Meredith sighed helplessly. Really not, change it. If you want to use it in the Badlands, we can discuss it. Then let's get some super tanks or ACPA armor, the kind used in war. Meredith almost dropped the cigarette in his hand. Let's talk about something practical. It seems that your level has dropped a lot. How about changing it to a medical prosthesis with the same purpose? Some of what you want is beyond my expectations. These are all military grade, not cheap. Meredith retrieved a large list of data from his database. Lil picked some from each of them. Model. Precision Operation Assisted Prosthesis PA3. Description. Used for highly precise pharmaceutical production operations, such as drug packaging, experimental operations, etc. Built-in micro camera and magnifying glass. Compatible with laboratory tools. Automatically replace tool heads. Model. Multifunctional Medical Prosthesis MTA4. Description. With highly flexible joints and retractable fingers. Suitable for precision surgical operations. Built-in microsensors. Used to accurately measure pressure and temperature to ensure surgical safety. The surface coating is antibacterial material, preventing cross-infection. Integrated tactile feedback system, providing real tactile feeling. Model. TMA5 type of remote medical operation prosthesis. Description. Integrated with high-speed data transmission technology and precise motion capture system, ensuring the accuracy and real-time performance of remote operation. Model. RTL2 type of medical rescue prosthesis. Description. Specially designed for first aid and battlefield rescue missions, with high strength and durability, built-in medical box, suitable for various harsh environments. Picked a pair of each. Meredith's face turned black when he saw it. After that, Lear also picked some prostheses with other functions, as a confusing option. Lil shrugged. They are all mass-produced goods. I'm not selling them. Why are you in such a hurry? Meredith hesitated to speak, and continued to look at the contents of the chip. You want to open a hospital? Keep looking. List of goods. Individual firearms. Crusher X200. Omaha X50. Ajax X200. Achilles X50. Individual heavy firepower. Rocket launcher. Seeing this, Meredith stopped reading. It was a familiar taste. It's just that the number is a bit too much, enough to arm a battalion of people. With so many military weapons, you finally can't help but want to form a gang? Military technology can support you. We can cooperate for a long time. No, I use it myself. Isn't it okay? Mareed's face darkened. You are meaningless. You want too much. You have to cut it in half, and you can't let these things appear in the city. That fine. Lil felt a little regretful, took out a chip and placed it on the table. Here is the chip, check it out. The chip contains the list of NCPD personnel involved in this incident, which will play a major role in the upcoming political struggle in Night City. Of course, NCPD is just an appetizer. The important thing is to threaten the members of the NCPD board of directors through these things. Night City government. After confirming that the list basically matches most of the intelligence of military technology, Meredith smiled. Not bad. Really good. You really don't plan to sign a long-term contract with us? We have a long history of cooperation with Lone Wolves, Morgan Blackhand, and Wayland Old Snake. With our help, you can definitely surpass them. Speaking of these names, the calm Jack suddenly felt a different emotion in his heart. Military technology actually said that they could surpass those familiar legends. V immediately discovered that Jack was showing signs of going crazy again, patted Jack on the shoulder. It's really amazing, but we are not bad now. Jack came back to his senses. Out of curiosity, he still asked, speaking of this, Is Morgan Blackhand still alive? Meredith smiled slightly. It's hard to say. How is it? Are you tempted? Leal shook his head. No plans for the time being. That a pity. For the sake of our good cooperation, I want to give you some personal advice. Politics is a mess. As a lone wolf, you better not think too deeply, lest you get stained. Leal suddenly asked back. Speaking of this, you military technology people should not have the same habit as Forte. Right? Ask first, so that you don't get hit on the head later. Meredith suddenly looked at Lear and laughed. Her smile was a little meaningful. As far as I know, people here like blondes with big butts. What about you? She even flicked her golden hair while saying that. Jack suddenly felt the strength on his shoulders grow stronger. Lear shook his head. Not interested. Okay, just go if you have nothing to do. I have a busy schedule here. Meredith still kept that smile, pulled out a piece of paper with an address from her plump chest. You won't know if you're interested until you try it. If you want to try it, come here. She left after saying that. Before Leal could take the note, V snatched it away and sneered. Uh-huh. I didn't expect that company dogs would go to that kind of place. You want to go? Do you like this type? You don't look like a pure American. Do you? Leal laughed. Am I going to die? When the time comes, I take off my clothes, sweep out the Sion West End on me, and hundreds of military technology strong men will rush in. Yes. So you like blondes with big butts? No. That enough. Kong Tao people are here. Be serious. V looked suspicious. Looked at Jack. Then looked at Leal. And shook his head quietly. Clang. Kong Tao came in a black suit. And put 2 suitcases on the table as soon as he entered. We don't like this place. Let's talk straight to the point. Okay. Leal nodded happily. First of all, we want the operating data of Sion Weston these few times. And the reward is to help you upgrade your prosthesis for free. Leal shook his head. It's not that I don't want to give you the data, it's that the hardware of the prosthesis is damaged. At most, I can give you the damage status. Damaged? The Kontao representative voice was a little surprised. That even better. We still need this data. Leal raised his hand to indicate that he had not made any conditions yet. Don't worry, I have an additional condition. I will do the repair myself. You only need to provide equipment and materials. Secondly, I also need something for nerve repair. Yes, what you want is in the box. As long as you can find the right person to perform the nanosurgery, you can do it yourself. But nanosurgery is not simple. I suggest you be cautious. It was very easy to talk to Kong Tao people, and the first deal was immediately finalized. He opened the first suitcase, and Leal immediately scanned the nanosurgery robot used for neural prosthetic repair. Programmable, disposable, very appropriate settings. Leal touched his chin. Kong Tao people were different every time, making it difficult for him to get close to them, and everyone basically maintained the same style of behavior. It felt like you were always facing a very vague hole, rather than an individual like Meredith or Bryce. Of course, except for the time when they helped Jushin. As long as it came to personal matters, they still had their own styles. While scanning the equipment, inserting the chip to inspect the goods. After finishing, Leal said first, I guess the second thing is that the smart weapons we use can cooperate. Finally, Kong Tao representative had some surprised expressions, which meant that Leal was sure that they would not continue to entangle the origin of the weapons. The two sides seemed to have a good understanding. Representative Kong Tao nodded, and without further ado, he opened the briefcase. Based on your combat habits, our company has made a weapon adjustment plugin, and also provided a corresponding vehicle weapon adjustment plan. There are 2 conditions. One is data feedback, and the other is advertising. We will make some advertisements based on your experience. It would be even better if you could provide some real-time materials, such as Mutuo. Leal nodded, and handed over the second chip. Kong Tao representative was a little surprised again. Leal took out the chip directly, rather than preparing it temporarily. This shows that the other party either prepared a lot of plans, or really knew the company preferences. No matter which possibility. It is a trait that Kong Tao appreciates. In addition to this style of doing things, Leal multiple transactions also revealed that he has a considerable degree of technical ability, and a very high degree of action. In addition, the choice of finishing the H8 skyscraper this time also shows that Leal also has a tough side. Tough, but not blindly tough. After comprehensive consideration, it is indeed the first choice for the company middle and senior management. So the Kong Ao representative began to do the last thing, if you consider not being a lone wolf. Comdow Company is happy to provide you with a job. After that, Comdow took the things away. Neatly, and without any extra things. Jack and V looked at each other. And then looked at Lil. He is talking about you. It seems that we are not included? Lil thought for a while and said, he is not good at Oriental. He said it wrong. There is a problem with the translator. And he translated a few more words. Oh. Hey, it's your turn. Stop playing with the headset. Have you seen how powerful your brother is? After saying that, Lil poked Bryce next to him, who slowly put down the headset. This thing can ensure that he can only sense what Lil wants him to sense while waiting, and play online games when he has nothing to do. Bryce had a complicated look on his face, because in addition to the things to talk about, he also wanted to offer Lil a job. One day, 3 giants all extended olive branches to Lil, and these companies symbolize power and wealth. But this person doesn't want to join any company at all, and doesn't even want to sign a long-term contract. This world is crazy. Chapter 246 Review of Internet Monitoring, The Shadow of Soul Killer. In the Cyberpunk era, the value of information is beyond imagination. As a top company in Internet information technology, Internet monitoring has always maintained a mysterious image in front of the public, and it most claimed to be the last barrier between humans and AI. In this incident, they were actually the initiators of the initial commission, but they maintained a consistent low-key style throughout the incident. Of course, this was actually due to legal arrangement, which essentially demonstrated the professionalism of the team. And finally, in the matter of the Soul Killer, they also seemed ruthless and focused. First of all, Bryce did not lie to Lil. Considering the ability shown by Lil, the 60% chance of escape is indeed not made up. But everything is based on the fact that he is human. Because of this operation, you intercepted part of the Soul Killer code, and then quoted a cyberspace weapon against AI. This weapon recognizes the source code of the Soul Killer, but when the progress of the Soul Killer reaches a certain level, that weapon will also attack me. Are you going to kill me together? Bryce admitted frankly, this is the risk I mentioned. And you accepted it. As for the other situation, as part of the deal, take a look at this. This is very valuable information. He handed over a chip. The content in the chip is considered top secret for 99% of people in this world. It is about the black wall. The representation of the black wall in cyberspace is a black and red digital wall, with no top and no bottom. It monitors all data flows in each subnet. The sense of isolation is a feeling in cyberspace. A more logical statement is that it directly kills AI that meets the data characteristics. Bryce continued, you may wonder, didn't the human world regard all AI as a scourge after the collapse of the old network? Why do I still use a program that can be considered AI in cyberspace? Why do large companies still use AI to assist production and various activities? Black wall blocks all AI. Why won't it destroy these AIs? What is AI? To put it simply, it is something that can replace human thinking and actions to a certain extent, so black wall can be completely regarded as a kind of AI. AI needs training, just like humans, and like humans, each has its own differences. As a super large AI, black wall self-iteration is not fast, which is equivalent to humans' lack of self-awareness and lack of motivation to learn and evolve. One of the tasks of network monitoring is to help Blackwell keep up with the iteration speed of AI outside Blackwell, to prevent those extremely aggressive AI from finding ways to invade new networks one day. For example, in cyberspace, human consciousness and AI are both data streams. There is no big difference in essence. But Blackwell will not actively attack humans. There must be a recognition mechanism in effect. So what if an AI is very similar to humans? Will Blackwell still attack it? This is what the Internet Monitor is worried about Soul Killer. They really want to know the answer to this question, but Arasaka will definitely not cooperate with the research and hand over their secret weapon. Secondly, even if Arasaka agrees, given their style of doing things, the Internet Monitor does not believe that they will honestly hand over the source code of Soul Killer. In fact, theoretically speaking, Soul Killer should have been deleted by Badmos before the collapse of the old network. But the fact is that Arasaka recreated this thing later. They said they had redeveloped it. But the network monitor had enough reason to believe that Arasaka sneaked over the black wall to access the old network and dug this thing out of the old network. Lil put down the chip. So it was the black wall that attacked me. Bryce nodded. Let's put it this way. Since the collapse of the old network, almost 90% of the world network activities are under our control. Only a very small number of super companies will commit illegal acts in their own secret networks. We only care about AI not destroying human society. And we don't care about other things. The hacker who committed the tragedy in Atlanta, the guy who hired you, also showed the ability to act secretly. It is 100% an AI. And a very dangerous one. Hearing this, Lee paused while chewing an apple. And Jack also scratched his head. Bryce saw all these reactions. Of course. Leo also saw them. He said, "No wonder he is always mysterious. So your plan is to lock me up with the Soul Killer as a honeypot, and intercept the Soul Killer code when Arasaka launches an attack. And use this experimental technology to carry out the attack. If I were a human, and the Soul Killer didn't record too many characteristics, I would survive. But if I were AI, or too similar to the AI transformed by the Soul Killer, you would die. The black wall would burn all the equipment related to you in an instant. To be precise, it would explode." Well, Leo nodded. "It's a very smart move. If he is an internet monitor, he will also use this method to verify whether the suspected target is AI. The internet monitor style of behavior is vividly reflected. They are indeed not targeting you intentionally, but once it comes to network security, they can pay any price, and will not care too much about collateral damage." But Leo said, "I have another question. How did you confirm that Arasaka would attack me? Also, besides the Soul Killer. To answer your second question first, there are some AIs that look very much like humans. The good news is that the Black Wall has overwhelming power over almost all roving AIs. And its recognition ability is also very strong. Almost no roving AIs can escape the Black Wall unless they are willing to imitate a human being from the bottom up and live in society. If it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it is a duck. And the same goes for AI. Such AI has limited damage to the network environment. But we still need to be vigilant at all times. They may cause harm to the world from another dimension. For example, your previous employer, and the damn Voodoo gang. I suspect that their leader is such an AI. It can be seen that Bryce has a lot of opinions about the Voodoo gang. When he said this, his momentum rose, as if he wanted to eat them alive. Leo waved his hand. "Get the money ready. I can consider helping you deal with them. I am quite sure that Arasaka will take fierce countermeasures when you touch the core of the matter. Of course, it is not necessarily a Soul Killer, but in this world, there is no way that anything can go 100% according to plan." Leo nodded, "Indeed. So the ability to adapt to changes is very valuable. There is no situation where things can go 100% according to the expected process. Plans will change, unexpected things will happen at any time, and may even fail, and experience painful failures. These are the norms of survival, and these are the norms of top special staff like them. As for those that went exactly as expected, either the event was not big enough, or the playing time was not long enough, and the impact was too small. If Arasaka cannot be caught in the H8 skyscraper, then continue to trace other clues to put pressure on Arasaka. So Bryce would say that these tasks can only be done by the Burger King team, because there are only 3 of them. They can use limited resources to force Arasaka to this extent and make a realistic enough honeypot." Bryce changed the subject and went back to the Soul Killer. "Furthermore, we don't know whether Arasaka can make adjustments to the digital souls to make these digital personalities become what they want. But just thinking about it, this is an extremely terrifying thing. We need the truth. This time we did a good job. Headquarters engineers are decoding and analyzing the intercepted data stream. We are approaching the truth. Night City is undergoing some kind of huge change. We will find out what Arasaka wants to do with AI." What Bryce said is really terrifying. Replacing a person silently, becoming someone who doesn't even notice, born to think that he likes Arasaka, acknowledges Arasaka's style and ideas. Just slowly implement such actions, and the whole society will unknowingly become a quagmire of agreeing with Arasaka. Lil tapped the table, thinking about the possibility of this matter. However, there is not much about this in the game. The ones that impressed him a little bit were about AI. Either Ultra, or the brainwashing case of the mayor candidate Perales. Lil also needs to collect more information for further analysis. Making a judgment too early will interfere with subsequent thinking. But Lil looked at Bryce. "Is it you? Or you?" "I." Bryce paused. "What the difference? It the task of internet monitoring, and it what I want to do. It not true now, but you acted very passionate, like a street kid." Bryce stopped talking and poured himself a glass of real water. "I'm British, I've seen similar things, I think it's similar. People, led by the people they want to overthrew something they thought should be overthrown. If the Soul Killer can do this, history will be repeated in a more brutal form. The room here is really nice. And the real water tastes good, too. No smell." Putting down the cup, Leo could see the indicator light behind Bryce's neck flashing red. This private room can isolate the signal, and it is one of the few places where company employees have a legitimate reason to turn off their network prosthesis. It seems that this is still a company dog with a story. Leal nodded. Let's continue to talk about the compensation. And that glass of water is 1,000 euros. Bryce. Chapter 247 Crow Microcontrol Type 4. Internet Monitoring Upgraded Version. First, the monetary reward. Bryce's expected reward was 50,000 yuan. If Leal had not seen through the risk of this plan, and realized that he was a honeypot, this would be the final figure. However, after bargaining, the figure rose to 500,000 euros. And as Leal expected, Bryce, the poor guy, did not have that much money. Brother, there are only 150,000 left for the activity funds. Damn, you took the extra money. Didn't you? V cursed loudly, and stepped on the table with one foot, with a fierce momentum. If Leal did this action, it wouldn't be so oppressive. Bryce trembled under V's threat. He looked at Leal for help. Big brother. Save me. Ahem, V, don't worry. Our internet monitoring friends must have more money than this. Tell me what else they have. Leal said, and pointed at the box that Bryce brought. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. The scene was a bit like a loan shark looking for someone to collect the debt, but when he arrived at the scene, he found that the debtor still had no money, and started to sell everything he had. Bryce put the box up. This thing is for you. It took a lot of effort. You used the military technology parallel line 2 before. Actually, it's the Raven Microcontroller 3. It changed. Bryce raised his eyebrows. Good stuff. But it doesn't matter now. Right? The box was opened, and there was an Access Warehouse chip, and Access Warehouse modification parts. Raven Microcontroller 4, Network Monitoring Driver version. Description: 1 nanometer level ultra-precise process, the first batch of advanced chips that use biomolecular transistors to overcome the breakdown effect. The three-dimensional stack storage structure greatly increases the total amount of basic memory. Equipped with a special micro self-assembly structure, it can intercept proteins from brain secretions to repair the wetware system. Note: the driver has been upgraded by the network monitoring to fully utilize the chip potential. Some people call this Access Warehouse a battleship, which is absolutely foolproof in terms of system security and enhanced anti-theft protocols. It's not easy to find an advanced Access Warehouse chip that meets your requirements. This is the batch of chips that Crow Microcontroller first reproduced the old network technology. The hardware is already quite perfect, but their driver is rubbish. I have already upgraded it for you. In addition to almost doubling the efficiency, I noticed that you are the kind of hacker who likes practical operations. It can now better support your multi-threaded processing work and reduce cognitive load. Although you have not yet shown symptoms of cyberpsychosis, it is still better to take precautions. Advanced? The taste of high technology. The Raven Microcontroller Model 3 is still 2 nanometers. Limited by the breakdown effect. We dare not adopt radical solutions. After all, it's okay if the computer has problems, but it's a big deal if something plugged into the brain has problems. In the application of wetware technology, Type 4 is obviously much more advanced. And the network monitoring driver is much more powerful than the Crow microcontroller. So this is an Access Warehouse chip that uses the network monitoring driver to maximize the hardware performance. The market price is high. Wait! V suddenly interrupted the transaction and looked at Leal. Didn't I just replace the Access Warehouse chip for you? Burned. At the H8 skyscraper. Burned? The atmosphere changed again. V looked at Leal in disbelief. I just bought you less than 24 hours. Burned? Leal suddenly felt the pressure. So he retracted his hand from the box and immediately looked at Bryce. Yes. You burned the chip I just bought. And my spinal prosthesis. How are you going to reimburse me for this? He looked like he and V shared the same hatred for the enemy. Although he didn't know why V was so excited. He was very good and energetic. No. Sister. This is normal loss during the mission. How can the employer report it? Okay. Let's talk about it again. Feeling the unreasonable glare and Leal instigation, Blaze expressed his approval of his point of view. But what else could he give? He symbolically touched his bag. Unfortunately, he was the kind of internet monitoring agent who only knew how to collect a fixed salary. His recent performance was not particularly outstanding, and there was almost no bonus. Besides, what was the point of paying the mercenaries with his own money? Blaze thought about it for a long time, and finally inserted the money chip on the table back into the interface, and transferred another 100,000 euros to it. The small treasury is gone. It really dawned this time. By the way, the cyberspace technologies you want are all here. You might not know if I didn't mention it. Lil waved his hand. That it. Don't be so bitter. You can solve the soul killer with just a few $100,000. Maybe the internet police will give you an award, something like the best employee. V was still a little angry. He sat back on the sofa with his hands folded and even bounced twice. Thank goodness this sofa is of good quality. The bill for the internet monitoring company was settled. Bryce stood up and stretched out his arms. It's not cheap to hire you. But you're right. It's worth the price. I still make a profit. By the way, in view of our current friendly cooperation, I suggest that it's best not to participate in political affairs more directly just because you have tasted the sweetness. Why not join the internet monitoring company and work with us to maintain network security? At least this will definitely not involve any complicated political thinking. Resisting AI, protecting the last line of defense for humanity. Isn't that good? That's not necessarily true. Lil suddenly said. Bryce, have you ever thought about it? Generally speaking, Blackwall can only work against AI. But with Soul Killer, this is much more powerful than the version Arasaka is using now. Bryce shook his head. If the internet censors really want to weaponize Blackwall, why wait until now? Maybe they themselves don't understand Blackwall? Bryce was stunned for a moment, and waved his hand. Your thinking is too unconventional. I go back and apply for funding. We've dug up a lot of stuff this time, and there are still many things you can do. Arasaka. Hee, do you remember what I said about the horror of the Soul Killer? The current mayoral candidate, Hot, is a loyal Arasaka dog. Speaking of this, which one do you support? You should have the right to vote. Right? Do you have a preference for internet censorship? No preference. I personally prefer Perales. He sounds like he really wants to do something good. Okay, that's all for today. Happy cooperation. Bryce left. V finished the last bite of the apple, and even started to eat the apple core. Lil took the apple core away helplessly. This thing can't be eaten. How do you know? This little thing costs hundreds of euros, and you tell me I can't eat it all? I just know. How does it feel? It tastes good, but it tastes weird when chewed. That right, general synthetic foods don't add cellulose, and they also carefully design special tastes for various groups of people. Apples are apples, they are born like this. Of course, compared to the original apples, this thing has actually been greatly improved. Lil also grabbed 1 or 2 apples, but he just looked at them, and didn't eat them. He must have a problem with his brain to eat apples in the 2077 world. If he wants to eat marble again, he must eat his fill? Although it is not as pleasing to personal taste as other foods, I still like this natural food. Jack, you can try it too. You don't have to peel it. As he said that, Lear threw a fruit to Jack, and then put a few in his pocket, so that he could take them back to Mrs. Wells. Misty and old V to taste. V and Jack looked at Lear in amazement. Lear, who said this, looked like someone who had been rich since childhood, and his comments were very well reasoned. V leaned on the sofa and said, Have you collected all the money? Is it time to divide it? Lear rubbed his hands. Well, about this, it's not collected yet. There is still a sum from the NCPD and the millman. I have another idea. How about we rest together after the mission is completed and then divide the money? Okay. The new financial law of Burger King sale of stupid big shots came into effect today. After the mission is completed, they will be repaired together, and the money will be divided after the repair is completed. Chapter 248, but that how Night City is. Red Shirt Mental Hospital, where the unlicensed doctor was before. David Gang was lying in a row on the bed, watching the news, looking at each other in bewilderment. In addition to David, there was another person lying in the next room, Tiago Ramirez, the veteran who almost died with the evil that night. The veteran consciousness was still a little sluggish, a typical state of recovering from cyberpsychosis, similar to Cedric before. Next to him was a little girl of about 10 years old, sitting quietly, not making any noise. But if you look closely, you will know that the little girl has no idea what to do. WNS TV brings you the report. Last night terrorist attack on the H8 skyscraper was undoubtedly a major blow to the law and public order in Night City. Several police officers said that the terrorists were terrible cyber psychopaths, and they put the bodies of the victims in boxes before leaving, and blood even flowed out of the boxes. The NCPD officer said, I heard that their name is the Horror Human Burger. Until I saw this scene, I didn't know the meaning of this name. Yes, they really put people in burgers. I guess that box is some kind of human meat processing equipment. Ugh, sorry, I vomit. When the news came to this point, Leal's face darkened, turned off the TV, and looked at David. Just now, Leal was understanding what happened in Phoenix nightclub that night. Go on. Okay, Abomination gave up resistance, and then the middleman found his girlfriend body in the Phoenix, which had been in the fire for some time. Mr. Ramirez was deceived by Jotaro. Jotaro deceived him that as long as he solved the problem, he would let his daughter go. But David couldn't bear to continue. Regina at the door took over the conversation. But Ramirez's daughter has been dead for a long time. A 17-year-old girl was placed in front of the store by Jotaro, and her internal organs were hollowed out. Both of them were deceived by Jotaro. Jotaro promised them that he would let go of the people they valued, but in fact, he had no intention of doing so. It's just that perhaps Abra realized the truth subconsciously, but he chose to sink into the status quo in a state of helplessness, accepting transformation and becoming his thug. Ramirez believed that Jotaro would only take the hard way, but he didn't expect that his daughter had died a long time ago. Or maybe he refused to believe this fact. In any case, although one of them chose to surrender and the other chose to fight, they both collapsed at the same time and faced each other with their blades. In a sense, they are obviously similar people, and they want similar things. Maybe without these things, they can still be friends. But that's how Night City is. After that, the room fell into a brief silence. Regina sighed and continued, Jotaro brought more tragedies than these. The little girl in the room was the cargo in the van that night, and she was fortunately rescued. I checked. The little girl's father is also a bastard, who often visits Phoenix nightclub to gamble, whore and take drugs, is unemployed, and relies on his parents. He locked his 70-year-old mother in a tin house in the slums. If she didn't pay, she wouldn't be fed. To be more precise, she wouldn't be injected with food. The old mother had prosthetics inserted with tubes for feeding. Later, when he really had no money, he sold his daughter to Jotaro. When we accompanied the girl home, her grandmother had just starved to death. Leal looked up at the other room. Ramirez looked at the little girl with a dull look, and gently stroked her messy hair. The girl didn't respond either, sitting quietly, just like she did in the van that night. Fortunately, it over. Regina let out a long breath, as if she wanted to vent all the pent-up emotions in her chest. But these things are only a small part of Night City. Warm blood relationships are actually rare. Falling for money, turning against each other, and killing each other are the norm. After a while, David suddenly raised his head. I want to put the Sion Weston in the evil body. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Man said dissatisfiedly, Hey you kid, if you want to install it, I should install it first. No, I will install it. David interrupted firmly. Brother man, you have installed too many prostheses. Even if you turn off some, you are already close to the limit. The body with prostheses has a permanent decline in tolerance. I have hardly installed prostheses, so I am the most suitable for implantation. Leal turned his back on this argument and walked to the wall with Regina. Regina spoke first. You killed a total of 172 registered Tiger Claw members that day, and the total bounty is 85,000 euros. Then, there is the commission fee. According to your request, the buyer arranged for you to evacuate, so the price will be lower. After deducting the handling fee, your share is 70,000 euros. Finally, the bonus for killing Jotaro is given to you separately. I also received a commission from Mox, and I gave you the remaining 50,000 euros. Transfer, add 205,000 euros. Account balance, 361,704 euros. Not bad, there are another 300,000 in the account. After completing the collection, Leal said, Not bad, what are your plans next? There are still many things involved in Jotaro. I guess I will be busy accepting commissions from those angry victims for a while. Remember one of the traffickers, Zaishien? This man is actually a scavenger, and he is also very popular with Jotaro. I have already locked onto their lair. Are you interested? Me? We have to stay out of the spotlight. Think about it. Them. Leal pointed at David and the others in the room. Finally, the debate came to an end. David finally convinced Man with sufficient theories, suggestions from other members of the team, and especially Dolio's strong suggestion, a heavy punch. Leal just turned his head a little, and saw David looking at him with a sharp gaze. So he retracted his gaze and said to Regina, What do you think? Regina smiled, of course. With Sion Weston And these experiences, they are also good in the underworld. By the way, about this hospital, I have checked it for you. There is no gang behind it, but it cooperates a lot with the scavengers. How do you plan to deal with it? Lil pointed out the window. Boom! The heavy engine sound came from a distance, which was out of tune with the sound of those cars in Night City. 4 homeless cars parked on the side of the road. Panem got out of the car and waved to Lil, looking very excited. Several homeless people took out big guns from the trunk and put them on their shoulders, and walked towards the hospital. River and Anna were also downstairs, wearing NCPD uniforms, leading the way. This will be Atacado Station in the city from now on. Where are the staff? There are many young people who want to find jobs in Westbrook. I have people there to help me recruit people. I also have a lot of chips on hand. I believe there are still many people willing to do serious work other than sex dolls. Regina nodded in agreement, but said in a strange way, "You know what? It sounds like you are discriminating against lesbians." Huh? Lil scratched his head. To be honest, I really think they should choose jobs with more autonomy. Let me make it clear that I agree with your idea. But the Mox gang may not agree. Those girls worship you now. It best not to let them know your idea. Otherwise they will be disillusioned. I'm not in the media. I don't have any idle baggage. Regina's expression became even weirder. I'm in the media. Can you stop worrying about this? Contact me if you have something. Speaking of this, Regina suddenly said, they're a big shot who wants to contact you. Jefferson Perales, mayoral candidate. He also helped with the skyscraper. Lil raised his eyebrows slightly. Did he say what it was? It about the industrial area north of Watson. He wants to talk to you in person. He just wants to ask me for contact information. What do you mean? My suggestion is, you'd better think about it carefully. Cooperation with these politicians is not easy. If you are not sure, I can be your middleman. Lil touched his chin and thought, almost everyone advises himself not to wade into the muddy water of politics. If you want to wade, you'd better find an organization. But if you don't care about politics personally, politics will care about you. Lil is not the kind of person who doesn't care about politics. On the contrary, although his memory is a little fuzzy, Lil thinks this should be his area of expertise. Let's talk first. I need to talk to my people first, and then prepare for some prosthetic surgeries. Okay. After that, the two said goodbye briefly. Jack and V were waiting in the corridor, outside the door. Both of them looked thoughtful. Finally, V asked the question that was lingering in their minds at the same time. Lil, is it dangerous to install prosthetics? What were they arguing about just now? Lil looked at the David gang with different expressions inside, and then looked at the 2 young men in front of him with clear eyes, and said slowly, there is no danger with me. Awesome, brother. I said you are reliable. Jack slapped Lil with his big hand, and V walked aside, and smiled slightly. You are so arrogant, you kid. Lil shrugged. That the fact. Unstable energy is about to explode. Countdown. 24 hours. Chapter 249 Bright Prospects. The transfer of ownership of the Red Shirt Mental Hospital was not difficult. The NCPD law enforcement power in this city was somewhat up and down. If they couldn't catch a person, such as Jotaro, then even if Jotaro killed a cop, it wouldn't be a big problem. But if there was a strong support to deal with a small capital like the Red Shirt Mental Hospital, the sinister business war could be completed in 2.5 hours. River first called the dean in the name of the NCPD. This small hospital that mainly accepts the protection of the gray area cares a lot about gangs and NCPD. They would choose which side to give the money to based on the actual situation, and see which side represented a higher level. So he rushed from the luxury residence in Haywood to the remote clinic in Santo Domingo in 40 minutes. He had just sat on the chair for 10 seconds when he heard River start reading the arrest warrant. He jumped up from the chair in 20 seconds, lost his life in 25 seconds, and left the office in 30 seconds. He was sent to the morgue in 42 minutes. Cremation began in 45 minutes. And NCPD began to implement asset review and recovery in 50 minutes. At 60 minutes, the dean initiated a board meeting to discuss urgent matters. 3 small bosses were burned to death in their own teleconferencing equipment, one of whom was even a small leader of the scavengers. Of course, their electronic signatures can still be used, and their signatures will live as eternal cyber ghosts in the server of the Red Shirt Mental Hospital. At 93 minutes, the nearby scavengers came to settle down, and the battle was over in less than 10 minutes. According to the intelligence of the scavengers, Atacado began to clean up the nearby scavenger bases. 8 minutes earlier than expected, the area around the Red Shirt Mental Hospital was taken, which belongs to Atacado. According to Leal, this place will be transformed into a safe house that looks like a hospital, but is actually full of defense systems, as a transfer point between the Badlands and Night City. Then from here, the land transportation line from Night City to the outside will be completely opened up, passing through Night City, New America, the new US-Mexico border, and directly to Mexico. After having the channel, blood, prosthetics, arms, and even security services can be slowly developed. There are a lot of mentally ill people here. It looks miserable. Are all hospitals in Night City like this? On the roof of the hospital, Panem walked out with his men. He still smelled of blood and frowned. Where have the Wanderers seen such a scene? It called a hospital, but it actually a place dedicated to torturing patients. Some companies buy this kind of medical insurance for their employees to save money and cheat money. And some people do it to squeeze some value out of the mentally ill. But it doesn't matter, this place won't be a mental hospital anymore. The Red Shirt Mental Hospital covers a large area. In addition to the main building, there is also an abandoned parking lot behind it. There are low-rise single-family buildings next to it. Unfinished projects can be seen everywhere. The famous highway through the city ends here. There are homeless people everywhere. This place is so remote that the 6th Street gang rarely comes here. Now that Lil has occupied this place, it is even less likely for them to come. In addition to the reputation of the horrible Burger King, unlike the gangs in the city, Atacado base is in the bad land, and it is difficult for them to directly confront it. The local gangs are avoiding it. The middleman, the old captain, supports it. The local vendors cooperate with it. The NCPD is unable to control it. And it even has some influence. When the capable Atacados are familiar with this process, and when Lear technology is put into practice, the prospects are bright. Lear pointed to these places and said, when we have money, we can even do some minor repairs on that unfinished building and make it a more decent base. The group looked in the direction Lear pointed. It was an unfinished skyscraper, with several floors, and only steel structure. Although this place is still desolate, they can actually imagine that scene when they see the tribesmen constantly going in and out of the hospital, sorting out and counting the facilities. Panem looked at Liar with a complicated look. Thor always said that we would build a new home in Night City. But compared to you, what he said is just like the insurance sold by the company. It bullshit. Why would you help us? People like you should have many choices. When you stay in Night City for a long time, you will know that this city seems to give you a lot of choices. Some of which look shitty, and some look interesting. But in essence, it all bullshit. I'd rather create an option myself. When I pass the chip driver over, you can start trying to produce artificial blood. I explain it to you then. That all for today. Stay alert. Night City is not much safer than the Badlands, Leal said, and walked towards the stairwell. Before shifting his focus to another world, there was one last thing to do. Leal got on the Mackinac. Done. Get ready to go home. Then I settle the accounts with you. First, Mackinac needs repairs. This company chose to repair it for us for free. And they also covered the fuel costs. They will also send some vehicle modification parts. Free of charge. They are smart. They cast an approving look. Then, there is our own prosthetic modification. I need to replace 2 sets of new cooling fins, which are relatively cheap. 20,000 yuan. Some of Jack's subcutaneous armor needs to be replaced, which is 20,000 yuan in total. You have many small projects. You need to do a synthetic hemodialysis replacement, replace the electrolyte, and reapply the biointerface lubricant, which is about 90,000 yuan. The total is 130,000 yuan. So much? Jack looked at him in surprise. Are you sure? I'm sure. I'm a technician. Trust me, use the best. Leal nodded as if to emphasize. Then, there are the ammunition, grenades, medicine and other supplies that need to be replenished, a total of 20,000 yuan. There are also consumable equipment, such as welding machines for temporary modification, connectors, etc., which are quite a lot, totaling 40,000 yuan. V, who was driving the car, cast a suspicious look. It feels wrong. But I can't tell. So we only made so little money in one trip. Leal said unhappily. Then why don't you think about it? Look at this box of Kongtao, the box of the internet monitoring, and the large amount of supplies of the military science department. Anyway, you better not do any tricks. How much does each person get in the end? How can that be? Each person gets about 40,000 yuan. Of course, there is no trick. But V actually doesn't have a big problem. The biggest problem is that Lil needs to use Kanao equipment and consider the repair plan in combination with the technology at hand. So what Lil charges V is actually the team repair project. The three of them need to replace the corresponding biochemical maintenance materials. As for the so-called equipment replenishment, the main expenditure is actually the upgrade and repair of the mechanical arm. But if you calculate it this way, V seems to be at a disadvantage. And Lil has all the benefits. This is for the harmony of the team. Lil glanced at V with a guilty conscience, and was seen by V. Fuck you, I told you there is something wrong with you. V drove with one hand, and hooked Lil's neck. Lil struggled in fear. I didn't. Let me go. Can you drive properly? Lil was pulled, and the whole car shook on the road. The spine behind him flashed. Little octopus. Big brother, I actually think you can tell the truth. Lil, you know shit, if I tell the truth, I guess I will have to pay this money in the end. Lil, but this is obviously the team expenditure, you don't understand it at all. You must have secretly embezzled public funds. I think you must have spent the most money. This money will be regarded as interest. Work hard to pay it back. Lil, look, she even charged me interest. Little octopus, brother, I think you asked for it. Little octopus, Sister V is such a nice person. Lil, you are still on her side? Jack smiled, sat back in the back seat, and took out 2 gift boxes from his pocket. One for Mom, one for Misty. Then he was going on a date. Chapter 250 War and Peace. The birdsong is still the sound that awakens Lil in New York City. An interesting fact is that, due to historical development problems, the air quality in New York City varies from time to time, and varies greatly due to different districts. But no matter where it is, the air is above the standard of fresh air in the cyberpunk world, and the price is not low. Look at the fresh apples and bananas on the table. The two worlds have some small differences in the concept of poverty and wealth. In Night City, people use high technology, but the original things are extremely expensive. In New York, poor people can eat grass, and the rich people can enjoy high technology. The world situation is still turbulent. Global Observer report, the ongoing Middle East war, new developments on the front line. The Middle East battlefield, which is almost at a truce, has seen new developments. Due to the large-scale operation of Stark Industrial Production Department, military weapons are being continuously imported here. However, before this, the resistance fighters have proved that only high-tech weapons cannot completely destroy their defenses. Let us listen to the response of the local chief. The Ministry of Defense has purchased a batch of secret weapons from Cybertech, Peak Technology, and other companies. We believe that these weapons will help us destroy the will of the resistance. They should pay the price for the terrorist attack. On the TV, Jericho missiles soared into the sky, and attack planes circled in the air. Some people are hiding behind the government, and this behemoth is going to start a war again. Searching the mixed news on the internet, with different purposes, Lil was not in a good mood. As the saying goes, in war, politicians provide ammunition, rich people provide food, poor people provide children. But once the atmosphere is right, it will start. And when it is about to start, most people will shout and fight, until the bullet hits them. Some people really want to see this war. For a moment, the scene of a nuclear bomb explosion flashed through Lil's mind. The impact was raging, the flames were rising, the suffocating heat and shock waves were coming towards him. The sound of footsteps sounded softly on the wooden floor. Maya sat on the sofa next to her with a bowl of fruit, and wiped the water on her hands on her apron. She gently put down the fruit plate, watched the news with concern, and then turned to Lil. Are you concerned about international news again? These news seem really worrying. Will these things affect you at work? Lil did not answer immediately, but lowered his head and poked a piece of apple. Don't worry, Mom, these things will be solved. My eyes flashed with a subtle anxiety, and she gently grabbed Lil's hand. I know you are very smart, and very capable, and you will solve the problem. But I am your mother. If you are tired, you could always go home and lie down for a while. No matter what happens, I will always support you. Just remember that you still have a home to go back to. I am always at home. And this. It can bring you good luck and remind you that you still have me. Lil opened his hand. It was a small handmade amulet. Colorful rope wrapped around some kind of wood carving. It was not too big or too small. And it felt very comfortable. He raised his head and looked into my eyes. He was a little dazed. He forced a smile, so stiff that even a child could tell it was forced. Mom, I know. Perhaps seeing Lil's reluctance, Maya gently hugged Lil. Then I go prepare dinner first. Now I have time to try more menus. You will definitely like it. Watching Maya return to the kitchen, the sun shone through the hot steam rising from the kettle, and hit the handmade blanket on the wall. The disturbing news on the TV seemed to have become white noise just to fill the background silence. Lil stood up. Mom, I need to go out. In the Lee Financial Building in New York. Lil and Martin walked into the building quickly, ignoring the media, who were waiting at the door every day. Congress is planning to go to war, and the intensity of this time is far greater than before. But it has not been completely decided. The Ministry of Defense said that it has purchased some special equipment that can help them deal with the local scattered soldiers. As they walked, Lil asked, "Do you know what it is?" "Not sure. The people we have are lucky enough to just defend our own little piece of land." "And what about the opponent party?" "Of course they are against it, but there is some bad news. Last month the governor of California clearly expressed his opposition to the war, and this week he had a car accident." Lil, who was about to enter the office, paused. Things were more exaggerated than he thought. Not that it impossible, but it happened a little too fast. The opponent is quite unscrupulous. Either he has a brain problem, or he is really powerful. Dead? Still alive, but I don't know how long he can live. I have contacted his secretary, and he will be transferred to our hospital immediately. The two walked into the office quickly. This rather plain political struggle method is enough to show how rampant the opponent is. Sitting on the chair, Martin immediately projected the current situation on the wall. The president and Congress basically agree. But the members of Congress collect votes from voters in various states to enter Congress, so the situation in the state has a great impact on their political careers. In 23 of the 50 states, the governors and members of Congress are from the current ruling party, and clearly support the continuation of the war, while 14 states are completely the opposite. The remaining 13 states are in an incompletely unified state. The governor and senator are not from the same party, and the various state institutions are also divided. The swing party can win their support by exerting more influence. These influences and means will eventually fall into improving the living standards of voters in the state. But that is a long-term option. The top priority is to curb the arrogance of opponents. For example, this time, the assassination of the governor of California is a very bad signal. No matter how the people make a fuss, as long as this matter is not resolved, whoever sits in this position will have to think about his life. This is the most urgent matter. Do you know how serious it is? Lil knocked on the table. Very serious. It is said that he is only hanging on for a breath. If we can't cure him, no one else can cure him. Send it here. Let's see how it goes. What else? Military stocks are still rising. Many cities have benefited from this wave of dividends. The media is broadcasting the smiling faces of those voters every day. It feels like anyone you pick up on the street, they are all iron-blooded American soldiers. Making America great again. I really want to see what they look like when they are sent to the battlefield. This is the second question. Foreign wars can certainly satisfy some companies' thirst for resources, but in order to deceive the public, they have to make up some reliable reasons, or create some favorable illusions. For example, now, a steady stream of military orders. A large amount of investment has been transferred to the military industry, and then flowed to other parts of society through a complex social transaction process. Once money flows, society will present a thriving scene. Prosperity can be achieved with the flow of money. But how money flows determines the form of social development. Lil must find a way to boost the economy in the field of peaceful production, so that more people will agree with his ideas. Otherwise, there will be no food to eat, and peace is useless. Lil put a briefcase on the table. It doesn't matter. Our time will come soon. The new chip design and complete production method are here. Contact the foundry. About this. Martin paused. The previous cooperative factory was acquired. A hostile acquisition. The process is relatively complicated, but there is no need to think about cooperation. The acquirer is Cyber Technology, which is also the special purchaser of the Ministry of Defense this time. I have already found a foundry that may meet the requirements. But the result is that no one is willing to cooperate. Lil paused as he opened the briefcase. The greed and enthusiasm of the opponent are beyond imagination. Chapter 251, Exclamation Meeting. The people who pushed the war were greedier than Lil thought. And in fact, they were more sinister than Hydra in terms of means. Hydra was a fanatic organization, and its control and understanding of business were not delicate. And it emphasized exerting political influence and creating terror in secret. And now, some people are simultaneously attacking enterprises and companies in other civilian fields. From the macro data collected so far, Leal estimated that this would greatly squeeze the production capacity of the civilian field, making some enterprises that were already struggling to survive under the financial crisis on the verge of bankruptcy. When these companies go bankrupt, market share will be vacated. It is entirely possible that a company will return with a large amount of money from the arms group. It is even possible that this is just the tip of the strategic iceberg. From what Leal knows, Hydra prefers to use terror to rule directly. They don't care what the world will be like after the war. As long as it is under their terror rule, it's fine. So it is indeed very likely that there is also a powerful traitor. This traitor likes economic monopoly too much. He and Hydra are a perfect match. But no matter what, since he chose to solve the problem in the open, Leal has to face this challenge. Having money can really do whatever you want. Such a large factory was gone in a very violent way. In this way, Leal has to reconsider the industrial chain and produce its own chips. USA Manufacturing Repatriation Plan. This is one of the slogans proposed by the president, but the repatriated production capacity is all placed in the military industry. Hammond Laboratory. Leal tapped the whiteboard. For now, the general direction is still economic revitalization, and we can also apply for relevant funds and subsidies. There are also allies and means to apply. Our goal is to rely on policy support to develop the pharmaceutical industry. Of course, now there is an additional problem. We have to build a chip industry chain ourselves. Dr. Toombs, who had just recovered from his injury and was still sitting in a wheelchair hearing this, raised his hand to signal. Ahem, I am very familiar with this, and I also have some friends who know me. If you are willing to give them the same treatment, I can help you convince them. If Dr. Toombs takes off the hat of the villain vulture, he is actually a world-renowned engineer. Leal nodded happily. They can have as much as they want. Now is not the time to save money. They don't need much money to persuade them. If you can explain to me in more detail what the chip is, and what it is going to do. This is also one of the contents of the meeting. Leal played a chip design on the big screen. Yes, it is a sex doll chip. Hinting receives 78 sex doll chips in this transaction, which are generally high-end products. What are high-end products? Through the receive program, the sex doll chip can control all the movements and sensory nerves of the sex doll at the same time, turning it into an unconscious wooden man, turning it into the personality of the customer dream, and making the actions of the customer dream. It can be seen how efficient this chip is in brain-computer interaction. As the ultimate goal of production, it can bring a lot of inspiration to the team. Leal put the structure of the sex doll chip on the whiteboard. This is what I conceived. It is used as a central control chip to collect information about cyber prosthetics. It should be very adaptable to related work. Dr. Otto, who was next to Tom's, showed a confused expression and raised his hand. This looks different from any chip architecture we know now. Did you come up with it yourself? How do you determine that it is suitable? Simple. Leal began to play the actual running model. This is a simulation diagram. Look at these potentials. In the confused eyes of Otto and Tums, Leal began to explain the state that the sex doll chip should have when it is in operation. To be honest, this is not what Leal is good at. He just pointed at the chips and described the actual use of these chips. Then the two masters in this field began to exclaim, admire, and be amazed. They took the initiative to help Leal complete the design ideas. So this entire area will be connected with the neural potential pickup electrode. Dr. Otto exclaimed, I understand. Neural network architecture. Then this place, when it runs, the data flow will flow through all the layers, with such characteristics, and Toombs explained, three-dimensional integrated circuits. Cotters explained, revealing the joy of harvest, until Leal began to explain the strange structures at the end of the chip. Finally, here, a biological semiconductor is needed here, and we already have the method to prepare this material. The current and voltage indicators of biological semiconductors should be like this. And then identify the corresponding biochemical substances. Connors frowned, and finally exclaimed, biological integrated circuits. The startled look made the substitute technicians Sky and Peter next to him stunned. Sky pointed at the three experts, who suddenly fell into a trance and muttered to themselves, and looked at Leal. Boss, did you drug them? It okay. Then let's talk about the problem in the computer room. How many machines were burned last week? Speaking of this, Sky showed a look of astonishment. Boss, tell me the truth. What did you do with those machines? I just ran the AI. Don't make a fuss. I'm making a fuss? Sky pointed at herself, with an exaggerated expression. I live next to the computer room. Try to imagine how it feels to have black smoke suddenly appear next door while you are sleeping every day. Fortunately, I have Christopher as my neighbor this time. Otherwise, do you think a weak girl like me can handle it? Okay. We'd be moving to another place. What do you think of that guy? He pretty normal. Sky thought about it carefully. He likes to read history books. And he knows nothing about technology. But he very enthusiastic. When smoke first appeared, this silly boy even held a burning computer case. Fortunately, he remembered that I told him not to use water to put out the fire. By the way, he said he wanted to go home. Lil touched his chin. That good. I communicate with him later. The new computer room is located in the Feast homeless shelter. You can live there in the future. Are you going to kick me out? Shoot me into a homeless shelter? Sky suddenly said pitifully. Boss, I'm so hardworking. Come on, when you get there. Martin plans to renovate the city. Next to the homeless shelter is our own security company. Your office will be there. Oh, so they're a new office building. Can I come back to eat there in the future? Andy cooking is really good. Whatever. Lil didn't refuse Sky. Just keep doing your job at the information company. Have you encountered any difficulties? Yes. Sky nodded. There are too many people stirring up trouble online. What kind of trouble is this? Of course it is. When I was confronting them online, I was too curious about who they were in real life, so I secretly visited some people's homes. Physical home visits. Lil raised his eyebrows, and then I began to understand the thoughts of some of them, but of course I only understood, not agreed. Sky paused, turned the laptop in front of him, and showed it to Lil. But these are completely electronic ghosts. The addresses found don't match them at all. And they are not ordinary electronic ghosts. If I hadn't conducted a field investigation, I wouldn't have noticed that they were not human. Sky traced the source through IP addresses, but found a large number of uninhabited houses and places where it is unlikely that people live. Even looking at unused houses, using a certain IP to publish network information. This information is very inflammatory, and has many angles, and even implements information bombardment according to the inclination of the target group. It is very similar to the big data manipulation mentioned by Lil. Lil touched his chin, although this technology is still relatively advanced in this world, but not for him. Advanced network technology makes political incitement more efficient. At this point, the only company that can fight against this technology is Bloom. They have to come forward to solve this problem. Well, we can make our own AI to solve this problem. I tell you how to do it later. Okay. Then Lair looked at Peter again. How is the prison sentence now? It has been reduced a lot. There is still half a year. Lawyer Matt told me that if I behave well, I may not have to go to jail. Not bad. I have some medical supplies designs here. Take a look at them and implement the production plan. Lear was talking about the design of medical consumables such as pneumatic injections. The difficulty is average. It should be a piece of cake for Peter. Peter nodded. Finally, it was Hammond's turn. The manager looked at Leal, waiting expectantly for Leal to give him a task. Leal thought for a moment and said, "You don't seem to have anything extra to do. Like I said just now, get as much subsidy as you can. Pay attention to the terms of the contract, don't get cheated." "How can that be? It only me who cheated them." "That not necessary." After saying all this, Martin pushed open the door to the conference room and interrupted the meeting. "The governor of California sent it here. Surgery must be performed immediately." Lil retracted his gaze, looked at the people here, and felt a little emotional. Professor Connors, Dr. Otto, Dr. Toombs, Peter, Sky, Hammond, Martin. There are scientists who should have become villains, interns who should have become superheroes, agents who should have joined S.H.I.E.L.D., and even ordinary people. After taking off those titles and hats, they now have to use their own names and identities to stop the brewing craze. Unlike the Cyberpunk world, which is in a long-term war, here, Leal is more focused on preventing the situation from getting worse. Looking at them, Leal said slowly, "Arranging an accident for people with different opinions is the most direct means. If we are helpless, it will become a very useful means. But we have a way. Technology is our weapon. A weapon to curb the arrogance of the opponent. This is an operation to save politicians with the same ideas. And it is also an opportunity to show our technology. And the dazzling technology will give us the opportunity to spread our ideas. Starting from here, we will gradually convey such a message to the outside world. We don't have to fight. And we will also help those who want peace. The way out of the predicament is definitely not to create a bigger predicament somewhere else. Get ready for the operation. Chapter 252 Milestone Surgery. California Governor Arnold Newsom is very strong. It is said that the car that hit him was a van that lost control. Luckily, it was not a dump truck, otherwise even the gods could not save him. But the current situation is not much better. 5 ribs are broken, including the 3rd to 7th ribs. Emergency treatment has been carried out. The current problem is that the lungs are scratched by broken bones. The spleen is slightly bruised, blood loss is getting worse. But this is a minor problem. We are already doing blood cloning, it will be fine soon. The spinal injury is quite serious, which may cause limited movement and nerve pain. The most troublesome thing is concussion and intracerebral hemorrhage. The rib fracture is serious, but not so fatal. The heavy bleeding caused by organ damage can also be directly transfused using blood cloning technology. This is his own blood, and there will not even be any immune response. As for those wounds, the sutures can be sutured with biological suture materials copied from the Cyberpunk world. Of course, this is still a very delicate operation. So when everyone saw Leo controlling the robotic arm and performing nano-level surgery. Unbelievable. Dr. Otto showed a shocked look. You have perfected the octopus arm? Almost. To be precise, the little octopus has perfected its own driver. And its intelligence is getting higher and higher. Compared with the robotic arms in the Cyberpunk world. The octopus arm designed by Dr. Otto is more flexible than you can imagine. But there is no powerful driver to match its exquisite bionic mechanical structure. Dr. Otto's idea was to use an artificial neural network AI for automatic optimization. But that proved to be too dangerous. According to the original script, this octopus arm would continue to run, fit, and eventually become more and more sensitive, and more intelligent, until it stimulated Dr. Otto's subconscious ambition and brutality, and then merged into one. But now, these processes have been completed in Leo, and there has been no behavioral decline between the two. The modified octopus arm pulled out the suture needle from the window, and shook it in front of Otto after hearing the words. Although it was a completely different thing. It also knew that its source code came from Dr. Otto. Otto looked at the octopus arm, and smiled with relief and shock. Is it greeting me? Yes. Leo patted the octopus arm, and the latter began to replace the blade by itself. If you want to try, when the chip is in place, I can make one for you. Every scientist should have such an assistant. This is my original idea for creating it. If I have the chance, I will definitely try it. Otto nodded with relief. Professor Connors on the side stared at the monitor on the screen. No, Governor Newsom still has no intention of waking up. The nerve damage may be more serious than we thought. Trouble is coming. Unexplained brain damage is always the most difficult injury to treat, and coma may be a precursor to death. Leo immediately made a decision. Prepare for brain-computer interface implantation surgery. How do you plan to do it? Use the brain-computer interface to read neural data, monitor, and adjust brain electrical signals, and make precise adjustments and repairs to abnormal areas. But Connors hesitated. If combined with the chip functions that Leo just introduced to them, it is indeed possible to achieve meticulous monitoring. But medicine requires a lot of experiments and data accumulation. Even if the chip and supporting equipment can monitor comprehensive and detailed EEG data, how can Leo judge which ones are normal and which ones are abnormal? How much data and cases are needed to get a mature medical plan? But Connors thought of what he saw in Leo. The artificial spine. So he nodded complicatedly. Okay. Prepare for the brain-computer opening operation. Otto, who was listening to the whole process, interrupted the two of them in confusion. Wait a minute. So why did you suddenly decide to do the brain-computer opening directly? Even if the chip can help realize this medical process, but we don't have the chip yet. Connors also thought of this question. But he had no intention of asking, but silently stared at Leo. Or to be more precise, at Leo's pocket. However, this time he stared in the wrong direction. The octopus arm hid behind Leo, and quietly took out a chip from the clothes hanging next to it. Cross-dimensional material transmission, sex doll chip biorhythm 8Z. Technology points reduced by 600. When the chip was in Leo's hands, Connor secretly cried out that he had been fooled. Actually, we have it. I made it with an octopus arm. I've done some experiments. Otto was speechless. He pointed at Leo and looked at Connors, who shook his head secretly. You and me. Okay. I go prepare the materials. I go talk to the family. Connor seemed to have failed, and shook his head, and walked out of the room. In the Marvel world, This would be a very milestone operation. After a brief thought, Leal decided that he hoped to make the details of the operation public. He hoped that through this operation, the brain-computer interface standard of the Marvel world would also be established. The operation began. Because there is no complete set of technical standards, the equipment used will be more reluctant. The first is the implantation of sensors and electrodes. The equipment can be directly improved from the technology used by Dr. Otto. Leal has a standard for the surgical method in mind. After placing these devices in the corresponding brain area, the signal will be transmitted to the signal processing unit along the circuit. The core of this signal processing unit is the sex doll chip, which is connected to a large number of modulation and demodulation devices, and finally outputs various signals visually to the display screen. This display screen replaces the position of the early artificial eyes in the Cyberpunk world, and interacts with the developers in the room. The signal pathway is opened, and then programming is needed to process the collected signals into understandable natural language, and then convert the natural language into corresponding EEG signals to stimulate the nerve center. Because this operation is about establishing technical standards, Lyra explained the process and design ideas in detail, and also deepened his understanding of brain-computer interface technology through the feedback from these Marvel technology experts. The whole process was recorded by Peter, and he will complete the corresponding compilation with Professor Connors later, compiling it into a book to standardize prosthetic surgery. Then, all the devices used will be standardized and integrated, and a standardized brain-computer interface can be obtained. In the Cyberpunk world, Leal only needs less than an hour to complete the operation. But here he spent a full 8 hours. From afternoon to evening. The display screen has concise and easy to understand data, and also marks the area of nerve damage, as well as the difference between the corresponding readings and normal readings. These abnormalities usually mean that nerve damage has occurred, and there may be many reasons. Doctors need to make judgments based on the actual situation. In this case, we know that this is a concussion caused by an impact. In areas without physical damage, appropriate electrical stimulation can assist recovery. However, in areas with significant physical damage, we need to perform surgery for ventricular drainage, with a variety of life monitoring methods, coupled with precise nerve potential monitoring. Theoretically, every bleeding point and abnormal location can be accurately found. This is absolutely a revolutionary medical breakthrough. Connors wrote down a lot of things in his notebook. This will play an important role in treating a large number of neurological diseases. That right? Leal nodded. Understanding the disease is the basis for treating the disease. Such detailed monitoring methods will allow the medical community to gain a better understanding of the pathogenesis of neurological diseases such as Parkinson, epilepsy, migraine, and chronic pain. Further promote the development of technologies such as deep brain stimulation and transcranial magnetic stimulation, so that humans are no longer helpless and stretched to their limits in treating these diseases. And Otto thought thoughtfully about other aspects. Looking at Connor's empty sleeves, we can use another method to help people with limb disabilities, which is much less risky than directly connecting limbs. The treatment came here. Governor Newsom's head was already full of various cannulas, and the electrical stimulation therapy had already gone through 2 rounds. Beep, beep, the buzzer sounded, and a new prompt appeared on the display. Governor Newsom was about to wake up. Chapter 253, Hit It Off. Family Lounge. Mrs. Newsom and her children were waiting anxiously. They had been waiting for several hours. Traveling from California to New York was exhausting, and they had already experienced disappointment in the hospital in California. With dark circles under his eyes, he leaned against the chair and the wall tiredly, and there was a silent anxiety in the air. The California hospital told him that the governor's condition was very bad, and even if he was barely saved, there was a high probability that he would become a vegetable. Either he will become a fool, in any case. The brain damage is very serious. In this case, they can only believe the proposal of International Gene Cooperation Company Limited, use experimental technology, and take radical treatment for brain nerves. But experimental technology is experimental technology after all. It is more like a last-ditch effort, and no one knows what the result will be. Pop. The door of the operating room opened. Connors, wearing a mask, was also a little tired, and nodded to the family members, indicating that they could go in. This operation made Mrs. Newsom feel like she was struck by lightning. She thought it was meant for them to see each other for the last time. Doctor, keep your voice down. The patient nerves are still recovering. Try to avoid any intense stimulation. After a sudden turn of events, the eldest son walked into the operating room briskly. Governor Newsom opened his eyes and saw the dazzling lights in the operating room. This was deliberately set. When he opened his eyes, the lights began to soften. In his memory, he seemed to have been hit by a car. He was hit by a car. He suddenly became nervous. He was hit by a car, but not dead. There will definitely be more attacks later. Or, where is he now? The nervousness caused his brain waves to fluctuate rapidly, until he saw his wife and eldest son come in. Dad. Ani, Arnold nickname. Leo pressed his arms towards the two excited people. Only then did Newsom notice this young man, seemingly a doctor. The voice sounded familiar. I don't know where I've heard it. Maybe on the news? Everyone. I know you are a little excited now. But we are using electrical stimulation therapy to repair nerve damage. Please try to keep the patient calm. I'm fine, doctor. The governor's eldest son quickly adjusted himself and said respectfully, Thank you for your help, Mr. Lee. Although he looked calmer, he habitually stretched out his hand, and it can be seen that he was still very excited. Lil waved his gloved hand. It okay. I guess we will have a lot of cooperation in the future. But before that, it's best for each of us to take a rest. The man withdrew his hand, without showing any embarrassment. Okay, but about this attack. There may be a follow-up. Right? It doesn't matter. We have already hired XIN security company to take care of security here. There won't be any problems. Your family is all here. Right? At least in New York. Right? All here. Those people are rampant. The man seemed a little angry, but this emotion was well suppressed in his heart, and he seemed to be a young man who was planning to go into politics. I know. Lil took off his gloves and mask. If necessary, you can also use the dedicated line to contact the outside world. Believe me, a secure communication channel is very important, and this happens to be what I am good at. We will talk about other things tomorrow. The man seemed very surprised, and looked at his father. Arnold regained a lot of reason and memory. Because his family was by his side, his mentality changed quickly. He nodded gently to his son, who said again, Okay, then let's talk tomorrow. Thank you again for your help. Leo nodded, and led Professor Connors and his team out of the operating room. As soon as they left, several fully armed security guards came in, and stood guard outside the operating room and the lounge. Their expressions were hidden under half-faced tactical masks, and their eyes hardly fluctuated. They looked very professional. So professional that it was even a little scary. But in this situation, it made people feel at ease. Arnold blinked. There were only him and his family in the room. Leo did this without asking any questions. It seemed impolite. But in fact, he felt that he did a good job. Whatever the truth is, sometimes it's better not to ask. The next day, all the cables on Arnold's body were pulled out, leaving only a small opening sealed with a medical seal. So my brain is now installed with a miniature computer? You can understand it this way. It's just a bunch of electronic devices. If you want to take it off, you can, but you'd better think about it again. I guess you have noticed some numbness and weakness in your lower body. This is because your spine has a hard bone injury. Unless the spine is replaced directly, it will be fine. Otherwise, I will have to sit in a wheelchair until I die. Not really, I just have to use a cane and walk slowly. Shit. Can this small incision be solved? To a certain extent, we are studying a kind of, high-sensitivity prosthetic technology based on this small incision. You can block your damaged spinal nerves, and then use other usable nerves to transmit signals to the assistive mobile device. Medically it is called. It is equivalent to a kind of functional compensation? Governor Newsom immediately followed up. My mother had this kind of surgery before she died. And the doctor also told her to exercise more to promote functional compensation. But yours sounds a bit too sci-fi. You know? I played in a movie in which there was a... Lil had a strange expression, a killer robot. I know. Anyway, we have the technology in this area. That great. I can try it. Although Governor Newsom couldn't shrug, he made a matching expression of shrug. Let's talk about business. Your technology is even better than what is said in the news. I heard that the experts at California State Hospital said I would become a vegetable. But you saved me in one day. Go to California, we will give you the green light here, and we have all the resources you want. Okay. Leo nodded happily. But I can't give up New York. I know it impossible, and we will support you in your affairs in New York. You want to support a mayor, right? Yes. Leo nodded. But that my business, I have my own plan. What a pity. Arnold shook his head slightly. He meant to let Anthony, the union president supported by Leal, join their party. Unfortunately, Leal didn't mean that. Leal continued, "It's not a pity, we can still cooperate. Tell me more about it. For example, the chip used to save you was developed by us alone, and the mass production technology will be in place soon. As long as the supporting land and policy support are available, the first production line can start next week." Arnold was slightly stunned and stood in awe. California has a very famous high-tech industrial base, Silicon Valley. It is also the birthplace and concentration of the semiconductor industry. But now, because all production capacity is invested in the military industry, orders mainly come from there. This is a very bad phenomenon. It won't be long before those companies will naturally lead to policies that can bring them profits. From shareholders, CEOs to workers, San Francisco has already shown signs of losing control due to the surge in military orders. This is not good. Now a turning point has appeared. Tell me more details. I want to know the details. To be more precise, we want to know the details. Leal nodded happily and clicked on the projection on the wall. The opponent has many arrangements, and their forces are much stronger than Leal. The good news is that in terms of means, he can almost come up with an equal countermeasure. Chapter 254. Give me a set. Governor Newsom looks more like a typical redneck, but he is very friendly to the high-tech and automation industries, even positive. In his words, "We have large tracts of arable land. If a tractor with some high-tech fertilizers can do the work of 100 people, why don't you like these things to feed 10,000 people? Farming, and then working in a factory. You may not know how fucking boring these jobs are. Luckily I'm lucky." What green revolution. Internet technology. One watched these technologies enter the town. It was much more interesting than pure farming. So before we start the discussion, I want to tell you that although I look like a rough old redneck, I like machinery and high-tech gadgets. Otherwise, I wouldn't make movies. After a night of rest and thinking, he is now much more sober. Closer to the image he shows in public. Lil nodded happily. In the discussion just now, he learned more about the current state of politics. First, President Ellis, a typical ruling party member, was supported by traditional resource groups and favored them in terms of policy. About 2.5 years ago, the Republic Oil and Gas Company's supertanker, the NOC, dumped 1 million gallons of crude oil in Pensacola. This matter was suppressed by Ellis and eventually was unclearly called an accident, ending. As a result, oil prices soared worldwide, especially in China. This is the funny part. The soaring oil prices are also one of the reasons why he advocates rekindling the war, but he has no intention of trying the company that did it. Speaking of oil, what about Roxxon Oil? Newsom was stunned. What company? Leal shook his head. I don't know. Forget it. Roxxon Energy has always been a background company in the Marvel world, but what Leal found on the internet shows that the company was acquired by Republic Oil as early as the last century. Not only the acquisition, but also the name of Roxxon Oil was hidden. So now the largest oil giant in the United States is Republic Oil and Gas. But the different name does not mean that Leal can relax his vigilance against it. The development speed of Republic Oil in the past decade is amazing. And it has grown bigger and bigger without being investigated by antitrust. It is also the main sponsor of the ruling party. It is too wrong. In addition, in this world line, Ellis won the election and launched a war after September 11th. Under his adjustment, the ruling party has undergone significant changes. The most obvious thing is that they abandoned the rural people, increased support for urban industries, and changed the small government strategy. Now they not only emphasize strengthening national defense, but also emphasize the big government policy, hoping to unify many standards in various states. So in general, Governor Newsom moved his head. Our president and the ruling party intend to use military action to drive the revival of manufacturing. And I don't want to say it, but the whole world knows that we fucking love oil. If we can achieve resource monopoly, many problems can be solved, at least for a period of time. On our side, it is the opposite. In terms of energy, such as solar, hydropower and wind power, we have long wanted to get rid of oil. But that stuff is too good to be true. To be honest, we are really beaten to a pulp. So we will fully support whatever you want. Because to be honest, there are no more companies to support. It really honest. Mr. Governor, politicians are politicians. If they want to hold political power, they must first have an economic entity as a foundation. If they don't have one, they can just use their remaining political power to create one. The two complement each other to a certain extent. Leal was slightly surprised. Surprised at the governor's honesty. Newsom continued, if someone else comes, they will definitely argue with you for a long time. Let's be honest. Okay. Leal answered decisively. First of all, the chip. I will let Dr. Toombs take charge of this in San Francisco. What we need is, I know, I can give you funding on behalf of the California government, tax exemptions, and large tracts of land. If you are willing to come to the campus, I can also help you make connections. Newsom said confidently, don't worry. I will give you the greatest support within the scope of my power. That great. Leal did have such a plan. Whether it is brain-computer interface surgery, blood production, or the production of technical equipment used in this process. More doctors, engineers, and workers are needed. From the University of California to some community colleges. Vocational colleges are all sources of labor. But how do you plan to use these chips? With all due respect, it seems that only you will use them. At present, it is indeed only us who can use them. But blood is not. Lyer explained. The production scale of artificial plasma is proportional to the demand for chips. We will use a lot of automation technology. The production process requires a lot of workers and engineers, as well as the production of facilities and equipment. Can you give me a rough number? Yes. Leal opened his laptop. A standard plasma production line produces 8,000 units of whole blood a year. A factory can arrange 8 production lines, taking into account multiple costs and factors affecting production. Each factory needs about 240 workers, managers and engineers of various types. In New York, we estimate that we can support 3 to 5 such factories to implement production. According to the current plasma cost of $200 at Yale University, the profit of a factory is $12.8 million, and New York alone can have a revenue of about $50 million a year. The key is that this is completely calculated according to cost, and the actual selling price must be more than that. Whole blood products can also be refined into various types of plasma, platelets, and red blood cell drugs. In short, the potential is huge. If it is expanded, the annual capital flow of tens of billions will not be a problem. The key is that the tens of billions of capital flow of these factories can also drive other industries. Unlike the real estate finance that is causing problems now, medical needs will always exist. This is a long-term and stable industrial chain. Plasma is the big one. And there are also a large number of various medicines that are about to be launched, immunosuppressants based on lizard biliverdin, various stimulants and carditonic drugs. This is just the beginning. Leal pointed to the interface behind Newsom. Here, with this as a foundation, we can change the lifestyles of tens of thousands of disabled and elderly people. We can even develop more auxiliary production exoskeletons suitable for civil engineering, and increase engineering speed with higher labor efficiency. After a long journey, we are back to those chips. The market demand is completely sufficient, and the impact of the upstream and downstream of this industrial chain on society is absolutely heavyweight. In fact, the governor still didn't think far enough, because the brain-computer interface will completely change the logic of human-computer interaction. What he said now is just the tip of the iceberg. But this is enough. The cake is fragrant. This cake is so fragrant that it makes people drool. The governor said slowly, "It's great. So good that I thought I was dreaming. But you know, we have a huge problem now. The Ministry of Defense purchased a batch of secret weapons from cyber technology. The appearance of this batch of secret weapons may change the attitude of some swing members of Congress towards AMF-13. But we don't even know what it is now. If the bill is passed, many resources must be tilted towards the military industry, especially the batch of banknotes that will be printed soon. If AMF-13 is passed, more support policies will be out of the question in the short term. And if this thing really plays a huge role on the battlefield, victory will greatly increase the inertia of social development, and public opinion will be more likely to change in this situation." Leal closed his notebook, but we can only focus on the matter at hand. "Yeah." The governor looked out the window. After a brief silence, he suddenly said, "Let me try your new technology. Give me a set, and I go to the stage for you. That dangerous. There will be a first time for that kind of thing, and there will be a second time." "I know." The governor smiled. "But believe me, if I appear on the podium with the image in the movie, it will definitely be awesome." The approval rating will also explode. Since the governor is so bold, there is certainly no problem for Leal to accompany him. Chapter 255 Death Warrior. Don't worry. There will be no problems with this demonstration. After I show our American power, you can all wait for the money in the sacks. Harlan Reich, the CEO of Cybertech, is in a suit and tie, sitting in the car, full of confidence, looking at the van behind through the rearview mirror from time to time. Is this the feeling of success? The car has entered the military restricted area, and he is about to complete the largest order since the establishment of Cybertech, an order from the Ministry of Defense. What would it feel like to be the center of attention among all the bigwigs in the military, government and business circles? He had already started to imagine. The car drove all the way to the garage. The garage for tanks and other heavy units, where he would have a friendly meeting with the bigwigs from all sides, and then enter the demonstration session. Just as the car gradually drove towards the main entrance, he was thinking about the feeling of everyone looking at him. He saw that the inside was already in a mess, and everyone was talking to someone like a star-studded person. The car stopped, and Harlan got out of the car in confusion, thinking, wasn't he the protagonist of this demonstration? The voice of the show-off came from a distance. Yes. Isn't it just some missiles? As long as you decide to do a big job. Stark Industries can continue to increase production capacity at any time. If you plan to hand over the development of the next generation of fighter jets to me, I can also consider taking some time from dating the model to make something as a joke. I will definitely rush it. About a week? Really? Helping the United States of America defeat our enemies has always been the strength of Stark Industries. Who are you talking about? Don't mention him, thank you. There is only one arms dealer in the world who acts so coquettishly. He is not tall, his hair is curly, he speaks in a fast and clear rhythm, likes to play with women. Of course no one at the scene is flirting with him, but he is also so popular among men. Tony Stark. Damn. Harlan cursed inwardly, tidied his clothes, and walked quickly towards the crowd. Ahem. Finally someone found Harlan. This unlucky guy was secretly unhappy that Tony had stolen his limelight. But the two were colleagues in the same club after all, and Tony had helped him a lot, so he could only greet him with a smile. The most imposing man at the scene was a stern-faced military uniform man wearing sunglasses. He was the man with the highest military rank in this meeting, General Krykov. His upright and strong body made it hard to believe that he was an old general in his 60s. Secondly, behind him is Colonel Rhodes, the head of the Air Force Procurement and Research and Development Department. But to his surprise, there is another man he has never seen before, one-eyed, not wearing a military uniform. In a while, there will be members of Congress watching this demonstration behind the screen. Harlan greeted them one by one, General Krykov, Colonel Rhodes, and this is. General Krykov said lightly, Colonel Rollins, you just need to know that he will also decide whether some special agencies will purchase your equipment. Okay. I got it. Harlan was secretly happy. Tony hugged Harlan in a familiar way. Come on. Genius. You should not mind if I take a look at your secret weapon. Right? Don't worry. Stark Industries will not take your job. Is this thing more expensive than a Jericho missile? The price can be put off until the end. Let's take a look at the weapon. Harlan was unhappy with Tony. This trade fair was clearly his stage. We have to follow his pace. Tony waved his hand. Okay, I was in a hurry. Let's see your genius invention. This is right. Converse quickly connected. Harlan's mouth curled up. Reality made a short self-introduction, then opened the suitcase. This is actually a small computer, used to control some things. First, gentlemen, I would like to introduce this transport vehicle, Wild Boar CX-A troop carrier, using high-strength titanium alloy compartment, combined with carbon fiber composite materials. The thickness of the vehicle shell is an astonishing 15 centimeters. The inner layer is bulletproof polymer and energy-absorbing foam, which can withstand 10 megajoules of energy impact. Boom! As Harlan tapped the keyboard, the car made a deafening sound. The door of the car was slightly deformed. Colonel Rollins, Colonel Rhodes and Tony were all startled. General Krykov narrowed his eyes. The energy impact of 10 megajoules was almost as strong as a main gun bombardment of the M1 Abrams. Boom! The carriage made another loud noise. The whole car shook. If the data of this armored vehicle is true, then it is indeed a very strong car. And the stronger it is, the more exciting the things inside are. Boom! The third bombardment, the door of the carriage was finally cracked. The huge impact force was absorbed by the door of the carriage and converted into heat energy, and wisps of white smoke appeared. What is that? Everyone present began to eagerly want to know the answer. Boom! Finally, on the fourth time, the door of the carriage deformed greatly. A pair of cold mechanical hands grabbed the gap, torn it hard, crack. Bang! Pulling and kicking, a huge gap was opened in the door of the carriage. It was a robot. No, if you look closely, it was not a complete robot. He turned around. You can see the human face on the other side of his metal skull. It was a black man. His brows were furrowed. His eyes were fierce, like a soldier who was always vigilant. Let me introduce to you. This is our new product. The Death Warrior. The Death Warrior turned to the shooting range, where several target vehicles that were ready to be scrapped surrounded him, and several small missiles flew out. Boom! Like a firework explosion. Its firepower was extremely fierce. But just as advertised, this product would become the decisive weapon of the US military in street fighting. Street fighting was the key. The Death Warrior slightly bent his legs, exerted force suddenly, and jumped high. His calves sprayed flames, and he jumped more than 20 meters away with the help of the boost. And then he ran and jumped with big strides, and rushed into the prepared street fighting simulation field. This is a complex three-dimensional place built to simulate the ruins of a battlefield. Multiple mobile machine guns and heavy firepower are hiding behind the bunkers, ready to attack at any time. But the high-strength alloy on the body of the Death Warrior makes it completely ignore bullets. Moving like the wind, punching like a heavy hammer, easily smashing through one wall after another, bullets flying, all the targets are crushed in a crushing posture. And machine guns are not the most troublesome thing in street fighting. The military specially simulated the most troublesome thing. In the blind spot, a rocket is quietly ejected, silently, boom. The flames instantly covered the Death Warrior. Haroon suddenly froze. He had not been notified of such heavy firepower. Damn it, don't let anything go wrong, Michael, if something goes wrong with this thing, we won't make any money. He muttered to himself. His hand kept tapping the control box, but no matter how he tapped, the screen kept popping up wrong. When the smoke cleared, the Death Warrior was facing the explosion with flames burning, and the explosion left a shallow crater on his body. But that was all. Although it didn't move immediately, it looked pretty complete overall. The only sound left was Harlan tapping on the keyboard. About 10 seconds later, the Death Warrior started moving again and kicked the launcher to pieces. After this kick, the Death Warrior also stopped moving completely, standing there like a robot that had stopped working. But no matter what, the mission was accomplished. Great. Wow. Harlan danced with excitement. Clap, 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 clap. There was applause from behind. Harlan turned around suddenly and saw General Krikov, who always had a stern face, smiling. Well done, really, at this distance, many of our armored vehicles will be troubled by this sneak attack. Tony also applauded. Really good, that small missile looks like it was made by Hammer Industries. I can also make it. It better than this, we can discuss it later. Rhodes was thinking about the capabilities that the machine had just demonstrated. According to the bidding documents, the so-called Death Warrior is actually a human-machine transformation. Can we add some more efficient anti-gravity equipment to the pilots? Colonel Rollins' eyes were also full of excitement, thinking about something secret. Haroon was overjoyed. General, then our order. Very. Krikov was about to speak, but a congressman on the other end of the video screen made a request for a microphone connection. This thing looks very powerful, but it seems not mature enough, and compared to putting these technologies into extremely risky wars, should we consider putting them into the civilian field to improve the living conditions of citizens? Another congressman spoke up. Yes. I noticed that this is a transformation technology. The person who received the transformation. It is voluntary. Haroon quickly replied. As for civilian use, if our stick is not thick enough, how can there be peace? This is sophistry. We are launching it. Ahem. Congressman Cohen. We are discussing the procurement case now. Besides, the original intention of the development of cyber technology is to help our army be invincible. Are you forcing them to immediately transfer military technology to civilian use? Come on. The scene soon became noisy. Krikov frowned. A soldier ran in quickly. He soon knew why there were so many objections. In the video conference, some legislators soon brought out something new, a video. It looks like Governor Newsom has been discharged from the hospital. The technology comes from International Gene Cooperation Company, Ltd. He also seems to have been equipped with a high-tech prosthesis. It seems to be quite normal. And they are planning to give a speech. The technology sounds mature. The scene suddenly fell silent. Haroon was stunned. His face suddenly darkened. It seems that Krikov paused, and then changed the subject. I still think this is a weapon with great potential. But the congressmen need more time to think about it. Let's stop here today. No one has any objection. Whether the same technology should be supported for civilian or military use first is a matter worth discussing. The key is that this involves political factors. It is normal for congressmen to make cautious decisions. If you are not sure whether it can be passed, it is better to put the vote on hold. Congressional communications were closed. Krikov said, "That should be the end of today. Mr. Stark, I won't see you off. I think we have talked enough. You and Colonel Rhodes should have more things to talk about. Of course, you have a new favorite now. But if you plan to abandon Hammer and provide equipment for this, the Death Warrior, you can find me." Rod saluted Krikov and left the scene with Tony. Harlan stayed where he was, very angry because the damn governor was not killed. Now it really affects him. Krikov looked at him, patted his shoulder, and motioned for him to walk together. "Mr. Reich, since there are still differences in Congress, the Department of Defense will temporarily put the purchase on hold. But this Colonel Rollins, his department may be able to give you a place to show your skills." Harlan was stunned. "Colonel Rollins, isn't he from the military?" Krikov walked away alone. The one-eyed Colonel Rollins came forward and shakes hands with Harlan. "You should have heard a lot about our legends, so you must keep our next cooperation confidential." Rollins took out his ID. "He is from the CIA." "CIA?" Harlan mood, which had just become depressed, immediately rekindled. Looking at the Death Warrior, who was having difficulty restarting not far away. "Michael, we succeeded." However, the Death Warrior lowered his head and could not even blink. Chapter 256, Change or Allegiance. The technology used by the governor is very advanced. Once EEG signals can be converted into readable machine signals, mechanical prostheses are not a problem at all. The medical team used this time can be said to be quite advanced. The plan was quickly determined, implementing prostheses with minimal cognitive decline. Although Leal is confident that his team can make the most sophisticated mechanical prostheses, the cold prostheses lack a feedback system. Human skin is covered with dense nerve endings and has unique softness and hardness. The system that constitutes the sense of touch is quite complex. Ordinary prosthetics are basically made of metal and synthetic materials, and it is unlikely to implant a large amount of high-tech materials for nerve feedback. This kind of prosthetic limb with a nearly full mechanical structure is too different from the original human arm in terms of perception, which will cause permanent cognitive changes over time. In 2076, this was considered to be one of the causes of cyberpsychosis. A large number of high-tech companies will spend a lot of money on high-end customization business, arranging the feedback lines as densely as possible for the prosthetics used by high-end people to avoid discomfort. It is completely different from the combat prosthesis used by mercenaries. One looks cool and awesome, but it has a strong cognitive damage. The other looks the same, but it can keep people as awake as possible. However, although Leal team can manufacture the most sophisticated mechanical structures, the research on tactile feedback systems has not yet begun. Therefore, the governor prosthetic implant adopts the solution of enhancing the original function, while focusing on those places where perception is not obvious as much as possible. For example, bones. Drill a small hole in the bone, connect the circuit that processes the electrical signal, and then use a complex mechanical structure on the circuit to simulate muscle under point stimulation to achieve contraction. In the cyberpunk world, this component can already use advanced bionic fibers. However, Dr. Octopus' super precision structure is not unusable, and because of its awesome structure, its potential may be greater than that of bionic fibers. These mechanical bionic structures derived from the structure of octopus arms are called mechanical muscles by Otto. They are located on the outside of the bones and the outside of the skin, ensuring that the combined force is still under the surface of the skin and will not cause a large cognitive shift. At the same time, dense alloys are filled into the bones that have been cut off from large pieces of structure, so that the human body can withstand strong pressure. These muscle structures will make the governor now have more than twice the strength of ordinary people, and the alloy mixed bones make his pressure-bearing capacity almost 3 times that of normal people. Of course, these are all theoretical values. Yes, I was in a car accident a few days ago, and my head was almost smashed. Governor Newsom was on the podium, talking to New York voters. Except for some subtle stiffness when walking, it was almost impossible to tell that he was almost dying a few days ago. Yes, after waking up, he chose New York as the first place to give a speech after his recovery. Now that he is here, and he is recovered, why not take the opportunity to show it off? Voters surrounded the podium, holding various slogans and flags, waving them excitedly below. Leal watched all this in the computer room. This speech will be transmitted as much as possible through the internet. And on the internet, there is a strong opponent. The governor walked around the stage, smiling brightly at the voters, with his arms slightly open. But I don't have any problems now. After saying that, he applauded, and several strongmen walked onto the stage together carrying an oversized barbell. There were exclamations from the audience. The governor smiled slightly, rolled up his trouser legs, revealing the black armor layer attached to his trousers. He opened one of the armor layers, revealing the mechanical muscles inside. Shit, it's the fucking Terminator. One voter excitedly took off his clothes, revealing a large tattoo on his back, which was the classic image in the movie. The governor smiled knowingly, pointed at the excited guy, and grabbed the barbell with both hands. Grabbing the barbell, his emotion suddenly soared, and he suddenly swore. Look! It's the fucking Terminator. Yes, I did have a car accident, and my spine was broken. The experts at the California hospital said that even if I woke up, I would be a vegetable. But now? The governor exerted force suddenly, and the mechanical muscles locked and began to pull, under great pressure. In the horrified eyes of the people, the barbell was lifted above his head. The governor gritted his teeth, and forced a smile. 200 kilograms. It's just a fucking appetizer. Bang! The barbell was put down, and it hit the ground with a dull sound. 200 kilograms? Huh? I can lift this much weight right after I got out of the hospital. I feel like I'm back to my youth. Awesome. Awesome. Fuck. Fuck. The atmosphere was once raised to the top, and the governor also excitedly tore open his clothes, revealing the mechanical muscles attached to the surface of his skin. He strode across the podium. See? This is technology. He patted his chest. The great god shouted. You can enjoy these too. There are more than 10 million Americans in the United States who are disabled due to production activities or congenital factors. A small section of a finger, a piece of skin, all of these can be repaired. Instead of creating more disabilities in the world, why not pay attention to our own people? Disability, neurological diseases, blood shortages, these medical difficulties are urgently waiting for us to solve, instead of going to a land thousands of miles away to kill a poor guy with little money in his pocket. God, they are already pitiful enough, and we want to steal money from poor people? The only thing we need to end is the poverty, inequality, and backwardness within us, not the unlucky people thousands of miles away. Predicament means that this country needs to change, and war is definitely not the answer. The speech gradually transitioned to the stage of releasing political propositions. Leal was in the computer room, and several cables were inserted near the brain-computer interface. Dr. Zora, the information technology consultant of Hydra, is a pure humanoid AI. He can't be dealt with by just tapping the keyboard with fingers or implementing security with the help of the Access Warehouse chip. These neural pickup electrodes can help activate Leal's neural computing ability as much as possible, and it is easier for him to mobilize the computing power of the machine room. There is no mature fixed access warehouse in the Marvel world, but Leal's spinal prosthesis itself is an experimental prosthesis that can directly transform the implanter into a wetware computer. It can completely replace the fixed access warehouse here, so he doesn't need to hide it. Cross-dimensional material transmission, Raven microcontrol type 4 access warehouse chip. Technology points -900. Current technology points 2000. Leal inserted the chip. Lay in the coolant. The heat exchange device hummed, and Sion Weston started. From the spine to the brain nerves. Look at the cyberspace of this world. Leal just connected to the server, and his perception began to extend with the network equipment. Then, he found that the enemy hidden in the network has been carrying out a network attack. If you only look at the operation panel, it is almost impossible to find the error. Mr. Reich, this is a top-secret mission. Your target is a former Marine captain named Frank Custer, who carried out many secret operations during the Afghan War and has important secrets. But his country values him so much. But he chooses to refuse the army call-up and instead joins the gang activities and has contacts with some criminals. We have received news that a gang will have a gunfight in front of the Osborne building and attack him. This is a great opportunity to test the Death Warrior fighting ability, kill the gangsters in battle, and bring peace to New York. Then, you have to kill Captain Custer, the insidious deserter and traitor. Finally, you should know that Governor Arnold Newsom is giving a speech nearby. Please be careful, Please do not affect the governor. Although he is our main opponent in the procurement case, this is the United States. We should use proper methods to defeat him in politics. However, this is a high-level operation after all, and killing the target is still the top priority. Yes, the scene will be spectacular. We will solve your worries. You just need to kill the target, and everything will be fine. Yes, you just need to kill the target. I don't want to repeat it for the third time. For America. The Death Warrior looked through the window, and the electronic eye locked on the governor, who was giving a speech. There was also a family of 4 farther away from the podium. A couple with their son and daughter, who were amazed at the governor's feat from a distance. The boy pointed at the governor, showing off his muscles, as if asking his father if he could be that powerful. His father stammered that it was nothing. A warm family, and also the target of the Death Warriors. If anyone could see his eyes, they would be able to see how much he admired and was pleased with the current governor. Or more precisely, the equipment on the governor. This satisfaction turned into guilt, escape and fear when his eyes turned to the family of 4. But soon, as the body entered combat mode, the brain computing function was forced to be allocated to weapons and equipment. And this little bit of sentimentality would become fragmented because there was no brain support. At the last moment, he saw a message box appear in the upper left corner of his vision. Michael, this is a good opportunity for you to become famous. It's time to serve the United States. Chapter 257. Like a civilian. Dad, Terminator. Little Frank showed off his muscles to his father. Frank, can you lift something that heavy? Frank was a little embarrassed. If he said yes, that thing did not look light. If he said no, it would be very uncomfortable to give in front of his son. But why would a special forces soldier like him compete with a former bodybuilder in weightlifting? But did he have to explain to his son, your dad was much more awesome at killing people on the battlefield? To be honest, the more family he has, the happier his life is, the more he feels uneasy about their affairs abroad. Otherwise he would not apply to return home and retire to the second line. Maybe this is the curse of the soldiers of the Berry country, who made them choose to join the army on impulse. In this life, what other path can they choose except doing this? His wife Maria saw her husband's embarrassment and scratched her son's nose. Your father may not be as good as the governor in this regard, but he is still your father. We love our family not because they are great, but because we love each other naturally. I know. Mom, I'm just asking. The family sat in front of the coffee shop, planning to spend a warm and harmonious afternoon after watching the great governor. Across from Frank, his youngest daughter Lisa suddenly pointed behind him. Dad, there are so many vans. Frank looked in the direction his youngest daughter pointed. There were several vans of similar specifications. Instinct made him immediately notice that something was wrong, because on the other side of the street, there were cars moving at a similar speed and surrounding this place. Frank frowned and looked around, and saw that Governor Newsom had finished his speech and was walking down from the stage, intending to get closer to the voters. This place was about 100 meters away from the square where the speech was held, close to a street. When he turned his eyes to the governor, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The governor had been in a car accident before, and the car accident was not an accident at all. Shit. Maria, we have to leave here. Just as he stood up, several vans suddenly accelerated and rushed towards him. The streets were blocked, and the barrels of heavy machine guns were sticking out of the car windows. Looking at the black muzzles, Frank felt like he was on the battlefield for the first time. His blood was clotting. This was New York. And now, he and his family should be on vacation. How could this happen? They seemed to be coming for him. Run! Frank burst out with great strength at this moment. He roared, and his neck was bulging with exaggerated blue veins. He picked up the 2 children and ran towards the coffee shop. The distance of less than 20 meters seemed so long in his eyes. The screams of the children drowned out the sound of the gunshots. He had never wished so much in his life that he was a Superman with 3 heads and 6 arms. In his terrified eyes, he saw the crowd running away, and saw his wife standing up at a loss, looking at him with a blank look. At this moment, Maria's blank look overlapped with the blank looks in his mind. Some were his comrades. Some were civilians crawling out of the ruins. Some were civilians holding guns, waiting to die. He knew too well what would happen if he was pointed at by such a large number of automatic weapons in such an environment. But he only had 1 pair of hands, and he could not hold his wife if he held his 2 children. This was the cruelest choice in the world. As a soldier, He had never had a moment in his life like this. Hoping that there would be no guns in the world like a civilian hoped. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Gunshots, screams, glass shattering and bullets hitting the wall mixed into a symphony of terror. For a moment, blood splattered. Bang! Frank fell to the ground, protecting the two children tightly, protecting them in the hail of bullets. His trembling body was like a new soldier on the battlefield for the first time. He had long forgotten the reality. There was an exaggerated loud noise in his ears, and a piercing pain in his back, but he didn't dare to move at all. It seemed like a long time had passed. He heard the voices of children, and then he noticed that the gunfire had stopped. He looked up and looked at his wife. He even forgot to breathe. He was afraid to see that scene. But the reality was that Maria had already hidden behind the bunker. She looked as if she had been thrown in the messy square. Almost everyone had found a place that could barely be considered a bunker. On the street lamp, a mysterious man in a pink, white and black tights shook his hands. Oh my God! Has the current political struggle evolved to this point? A bunch of people with automatic weapons are sweeping the streets? I'm exhausted. Looking at the thugs who were shooting. Their guns were blocked by spider silk. And some even exploded. The people in the car all looked at Gwen. And the girl tilted her head. Where are you from? Back to 20 minutes ago. Leal sank into cyberspace. Data barrier connected. Current data barrier computing power, 3000 CCU Cyber Computing Unit, is a special unit used to measure computing power. Used to measure the computing power involved in large-scale network activities in cyberspace. In the Manual of Network Monitoring, 1 to 500 CCUs are classified as small-scale network conflicts. Some individual hacking behaviors and small group-based network activities are at this level. In contrast, in the previous network war in Night City, the Dragon Hunter invested a total of 20,000 CCUs in the battle, which has reached the threshold of important network battles for giant enterprises. When the hacker sinks into cyberspace, he is equivalent to a super wetware computer core. Most of the CCUs are provided by external facilities, forming a data barrier. The more powerful the hacker is, the more exaggerated the computing power he can support, and the more CCU he can mobilize to carry out network attacks. The higher the CCU is, the heavier the burden on the hacker will be, and the more likely it will cause permanent damage to the hacker nerves. 3000 CCU is equivalent to the computing power that some small and medium-sized enterprises in the cyberpunk world can mobilize, and it is also the threshold for most regular hackers. But it is definitely not Leal's current limit. He focused his attention on the data barrier in front of him that symbolized CTOS. This is a data barrier with a simple structure and is mainly used to process data. All the electric current signals are connected to his nervous system and converted through the Ahara-Bragg algorithm, becoming signals that humans can perceive. All of a sudden, the seemingly normal system becomes full of problems. The CTOS protection wall was built by Sky using his personal skills, perhaps through observation and rational analysis of the computer panel. It may seem that this protection is very strong, but in fact it has already been riddled with holes. Unlike the data firewall that keeps changing in the cyberpunk world, this data barrier seems solid, but in fact lacks change and is extremely rigid. No matter how stable a system is, there will definitely be loopholes. This is the core difference between the two generations of network defense technology. In the cyberpunk world, excellent network firewalls are always changing. The CTOS data barrier, which should have been simple and orderly, is already covered with rusty abnormal data blocks. And these abnormal data blocks are connected in some hidden places. This kind of small abnormality will not trigger the self-check of each node of the system, but it is extremely conspicuous in cyberspace. In cyberspace, the little octopus on Leal's shoulder poked Leal, pointing to the abnormal parts. Little octopus, big brother. These things are disgusting. Can I remove them? Leal nodded slightly. First, focus on observation and feature collection, and see what they want to do. The abnormal data flow was quickly analyzed by the little octopus. Tracing back these anomalies, Leal immediately understood what the other party wanted to do. Data anomalies can be detected at any time in a way that ordinary hackers cannot detect, causing a specified line to fail at a specified time, or even tampering with the data. These anomalies point all the way to one location, the front of Osborne Building. The vans that should have been marked as abnormal in the CTOS system are recklessly speeding through one intersection after another. The automatic firearms inside can barely be seen through the camera. It is obvious that the opponent thinks that he has won the victory because of the successful infiltration during this period, and intends to do a big thing recklessly. Directly attacking and killing in the core area of New York City is really a pioneer of the times. Lil quickly sent a message to Gwen and Martin. Lil, the front of Osborne building, political assassination. After saying that, Lil looked at the little octopus. We're going to do a big thing this time. Interface open, prepare to upgrade access equipment. Reminder, rashly increasing computing power may cause a sharp decline in cognition, please. Wish you a happy use. Chapter 258 Silent Influence. Swish. The bullet flew. Gwen avoided the trajectory with an extremely graceful posture. Backhand flip, then 2 spinning kicks. Just a little bit of power is too much for ordinary people to bear. Instantly fell into a baby-like sleep. These people don't look like local gangs. Does anyone have a clue? Gwen has a lot of backup, technical backup. Peter, information backup. Liar directly forwarded the signal to Sky. Sky said excitedly, why do you say that? Superhero experience? That not the case. Generally, local gangs like to yell while shooting. Gwen glanced at the gangs at the scene. The micro camera attached to the mask scanned and recorded all their faces. At the same time, she also identified the civilians at the scene. Although she had tried her best to ensure the safety of civilians, the situation was still too chaotic at the time. And some people were hit by stray bullets. Help me. My wife was shot. Gwen looked up and saw a man with 2 children shouting anxiously. The wife in front of him was holding her abdomen, and blood was flowing. But soon Gwen heard more cries for help, but some were just scratched, and many were just screaming meaninglessly. She frowned. There is a wounded person here. Suddenly, the spider sense suddenly took effect. A micro-missile was flying towards her. Boom! The missile exploded in the air. Luckily Gwen ran fast. The shock wave and heat wave just hit her, and the street lamp where she was standing just now had been blown to pieces. Exaggerated. Gwen fell to the ground, looked in the direction where the micro-missile came from, and saw a cyborg in the distant building raising his arm. The target was the man behind him, who was carrying his wife to the bunker. Gwen immediately stood up, kicked the van hard, and shot out a spider silk with his other hand to throw out a manhole cover. The car quickly overturned, and the manhole cover was smashed out, just blocking the family of 4. Bang! Some kind of exaggeratedly powerful bullet easily penetrated the body of the van, sparked a burst of flames, penetrated the body and the manhole cover, hit the wall, and left an exaggerated bullet mark. The bullet had obviously penetrated the concrete, and due to the lack of kinetic energy, it deflected and flipped, and was just a little short of penetrating the wall. The concrete block slowly fell with the gunshot. If it weren't for the deflection and force reduction of the van and the manhole cover, it would seem that penetrating the concrete would be a piece of cake. What kind of sniper rifle is this? They're a devil-like transformed person in the building. Gwen made sure that the family of 4 hid in the store, while covering the retreat of the people, and continued to attack the remaining gangsters, and asked for answers from her support team. Sky immediately obtained the ballistic information. Damn, the van seems to have bulletproof partitions installed in the interior layer. This bullet is much more powerful than the Barrett. IR signal. Hello? Sky? Are you okay? The communication channel was suddenly cut off, but Gwen had no time to pay attention to the situation on Sky's side. I saw the modified warrior suddenly jumped out of the building, relying on mechanical legs and thrusters to rush towards this side at high speed on the street. Gwen stared at the death warrior, but saw a line of words on the electronic billboard next to him. Or, because of the visual difference, several billboards just spelled out a line of words. Consume him, safe. Mission report. Unknown target involved, remote assassination failed. The mechanical voice of the death warrior was transmitted to the operator computer. A cloud of dust rose around him, the arm used to fire bullets emitted wisps of white smoke. The part that served as the barrel gradually changed and flipped to the outside of the arm. Under his feet, the floor was stepped on to create a small circle of cracks. Fuck. Why does New York always have problems? First, a paralyzed kid who ran out of nowhere turned into a genius. Then a freak who likes to wear tights kicked the car out to save people. Fuck. Haroon in the communication channel was swearing. That not the plan. The plan was to sweep the gangs, kill the target, or even if he didn't die, he would be forced into a desperate situation. Then the death warrior would shoot from a distance to ensure the target death, and destroy the scene with bombs. At this time, he would come out to sweep the gangs again, and the speech site had been cleared a lot. The gangs ran to the speech site, and the battlefield moved to the vicinity of the governor, and finally carry out electronic intrusion, deal with that CTOS, and accidentally slapped the damn governor to death. But now the first step has not been implemented properly. The Death Warrior scanned the scene and began to analyze the progress of the mission. The micro-missiles obviously had little effect on the Spider-Woman. Even if it was only considered as a feint, the effect was also very poor. The Spider-Woman seemed to have some kind of early warning mechanism, and she could implement a response strategy every time before firing. And the speed was extremely fast. Secondly, it was not impossible for that kind of exaggeratedly powerful armor-piercing projectile to penetrate the armor plate of the main battle tank even from the front, and it was a real anti-tank weapon. But weapons with exaggerated power need to be equipped with equally powerful launchers, fuel and energy. The backup fuel equipped by the Death Warrior is indeed powerful, and it seems to be good to shoot cold guns from a distance. But his electronic brain ignores these advantages, and the reliability of all weapons that can cause sufficient damage from a distance is rapidly declining in his system. The Death Warrior completes the scan and current situation analysis. Current situation analysis in progress. Energy calculation, arsenal cooling time calculation, target behavior pattern analysis, on-site time trend analysis. Continue to use long-range sniping means. The completion rate of the task is extremely low. Apply to enter the battlefield to adopt more flexible combat methods. Then go! Bang! The Death Warrior broke through the wall, and suddenly fell to the ground. The exaggerated mechanical leg exerted force again, and rushed straight to Gwen with the jet device on the calf. The heavy footsteps hit the hearts of passers-by like drumbeats. Gwen immediately used the familiar manhole cover attack. The 100-kilogram manhole cover was connected to the end of the spider silk. The kinetic energy thrown out was beyond imagination. But the Death Warrior didn't even blink, dodged by leaning over, and punched the thing from the side. The heavy manhole cover didn't even stop the Death Warrior. He had already turned his priority target to Gwen. Bang! The Death Warrior jumped high and smashed the roof of the van, deforming the car. At the same time, he punched and fired. The rich attack methods made Gwen no longer as comfortable as before. Boom! The micro-missile exploded again. Frank leaned over to protect his wife. The debris of the explosion splashed on him. He raised his head. The gangsters who had not been dealt with by Gwen gathered their forces and got off the car to get a new batch of guns. Frank's pupils shrank sharply. They were really targeting him. Bang! At the critical moment, he saw the governor running across the street at full speed and kicked a van over with a flying kick. The gunman was startled by this sudden scene and was about to attack with the butt of the gun, but he saw the governor's quick movements and punched him in the chest. This punch directly made a dent in the gangster's chest, and he flew out like a movie special effect. Bang! The gun fell to the ground, and other gang members also reloaded their weapons, and the governor could only hide behind the car immediately, as a cover. But the current situation is still very troublesome. To be honest, these guys are not like gangsters. General gangsters, first of all, don't have so much heavy firepower. Secondly, they would have been scared to death if they encountered such a situation. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the carriage. The sound was crisp. The governor smiled with difficulty. This political speech is really effective, if I can run for president. The gunshots became more and more frequent, but he hadn't thought of a good solution yet. Hey! Governor! Give me the gun! The governor heard someone calling him. It was a middle-aged man with short hair, who looked ordinary. He was protecting his wife, and the child seemed to be hiding in a coffee shop. It was obvious that the man was also shot, and the injury was not light. But his voice was full of energy, and he looked very angry. I am Captain Frank Custer of the Marine Corps. They are coming for me. Give me a gun. The governor looked at Frank's angry look, and put the gun he had just snatched on the ground. Okay. Tough guy. I trust you once. Crash. The gun slid on the ground, and as soon as Frank touched the gun, the expression on his face changed. It became extremely hideous. Chapter 259 Provoked the Wrong Person. Gwen was chased by the Death Warrior, and she was extremely anxious. She had no way to deal with this iron lump. Not only was the opponent extremely strong, but his palm could also emit some very lethal shock waves. The gangs on the street have not been dealt with yet. And that, consume him. What the hell? Bang! Another car hit Gwen. In Gwen's superhuman perception, the Death Warrior threw the car just to interfere with her vision. In fact, the missile window on his body opened again. Boom! All the missiles were fired, but Gwen found that these missiles had lost more accuracy than before. They looked deadly, but they all exploded at a distance that was not dangerous. There was even a missile that passed through the flames and hit the floor, which was a bit weird. The spider mask narrowed its eyes. The Death Warrior now completely changed to melee mode and rushed straight towards her. The mechanical body rushed like a rocket. The mechanical structure of the Death Warrior arm changed rapidly and finally assembled into a long blade, breaking through the flames of the explosion. The blade came close. Gwen turned her body, watching the blade pass through her nose. And her spider sense was working. The danger came from the Death Warrior knee. The mechanical structure of the knee stored several times of exaggerated energy. Some kind of red glowing material emitted extremely high temperature, and it was suddenly launched under the ejection device. Bang! The plasma mass of thousands of degrees passed by Gwen's clothes, just grazing her tightly, and burned her white tights with black marks. Sizzle! A faint electric current sound rang out simultaneously. The Death Warrior knee suddenly stopped retracting after the launch. He could only kick the ground and punch in a strange way. However, this faulty structure seemed to have more problems in terms of force. After one kick, before the fist was thrown, the knee began to tremble. Gwen stepped on the Death Warrior knee and exerted force suddenly. Snap! The alloy knee fell to the ground, smashed a circle of cracks. Gwen jumped away, seeming to understand what was going on. She looked up and saw that the words that happened to be spelled out on the billboard had new content. Being beaten. Beaten? Beaten! Gwen took a deep breath, patted her body, and then kicked the kneeling Death Warrior, but it was not as fast as the Death Warrior punch. Bang! The white figure was knocked out. Gwen's head was buzzing. She fell to the ground and struggled to get up. Oh, I was beaten so badly. What a powerful robot, so stupid. While getting up from being knocked down, Gwen glanced at the governor not far away. The situation over there was a little different from what she imagined. The gangsters were killing people everywhere. The gunmen were retreating with their guns. There was a man hiding behind the bunker and beating them so hard that they couldn't raise their heads. The governor took the opportunity to run over and give them a baby-like sleep. If you didn't know, you would have thought these two were murderers. So why does it feel like something is wrong with this assassination? Bang! The Death Warrior jumped, hit the wall with his knee. After a while, poor Gwen was thrown out again and fell to the ground, looking very pitiful. Death Warrior system warning, high temperature plasma ejector failure. Death Warrior system warning, knee joint load bearing parts failure. System warning. A series of pop-up windows appeared on the Death Warrior operation window, and also on Harlan operation table. His mood lifted as the red error box popped up, and relaxed a little as Spider-Woman was kicked around. Yes, that it. Did you see it? This is the Death Warrior, a modern super soldier. Harlan cheered with his fist, and nervously looked at the one-eyed Colonel Rollins behind him. The latter said nothing, but nodded slightly. Not bad, although there were some problems, but the overall performance was good. Don't forget that your target is Frank Custer. This kind of thing, as long as we deal with this troublesome Spider-Woman, we can solve it. But the impact of this incident. Don't worry, I've already said it. Rollins signaled Harlan not to dwell on this issue. Information security and control, how could a young boy control it? What CTOS system? Do you really think they are vegetarians? The conversation here was observed by the monitoring equipment nearby, and transmitted to the military base on the other side of the continent. There, Dr. Zora, who had been completely transformed into an electronic life form, lived in a server in an entire bunker. Some of these servers were very new. Some were very old. Just like him. A man over 100 years old, but surviving in the form of top technology. Except for the sudden arrival of Spider-Woman. Everything else went smoothly. The system called CTOS was completely unaware of his intrusion. And the girl named Sky was just an ordinary hacker with good skills. This kind of meticulous physical operation can only be controlled and perceived by him as an electronic life form. At first, he was very careful. The invasion of the vulture suit made him quite cautious. But now it seems that it was only because the hackers at that time knew there was an enemy, and they carried out attacks more targetedly. But more delicate attacks are not something that humans can observe through computers. Zora used the insignificant current in the line to plant electronic viruses in the line long ago, and launched the attack after the attack began. At the moment when the Death Warrior appeared, these viruses were launched at the same time, and the data architecture of CTOS was overwhelmed by the violent data flow, and it was almost impossible to maintain operation. In fact, Zora still left some possibilities for data recovery. But once they recovered the data, they would find a completely different picture from reality. In this new picture, the Death Warrior would be considered a hero who stopped the gang. And Frank, the governor, was accidentally killed by the gang. This can attack this guy named Lil from multiple angles. He must be exhausted by the system crash. NYPD talked to him about the truth of public security, the rule of law, and protecting the weak. But in fact, in his opinion, they were all naive. Wouldn't it be good to join Hydra to rule the world with this technology? It's just a small startup. Do you really think you are great just because you have some skills? You are asked to preach the law, to speak for the poor, to protect the weak, and to live peace. Now Hydra comes to lift you up. With the experience from last time, Zora did not access the Death Warrior system, but only let the big guy take over part of the CTOS system to provide real-time combat data. The security of the Death Warrior was taken care of by the software firewall he set up. However, Zora felt a little uneasy about the part that simulated the human algorithm. But no matter what, the situation was indeed in their favor. According to the observation of the probe installed by Colonel Rollins, the visual feedback device on the console showed that the White Spider Woman had no way to stop the Death Warrior from moving forward. The Death Warrior pressed forward step by step, and saw another unexpected situation. The agents they set over were dead on the ground. Zora was a little dumbfounded, although they lost World War II. It was Germany who lost. What does it have to do with Hydra? Their agents should still be the best in the world. The Death Warrior moved forward step by step, and the bullets hit him and caused almost no damage, and only the sound of ding-dong could be heard. Now as long as this killing machine moves, it will be over. Ah! The governor roared and smashed at the Death Warrior from behind the bunker. But even bullets were useless. Even if his fist was stronger than that of an ordinary person, what would happen? But even with this punch, something went wrong. Bang! The fist hit the mechanical body with a dull sound, and the Death Warrior fell down. This sudden scene stunned everyone. A loud noise suddenly came from the small room used to control the Death Warrior. But Zora had no mind to deal with those things, because in his perception, in that world made up of electrical signals, great changes that he could not understand also occurred at the same time. Boom! The wall was blown through. A group of security personnel wearing tactical masks and equipment rushed in, and Haroon was so scared that he screamed on the spot. Rollins was a soldier after all, and he was about to draw his gun, but was shot by the intruder first. Bang! Martin shot Rollins in the lower abdomen, and seeing that he still wanted to resist, he shot him twice in the leg. Oh my god! Bang! Martin kicked Rollins hard in the face, knocking him unconscious. It doesn't matter who you are, but you mess with the wrong person. Martin straightened his clothes, took out his phone, and told Leo the good news. There are indeed people. A sleazy man in a suit and another sleazy man in a suit. Chapter 260 Chain Reaction. Strictly speaking, cyberspace is a general term. Physically, it is composed of the most basic electrical signals. Then, through various methods, humans can perceive these signals. As an electronic life, Zora Project was initially intended to transfer consciousness to electronic devices to achieve consciousness transfer. The device used is a device called Consciousness Register. Unlike the Soul Killer in the Cyberpunk world, Zora does not have a Harprog, the help of the protocol, to help realize his idea. He skipped this step directly. This shows Dr. Zora wisdom. But it also means that he is not invincible in the cyber world, because he has hardly encountered an opponent in this field. To a large extent, Leo's current state is completely equivalent to this electronic life form in form, and there is no so-called technological generation gap at all. In fact, the technology used by Leo is more suitable for human perception of data flow. Moreover, Leo has rich experience in cyberspace combat, and even technical guidelines provided by the network monitor, which is completely enough to crush Zora. Zora consciousness was pulled into the data fortress of CTOS. He saw that the entire data barrier that he had messed up suddenly changed dramatically. In an instant, the world turned upside down. After the world turned upside down, the dirty data represented by the abnormal current attached to the equipment were all disrupted. From a powerful intruder that corroded the fortress, the ulcer attached to CTOS turned into dust and dirt on the solid barrier. Yes, they are still conspicuous, but for a solid barrier, what use are they? And the next moment, the barrier began to twist, like a living organism. Its structure began to change, and it began to move constantly, crushing the dust and dirt bit by bit. Zora wanted to escape. This was the first time he had seen data changes of this scale. He did not have the corresponding technology. In his eyes, the CTOS system had rioted, and it easily crushed his hack. The data stream that was useful just now has now become an unreadable disordered current. He couldn't understand what was happening, but he couldn't escape. His consciousness retreated through one circuit after another, quickly left the CTOS system, and came to the chaotic New York. And then he felt that his consciousness seemed to hit something. Some extremely powerful information barrier had locked his retreat route, cutting off the currents carrying information and symbolizing consciousness in a complex way. And those current changes and coordinates that cut off his consciousness seemed to construct an octopus tentacle in his consciousness at this moment. No, if you follow this line of thought to perceive, that is a giant octopus. There is an octopus in the network. Zora is like an investigator who strayed into a world of terror. He was inspired by a Leal network attack. He began to understand with fragmented cognition that what Leal was doing was terrifying. Leal stood on top of the little octopus, instructing it to release data identification sonar. The tentacles of the octopus pulled the data in this electronic space like a string, and then gently pulled it. The whole space was like a calm sea surface that suddenly had ripples. The ripples screened out the coding group that Zora used to monitor the entire world as he imagined. Red nodes appeared in Leal perception one by one. They were all monitoring nodes arranged by Hydra in the network. Leal had collected enough Hydra communication frequency bands in the past. However, an accident happened. After a small improvement by Leal and the little octopus, this wave will search for similar signals on the internet, and then spread again at the signal node found, repeatedly searching for signals. Perhaps it is because Hydra has planted too many monitoring nodes all over the world. The wave follows the wireless domain of the internet, and eventually spreads to the entire internet. The ripples eventually evolved into waves in the chaotic environment of the internet, and then turned into a tsunami. The tsunami swept the entire internet. On the octopus, even Leal was shocked by what was happening now. He had clearly just built a search sonar similar to the one used by dragon hunters according to the idea of internet monitoring. The search sonar was just a detection program for searching the enemy, but under Leal small changes, it was repeatedly running in the chaotic internet, being interfered by different programs, computers. When the changes reach a certain level, it will become impossible to intervene and observe, which can be called chaos. The chaos turned the program that was almost harmless to the network environment into a highly destructive wave. At the same time, the entire internet in the United States was blocked and collapsed in the chain reaction of this cyberspace. The wave of data brought by the chain reaction also washed away the only two hackers in cyberspace in this era, like a wave. But Leal is an octopus, born to survive in the sea. On the other hand, Zora is like a human who has learned to swim. He can easily kill those landlubbers in the calm lake, but it is impossible to resist the waves. And this time, the waves were designed to target him. His consciousness shifted in an instant, and countless false information was transformed into currents that exceeded the safety valve, which broke through his circuit board. In the real world, one communication cable after another burst into flames and broke. Sparks flew everywhere, especially those lines that Hydra focused on monitoring. This exaggerated phenomenon spread from New York to the other side of the continent, to that military barrier. Disconnect link. Disconnect. Bang. The bunker server exploded suddenly. Zora blew up his own communication server, cutting off the external communication line. In the dark bunker, the exposed wires scattered sparks, illuminating the broken screen. The bunker fell into silence. At this moment, Zora's large number of servers scattered around the outside world also burned down, and many memories will be lost with the damage of the servers. For hackers or digital life forms like him, human cognition will drop sharply. The human consciousness protection mechanism will make it faint at such a moment. Zora turned off his phone. His accomplices tried frantically to contact him, but they couldn't, because their phones were also emitting black smoke. And this time, the fluctuation could not be stopped at all. Leal invested a total of 5,000 CCU of computing power, which triggered the first huge earthquake in the Marvel World Network environment, bringing direct data logic from a human perspective to the network. The tsunami swept across North America, and then spread to all parts of the world through the internet. Because of geographical barriers, a large-scale signal decay occurred at the boundaries of the network domains of each continent, and then the internet entering each network domain changed again, leaving a deep mark on the internet. In some high-performance processors and systems, this date is firmly remembered. Remembered by the data, it becomes an anchor point. The electrodes on Leal's body suddenly jumped away, and he climbed out of the cooling tank with steam. Is this the network warfare on the internet? Leo wiped the coolant off his face, even though the water would evaporate quickly without him wiping it off. He was just too shocked. The network technology in the cyberpunk world is much higher than here, but there is one thing they don't have: the worldwide internet. The cyberspace in the cyberpunk world is like a world divided into orderly parts. Compared with those networks composed of clearly defined local area networks, the scale and chaos of the internet are beyond imagination. In the cyberpunk world, Ahara and Prague used this technology to enter the cyberspace for the first time, and the computing power they had available at that time might not even be 1 CCU. He originally just wanted to find out the signal of Hydra in New York. It would be even better if it could spread to North America. Now it could. It was indeed found. He didn't even have to do anything to deal with it. The network crashed directly. Leo thought about this. The network environment and internet environment operations in 2076 might be different. But this kind of chaos could not be predicted and controlled at all. He seemed to have made a great start. But before he could continue thinking, a choking smell came from his nose. Bang bang. Boss! Boss! Can I go in and put out the fire? The voice sounded like Christopher Kidd. Leo looked up suddenly. The room was full of black smoke and flaming machines. The two octopus arms behind him pulled out the fire extinguisher and started to put out the fire frantically. Come in! Don't use water. Chapter 261 Burned to Ashes. It a mess. Fortunately, the International Gene Cooperation Company has absorbed a large number of industries of the Osborne Group, otherwise there would be no place to treat the wounded. Most of the wounded were slightly injured, either scratched or sprained, and they could be discharged after simple treatment. A few were scratched by fragments and debris, and a very small number were hit by stray bullets and lost a lot of blood. If it were usual, such a thing would be difficult to deal with. After all, blood resources have always been scarce and very expensive, but here, the thing that is least lacking is blood. Leo and the governor walked quickly into the hospital, saying as they walked, NYPD has obtained the route map of the gunmen, and will soon find their starting point. Secondly, Martin has caught two guys who are behind the scenes controlling the cyborg, but he can't get anything out of them. In addition to knowing that Harlan Reich is the CEO of Cybertech, what else can you find out? The governor nodded. He didn't suffer any serious injuries, just that the prosthesis replenished some energy. We have found someone here, William Rawlings, from the Rawlings family. I heard he joined the army before. I don't know why he got involved. It doesn't matter, we can ask the target. Are you sure this person is Frank Custer? Of course, you don't know until you check. You'd be shocked when you check. He was a celebrity before, a celebrity in the Marine Corps, with outstanding achievements. A search on the internet will show him, and the previous president photo. But he disappeared for a while. I guess you know, this matter is very complicated. What are you going to do? The two stopped in front of the special care ward. And Lear thought, this name is not ordinary. Frank Custer, a former captain of the Marine Corps. In a series of Marvel comics, there is another name, the Punisher. This is an extreme anti-hero who will take all kinds of lynchings against criminals. As a human being, his combat power has reached the ceiling. This is a character with not many origin versions. No matter how it is changed, he is basically an old soldier abandoned by the government. And his wife and children all died in the liquidation. It was this kind of guilt and remorse that made him act in an extremely extreme style, because what he had experienced was extremely extreme. But not this time. Leo said, if the water is deep, it would be even better. I don't know how much this bomb can blow up. Wait. The governor held Leo down. This is against the rules, many politicians. Leo looked at the governor, and began to think about how to convince the governor and their party to make a big deal out of this. Politicians will have differences, but generally speaking, such differences only exist internally. If Frank's case was big enough to involve the government, the opposition party would consider negotiating with the other party in private. After thinking about it, Leo found that it would be very difficult to convince them. Besides, since the governor said so, it means that this is the current opinion of the opposition party. To convince them, Leo has to contact them one by one. But strictly speaking, he is just a political newcomer. Not many people in the opposition party have a relationship with him. And it is unrealistic to convince a party in such a short time. We still have to rely on the method of killing first, and asking for permission later. Of course, we still have to do some superficial work. At least we have to get the stage of killing first and asking for permission later. So assassination is in accordance with the rules? Leo said. Governor, don't be naive. assassination itself has already touched the bottom line of your opinion. Make this matter bigger, and completely put the ruling party on the fire. This is what we should do. No. Leo, listen to me. Even if we advocate peace, they advocate war, we still have to consider the image of the country. Let's solve the internal affairs of the army internally. Some things are inappropriate to be made public. Do you know what it is? Leo raised his eyebrows. I don't know. And I don't need to know. This is how we do things. The governor shook his head, but I promise that we can get enough benefits. And the same goes for Mr. Custer inside. Leo looked at the governor. This is a typical politician who is psychologically attached to the national level. Regardless of the facts, he is not willing to do such things that will harm the country. In his opinion, the two-party struggle and the division of interests all need to be distributed at the national level. To put it simply, he likes to consider the overall situation. And his overall situation is the country of berries. However, Leo does not think so. It is this idea that has caused the opposition party to lose the upper hand in the previous struggle. What the enemy wants to do is global. And you have to look at this matter from a global perspective. There is also technical proof. The program went out of control largely because Hydra surveillance has penetrated everywhere, involving the whole world. Governor, do you know that just now, the global network has experienced serious fluctuations? The governor was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I know, but what does that have to do with what's happening now? Shouldn't we discuss what's happening here first? Leo looked at the governor, and didn't seem to be lying. He really didn't understand. And he lacked sensitivity to similar things. If he was careful, he would immediately check the impact of the fluctuation. But it doesn't matter. There will always be someone who understands. The governor is just a representative of the opposition party. Okay. Leo nodded. I understand. But this soldier must also attend. The ruling party promise is bullshit. My witness is frustrated. I don't want him to have no security. The governor looked at Leo in surprise. Of course you can, but you have to do it for someone you haven't met many times. Reputation is built by oneself. Leo looked at him and continued. Besides, don't you think that for such a meritorious soldier, no matter whether what he did was unforgivable or not, soldiers are required to have no self-awareness? Right? Now the Berry country wants to betray him. This made the governor's expression somewhat ambiguous. He sighed. If we were in power, it would definitely not be like this. Finally, he patted Lil on the shoulder. Also, if you want to get involved in politics, you must learn to be hypocritical. This is not a place suitable for honest people. Lear nodded, maybe. But I'm the kind of person who prefers to tell the truth. But there is good news today. Remember the policies I promised? They are already in place. I guess with the current network situation, I should even send you a list of infrastructure. With pleasure. The governor smiled and looked at the door of the special care ward. He should go in with Lear to confirm Frank's ideas. But at this point, he thought it was okay to leave it to Lear. This young man is very obedient and capable. But he is a little young. The only request is that Frank appear in court. Which is not an excessive request, after all. If you want to coerce the other party to give up their interests, you have to make it more realistic. The more realistic the better. Weighing the two, he might as well return to his job as soon as possible and make plans for what is about to happen. This time he was completely safe. And it was time to reap the rewards. So he thought about it and said, Forget it. I won't go in. I leave this to you. I have to go back to California as soon as possible. Before I leave, I want to ask for your opinion. Do you think I will encounter an attack like last time? In theory, Hydra is already overwhelmed by the server explosion and has no time to do this. However, Leo thought about it and said, If you are worried, I suggest you hire XIN security. These bodyguards are definitely more reliable than the people around you. Okay. I think about it. It's a pleasure to work with you, young man. The governor showed a very hearty smile, shook hands with Leo, and then turned and left. Lear opened the operating room door and strode in. In the whole incident, Frank was the most seriously injured. He was shot 3 times, one of which hit his ribs, and the other 2 hit near the spine. He didn't feel anything at the time, but the intense activity for such a long time had caused nerve damage. The strongman was now lying in bed unable to move. Thanks to the mature brain-computer interface technology, Lear had cut off the nerve signals near the wound and blocked the pain. Otherwise, Frank would have fainted in less than a second. His wife was in another bed, shot in the abdomen, bleeding too much. But she had been saved and was resting. The two children took a nap beside their mother bed. Frank had his eyes open. I guess. You are here to persuade me. To persuade me to selectively tell the truth. And then you will give me some benefits. Lil sat down in front of Frank and smiled meaningfully. So you are very unhappy. Of course I'm upset, not against you. I just don't know what to think. Frank stared at the ceiling with empty eyes. Decades of service, dozens of life and death, so many sacrifices, and this is all I got. I don't need any benefits, I just need you to protect me and my family, and I have some teammates. Wait, don't keep talking. Lil took an apple from the table and unbuttoned his suit. The vulgar tone and the sudden change in aura made Frank on the hospital bed stunned. His eyes were no longer empty, and he was a little confused. Lil took a bite of the apple and put one hand on the chair. Since you are unhappy, do you want to join me and burn the thing that makes you unhappy into ashes? Chapter 262 Political Accident. A few days later. Yes, you just need to admit that you are CIA, and then state your mission objectives. Then Frank. Everyone has to give in. He will keep these things to himself. You are just an agent who made a mistake in executing things. The CIA sometimes does make such mistakes. At the door of the building, one-eyed Rollins frowned after hearing all this. Then my political career. Hey, Rollins. The fat congressman patted him on the shoulder. It over. Understand? But at least you won't go to jail. Maybe you can make a comeback. Be happy. After such a big incident, you can still walk around outside. Isn't that good? Rollins walked in stunned under the escort of the guards. Frank was not far away, sitting in a wheelchair and staring at the guy. Are you sure you want me to do this? Me and my family. Lil was behind him, straightening his clothes. Don't worry, why do you want to silence us? In order to take the secret to the grave, but once the secret is made public, what is the value of silencing us? It will only make the truth more valuable. Frank looked at Lil. Is it that simple? Of course it's not that simple, but it has come to this. Do you still want to go back and be their dog? Lil greeted the governor not far away, and said to Frank, don't you think it would be more appropriate to use your skills to protect your family? Or do you plan to give in and retire? In that case, I don't mind. Frank laughed when he heard this. Then you really won't lose on either side. Lil just shrugged, but he didn't think he won on either side. If Frank planned to give in, he would definitely lose, at least a small loss. All the people involved entered the scene one by one. Everyone thought they had reached a temporary settlement and got what they wanted. Everyone thought things would develop according to their ideas. Deal with things one by one. A special hearing was held in Washington. In the giant circular conference hall, the big screen played the speech in front of the Osborne building in New York. No one here had any doubts, until the marked gangster van appeared. The unscrupulous gangs reminded some older people of several economic collapses in the last century. In those days, the gangs could control an entire city. But now it is different, the gangs are just thugs. No gang can come up with such terrifying human transformation technology. If they can really come up with these things, wouldn't it be better for them to directly enter the financial market and participate in the capital game? At this point, the video is still clear, and you can observe from the CTOS where these cars appear. As the director of the NYPD, Chief George Stacy of course appeared at the hearing. This is a hearing, which is ostensibly for members of Congress. But in fact it is for the whole society. Starting from this attack, all the things that happened were too incredible. This hearing will actually be open to the world. George began to state the gangs that appeared in this part, and the corresponding treatment. NYPD has cleared the dens where these criminals appeared. But these organized criminals are obviously well trained. And we can't find more witnesses and clues. On the seat, a congressman frowned and raised his hand to indicate, you mean, a group of gangs are well trained, and did not leave any clues for the police. Yes. George's expression did not change, he nodded in affirmation. They are very professional. Considering the people involved in this incident, I don't think it is unimaginable. Why do you say that? Because XINN Security caught a CIA agent. This XINN Security is the name of the Shinmunk gang. Martin stood up and saluted slightly, looking at the dock. There was Harlan Reich, the CEO of Cybertech, and former CIA agent William Rollins. Two wretched men in suits. Haroon lowered his head, terrified to the extreme, while Rollins remained stern, but if you look carefully, you can read anxiety in his eyes. This is a hearing that should not have happened, and too many people should not be questioned in such an occasion. The opposition party is really crazy. But on second thought, Their excessive behavior is also crazy in the eyes of the other party? Fortunately, he knows that he will leave, even if his political career is hit. At least, he will not be liquidated. Another congressman spoke up. There are reports that you think this is a CIA agent? But there is no such person in the CIA database. George spread his hands. You see, this is why we say they are professionals. But fortunately, we have other intelligence to support it. Ahem. Another congressman spoke up. Sheriff Stacy, before you continue, I want to remind you that this hearing is very important. And you must ensure that every word you say is true and appropriate. George looked at the congressman. He actually didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. The communication between the NYPD and the city government was politics. And the communication between Congress was also politics. But the two were too far apart. So he just followed legal advice, tell the truth. But just as he was about to continue explaining, Rollins spoke up. Yes, I'm a CIA agent. I hired Cybertech to clean up the traitors over there. We joined forces with multiple intelligence agencies to discover Castor illegal actions abroad, and participated in the active gangster activities in New York City. On the day of Governor Newsom's speech, he attempted to hire a gangster to assassinate the governor, commissioned by foreign forces. There was an uproar at the scene. This story sounded outrageous, but it was completely in line with their imagination of the intelligence department. After all, isn't the subversive movement so incredible? Of course, it's impossible for everyone to believe it. A congressman frowned and asked, You mean? Captain Custer accepted the commission of foreign forces to carry out the assassination. Excuse me. This is too. But this is the intelligence we have, Rollins insisted. According to the script given to him by his superiors, this will eventually be considered his work error. Frank will argue with reason. And then, he will surprise to find his mistake. And finally, in the process of comparing evidence and testimony, it will end in confusion. In the end, the assassination of the governor will also be considered to be the work of foreign forces. Then again, what reason do the governor and the opposition have to believe that it was aimed at him? Nothing. Political matters don't need to be so clear. Just look at the interests, and the interests have been exchanged. They are just acting, performing for the general public. He looked at Frank. Now it was his turn. The congressman also looked at Frank. Another congressman in charge of inquiries said, This matter seems to involve intelligence secrets, but considering the great impact of the incident, I guess the people of Berry Country need to know the truth. So Captain Custer, regarding Colonel Rollins' accusation, what do you want to say? Frank was sitting in a wheelchair, in very bad condition. That day, he was completely reckless, and killed a large number of gunmen. The bullets hit his chest, spine and back. Although he was not fatal, the subsequent effects were very serious. His anger was evident. He was wearing a military uniform, which was covered with various medals. Frank said nothing, and took off the medals from his body. This action caused the people present to talk about it. Another fat congressman suddenly said, Captain Custer, you are a soldier of the Raspberry Country. The country appreciates your contribution, but remember your identity. Now tell us what the truth is. We will not wrongly accuse good people, but we will not let bad people go. You just need to tell the truth. Frank raised his head, stared at him with a pair of cold eyes, and really scared the congressman. He grabbed 4 heart-shaped medals with purple ribbons. This is the Purple Star Medal. For these 4 medals, I was shot 7 times, and almost suffocated in a car overturned by a mine. Then he showed 3 gold 5-pointed star medals with blue, white and red ribbons. This is the Silver Star Medal. To get these honors, I killed more than 100 fully armed soldiers on the battlefield. This is the Navy Cross. For it, I fought in the water, and on the shore, and fought continuously for more than 30 days, and then almost died in the water. This is the Medal of Honor. Without fire cover, I rescued 46 captured comrades and 4 pilots by myself. All the medals can be found. If you follow the news, you may even have seen me shaking hands with the president. Not the current president. Everyone was waiting for him to finish, and only the sound of turning pages could be heard. Just like the fat congressman said, Frank is a soldier. And he is a soldier with outstanding achievements. This identity is worthy. And no one will disrespect him in such an occasion. I have served the Berry Army all my life. I have doubted what I did. But in the end, I chose to obey because I am a soldier. Frank put down all the medals and pointed at Rollins. And my last mission was to kidnap civilians in Athens. Under his instructions, I even killed a local policeman. He was only 26 years old. A civilian. The scene was completely silent. Even the pages stopped turning. Frank spoke so quickly so directly, but the content was no less than a nuclear bomb. Rollins' face turned pale. This guy is crazy. He killed several local policemen and civilians, but Frank himself was also involved in these things. And this was different from what was agreed. After a moment of silence, the scene exploded. The director's face also changed drastically, but soon he received the message: continue broadcasting. What to do? He is just a broadcaster. He doesn't know that. Those who should really give him instructions are all in the office with red faces roaring, turn it off. In Bloom, Sky is fighting with media companies all over the world with red faces. This big news is almost going to burst the internet. She is basically hacking into the whole world, dividing the information in an orderly manner. Of course, she is not the only one in control. Leal sat in his seat, sweeping the internet without Zora with an expressionless face, making sure that the images here can be fully spread to the outside world. He felt that there was a network entity that was barely capable of fighting him. But unfortunately, that entity was also watching the show. Lear turned his head slightly, and saw that in the audience on the other side, a guy who was often on the news was also looking at him. Tony Stark. Lear turned his head again and looked at the congressman, officials and officers in the seats. And they also looked at him. So what are you going to do? Lear changed his posture and crossed his legs. Chapter 263: A More Severe War. What should they do then? Should they cut it off urgently? Leal is not worried about this at all. There are only two ways for them to stop the hearing urgently. One is to announce the suspension abruptly. But the host of the hearing seems to have power. In fact, the inquiry process has been prepared long ago. He is here to mediate the conflict between the two parties. But the conflict now seems to be no longer between the two parties. Both parties are confused. Secondly, because of the unexpected situation, people from different factions will have doubts and doubts about other parties. It will take time for them to reach unity again. The rhythm has been completely disrupted. The second method is to blow up the building. But if this building is blown up, it will be a big deal. As for cutting off the circuit, it is necessary to find someone to break through Gwyn guards and cut off the circuit in such a short time. There is no such plan for the time being. Even if it is done, it will still be very abrupt and inexplicable, full of mystery and weirdness, which will make the general public full of doubts about all current politicians. Frank continued to talk, and his voice was the only one on the scene. In short, during the time when he disappeared from the army, he appeared in a Fuhin, serving in a team called Hellhound. This team is not on any list, and claims that all missions are against high-value targets. However, many of the missions were extremely controversial. In frank explanation, they would torture and extract confessions from their targets and assassinate them. But these could only be considered humanitarian crises on the battlefield. At least the targets were still war targets. But the other things he said were not. Frank said that he had killed a local drug enforcement policeman in Athens and tortured him to death. These contents were made public one by one, and there was silence at the scene, until the fat-headed politician asked, "We noticed that you said this team was not in any combat sequence. Do you know that this is illegal? And such a statement seems to imply that you have no evidence to support what you said. The content here is too unbelievable, and more evidence is needed to support what you said." Of course, Congressman's turn. Frank nodded. Of course, we have combat recorders. I still have comrades who are alive, and... No, you don't understand me. This matter ends here. This hearing is about gang shootings. And these are the truth. There is no gang. See, I lied that I was a traitor, but in fact it was just to cover up the humanitarian crisis they caused in Afghanistan. Enough. Congressman Sten blushed and slammed the table. Silence. Silence. Captain, what you say now will send you to a military court. If I am not in the military sequence, how can I go to a military court? You fuck? Leal watched everything that happened here. He had cut off all internal and external communications. Hydra could not give them any instructions. The audience looked at each other in bewilderment. Without the script, the politicians here were like children. At a loss, afraid of making the wrong decision and stagnating and arguing constantly. Without the information advantage, the demeanor displayed by everyone here was not much better than that of ordinary people. They were all waiting. They were all waiting for more information to be delivered. The really powerful guys were not here. Finally, after a long argument, the presiding counselor, the fat-headed and big-eared counselor Sten, rang the gavel and angrily asked the scene to be quiet. He is going to force his way to the next agenda. Quiet. Given the lack of more relevant clues, we need to investigate further. The hearing will move on to the next process, remodeling people. Our next topic is remodeling people. Mr. Lil Lee, please accept the questioning. Quiet. I said to move on to the next process. Please put your feet down. Lil shrugged, put his feet down. Don't you want to adjourn first? I suggest you adjourn first. I am not the point at all. Congressman Sten was choked by this. He said gloomily, No. The focus of this meeting is you. It the cyborgs and the corresponding technology that appeared in New York. Yes. The focus is Lil. It was originally him. Since both parties have completed the exchange of interests behind the scenes, there is actually no need to hold such a large hearing. The hearing was requested by Lil. And it was also what the opposition party thought could be done to force the ruling party. But if an agreement has been reached and the final result is known, what is the point of this hearing? If it doesn't make sense, then create some meaning. In the week of preparation for the hearing, Lil companies have already completed their layout in many places across the United States. Although according to his intention, these companies will only open a small part of their equity to the market. But even this little bit of equity can make the opposition politicians, who know the news in advance, make a lot of money. Who doesn't want to make more money? If the hearing goes smoothly, the process will naturally transition to here. But the opposition did not remind Lil. Now, they forcefully turn the tables, which seems abrupt and inexplicable. That funny. Lil crossed his arms, leaning forward. There's such a big international humanitarian crisis, and you decided to deal with me. A conscientious entrepreneur. First, don't change the subject. On that day, there appeared a high-tech weapon called the Death Warrior, Spider-Woman, and Governor Newsom. I want to correct you. On this list, only the Death Warrior is a weapon, and it doesn't qualify. But Spider-Woman and Governor Newsom were defeated. Spider-Woman was defeated by the Death Warrior. She was no match for the terrifying machine. Governor Newsom used a medical prosthesis, which had no power to resist the Death Warrior, until this inhumane weapon full of loopholes malfunctioned, proving how unreliable he was. The video recorded it clearly. Of course, it is worth mentioning that although Governor Newsom's prosthesis was not powerful, it worked normally until the last moment. Senator Stern seemed to have found a loophole. You said that the Death Warrior had a malfunction. But according to its inventor Harlan Reich, it was attacked by a network attack. And this network attack is likely to come from Bloom Company. We have an expert to prove this. Now, please welcome Mr. Tony Stark. Tony sat aside and finally got a chance to appear. But he shook his head at this moment. Are you kidding? He is not stupid. He really doesn't mind helping his club members deal with Lil. The dove cowered. But it doesn't mean he will speak up now. There is no way to argue this, not now. Sten was dumbfounded. Since the experts had nothing to say, then I will answer you. No. Lil shook his head first. The malfunction is because the Death Warrior did not operate normally as his inventor did. After Lil finished speaking, he looked at Herrenrake. This CEO is not the inventor of the prosthetic technology used by the Death Warrior, but a usurper. Wait a minute. No need to wait, I have evidence. Witness Michael Collins, the Death Warrior mentioned in the document. The signal was received on the screen, and the audience was in an uproar, because the so-called witness was the Death Warrior. Through the screen, it can be seen that the Death Warrior has shed those faulty combat prostheses, leaving only a few limbs. Seeing his old acquaintance lying on the bed and staring at the camera with bright eyes, Haroon's face turned pale. The Death Warrior was indeed not his invention. Its inventor had long been transformed by him into the first cyborg. But his setting was clearly that once the machine stopped or lost control, Michael would die on the spot. Lear looked at Harlan. Michael originally just wanted to invent a medical prosthesis, but was forced to experiment by the despicable Harlan Reich, and his research was stolen. This is the truth. The so-called powerful military technology was just stolen by a thief, and he himself would not use it. Sten really had nothing to say. Spider-Woman? They wanted to push this matter onto Lear, linking this anonymous superhuman with the technology they used, and thus implying that Lear had the ability to create super soldiers. Governor Newsom prosthetics can also be portrayed as combat technology with military capabilities. Add electronic warfare weapons, and prove that his various technologies have strong military potential. Finally, similar requirements such as nationalization are proposed. Then the interest groups of the opposition party invest in Zhonghe, and in this way, the transaction is completed. The ruling party distances itself from the assassination and pushes it to foreign forces, while suppressing the CIA mess. The opposition party obtains political concessions from the states and under pressure from Congress, reluctantly comes forward to solve these problems for Leo. The solution is to increase the number of shareholders. As for Leo, it is a loss, but increasing the number of shareholders does not mean that he will not get money. The opposition party can also tie Leo business firmly to their ship. Unfortunately, things were out of control from the beginning. Leo opened his crossed hands. Anything else you want to say? I think the whole picture of the matter is very clear. I have. But Tony chose to join the inquiry at this point. Sten didn't know whether he should stop. Leo raised his eyebrows. Tony turned around very seriously. We are all smart people. There is no need to do those nonsense. Mechanical strengthening technology can be used for military purposes. And the global network fluctuations a few days ago are definitely a powerful electronic warfare weapon. He put his mobile phone on the table and projected a map on the projection screen. On this map, there are densely packed red dots. How powerful is it? Tens of thousands of network nodes of all sizes around the world were physically burned. Several banks suffered devastating blows. Direct economic losses amounted to tens of billions. And indirect losses may exceed hundreds of billions. Maybe this has nothing to do with you. But if the Berry country has such weapons, do you know what the future will be like? Tony stood up and raised his arms to everyone. Peace. Peace will exist in every place that is shocked by such terrorist weapons. Globally. He pointed at Leo and said, But you have brains, but you are a coward. You should stand on our side. And we should deal with those damn terrorists together. Instead of hiding in your nest and dividing our country. Yes. If someone has such powerful technology, but still stays in Hell Kitchen and runs a homeowners association all day, he is a complete coward. Of course. I'm not talking about you. You are just an 18-year-old kid. What a pity. You should go home and spend the peace that the soldiers shed blood and tears for you with your mother. The focus came to Lear again. After the collapse of reason, Tony was smart not to try to refute Lear, because he knew that he couldn't do it. But emotionally, who would like a coward? Leo frowned slightly. He felt that Tony was thinking this way. Fighting, good. This has nothing to do with the so-called justice. The truth, this is just a pure difference in concepts. Slavery is backward in modern times, but the first person who invented slavery must have believed from the bottom of his heart that he was a good person, and it can't be said that he was wrong in the eyes of later generations. And in the eyes of other people of the same era, this is a complete waste, winning the battle without burning, killing and looting? For this kind of people, there is no concept of justice in their hearts, because the outcome of their struggle often determines the justice in the future. Tony became more and more excited as he spoke, and walked out of his seat, almost staring at Lil, and said word by word, You have never seen those people. They are ignorant, brutal, backward, feudal, and now they are impacting our civilization. You hope to turn the Berry country into a eunuch without a handle. And you are talking about peace while covering your ears and stealing the bell. But this is the truth about peace. Peace means that your stick is bigger than others. The world map on the screen was dyed the same color, incomparably harmonious. The atmosphere changed again. When rationality was in chaos, people were easily dominated by emotions. Although Lil had made various efforts to confuse reality and make it favorable to him. But sometimes people would be disturbed by these passionate words and great pictures. Lil also stood up and looked at those who cast their eyes on him. He knew that the atmosphere had reached this point. He could not escape. If he left in disgrace, or if he failed to fight back, the results would be greatly reduced. So he thought about it and said directly, This is a lie. Which country we fought against is bigger than us? Lil turned on the projection, and he wanted to show people the opposite. Before Tony could open his mouth to refute again, Lil said, You know what? I do have weapons. Tony shut up. The projection was what Hell Kitchen looked like at the beginning. This is the little nest where I curled up in your mouth when you were busy waging war. This was the place with the highest crime rate in New York. I just woke up from a coma. My mother owed hundreds of thousands of dollars and couldn't pay the rent. My son was also kicked out of the ward. He was afraid that he would become a homeless person tomorrow. The residents here are not only poor, but also have no hope. Every day they worry whether they will become a homeless person tomorrow. But now, it is different here. With the cooperation of CTS and NYPD, the gangs were completely driven out of Hell Kitchen. And with the development of various industries, the unemployment rate has dropped significantly. Unemployment is down. Homeowners associations have more money to renew communities. People have jobs and watch their communities get better. The situation here is expanding as Martin Vision expands. New York City is recovering. No longer living in poverty, hell, and fear. Watching all kinds of information every day like drowning people looking for oxygen. And those messages tell them, as long as their country kills more people in another land, their lives will get better. All these changes, I have achieved them with this terrifying weapon. When Leal said this, his tone became sharp. This weapon is aimed at poverty, disease and famine, at lies and deception, at the corruption hidden among us. Looking around the conference room, Leal said slowly, this is a more severe war, and it is also a war we have never won, but we should always keep fighting. It was resounding. I don't know who was the first to applaud, and soon the applause was thunderous. It was time to adjourn the meeting. Chapter 264 International Allies. Just now, this highly anticipated hearing had a shocking scene. The street gunfight in New York City was confirmed to be planned by William Rawlins, Deputy Director of the CIA, and their target was a former captain of the Marine Corps with outstanding merit. Both sides insisted on their own opinions, and involved a case that could cause a humanitarian crisis, which involved the CIA and the top military officials of the Berry country. At the same time, Mr. Lilly confirmed at the hearing that the high-tech cyborg that appeared that day was stolen by Harlan Reich, CEO of Cybertech, from employee Michael Collins. Mr. Lee also said that he opposed prioritizing the use of high-tech equipment and national resources in wars, and hoped that Congress would pay more attention to improving people's living conditions. His remarks have caused great controversy, and a large number of supporters and opponents have appeared on the internet. It has been a long time since such an unruly thing happened, which caught both parties off guard. Everyone thought that the new player was just a little better, but still a player. As a result, the first move he made caused a crack in the chessboard. The governor shook hands with Leal and smiled reluctantly. The two faced the media and took a friendly photo. You know, you made me fall flat on my face, the governor said with a smile. To do this job, you have to learn to be tactful. After the photo session, the two men shook hands again and smiled at each other in a friendly manner. The governor said, "It's a very bold move, but you won't suffer a second loss. I kind of regret teaching you this." Leal hugged him gently and more friendly, patting his back. Most people need to be taught, but there are always people who are different from most people. The two turned to the media again, and the governor smiled and said to the camera, "Crazy. I'm just very honest." The same words came out of Leal's mouth again, but they had different meanings. The young man taking the photo waved happily. "Hey, governor. Say a few words?" The governor started but paused, thinking to himself, "You don't mind watching the fun, right? Can't you read the atmosphere?" Well, the atmosphere is indeed quite harmonious. From the surface, they are not defeated in the opposition party, after all. They are doves. They were doves when they were in opposition. If you think about it carefully, now they are bound to this position, and they can't even express any opinions about Leal in public. Leal smiled and patted the governor. "Then the rest of the time is up to you. I won't steal your limelight." Happy cooperation. The governor's smile froze for a moment. "You kid, you are really not a human being." When he thought of the various agreements and concessions they had made with Leal companies, that was all a lot of money that had been given away. So he suddenly gently grabbed Leal's sleeve, looking like two old friends making an appointment to meet next time before leaving. "Don't forget this is Berry country. You can't stay like this forever." Leal also turned around in a friendly manner. "Don't forget this is Earth." He moved sideways to give some visibility, and the governor could see a few cars parked on the street in the distance. And there were representatives from other countries in the car. Leal was very busy today. The governor smiled and pointed at Leal, then shrugged, patted him on the shoulder, and returned to his own stage. It was like an old friend making an appointment for dinner, but finding out that the other party was too busy to have time. The governor returned to the media and didn't want to dwell on this anymore. The speech on this occasion was very important. You can't lose sight of one thing while focusing on the other. However, while speaking, he kept glancing in the direction of Leal. Also watching Leal leave was Tony, who had just given a passionate speech. He stood in the middle of the media, and then climbed the stairs over the cameras below, and watched Leal get into the car. His distraction was noticed by Killmonger next to him. He pushed the media away and cleared a path for Tony. Tony walked and tapped on his mobile terminal. "Jarvis, is the situation better? I still feel weird. It will take some time to fully repair it." "Weird? You are using words more and more like a human now." "Really? I don't feel anything. Maybe it's because I'm not a human." Tony tapped the terminal panel. The network fluctuations on that day also caused great damage to Jarvis. But some of the data collected from Jarvis during the period was very intriguing. There was actually a program logic in this world that he could not understand. Isn't that really garbled? Jarvis said, Sir, your friends want to arrange a club meeting. Then arrange a time. Tony got in the car. But Jarvis suddenly asked a question, Sir, you think war is the key to solving the problem? Right? Of course. Once we deal with those fanatics, who don't deserve to occupy resources, our world will be a much better place. But what this guy said is right. There will always be people who want to take advantage of this opportunity to make some money. In a sense, this guy has done us a favor. I guess I should pay attention to these guys' little actions sometimes. I see. I think I might be able to get involved in similar matters. Tell me about it. Investing in more intelligent mechanical troops can greatly curb corruption and improve war efficiency. You mean? We put a lot of Jarvis' Suicide Squad into good ideas. But unfortunately, we don't have that much energy. Remember the technology your father used to power the Hydra tramplers during World War II? Vibranium? Jarvis' proposal made Tony think. And Killmonger, the driver, had a subtle surprise in his eyes. The network fluctuations a few days ago caused the equipment used to monitor Tony and his artificial intelligence to break down. And now he had to monitor manually. This is very important news. Tony plans to develop new technology for war. But he decided to keep it a secret. The car started slowly. Everyone had their own plans. Only Tony was wholeheartedly devoted to Jarvis' idea of advanced warfare. On Leal's side, many people came to him because of his performance at the hearing. Just as he thought, although his actions made the parties in the country of Barry very hostile to him, correspondingly, the forces outside the country of Barry would be happy to contact him. The reason is simple. In this turbulent era, people are looking for a way out. And advanced technology is always the first choice. Europe is an equally vast market. When Leal first came into contact with the country, he felt great goodwill and held talks with diplomats from various countries in turn. This was just the first contact. Leal only left phone numbers of various parties and understood the other party attitude. After the talks with Europe, Leal chose to have a detailed discussion with a representative of a country that the outside world would not expect. Wakanda. The meeting was held in Wakanda Embassy abroad. The decoration here was very modern. King Chaka sat on a chair and poured a cup of African tea for Lear. The old king, who had experienced many vicissitudes of life, looked very healthy, with deep eyes. But the worry and respect revealed in his eyes were real. This made Lear a little confused. King Chaka was relatively stable, but it was not his turn to respect himself. Right? Looking at Chaka's son Chala behind him, he was also quite regular. Here the weird part. Why didn't this Chala show the arrogance of looking down on the country bumpkins? Before the serious conversation, Lear also collected a lot of information about Wakanda. After screening a lot of data, Lear can be sure that Wakanda is the largest agricultural country in Africa and has a strong presence and actively led the establishment of the African Union. The countries around Wakanda have basically stabilized under the leadership of King Chaka. Although they are all agricultural countries, their agricultural profits are very high. A survey shows that these lands are naturally fertile and can be cultivated repeatedly without fertilizers. This subverts the outside world cognition. Agriculture, which is extremely profitable, is very counterintuitive. What is even more counterintuitive is that, despite having such a fertile land, they are still an agricultural country, and their development is widely hindered, because the main threat to the African Union is actually warlords. This Wakanda seems to be different, as if it is a real agricultural country. Chaka said as soon as he opened his mouth, Mr. Lee, if you are willing to move your industry to Wakanda, we are willing to provide you with a separate tax rate policy, and the African Union will give priority to purchasing your company products. Lil was stunned. Separate tax policy? He doubted his ears. Chaka continued, yes. We only collect 10% income tax. And we are willing to provide you with land for industrial development at a very low price. The only requirement is that we hope you can sell the products at normal prices. He was very humble. So humble that Lil began to doubt the fact that there was no vibranium in Wakanda. Only fertile land beyond common sense. This is really... Can you tell me the reason? Sorry. I may not know much about you. Chapter 265 Interdimensional Industry. After negotiation, Lil made such a judgment. There is a 99% probability that Wakanda here does not have vibranium. At least it cannot support their large-scale use. Nor does it bring them exaggerated technological development. Before the colonists discovered this land, successive kings protected this fertile land, and lived almost like a paradise, until a colonist came here by chance. In any case, according to what Leo learned from many sources, the history of this Wakanda is quite coherent. Although there was a period of isolationism, it was also broken with the arrival of the colonists. They didn't use the most advanced technology to fight the most primitive wars. On the contrary, because the land was too fertile, they developed a relatively harmonious primitive society. But they were still very backward in technology. Of course, in modern times, they began to learn to use AK-47. According to Chaka, more than 70% of the wars in Africa took place in this fertile Central African region. If they hadn't used their surplus food to unite the nearby African countries, they would have been overthrown by those evil agricultural companies. Except for the food, Wakanda is not good in other aspects. Chaka wants to change the status quo, but he can't do it. There are no companies willing to help them. After all, in this world, although famine is not uncommon around the world, there is no shortage of food in rich places. High-tech companies look down on them, and agricultural giants are staring at them. This is the problem they face. As soon as Lil heard these descriptions, he decided to start a business in Wakanda. The land is unscientifically fertile. Isn't this a place where alcohol-2 wheat is naturally grown? It's okay without vibranium, as long as he can get some pure wheat. Combined with this fertile land, it will be equivalent to having half of the characteristics of vibranium. Of course, why this happened still made Lil more suspicious. This world seems to have many mysteries. But now, let's focus on the business in Berry Country. 2 days later, Martin pushed open the door of the production line office and brought Lil good news, big news, with the first batch of artificial blood entering the market. The market value of International Gene Cooperation Company Limited has exceeded $50 billion, and it is skyrocketing every minute. The market access certificates for the UK, France, and Germany have all been approved. I have to say, my friend, you are so far-sighted. Others think you are just starting your business. But you have already thought of the international market strategy and have negotiated it. From now on, we are theoretically a multinational company. To be honest, $50 billion is not high. It is not high for Lille companies. However, Lille has only put less than 10% of its shares on the market, which is only a very small part, which greatly affects the valuation. Besides, the current state of the exchange is rather mysterious. A large amount of funds cannot enter the market, even if less than 10% of the circulating shares are released. Lille believes that the company valuation can easily break through the threshold of $100 billion. On the other hand, due to global network fluctuations, the CTOS system remains basically intact, and a large number of network infrastructure orders have also followed. Bloom will soon usher in a period of rapid development. It is no longer meaningful to calculate the available money on hand. As long as Lille does not suddenly go crazy, the company money will never run out. However, since there is money, of course, new business must be opened. Moving between the two worlds, Lille has too many ideas to realize. What even better is that the system unlocks new projects. Lille looks through the glass at the workers on the production line. These plasma production workers only complete their own work, and next to them is a completely enclosed production compartment. The compartment is separated by tempered glass, and you can see the robotic arms inside carrying out the previous or next step of the process like humans. These robotic arms are actually operated by workers in the Cyberpunk world. Similarly, workers in the Marvel world also use experimental exoskeleton devices to synchronize production processes. The company also plans to hire more disabled workers, use brain-computer interface technology to equip them with prosthetic limbs, and conduct more precise production. Technological innovation, interdimensional industry. Description: you have successfully achieved synchronous production between two worlds. Bonus technology points, 5,000. Current technology points, 7,000. Unlock new function, quantum resonance. Description: as the scale of interdimensional production increases, the system loss generated in your production will gradually decrease, and the equipment is more likely to reach the theoretical service life. Yield, efficiency, and other production capacity indicators will approach theoretical values. Please work hard to expand the scale of production. It will always be useful. The system seems to encourage him to carry out interdimensional industrial production. Leo looked at Martin, put his arm around him and walked aside. This is just the beginning. Martin smiled. It seems that after working with you, every time there is good news, You will say that this is just the beginning. Leal shrugged. Of course, it's just the beginning. I think we can develop some more advanced civilian machinery, such as consumer products like cars. Cars flying in the air. Sounds good. Right? Adrian is an expert in engines. This project is very promising. Unstable energy is about to explode. Countdown. 48 hours United Nations building. Hydra no longer uses online meetings. As Zora was shut down, they were full of doubts about the network, and the leader in Europe also flew to New York overnight. Zora has turned on his phone, but the problem is, his current state is very wrong. We need to restore Zora to normal, but Zora himself is now full of doubts about the network. He suggested that we completely abandon mechanical means and invest resources in the Super Soldier project. The atmosphere in the conference room was a little awkward. Dr. Zora was their top invention in information technology, but now they are scared by the other party after 2 confrontations. I have a question. If Zora can't guarantee our advantage in information, what the point of him? Are you stupid? Zora has made it very clear, we killed a guy physically, the network world is still ours. So we have to increase the investment in the Super Soldier plan now. Yes, increase relevant investment. Can't we just use our own people to kill that guy? Good question, but we don't have the means to guarantee success, and every time we fail, the hope becomes slimmer. We must ensure that we kill him with 1 strike. 1 strike kills. But when these words were spoken, the crowd did not react on the surface, but they all sneered in their hearts. They had been thinking of killing him with 1 strike every time. What was the result? Okay, then let's talk about increasing investment. Invest? We have no money. All our banks have collapsed. We are still trying to repair the data. The Hydra leader, known as the banker, had a dull and messy hair, and his face was red as he spoke. Yes, he suffered the most miserably in this wave of network turmoil. The sonar deployed by Leal was specifically designed to target Hydra signals. Naturally, the more densely populated the Hydra network is, the greater the lethality. For example, the streets of New York have already used CTOS. Even if they are in the center of the bomb, the overload is only for a few seconds. Other institutions monitored by them also suffered some attacks. But the losses of the two are not at the same level at all. Far away in Europe, the assets belonging to Hydra, especially banks, they like to monitor their wealthy customers too much. The result is that the business is completely paralyzed. And the more valuable the server, the greater the loss. Now they have no money to do anything. Hydra is actually out of money. Alexander Pierce, who was in the main position of the meeting, also felt a headache. He helped the organization to embezzle so much over the years, but as a result of a network failure, now he is back to the pre-liberation era. What about the investor? The investor is very dissatisfied with us, and he plans to withdraw his investment. Withdraw investment? We can't let him withdraw, so we need to make some concessions to him. Yes, we need to make some concessions to him. When the meeting came here, although the Hydra leaders all had stern faces, their morale was somewhat low. However, who can guarantee high morale after being overwhelmed by the inexplicable cyber attacks? After a short silence, Pierce spoke. Then let's put all our resources into Dr. Bruce Banner's Super Soldier project. No one objected. Someone even raised his hand. I suggest that we not only increase investment, but also speed up the progress. The longer we delay, the more trouble that guy will have. Yes, that's why they decided not to give up Dr. Zora willingness. Because Zora proposed to eliminate Lear when no one paid attention to him at the beginning. What a pity. Chapter 266 Going Home. Recently, the much-anticipated AMF-13 resolution, also known as the Defender Act, has been rejected. The vote ended with an overwhelming 256 votes against and 145 votes in favor. We can be free from war for the time being. It seems that Mr. Lil Lee's speech at the hearing has been responded to in many parts of the country, and people have taken to the streets to put pressure on Congress. At the same time, another military corruption case involved in the hearing is being prepared for trial. We will continue to follow up on this matter. Now let's focus on the upcoming New York mayoral election. According to opinion polls, Anthony Floor's approval rating has exceeded 70%, completely crushing the other candidates. The candidate advocates reducing unemployment by revitalizing high-tech manufacturing and medical industries, as well as large infrastructure policies including network facilities, and encouraging international trade policies. It is worth mentioning that candidate Floor has transformed the United Workers Mutual Aid Association in Hell Kitchen with the help of Lee Financial Group. This area is now the community with the lowest crime rate in New York. To be precise, in the areas transformed by Lee Finance, the crime rate has dropped significantly, and the employment rate has increased significantly. It seems that we can congratulate this political newcomer in advance on his appointment as mayor. The Osborne building has now become a memorial site as Martin intended, exposing and recording various outrageous events and the technologies involved in the past year. People can be surprised to find that the technology used to solve these incidents seems to have the same origin as the technology that caused these losses. It's just that now they are all put into civilian use in Lear Company. And they have also shown good performance. This is Lear's first appearance in the world, which is very eye-catching. It is so eye-catching that the whole world is reporting everything about this young man. How he became a vegetable after an accident. How he woke up under the care of his mother, and then overcame crime and gangs with the people in the community. How to build such a huge and potential business empire, and prevented the bill of the Barry Congress to increase war investment. But the matter is not over yet. The bill to increase war input is temporarily suspended, not to withdraw troops. At the International Genetic Cooperation Company prosthetic test site, Leal sat next to Michael, the death warrior. Michael was lying on the hospital bed, only some internal organs and half of his head were original, and the degree of prosthetics was definitely more than 60%. Leal was a little emotional. This engineer tolerance for prosthetics was also beyond imagination. In a sense, he was a congenital cybernetic saint. It was a bit contradictory. He accepted prosthetics from the bottom of his heart, but he had no urge to fight at all. I don't know how he achieved a stable mental state, but in general, as long as he is not forced to do something he doesn't want to do, the prosthesis has little effect on him. If he were in the cyberpunk world, various companies would definitely capture him and conduct various experiments on him until he was driven crazy. This engineer who met the wrong person has dismantled the Death Warrior prosthesis and replaced it with a medical prosthesis with lower power. Looking at the crude prosthesis that replaced the original arm, he just sighed. I'm such a fool. Now I'm disabled. He laughed at himself. I started researching mechanical prostheses from the beginning, just to help disabled people. When Harlan brought the brain-computer interface technology, I was so excited that I designed this prosthesis with all my enthusiasm, without paying any attention to his real intention. But now, I still have to consider military design. He was talking about Frank. In the experimental field, Frank jumped up and down, and the prosthesis on his body was running without any obstruction. He kept moving on the three-dimensional wall with the help of magnetic gloves and spider silk launchers. In terms of combat awareness, Frank should be the most capable of fighting under Leal. And naturally, he should be equipped with the best equipment. Full-body prosthesis development completed. Lightweight special operations prosthesis. Description: upgraded version of civilian prosthesis. Hybrid exoskeleton and implantable prosthesis. Organically combining magnetic suction equipment and spider silk launcher. It can enable mildly disabled people to gain super mobility and perform special operations tasks. The degree of organic prosthesis is less than 10%, which is a mild modification. Disadvantages: poor energy endurance. The total weight of the full module power supply is 20 kilograms, and it can support extreme combat for 16 hours. International Gene Cooperation Company, Advanced Prosthesis Development Laboratory has been developed. Bonus technology points, 300. Current technology points, 7,300. Not bad. Michael is also Leal man now. This unfortunate engineer was eager to develop a better bionic prosthesis to restore his sensory system to normal. Although the numbness caused by the low-level prosthesis would not drive him crazy, it was definitely not pleasant. And what Leal was doing was what he wanted to do: medical prosthesis. When Frank completed the tests, all the indicators were normal. Leal looked at Michael. I guess you have some obsession to work in this industry? I can't say it an obsession, Michael said calmly. I just think this technology is awesome. It looks cool. But I don't like killing people. Leal was in awe. It turned out that this was an engineer who was motivated by interest. After saying this, Michael looked at Leal again. What about you? You are my boss now. But you seem to be secretly developing military prosthesis, which seems inconsistent with your image of a dove of peace. This is at most a security prosthesis. Leal shook his head. Faced with external pressure, people need to have the power to defend themselves. Anyway, I think your idea is much better than my former boss. For now, I quite enjoy working here. Then I leave this to you. Leal looked at Frank in the training ground, and the two nodded to each other. What the Hellhound Squad did in Athens was too involved, and it was mainly because they were put on the spot. This kind of thing cannot be just based on frank words. It definitely requires more authentication and physical evidence, such as the combat recorder he mentioned, and teammates. But on the other hand, other people involved will definitely consider silencing them. This is the front line of the political struggle. Frank has to solve it himself. He looked at his mechanical gloves and scratched them, feeling the power of technology, and everything that happened in the past few days flashed through his mind. Just as Lil said, he didn't want to be a stupid Barry country soldier anymore. This time, he wanted to fight in the name of Frank Custer. The last person to be dealt with was Christopher, a fellow villager of Lil Mother. The young man stayed in New York for nearly a month, and learned very quickly. Or to be more precise, his ideas changed very quickly. As for the rest, he could learn it when he returned to Latveria. At the boarding gate, Silver Sable Security CEO Silver would take him back to Eastern Europe and help Leo prepare to expand the market as a Latvian. The young man looked at Leo and held Leo's hand tightly. Mr. Lee, I will definitely complete your task. Work hard. Leo patted his shoulder and watched the plane take off. After finishing all this, Lil took a car home. The driver was still the honest black neighbor John. Looking out the window, the high-rise buildings gradually became low and turned into small apartments one by one. Workers came down from the scaffolding, preparing to eat after get off work. The street surface had traces of new repairs. People who were not rich were walking slowly on the street, including couples and families of 3. People enjoyed the journey home from get off work or school, and shared what they saw and heard today with their families. It is hard to imagine that this neighborhood was the place with the highest crime rate in New York half a year ago. You might be robbed just walking on the street. Leo enjoyed this journey. Escaping from a backward place is never as good as transforming this poor and backward place into what you want it to be. The car stopped at the door of the apartment building. Before leaving, John stopped Leo and said with a simple smile, "Boss, you have worked hard." Leo smiled in surprise. "I would call this kind of work enjoyment." John rubbed his nose. "Me too. Boss, I'm glad to work for you." After getting off the car, as soon as he entered the apartment, Leo smelled the fragrant aroma of food. He knew his mother had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him. When he opened the door, Leo saw his mother sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Maya stood up and hugged her son, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes wrinkled together with a smile. Sitting at the dining table, the mother and son began to share what they saw and heard today. Beside the warm dining table, the TV broadcast today news. It seems that, because of what Lil Lee has done, we don't have to worry about being dragged into another endless war for the time being. Young people who should have carried guns to the battlefield can be with their parents, and middle-aged people who should have taken someone's life can watch their children grow up. Is there any better future than this? I hope for world peace. Chapter 267. 2 People Go. Night City. Night City, try the new product of Whole Foods now. The new stupid flavor of Burger King. Don't call mom when you are hungry. Whole Foods burgers are delivered to your home. Order Whole Foods Burger King now, and enjoy the special offer of Crazy Thursday. Quickly click the website at the bottom of the screen. Bang! Leo opened his eyes and sighed, raised the gun, and blew up the vending machine. The damage will be recorded in the property account. Sorry for the inconvenience. The vending machine was halfway through his words when Leo changed the data. And he changed his words immediately. Evil capitalism. Putting a vending machine in a rented house. And it will automatically play ads. No one can control it. Of course. Before this, the ads of the super skyscraper could be blocked at a specific time. But it was a pity that Leo had fried the line before. I don't know if some rookie electrician connected the wires incorrectly, and the system forgot the user settings. Leo got up from the bed and began to check his plugin. Marvel World, Bloom Company has a new office location. Leo also redesigned the server unit in accordance with the data architecture experience of the network monitoring. Excluding the computing power used to maintain the daily operation of CTOS, each server unit can provide 1 CCU of computing power. The total computing power is 7,000 CCU. The plugin can use 20% of the computing power for cross-dimensional scheduling, but 10% of it is used for data synchronization of cross-dimensional industrial and security protocols. In other words, Leo's personal computing power is now basically stable at 700 CCU, which has crossed the threshold of small conflicts. Generally speaking, the entry-level technical standard for home hackers is 400 to 500 CCU. However, the same computing power can be exerted at different levels in different hands. And it is also necessary to comprehensively consider the CPU core, the hacker-owned intelligence and other factors. The simplest, in a network battle, the first party will have a great advantage. And Lil can enter cyberspace at any time with the special Sion Weston. This ability that 99.9% of hackers do not have will give him an advantage when necessary. Moreover, the scale of the server will expand. If Lil can take over New York, deploy CTOS throughout the city, the server computing power should be able to reach 15,000 CCU. After being in a state of dementia in Cyberpunk for many days, Lil opened his inbox. Sender, Panam. Panam, the machine is running. The first batch of plasma has arrived. And the tribesmen are very happy. Panam, when will you come to see me again? I will treat you to a drink. Sender, Regina. Regina, remember that big man Jefferson Perales? He really wants to meet you. Let me ask you again. Regina, Kong Tao also wants to meet you. They don't like online communication. Sender, Chesson. Chesson, brother, do you want me to move the smart ammunition production line to your place? Sender, old captain. Old captain, oh dad, your car has been repaired. A representative from Tingway Company wants to talk to you. When can you make an appointment? Sender looking at the full of unread messages. Lil rubbed his brows. There are a lot of things going on here. Sender, V. V. Homebody, what are you doing in your room every day? V. Go out for a walk? V. Are you dead? V. If you don't reply, I break the door. V. Forget it. Jack and I are going to Wild Wolf. Mrs. Wells wants to have some awesome Thursday. It must be Jack idea. Free food and drinks. V. Don't blame me for not reminding you. V. I went. V. I really went. You really don't want to go. V. Dumb. Leo looked at the time. Today is indeed Thursday. I guess V is out drinking. It would be better for him to go to the Wanderer base by himself. He wanted to make sure the production line was normal and drive the car back. 2 repaired mechanical arms grabbed the supply box and covered it under the hacker leather jacket. Leo checked his weapons and equipment and prepared to go out. In Night City, you have to be fully armed at all times. Click. The door opened. Leo paused after taking 2 steps. Unexpectedly, V was in the corridor at the door and bumped into him. The 4 looked at each other in silence. Leo ran back. Bang! V pressed the door and pulled Leo out with one hand. V turned around with a grin and pressed his fingers until they made a crackling sound. You don't reply to the message. And sneak out? What do you want to do? Leo sat on the ground and hurriedly shouted, Lady, spare me. Please spare me. Right. V grabbed Leo and dragged him into the house. And his other hand drilled into his head. The screams made everyone look sideways. And the people going up and down the stairs even changed their faces and hid in their own homes. This would be bad if he was a cyber psychopath. Some were so timid that they called NCPD. Hello? NCPD? I heard some screams. Yes. It was terrible. 2 hours later, Lil and V appeared on the streets of Santo Domingo. So that it. Why are you sneaking around? The key is that you haven't replied to my message yet. V folded his hands and looked at Lil angrily. Lil had a big bump on his head and was a little bruised. Didn't you say you were going to Wild Wolf to participate in some awesome Thursday? It not work, there no need to call you. Right? V cast a suspicious look. You have to watch if it not work. There no need to call me. Why are you running? Lil was silent. There was no way. He couldn't say that the atmosphere at that time seemed to be suitable for running away. Right? Yes, why would he run? Thinking of this, Lil straightened his back a lot. I don't know. I was scared by you. V thought about it, and felt that it was a bit of an exaggeration. She just felt that Lil deserved a beating for not replying to the message. Okay. Then, shall we drive back to Wild Wolf? That may not work. I need to go to the Ranger base to confirm whether the production is normal. Oh. So you are going to the Ranger base. I will go too. Okay. Lil suddenly asked, so you are just going to cancel Jack meeting? V shrugged. I used to like going to bars. That was to get work, to hear some gossip, to brag. Going to bars is a business need. It not necessary now. Whenever there work, you can just yell a few times. Won't it be enough? So you're just going to let Jack hang? V glanced at Lil. We have such a good relationship that it okay to let him hang once. He completely understands. What, you don't want me to come with you? You want to do the work secretly without your brother's support? How can I do that? Without the famous V protecting me, I dare not take any work. That right. When they arrived at the old Captain car modification shop, Lil saw the old captain waving at them from a distance. Mackinac was parked quietly in the garage, not looking like he had suffered a major blow. I have to say that although the car company is not that awesome, they are professional at repairing cars. Next to the old captain stood a guy dressed in a stylish way, big shorts, and a flowered shirt with a shitty color combination, all kinds of fancy pink, green, and purple. He was wearing sunglasses and a valuable watch. This guy was as excited as, no, it could be said that he was far more excited than the old captain. In the last second, he was still quietly standing by with his hands folded, like a company dog who lives in harmony with the world. In the next second, the old captain waved his hand, and he jumped up excitedly. Judging from his mouth shape, he even seemed to follow the old captain and call him Dad. Who is that man? V asked curiously. Well, it's the first time I see him too, Lier said slowly. But I guess he should be the representative of Tingwei Company. Oh, V dragged out the sound. So he is our other son. The two walked towards the store, and the mechanical arm under Lier stretched out doubtfully. And the optical sensor looked at the two people, and then looked at the person in the distance. It seemed to confirm that there was no problem with Lier visual imaging. Chapter 268 Head of Mackinac Concept Stock. The person next to the old captain is indeed the representative of Thunder Power Company, called Moses Sherman. But he is not entirely the representative of Thunder Power Company. Dad, please sit down. I am the head of Mackinac Concept Stock of Thunder Power Company, Sherman Sky. When Lil heard this, his eyebrows raised. Wait a minute, what is the head of Concept Stock? What is your position in the company? Hearing this, Sherman straightened his body, and secretly glanced at the old captain next to him, who signaled with his eyes not to think of playing tricks. So he scratched his head. I am responsible for marketing this stock. Hey, brothers, I will tell you the truth. This is what happened. First of all, the concept of concept stocks. Everyone knows that general performance stocks need companies or organizations to have good performance as support. But concept stocks are different. To put it bluntly, the more popular the concept tied to the concept stock is, the more valuable it is. In short, it is a speculation effect. Mackinac concept stocks are such stocks that have no value in themselves. It is more like a gamble, betting on how long this concept can be popular. Why did Tingwei do this? Sherman was a little embarrassed when he said this, because Tingwei thought that this concept would only be popular for a while. Legends come and go, but companies remain. There will be no good ending if you go against giant companies. If these big brothers suddenly die, the stock price will fall back as it has risen. Maybe the rise and fall will cause losses to the company. But the money that has risen is enough to make people drool. The genius CEO of Tingwei Company thought, since it is so suitable for speculation, let's split off a concept stock. This idea is good. The good thing is that it caters to the ideas of stock speculators from all walks of life at that point. The lower class people think that Mackinac is really awesome, and it is easy to be incited by media and TV programs, and then buy stocks. However, people with a lot of money thought of this situation first. And they also thought that such a stupid gang like Burger King buying and selling stupid big shots would soon be exposed in Night City. And they basically wanted to cut a small wave of leaks. When those with more money and those at the bottom entered the market started to heat up. The slow-reacting middle class saw the hot status of concept stocks and decided to enter the market. The middle class, who are always one step behind, entered the market, and the stock market was thriving. This wave was a win-win situation for all three parties. All three parties thought they could win. Then a novice like Sherman was sent to take charge of the concept stocks. Some people thought Sherman was a victim, because the concept stocks would explode sooner or later. And some people thought Sherman made a lot of money from this business. But Sherman really thought that Mackinac was awesome, or that the three Lears were awesome. He thought that the rise of Thunderway Company depended on this matter. Anyway, as things developed later, it proved that Sherman's vision was getting more and more accurate, and Thunderway Company began to find something wrong. Mackinac had the same performance for so many years. With that stupid price, what was so awesome about it? They immediately looked for their own reasons, and found that they did not work hard to strengthen Mackinac, and the performance of the car did not improve. So what's so awesome about it? Of course, it's the big brother who awesome. So the strategy gradually changed. The CEO of Thunder Power Company began to envy the growth of Mackinac, and wondered if he could also increase the growth of his own company. So he found the old captain. The plan that had asked them to replace the Demon Dog armored vehicle was the plan of Thunder Power Company's senior management. The second modification of Mackinac was Sherman's suggestion. The car is still Mackinac, as long as people can see that this car is not a normal Mackinac. Everyone can see that the new Mackinac is not just a Mackinac. But what is so great about this car? The market doesn't know. However, it can be confirmed that these technologies are all from Tingway Company. So Tingway's stock price can still rise slightly. Such a rise is more stable. Of course, only Tingway Company knows that there is no real breakthrough technology. If there is anything to say, it is indeed unusual to transform a broken pickup truck into an armored vehicle. As for why Sherman came here, Leal also roughly guessed. Why are Mackinac concept stocks so popular? It because of Night City. Night City is his base. As long as they are not too stupid, they know to stay here and watch the situation. Sherman said and took a sip of the drink. Anyway, this is probably the situation. Life is not easy. Right? Leal suddenly said. Sherman's hand froze slightly while drinking the drink. Sherman, who was hit by Lear's current situation, instantly turned bitter. The distortion of his expression made Lear wonder if this guy's face was completely replaced with expression control prosthesis. Yes. Life is really hard. Dad, you don't know, the senior management of Tingway are all old and rigid. Whatever profit they make is small, hold the basics, don't be greedy, it fucking funny, don't they know whether to be greedy or not? I told them many times, if you want the company to have a major breakthrough, you have to be bold, boldly bring out all the new technologies. Such a good promotion opportunity. Spending 1 cent can get 10 cents, 100 cents of effect. At this time, you are still timid. Just go home and sell sweet potatoes. Sherman spoke a lot in rapid succession. It seemed that the old captain asked him to tell the truth and opened his mouth to talk, and he talked non-stop. In general, there is one core idea. The top management of Tingway is all stupid, not spending money when it should be spent, saying that they are not greedy, but thinking about making steady profits. How can it be so good? It deserves that this once largest daily automobile manufacturer in the United States is now half dead, all living off its old capital. The old captain was listening to him and kept laughing, seemingly thinking that this guy is quite interesting. Sherman finished speaking and took another sip of his drink. Many people are jealous of me, but I still brought some good people with me. Dad, if you want anything, just tell me. I will definitely get you anything good. By the way, your cars have been repaired. They are in great condition. Just like new. Take a look. The Mackinac can be seen through the glass on the second floor. But Lear has already checked it. He thought for a while and said, then you should have a lot of engineers on your side? Sherman nodded, not many. But they are definitely good. At least they can understand the technology they have. And they can prepare whatever adjustments you want. This is not a lie. After all, Mackinac was badly damaged last time. And ordinary engineers really can't repair it. These engineers are really good. So Lil touched his chin and said, since you said this, I want the design of the car engine. You won't refuse to give it to me. Right? Sherman froze. The engine technology that Tingway used for him is the core technology of the whole car. The engine with 2,400 horsepower is stuffed into the car, and the thrust-to-weight ratio is already quite good. So what does Tingway want to do by designing this engine? Of course, he wants to make a hovercraft to taste the sweetness of the super high-end market. Lowering the price of hovercraft and opening up the market for cost-effective hovercraft have always been one of the visions of various automobile companies. Unfortunately, hovercraft is not that simple. Finally, Tingway made this monster engine. I don't know how to make it, but fortunately it was used this time. The Mackinac engine modified from the experimental hovercraft engine involves the company internal secrets. But the person in front of him is his father Sherman. And he suddenly feels that he has to choose between loyalty and filial piety. Seeing him in such a dilemma, Leal suddenly said, actually, I was thinking, the Mackinac car is not bad. Avocado is interested in purchasing some new cars. But the design of these new cars must meet our requirements. Your company should accept this kind of order. Right? Customized? Sherman was stunned for a moment. Of course he accepted. But generally, customized services come from major companies. And Wanderer, do you have the strength? Lil knocked on the table and said, there are more than 100,000 or 200,000 people in the wilderness of Avocado. If all these cars are replaced with new ones, you can calculate how much it will cost. What did you say just now? Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Sherman, I think you are more reasonable than Tingway Company. So I give you this benefit. Done. Sherman slammed the table angrily. Done. Dad is right. You can only get rich if you are in trouble. Lil patted the boy's shoulder meaningfully. Don't act like I really want your engine. I'm reminding you, I'm giving you this opportunity now because you are honest, and your brother will be responsible for the production. You can also have a share, but... Lil glanced at the old captain, who rubbed his hands. The old captain is not just a simple black car middleman. He also has the Impala Motor Company that he got at a low price. It has production capacity. Lil continued, as for us, our business is bigger than you think. Just think about it. Hundreds of thousands of people in Atacado will drive Mackinaws in the Badlands in the future. Mackinaws are endless, passing through sandstorms, dominating the Badlands. Your concept stock may have to be converted to regular stock one day. You have to remember, these things are not given to you by Tingway Company. Do you understand? Sherman swallowed his saliva. He is a company dog. What big cake has he not heard of? But there are always some people, when you talk to them face to face, you can't stop your thoughts from flying. Either you tremble, or you immerse yourself in the big cakes drawn by the other party. Lil is such a person. Sherman seems normal on the surface, and doesn't show too many other emotions, but those are all controlled by the pre-prepared mental script and prosthetics. If you really face such an outlaw, you will be panic. So facing Lil's unexpected proposal and big cake, he thinks what he said is indeed reasonable. Sherman nodded. I understand. Just when he said this, he felt a little magical. He was selected by Thunderway Company to operate Mackinaw concept stocks. As a result, he suddenly became an undercover agent sent by Mackinaw Company to Thunderway Company. Although Mackinaw Company did not exist yet. Sherman was still sorting out his thoughts. The old captain gave Lyra a thumbs up, silently said, Great. Chapter 269, Business Road Opened. Of course, these engines will be handed over to Adrian in the Marvel world for research. The Vulture turbine device is indeed good when installed on a human, but it is too conspicuous. With the Thunder Company as a cover, it is also great to develop a hovercraft. Restarting the Mackinaw on the road, V was bored and leaning on the passenger window, looking a little regretful for not going out for a drink. Lil glanced at her. Regret not going out for a drink? A little bit. The streets are a little too quiet. There aren't any 6th Street gang idiots who would randomly shoot. The 6th Street gang is probably busy cleaning up the mess caused by the artillery. They should be bullying in their own den. V yawned, looking at the quiet streets of Santo Domingo. This can only be considered an urban area. At this point, normal people would not choose to wander the streets. What do we do next? What? No targets? A little bit. V leaned back in his chair and put his legs on the car operating table. I wanted to buy a cool car before, but now it seems to be cool enough. Strictly speaking, this is a bus for missions, so you can still buy a cool car. V thought about it and shook his head. I feel like I don't want to drive other cars. Don't you consider a hovercraft? That thing? It feels a bit far-fetched. V said strangely. Yeah. Why do I want a car? But I don't feel anything about a hovercraft? Lil shrugged. Last time you said you wanted to turn Mackinaw into a hovercraft. I just said it casually. Hovercraft is really good, but if you keep thinking about it, what about private planes, Rocket? I don't think I have ever thought about these things. What going on? Isn't it said that people are getting greedier and greedier? How should I know? Just tell me if you want it or not. Yes. Lil sneered. I really thought you became a philosopher. If you are really that great, please forgive my debt. No way. V waved his hand. You still owe me 1.69 million. Don't even think about quitting before you pay it back. Only 1.69 million, you don't think I can't pay it back? Do you? Then I start charging interest. I'm kidding. Lil stared at the homeless settlement at the end of the street, which was once the Red Shirt Mental Hospital. It has to be said that, as long as the funds are in place, the efficiency and level of the homeless are quite high. The walls have been raised and electrified. The gate has been replaced with an explosion-proof gate. Sandbags are used outside the gate. And 2 sentries are built with concrete blocks. Next to the sentry post is an automatic machine gun. And the entire camp is equipped with 360-degree cameras. There is even a drone hovering in the sky, which looks quite safe. This style makes people think it is the company's safe house. The car keeps approaching, and the vagrant on guard recognizes that it is Lil's car from a distance, and opens the gate to let it pass. After entering the gate, you can see an orderly parking lot, full of rickety cars of homeless people. and cargo boxes piled up next to them, ready to be shipped at any time. Seeing Mackinac, everyone excitedly waved to Lear. This place is really in good shape now. V put his feet away, and suddenly thought of a question. Wait a minute. We should also get a share of the money they make. Right? Why haven't I heard you talk about this? You didn't hide it secretly. Did you? Am I that kind of person? Lil said unhappily. Now is the startup stage. Wouldn't it be stupid to take the money out and enjoy it? Looks like that. V cast a suspicious look. I won't urge you to pay back the money, but don't go astray. Lil glanced at V speechlessly, and knocked on the door, and got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Panem, the big sister, waiting at the door, with a face full of joy of harvest, and smiling from ear to ear. The first batch of production was done, and the buyer was also negotiated, and they calculated the profit, and found that this business really has a bright future. Hey! V. Leal, you're here, come in and sit down, you're here just in time. Sol found a buyer. The three of them walked into the office quickly. Panem opened 2 cans of drinks, and threw them to the two of them, opened one for himself, and sat down on the sofa. The buyer is a gang in Mexico City. Our goods are much cheaper than ordinary synthetic plasma, and the quality is good. They have checked the data, and are urging us to ship it. So far? V was a little confused. Why not sell it directly in the city? Of course we have to sell in the city, Leal explained. But Mexico City is a very important node. To put it bluntly, if Night City can't survive in the future, we will have to go there to hide. This is a plan for long-term development. Every place has a very stubborn local power pyramid. It is difficult for locals to get ahead. And outsiders are naturally excluded. The more stable the pyramid is, the less likely it is to welcome outsiders. To solve this situation naturally, we can only use the advantages of wanderers to fight against the huge transportation network, and use mobility to make up for the exclusion in major cities. Blood products are definitely in great demand. A large number of prosthetic clinics use them. They can be used in prosthetic surgery, treatment of the wounded, and various blood transfusion operations. In 2076, blood contamination is a very serious problem. People's blood may be mixed with prosthetic lubricants, prosthetic electrolytes, various banned drugs, chemical immunosuppressants, and problems caused by long-term breathing of polluted air. Especially in a city like Night City, everyone's blood is dirty, and may even contain slight radiation problems. For these people, an upgraded version of dialysis, that is, blood exchange therapy, can be used to extract the blood with serious problems and replace it with fresh blood. In the black market, scavengers will drain the blood of victims, collect it for purification, and then sell it. It is conceivable that the cost and selling price are not low at all. But compared with blood products with normal origins, it is still profitable to waive a large amount of patent fees. The blood preparation method used by Leal has a greater profit margin, as long as he lowers the price. There will be almost no competitors in this market, unless biotechnology comes to its senses and intends to increase production and reduce prices to suppress new technologies. But even so, the effect will be minimal, because the quality of this blood is so good, unless the biotech company plans to add some other drugs to its blood products. But that unlikely, at least not in the short term. So, as long as the technology is mastered, these basic medical consumables will not have to worry about selling. These contents flashed through Lil's mind, and he planned to explain the key points to V, but she started to daydream. Lil looked back at Panem silently. That it, and your car is too broken. I don't look down on you. I have a contract with the Mackinac company. You can trade in your old car for a new one at cost price. You can only trade in Mackinac. Nothing else. Mackinac is great. Panem's eyes lit up. What model? Specially made model. Modified from the Larimore model. With more horsepower. Upgraded body armor. And the most advanced weapon connection point. You can plug in the turret and use it. You can buy the turret from Rama Armory. And get your own weapons from Chesson. The business is going well. And the armaments must keep up. When Leal told us about his ways one by one, the admiration in Panem's eyes gradually turned into admiration. Speaking of the stories of the wanderers, they were all bitter tears. Since Santiago disappeared, Atacado was like a headless fly, with no place to use his strength and no future. Now Leal is organized in everything he does, and they have clear channels. How could they enjoy such treatment? The intense communication between the two gradually brought V's scattered eyes back. She showed a vigilant look and wanted to forcefully interrupt the communication between the two. But she knew nothing about car modification, supplies, and transportation. Fortunately, the topic soon came to the next stage. Leo took a sip of his drink. Let's talk about something else. Have you had any trouble recently? Yes. Penham leaned back in his chair. It's not really a problem. Old Cassidy always asked me to remind you. Recently, the news has been talking about the homeless cleanup plan. He is worried about the impact this will have on us. Homeless cleanup plan, Leo touched his chin. Homeless and wanderer are not the same word, but strictly speaking in Night City, their political status is similar. Even many people in Night City can't tell the difference between homeless people and wanderers, and think they are the same. The initiator of this plan is, of course, Lucius Lane, the current mayor of Night City. Lil thought for a while and said, Cassidy reminder makes sense. I find time to inquire about it and get some new support. He has several political bigwigs waiting to meet him. Now that the business is getting bigger and bigger, it's time to pay attention to this policy. Chapter 270. The holiday is over. Homeless people have always been a big problem in Night City. The most recent economic crisis stems from the unification war launched by the new United States. This war destroyed the Pacific state. A large number of investors withdrew their capital. Companies ran away, leaving a mess behind. Because of the existence of Dogtown and the irreparable economic collapse, Mayor Lucius Lane faced this dilemma and came up with a positive solution. Directly exclude the crime data of the Pacific state and other statistical indicators from the Night City Statistical Yearbook. Statistics is an art, and Mayor Ryan has figured it out. With this elimination, the crime rate in Night City has dropped drastically. Now he will launch a more important plan: eliminate homeless people. Yes, this policy is just what it says. Eliminating homeless people in the true sense. This has become a point that his opponent Perales has criticized in the next mayoral election. If you want to understand this policy more comprehensively and eliminate related risks, you have to find this candidate Jefferson Perales. After checking the situation of the base and understanding the income and expenditure, Lil and V set off on the return journey. With his hand on the window, V yawned again, showing a lack of interest. Hey, why do I feel like I just went for a ride? What else? Gunfights every day? The car started. Lil turned on the radio, tuned to the temperature radio station, and the radio was playing Night City. The electronic sound sounded, and V raised his eyebrows. It quite appropriate. So we are going to get involved in the mayoral election soon? It sounds like there are a lot of money to be made. These kinds of things usually involve a lot of work, but little money. And you might even have to take the blame. Politicians are much more evil than you think. Eviler than you. Leo looked at her helplessly. Can you change the object of comparison? That can't be helped. You're the evilest person I've ever seen. If we get involved, who are we going to help? Tell me what you think. Me? V thought for a moment. Hot is a piece of shit. No one would vote for him. Ryan is a sinister fat guy, but he has done some real things. As for Perapes, he said it well, but some people on the internet said that he was a military technology that was launched to make Night City beautiful. In the end, he was still a corporate dog. What a corporate dog said is just like farting. That not right. I say, we seem to be a little arrogant. We are even talking about elections. In Night City, although there are elections, it is a special centralized democracy. This kind of democracy is that the 10 largest giant companies in Night City elect council members, and then elect the mayor. In other words, directly speaking, elections don't really have much to do with the citizens of Night City. However, these are superficial, and qualified politicians should be able to notice this, because the requirements of this democratic condition are, the headquarters is in Night City, and democracy is implemented in the 10 most powerful companies in Night City. So in essence, the resources invested by each company in Night City, and the policies toward citizens, will be fed back into data such as turnover, and then they will be given democratic rights. Of course, considering the scale of these companies, and their great impact on society, the influence of citizens on democratic elections is still in a very delicate position. It is not wrong to say that it has little to do with citizens. Leo shook his head. We are the big brothers now. If we are not qualified to participate, the people in Night City will really be all numbers. So Ryan or Perales? You said that, as if I said a name, and you picked it for me. I choose Ryan. Considering my experience in Atlanta, I guess I have to thank Ryan. People like me can only make a name in Night City. Who isn't? V looked at Leo with a little surprise. So modest? Of course. Leo smiled. If it weren't for the famous V, I wouldn't be where I am today. You're smart. V moved his butt with satisfaction and moved his chair back a little. But it would be better if he could be as decent as Perales. Alas, why can we only choose between the bastards? The car drove over the Santo Domingo Bridge and entered the scenic area. From here, there were more lights. The company high-rise buildings covered the sky. An artificial light replaced the stars and the moon, hanging high above the head. The prelude of the music ended, and the electronic female voice sounded, "Good morning." Night City V relaxed, and a pair of long legs were placed on the front panel of the car. Lil glanced at it, and the mechanical arm put her legs back. What are you doing? Not wearing a seat belt is fine. But you are also doing dangerous actions? You are really nosy. The next morning, Lil and V went to Mrs. Wells' house to find Jack. The boy was beaming with joy. Lil was suspicious. Jack, didn't you have some awesome Thursday last night? What awesome Thursday? It was the Wild Wolf Beer Festival. In Jack's garage, the big guy patted his motorcycle. This is an Arch Nazer, with a red and black paint job. You're in such a good mood? V was amazed. What did you do yesterday besides drinking? Hey, Jack waved his hand, looking very proud, and turned his body to the side, inadvertently revealing the ornament on the wall behind the bed. This ornament seemed to be a circle made of some branches, with a net wrapped in a thin line in the circle, and colorful beads and dyed feathers hanging under the circle. It was a very delicate ornament, and it was obvious that it was handmade. When Lil saw this thing, he raised his eyebrows. Dreamcatcher? Oh my god! You are a connoisseur. Brother, how did you know that this was the dreamcatcher Misty gave me? Jack chuckled, hugged Lil and said, "It's nice, isn't it? Only good dreams will pass through this net and float down the feathers. Nightmares will be trapped in dreams and disappear with the sunshine of the next day." Bang. As he spoke, he held up his other hand, put it under the sun, and blew on it. It must be said that Jack really looked like a kid showing off his toys. It can be seen that this big guy was not drunk yesterday. He even went out for a ride with Misty. Jack hugged Lil. Good brother, you should also think about this aspect, otherwise you will make so much money. Jack suddenly got stuck in the middle of his speech. Lil seemed to be in debt. V was behind the two of them, watching the two of them communicating. The stuff is good, but should we discuss the work behind it? Jack let go of Lil, scratched his head. Indeed, how do we do the next vote? Lil said, let go meet our mayor candidate Perez, he may have work for us. I think about how to proceed after the meeting. I guess this candidate has a lot to say to us. Jack sat on his motorcycle and said, mayoral candidates have 3 common experiences on the street. First, the first rule of accepting a top-secret mission, don't accept it. V also shrugged. Second, the first rule of cooperating with politicians, don't cooperate. The two looked at each other and said the third rule in unison. Third, the first rule of contacting the police, don't contact them. V added, but we have more sinister people here. Jack also nodded. This job will be lucrative. Right? Leal's face was full of black lines. No, you have a little misunderstanding of me. The two looked at each other and shook their heads. Leal seemed to be choked, but he quickly moved on to the next topic. It's hard to say whether the job is lucrative or not. You will know when you see it. But this trip will probably be inevitable to deal with companies and gangs. You can find a way to make a fortune. If you don't have any objections, I start contacting Perales, and then see how to do the next job. So, the holiday is over. No one has any objections. Right? Jack showed his arms, full of energy. It a must. Brother. V looked at Jack and Leal, who were full of energy, and suddenly asked, I don't feel as motivated as before recently. Do you have any ideas? No energy. Jack was puzzled. You are not right. Girl, do you have a house? Do you have a car? And Lil raised his hand to signal Jack not to say anything, looking at V. It okay, you be motivated soon. Contact, Jefferson Perales. Burger King, I heard you had something to do with us. Jefferson, you are really busy people, it not easy to hire you once. Jefferson, yes, I do have something to entrust you with. Jefferson, I have reserved a place in Embers, we will meet there. Jefferson, I am looking forward to meeting the heroes of Night City this time, we will have a lot to talk about. Jefferson, by the way, I know you have a very powerful car, if possible, please don't drive that car to the city center. Burger King, I understand, see you then. V crossed his arms. Let me see, how can you say that? Chapter 271 Jefferson Perales v. Wow, this is fucking awesome. I want one too. Although it was just a text message, Lear could feel V enthusiasm. Huh? The engine of the hovercraft roared. Rayfield, the world top high-end car manufacturer. They are famous for their top supercars. The Excalibur and the Sword of the Lady of the Lake, but if you want to talk about a product that truly symbolizes the owner transcendence, it has to be this one in front of you, the hovercraft, Rayfield Holy Sword. The handmade body, streamlined shell, and a small amount of pure wood filling fully demonstrate the owner nobility. The specially adjusted floating engine takes into account flexibility and quietness, and is matched with a soundproof structure, leaving noise to the world and quietness to the owner. Anyone who sees this big guy will be confused. Especially V. This product is more like a legend to her and Jack. Now, the legend appears in front of them. The floating car slowly disappears from the field of vision and blends into the building. It is obviously a parking spot for the floating car to be parked in the building. High-end places like this are usually equipped with special parking spots for hovercrafts, which are provided for high-end people who are different from ordinary people. Leal patted the two people who were standing there with their heads raised, and said to V, "Look, the hovercraft is not far away from you now." "Right?" V nodded slowly. "Indeed. I want that. Are you motivated now?" "Don't worry. There will be one." Jack rubbed his hands and followed. "When you get the car, can you lend it to me for 2 days? Mackinac is too conspicuous now." "Yes. I found him. You don't think you can get away with doing this, do you?" Jefferson was on the phone, and slowly got out of the car under the protection of his bodyguards. The guy on the other end of the phone looked very irritable, and his voice was low. "Perez, who claims to be legal and compliant, helps the most wanted criminal in Night City, which is really disgusting. You can say whatever you want. Holt, you will never be the mayor anyway, so just be a dog." He hung up the phone, tidied his clothes, and prepared to walk into the embers. Just after he got off the car, the security chief Wallace, who was waiting here, immediately came to meet him. Wallace was a very professional security contractor. Compared to those edgewalkers who chose prosthetics, the heads of these security contractors prefer external armor. Too many combat prosthetic implants would make their brains unclear, so at most they would only choose neural components like Sion Weston as basic prosthetics. High-functional prosthetics such as mantis blades and gorilla arms would basically not appear on them. Such a regular security company contractor will be more inclined to provide services with a calm mind, a large logistics team and information support, rather than simply using personal force. A bulletproof vest made of special materials, a highly reliable rifle, and a backup technical pistol, and a set of top-level tactical goggles are basically all their equipment. The support of a whole team behind the scenes is the fundamental guarantee for them to provide services. However, extremely powerful force is still very threatening, so they will provide security advice and warnings to employers at this time. Wallace came to Jefferson. "Mr. Perales, as your security director, I strongly recommend that you cancel this meeting. The person you are about to meet is very dangerous, especially since you chose to have the meeting in a non-network box. In such an environment, your life will be completely controlled by 3 lawless lunatics." Jefferson raised his eyebrows. "First, I want to correct you. After NCPD research and investigation, what the 3 of them did in the H8 skyscraper was entirely out of the NCPD employment contract. The people they killed were all criminals with bounties. Maybe what you said makes sense. My life will be in their hands. But strictly speaking, they are not criminals. But there was also the blackout at the company square. The border wall. Okay. Stop talking about it. At least they don't have any bounties on their heads now. The blackout at the company square became an unsolved case, and the truth disappeared in the increasingly outrageous rumors. Military technology, which was the first to issue a wanted order, reconciled with them in the border wall incident and withdrew the bounty. The fierce battle at the H8 skyscraper, with the intervention of various forces, allowed them to leave the skyscraper safely after killing more than 200 people. So strictly speaking, this famous mercenary team, on the surface, really has nothing wrong to find. On the contrary, the senior officials reviewed their achievements and admired them, such as Jefferson. He looked down on all kinds of illegal armed forces, especially the gangs in the city, illegal mercenaries, and those guys who sold themselves out for money. But these 3 were different. He didn't feel disgusted at all. They worked quickly, with high quality and efficiency, and even did things that were just at least in his opinion. In the past, Jefferson would never have contacted such mercenaries. Wallace was still trying, at least move the meeting to a private room with a network, and provide security. Jefferson interrupted his security supervisor's suggestion. I'm looking for the most professional mercenary in Night City, not some murderer. I still give him this respect. Secondly, you are the security director. And you only give advice on my safety, not control. Now, as an employer, I want to make my suggestion, instead of worrying about them shooting me. You'd better keep an eye on your surroundings, to see if someone will take the guise of seeking revenge on mercenaries, and arrange a group of fully armed gunmen to point their guns at me. If this really happens, I may have to spend an extra fee to hire these mercenaries on site. If that happens, you will be out of work. Wallace was speechless, and stood there watching Jefferson leave. Watching Jefferson back, Wallace walked silently towards the staff passage. Jefferson would never take such a risk to contact such an outlaw before. He began to use the encrypted channel to transmit information. Attention, all teams. Although I have expressed my reservations, Target Alpha still decided to contact the mercenary team. There may be some reasons for the choice of target, but letting the mercenary team participate in political elections may have serious consequences. This move may seriously deviate from the behavioral paradigm. Ember, one of the most luxurious restaurants in Night City. The private rooms are a mixture of light and dark. The lighting is all designed without a main light. The diners cannot detect where the light source is, but the indoor space does not appear dim. The light is just right, enough for the negotiators to see the faces of both parties. High-grade wood that cannot be named, high-grade stone that looks very high-grade, exquisite carvings, and meals made from organic food that have never been seen before. This is how Jack and V feel. They couldn't really tell which ones were valuable, and which ones were not. But they just felt that these things were all valuable. This subtle psychological change certainly didn't escape Jefferson's eyes. But Lear's calmness was beyond his imagination. He smiled and said, "Finally, I meet him in person. First, we should have a toast." "Why?" Lear asked back. "This candidate mind is very complicated. When you are in contact with him, it is best to try to get enough reactions for analysis. He may appear to be kind-hearted, but if he lets down his guard because of this, he may die without knowing how. Jefferson may not have any ill intentions, but it is hard to say about the people behind him." Jefferson raised his glass. "Of course. It for everything you did in the H8 skyscraper. In this city, there is almost no justice. It all for money. But you are really an outlier. First, it was biotechnology. Then the Tiger Claw gang. And the deputy director of the NCPD who protected them. And I can't say this. After all, there is no evidence. But no matter what, you still make me feel that the thieves that people usually talk about may still exist. So this glass is for you. For the truth you revealed. For the children you rescued. And for bringing light to the city." Chapter 272, The World Top Liar. Jefferson was quite talkative, and he did not hide his admiration for the three of Lear. After all this flattery, Jack and V felt very comfortable. This was a big politician sitting on the holy sword of Rayfield, who was flattering them. It was comfortable to listen to, which made the audience feel that they were in the same camp unconsciously, and also exposed the superficial cognition of the two, which was seen by Jefferson. This subtle change is the main content of the analysis of politicians' conversations. In the past, everyone had his own way of judging people. But in 2076, technology has evolved to an exaggerated level in these details, especially in the field of intelligence analysis. Through advanced prosthetics, reading eye contact, body language, and even details of hormone secretion. With a whole information team and think tank, and with known intelligence, the intelligence obtained can even exceed what the other party thinks. Mind reading is just a superpower that people imagine. But with the latest technology, people can do much more than mind reading. If they had not been implanted with prosthetics specifically in this area, many people would unconsciously reveal a lot of information in their conversations. Leal was similar, but he was better than the fools like Jack and V. He would not really believe what a politician said. Deception is the cheapest thing. It depends on what they did. On the other hand, so far, Leal had not felt that anyone was much higher than him. But on the surface, there was no movement. Leal had already started to complain about the other two fools in his heart. No wonder you were easily sold out. Cheers. Leal picked up the real water on the table and clinked glasses with Jefferson. Obviously, the mayoral candidate also understood the taste preferences of Leal and the other two. Leal didn't like wine, V liked tequila. And Jack liked vodka. The cups rang softly. Putting down the cups, Jefferson continued, in fact, we have already cooperated once. Last time you were at the H8 skyscraper. You are from News Channel 54. Right? To be honest, the pressure from public opinion is not that great. No, I am also helping the NCPD. I have some friends, because of the new friends you made. Leal raised his eyebrows, feeling a little strange. The person who cooperated with the Tiger Claws that night was NCPD Deputy Chief Fort, so if there was anyone who could stop the whole incident, it would definitely be Chief Coleridge. It is certain that Coleridge and Fort are in competition. After receiving such a scandal, some NCPD police officers also went on strike. He will definitely come forward at the right time, that is for sure. But the appointment of the NCPD chief is mainly decided by the shareholder Night City municipal government. That is, Mayor Ryan. Even if Ryan doesn't want to take care of this matter, it's normal for Coleridge to handle it himself. But it's a bit strange for Jefferson, a strong contender for the mayor position, to act as a bridge. After all, he and Ryan are rivals. If you insist, there is a possibility. At this point in the conversation, Jack and V have begun to daydream, their eyes drifting to the food on the table. Jefferson smiled and poured another glass of water for Lil. Thanks to the truth you risked to reveal, NCPD Chief Coleridge can finally deal with the corruption within the Bureau. It seems that he is described as a good person. But no matter what, public opinion pressure alone may not be meaningful. But the struggle between powerful people sometimes lacks such a gap. Isn't it? Lil thought for a moment and said, I'm not very good at beating around the bush. Since you asked me to meet, I also tell you my opinion. I tell you if it okay. I saw the news. NCPD intends to purchase extremely dangerous Centaur exoskeletons from military technology. But angry people besieged NCPD, causing the purchase to be delayed. I guess the supporters behind these angry people are Arasaka Corporation. This is public pressure. But the purchase has indeed stopped. So there is still a powerful person who is making efforts. According to what you said now, the person with real power in this incident is Fort. He is from the Arasaka faction, and controls the procurement process. In other words, it is strange that your sponsor is military technology. Your campaign image has always been the cleanest politician in Night City. You have never taken dirty money from the company, and you have never made deals with gangs. Jefferson did not stop smiling, but it was obvious that the smile in his eyes had decreased a little. This is not dirty money. You are really smart. Have you ever considered going to college and going into politics? I can see that you are a good person. Among so many mercenaries without morals, you are simply a freak. After saying that, Jefferson artificial I caught Jack and V eating without a trace. It was just that the way they ate was a little weird. The two first looked at the knives on the table in a self-confident manner, then held the napkin in their hands, grabbed the beef, and ate it crazily. It must be said that it was quite elegant in the field of hand-pulled dishes. The mayoral candidate eyelids jumped, but was immediately pulled back by Leal. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Democratic elections. It's really funny that the 10 most powerful companies send people to vote. Pereri stopped laughing. Yes, the companies are too greedy. If I become mayor, I will definitely change the status quo. Increase taxes on top companies, and invest the taxes in education, medical care, infrastructure and other areas of people's livelihood. Yes. Jefferson nodded, with a serious expression. What I said are what I want to do, not some nonsense for votes. This incident caused great harm to the Ryan faction, and it can make NCPD better to some extent. As for military technology, I promise that after being elected, NCPD will increase the purchase of military technology equipment. So this is to use more orders to reduce the resistance of military technology to the step tax policy. A part of the increased tax will still be used to buy military technology products, but Arasaka is not like that. Overall, compared with their biggest competitor, they still make a small profit. But there is still a problem. Lil continued to ask, but isn't Coleridge Ryan man? How can he listen to you? Jefferson smiled. Public safety is also very important. Since Coleridge agreed to use this matter to clear out the corrupt elements in the Bureau, it means he is not bad. The promised purchase of military technology, of course, comes from the budget increase I promised to NCPD. In this regard, Ryan and Coleridge have differences. Ryan intends to cut the NCPD budget and hire a military contracting company to clean up the homeless in the industrial area north of Watson. But leaving security entirely to those companies? I don't agree. The logic is clear now. and Coleridge's reason for suddenly rebelling is quite sufficient. As for the policy of hiring a military contracting company to clean up the industrial area in northern Watson, it is Ryan. Eliminate the homeless policy. Although there are news reports that Ryan intends to choose Militech to implement this policy, it is also a stereotype that he is relatively more partial to Arasaka. After all, in the recent unification war, Militech almost annexed Night City, and it was Ryan who brought Arasaka back to Night City, preventing Night City from losing its independent status. No one can say for sure whether Ryan will turn against him. And it is not incomprehensible that military technology invests in an alternative option in advance. In this way, military technology takes a step back, and it is expected to find a reliable mayoral candidate to cooperate. Leal nodded slightly. These are all very standard political operations. There is basically no bribery. Or maybe there is. But Jefferson has a good reason for doing things. And it is not the kind of tone of taking money to do things. Then, the remaining 5 companies among the voters will certainly agree that you will implement a step tax on enterprises. Because in this way, the top 5 companies will have to bear higher tax rates. As for you, you can win over the military technology, 6-4, a slight advantage, but the progress is gratifying. Jefferson smiled slightly. Actually, it's 7-3, yes, your company also agrees with my policy, actually it has a slight advantage. At this point, the only ones who disagree with Jefferson are Kotao, Arasaka, and Biotechnology. As for the last 5 companies, no matter which 5 they are, they will definitely agree to Jefferson taking office. But have you thought about what they want? Of course I have thought about it, and I spent a lot of time to confirm it, Jefferson said sincerely, because Knight Company truly inherited the idea of Mr. Richard Knight, the founder of Night City, to create and build a truly ideal city. This is also the reason why I want to hire you. I know that you are also an ideal person. Join me. Jefferson stretched out his hand and looked at Leal sincerely. If he is a liar, he must be the top liar in the world. The kind of liar who even deceives himself. Leal did not choose to shake hands, but took a look at Jack and V without disguising. The 2 guys had long been deeply immersed in the delicious food and ate a lot. After eating beef, they ate vegetables, and then fruit salad. Alas, when will they be more careful? Tell me what you want us to do first. Chapter 273, What Wrong with the Big Brother Eating in Style? Let's get back to business. Since Leal didn't shake hands on impulse, Jefferson couldn't continue to stick with him. Secondly, from the moment he entered the door until now, combining Leal performance, if he shook hands excitedly, that would be a problem. That when we need to consider whether this mercenary is dishonest and has other intentions. Okay. Jefferson withdrew his hand and began to cut the steak. This is authentic beef from a live cow. Jack and V had finished eating long ago, and watched Jefferson cut the meat with a knife and fork. They didn't cut the meat, and thought the napkin on the table was used to hold the meat, and wondered what the knife next to it was for. They thought that it was really elegant to use a paper towel to hold the food. Seeing this scene, Jack leaned back slightly and winked at V, who immediately sent a text message. However, here, short-range communication signals would be intercepted. The sirens next to him sounded, and Jefferson paused while cutting the meat. It was very difficult for him to hold back just now. Leal and he were talking so elegantly. How come the 2 guys next to them were eating like crazy? And it seemed that they thought they had good taste. But now the alarms were ringing. How should he react? The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. Leal calmly reached out and operated the control console, turning off the alarm. Let's talk business. We are all family. Jefferson was embarrassed, but he still pretended to be calm, maintaining the elegance of the conversation. Well, since you are a smart man, and very honest, I will say it straight, I hope you can help me deal with the Whirlpool gang. Lil Mind immediately came to its senses. He took the napkin from the table, and wrapped his hands around the steak. He said as he ate it, "You saw that we had the tiger claws in check. So you wanted us to use the same method to deal with the Whirlpools, and set a path for them." Jefferson nodded. "I never thought that the crime rate in Westbrook would drop significantly because of the mercenaries. But this is the reality. Not only did you cripple the tiger claws, you also sent a message to other gangs and criminals. Some jobs cannot be done. Unlike the paper laws of Night City, although you have no explicit regulations, they are all afraid of you. Night City does not know the details. I do not know the details either. Outsiders can only see that you have done incredible things one after another. Every time there is a company, NCPD, or the ugly of the gang is exposed and crushed, you are simply legend. Jack and V, who were still embarrassed just now, nodded slightly. That it, say more. Lil followed Jefferson meaning and told him his idea. Let them restrain their behavior. Reduce the crime rate. And then the city council will reconsider the necessity of this policy. Military technology can only support you wholeheartedly, instead of relying on Ryan promise. Yes, the support of military technology will be the last straw that breaks Ryan back. Lil chewed another piece of meat and said while chewing, what exactly is it for? You are experts in this. And I heard that you like commissions with high degrees of freedom. So my condition is, for every Vortex gang member you kill with a bounty, I will pay you the same extra reward. At the same time, for every percentage point drop in the crime rate, I will pay you a bonus of 100,000 euros. Lil laughed. Do you think we are wishing machines? It is indeed free to work like this, but the drop in crime rate is a public safety issue, and you really think of the three of them as a professional security team. This commission is too rough. Jefferson could only smile bitterly. I am not familiar with the affairs between gangs, so I can only think of this way. To be more specific, I only know that the Whirlpool gang has a large number of illegally modified prosthetics, and also has a black super dream industry chain, and is bold enough to attack the military technology convoy. They have no bottom line, like the Tiger Claw gang. No, they have even less bottom line than the Tiger Claw gang, and are more brutal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to look for you. Why don't you just kill the leader of the Whirlpool gang and replace him with an obedient one? Lil was speechless. Jefferson is indeed a good hand in politics, but when it comes to dealing with specific gang matters, he is at a loss. And it not just a blind guess. Even Jack and V were a little confused. It seems that this elite really doesn't know anything about gang affairs. It turns out that he really didn't brag. What about not accepting bribes from companies and gangs? Maybe it all true. At first glance, he doesn't look like someone who knows these things. After eating steak, Lil had some vegetable salad, thinking that the salad in 2076 is still unpalatable. After eating for a while, Lil said, how about this, you pay 100,000 euros in advance, I think of a way. Okay. At this point, he couldn't sit still any longer, she said bluntly. Wait a minute, you're just going to give us the money? Aren't you afraid that we take the money and run away? Jefferson shook his head. It's normal to pay the down payment before doing the work, and I believe you won't lose your reputation for 100,000 yuan. Lil wiped his mouth. Just for your attitude, I promise to complete the task in excess of your target. Then let's stop here today. Jefferson wiped his hands, then pinched his eyebrows. It's nice to meet you. I feel a little headache. Maybe I've been working too much overtime recently. If you don't mind, I may need to leave early. Lil nodded, of course. Jefferson showed a tired expression, and got up and left the room. He walked out of the room, took out a small stimulant from his pocket, and injected it into his arm. Why do I always feel headache recently? Sitting down, he thought of the scene of Lil, and the other two eating steaks, and a smile appeared on his tired face. There is no need to talk about the big shot and the king. They are typical low-class people. Street boys with no brains. It is not surprising that they do such things. As for Burger King, Jefferson does not think that Lil is an illiterate who can't eat steak with a knife and fork. But for some reason, he just thinks this is not bad. At this time, the pain intensified. He grabbed the pneumatic syringe at hand and gave himself some more stimulants. The stimulants entered his body, and he sighed. Alas. Under the Ember building, watching the hovercraft leave, V asked, I say, why does our mayoral candidate feel weird? Jack also nodded. He spoke well at the beginning. Why can't he say anything at the end? Can you two let me go? Lil had a big bump on his head, and was stuck in the middle with two men on both sides. No, the two said in unison. Jack was disappointed. Brother, this is not nice. You just watched us eat with our hands? V was also indignant. I think you deserve to be punished. I don't know what you are talking about. Hey. Stop. There is no surveillance inside, and the recording function of the artificial eye is turned off. Such a big living person, and a politician who likes to chatter, he still remembers it in his mind. Are you stupid? How could he take it out and say nonsense? In Lil's horrified eyes, the two big hands were only a finger away from his head. Wrong. How could I know that you would eat with your hands? Wouldn't it look even weirder if I taught you on the spot? After thinking about it, that right. Now the three of them are all fools who grab the steak with their hands. Think about it carefully, it's not really that stupid. Since Lil grabbed it anyway, it looks pretty fierce. Doesn't it? Lil added, brother. When eating, what wrong with having some style? V thought about it, looked at Jack. Jack also looked at her. So V reluctantly let Lil go and knocked him on the head. Okay, I tell you what happened next. Since you didn't go solo. This politician is really generous. 100,000 euros at once. As expected of a guy riding a hovercraft, he rich as hell. Lil rubbed his head. More than rich as hell. His diploma is worth 27 million. I asked someone about what happened next. So many. The two of them widened their eyes. Okay, don't make a fuss. Lil walked quickly in front. Jack and V counted on their fingers. Jack muttered to himself. Rich people and their habits are so strange. I was wondering at first, why is there such a small knife on the table? V agreed. I thought it was used for knife fighting when negotiations broke down. I thought they were quite restrained. Lil held his forehead. You too, you should find some serious books to read. Just then, the message came. Sender, Meredith Stout. Meredith, I'm so disappointed, you haven't contacted me yet. Burger King, any new work? Meredith. Meredith, okay, I do have a new job for you. It a little sensitive, let's talk. Burger King, give me a hint? Meredith, remember the guy who robbed the company convoy in the Badlands? I remember it very well. That was the guy who robbed it. So Meredith wants him to rob the company convoy. Maybe at military technology. The more connections you have, the better. A plan began to take shape in Lil's mind. Chapter 274 Flathead. Meredith drove a small van, and chose Chinatown as the place for the conversation. The tone immediately returned to the familiar tone of Jack and V. That right, the dirty deeds between corporate dogs and street boys are all discussed on the street. There is no high-end restaurant. Jack was holding a pack of pink Whole Foods Meat World in his hand, and the package also said, it tastes exactly like real meat. These places are still friendly, and the mayor is too particular. But once you have eaten real meat, you will know the difference between real meat and this cheap synthetic meat sold on the street. V also finished a piece and threw the garbage into the trash can. You're doing it now. I don't think so usually. But why do I feel that this meat is weird now? She poked Lil with her elbow. Can you explain it? Lil said slowly. They are all protein. But the protein you eat in the embers is pure natural. Cut from cows. Do you remember Tina? Who we rescued from the 6th Street gang last time? The black market meat dealer. According to her database, the protein synthesis base used in these meats is SP3R1N, a kind of a modified worm called earthworm. What is earthworm? Jack asked sincerely. Everyone knows that we are eating synthetic meat, but how many people really care about the technology and ingredients of synthetic meat? How many people can correctly select the right information channels to understand these technologies? Food companies have no obligation to popularize these things. Eat it if you want, there are plenty of people who do. Crickets, earthworms, and even maggots could all be the raw materials for synthetic meat, depending on which raw material is cheaper to produce. Lear thought for a moment and said, have you seen maggots? They look a bit like maggots. V and Jack were stunned, and the latter was still chewing his mouth mechanically. They may not have seen cows, but they have seen maggots on corpses. Jack immediately thought of something bad, and was about to spit out the meat in his mouth. But Lear pointed to the van on the side of the road. People are coming. Jack face flushed, and he spit it out. Pa! Fuck. I promise I will never eat it again in the future. Forget about it, and don't eat it before that. Lil shook his head regretfully. Don't react so strongly. Earthworms are actually quite healthy. In comparison, those additives may be less healthy. V took a pack of Whole Foods Meat as Heaven from the vending machine next to him, and looked at the food ingredients on the package. Gustopolymerase X9R5. Euphory X Beta Omega V to Thrive. Biocompact Catalyst AX23E. Superbinder Zeta 9 Fine. No wonder the names are so weird. If you don't have enough professional knowledge, and you rashly learn to make synthetic meat, the result is that people will be poisoned to death. Meredith came over at this time, wearing the work clothes, a black suit with a hip skirt, but with a coat on the outside. The smell of that special company dog makes people stay away. Companies, like biotechnology, have many sheep-like docile production employees. But for military technology, most employees can take out powerful military firearms from their pockets, and prosthetics are even more professional. After all, they are a security company. This is their benefit, which makes them look radiant when they walk. Seeing this woman, V secretly spat on the ground. Who are you showing off to by wearing such a sexy outfit? Sitting at the stone table, Meredith lit a cigarette. You have met Perales. This matter has spread in the company circle. Lil nodded. Yeah. Meredith glanced at him first, and then glanced at V and Jack with the corner of his artificial eye without leaving a trace. Why do I feel like someone is hostile to me? But forget it, Lil is in charge. There is a job. Don't you like high-tech prototypes? There is a batch of goods coming in now, experimental military robots. Take a look. Meredith handed over a chip. Lil looked at the chip, and had a subtle idea. This experimental robot should not be called Flathead. Right? Lil took the chip and inserted it into the brain-computer interface. Military-grade robot, Flathead NTOD-12 type. Module, optical camouflage armor DX4 type. Description: using the latest dynamic optical camouflage technology, it can change the color and texture of the robot appearance in real time, perfectly blend into the surrounding environment, achieve a nearly invisible effect, greatly improve the covert reconnaissance capability, suitable for various terrains and lighting conditions. Module, Military Technology Immersive Combat Robot Operating System CR8. Description: through advanced algorithms, the robot sensors are converted into acceptable sensory signals, providing an immersive operating experience. Module, Titanium Alloy Fiber Drive Device, Prototype. Description: using lightweight and high-strength titanium alloy fiber, provides strong power, supports rapid movement and agile operation, enables the robot to move stably in complex terrain, including urban ruins, mountains, deserts, etc. Module, Fully Integrated Link System IN5. Description: through high-speed wireless communication technology, realizes real-time data exchange and command transmission with the command center and other robot units, supports coordinated operations. Module, Military-grade high-power data interface XP2. Description: adapts to almost all models of interfaces, precisely controls signal pulses. Module, really a short flat head. The stuff is good. It is definitely a classic work that integrates a lot of the espionage industry rigid needs. In the original work, this thing should be stolen by the Whirlpool gang, and because it was stolen, Mirda almost lost his head. Now it's the other way around. Mirda seems to want someone to lose his head. After reading it, Lil pulled out the chip. Good stuff. Are you responsible for it? How much is it? No, I just show it to you. Mirda took out another chip. This thing is not sold to the outside. The company uses it for itself. But I just happened to get the convoy route map, if you are interested. Lil stood up immediately. I'm not interested. Meredith was stunned, but Lil stood up. Jack and V also stood up, without hesitation, without any intention of staying. She was stunned, and hurriedly reached out to pull Lil. Hey! You just left? Why the hell wouldn't I leave? I have no grudge against military technology. We are still partners. You're lying with your eyes open. Right? Meredith reached out to grab it, and the mechanical arm grabbed Meredith's hand in a friendly way. She was so anxious that she immediately said, "We can talk. I give you money." That right? Lil sat back. I've learned a few tricks from politicians recently. Let me guess, are you unhappy with your own people, and want to change your position? We are all old friends. If you tell me directly, I will help you. But you're trying to test me with the company tricks, which is a bit unfair. Meredith didn't say anything. She took a deep puff of cigarette. The thick smoke hurt her chest. Why didn't this guy come to the hotel to find her? When the time comes, she will use her advanced prosthesis to take him down. Now this brain is not for her. She glanced at V again. V looked at her expressionlessly. Meredith retracted her gaze, thought, she is pretty. She flicked the ash off her cigarette, put the chip on the table. This is what happened. I originally wanted to find the Whirlpool gang, but the gang risk is too high. Since you said we are old friends, will you do this order? If you decide to do it, the customs declaration form on your side will be more relaxed in the future. If you don't do it, I'm gone, and your life will not be as comfortable as it is now. Lil took the chip. Of course I can help you, but I won't do this job. Military technology is a big company. I can't afford to offend. Meredith's eyes twitched. You are so humble. So what do you want? Let the Whirlpool gang steal, and I help you finish it. Chapter 275 Commission, Blood Sport. The Whirlpool gang also has to work. And Lil also has to work. This kind of work is very risky. Even if the goods are obtained, the follow-up matters are also very troublesome. Only organized Night City gangs will attack the company fleet on a large scale, because they have many channels. Secondly, they have enough black pots on their heads, so they don't care about these things. In Meredith's eyes, Leo can find the Wanderers to help him as long as he waves his hand, but Leo doesn't want to involve the Wanderers. The cost is too high, and it unnecessary. He now has two opportunities. One is the commission given to him by Perales to reduce the crime rate in Watson District and eliminate those Vortex gang members with bounties. The other is the intelligence from Meredith. The former lacks intelligence and does not have many ideas, but the latter has a lot of intelligence and a wide range of possible paths. So the best choice is to use Meredith's accurate intelligence to eliminate as many people as possible from the Vortex gang. As for the Vortex gang, Lil vaguely remembers some intelligence. In 2077, the gang leader was a pervert nicknamed Royce, who kidnapped the former boss Brick and used bloody means to clean up the disobedient gang members. Brick should still be the boss of the Whirlpool gang now. And in the original plot, Royce usurped Brick's position just around the time when he got the crew cut. If Leah could push this process forward and make them fight against each other, many people in the Whirlpool gang would die. Anyway, as long as the gang fights did not kill innocent citizens and did not cause losses to the company, they would not be counted as violent crimes. On the contrary, the death of these guys with criminal records would also reduce the crime rate. So, Leah began to ask Meredith for details. What do you want the person who did it to do? It's actually very simple. The goods will pass through customs and then be signed with the LOA. If they get lost on the way, when the customs officer sees the LOA, he will know not to ask questions that he shouldn't ask. The company representative will also say less than usual when he sees the LOA. But the gang members like to leave some small handles. If they are stopped by the guards when they take the goods, they will inevitably be exposed. What if they are not stopped? Then the person in charge of this batch of goods will be in a mess. It not me anyway. Lear copied the contents of the chip and put it back, saying, I have a plan. Go find Whirlpool to help. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? What is the plan? If you don't explain it clearly, how do I know if you are lying to me? I won't lie to you. Lear shrugged. Like you said, it's not good for me to change the person in charge. We are basically in the same boat. Meredith stared at Lear, smoking quietly. After a few seconds of silence, V raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at? I guess you have no choice. Instead of staring here, you might as well hurry up and find the thugs. Meredith rolled his eyes at V, and just finished smoking a whole cigarette and threw it on the ground. Don't let me down, Burger King. Lil waved his hand. Don't worry. When have I ever let you down? Wait for the surprise. By the way, you have to remember that only those who endure hardships can become superior people. If you have suffered a little, don't quit just because you are weak-willed. Surprise. Combined with Lear's last advice, Meredith thought, just don't be frightened. Playing tricks. Meredith put away the things in his hand and left the stall. After sending the outsiders away, Jack asked curiously, so who are we going to deal with? Of course, the Whirlpool gang. Lil grabbed the unfinished Rainbow Manticore drink. I heard that the Whirlpool gang still has a lot of good stuff. That great. I hate this gang of transformation freaks the most. When I was still in the gang before, I heard that they would kill children in the street, just for fun. I also have brothers who were captured by them, and had illegal prosthetic implants implanted. When they were found, their mothers couldn't even recognize their own children. They also nodded in agreement. Among the gangs they have dealt with so far, the 6th Street gang is the most stupid. They always shout about loving America. They rely on the fact that they are barely city people, and they are the middlemen between the Wanderers and the city people. They also want to rely on the city. The Tiger Claw gang can make the most money. They have close ties with Arasaka and Night City. They do anything to make money, such as prostitution, gambling, and drugs. The Scavengers are the most powerful, and can be seen everywhere like cockroaches. It can be said that they are not even a gang, but a general term for a group of kidney cutters, because the second-hand organ and prosthetic sales are mixed together. Valentino is the most familiar to V and Jack. It has its own set of laws, and believes in God and the Virgin Mary. Because of this, although it does everything, it has a bottom line and attaches great importance to honor. Relatively speaking, the Wandao society is the most brutal, belonging to the kind of perverted gang that kills for fun and acts recklessly. But they are all in the bad land. There is nothing good, and they are purely cruel. But the Vortex gang is different. They are not only ruthless, but also well-equipped, and even have their own technology. Tactical prosthetic eyes covering most of the face are standard. It is common to see blood oozing from the pride skin plate, and the exaggerated degree of prosthetic modification makes most of them unable to think normally without outrageous neurostimulation drugs. It can be said that the Vortex Gang itself is the group closest to cyberpsychosis. The purpose is endless prosthetic modification, which makes them crazy. As early as the mob war in the early 21st century, gangs openly clashed with companies in the city, which almost turned into an urban war. In this war, the Vortex Gang was the one who rushed to the front. If we trace back the history, they even participated in the establishment of Night City. Before Night, the founder of Night City, bought the land in Coronado at a low price, which is now called Night City. The Vortex Gang already existed. The Vortex Gang caused a massacre in the fishing village on this land, which shocked the world. This caused the land price to plummet. Knight bought the land in Night City at this opportunity and began to realize his dream. Unfortunately, his bold behavior was accompanied by violence from the beginning. After Knight's death, Night City gradually became what it is today, and the Vortex Gang remained the same. Decades later, they still act recklessly, occupying a large area of land in the northern industrial zone of Watson, where they hide the goods they robbed from the company, and the new technologies they developed to keep up with the times. This is the goal of Lil Commission this time. So, although the reward from Jefferson sounds good, it is quite difficult to execute. Fundamentally, their goal is to kill people. To kill the Vortex Gang. Who knows what these crazy people have in their backyard? In response to V and Jack's eye, Lil nodded. The Vortex Gang is dangerous. But think about it. Among the gangs we are dealing with now, how many are not obedient? Valentino, if Jack decided to join a gang after attacking the 6th Street Gang, he would probably become a gang boss the next day. A top level one. The 6th Street Gang was forced to surrender. The Tiger Claw Gang was forced to surrender. The Nightwalker, as the Wanderers grew stronger, their headquarters was destroyed, and they rarely dared to show up in the bad land. Secondly, in these operations, the scavenger Little Leader Jaehyun was also dragged out, and the Mox Gang, which was composed of various sex dolls and low-level people, worshipped the three of them. If the three of them went to the Lizzie Club to have fun, they would probably be so busy that they couldn't get up the next day. These gangs, when they heard the name of the idiot Burger King trading stupid big man, they had to respectfully call him Big Brother. Now at the Vortex Gang turn. Jack and Dee suddenly cheered up. Yes, now at the Vortex Gang turn. Before they got together with Lear, they still had to worry about money, and their dreams gradually blurred into making some money to support their families. But now, they are truly on the road to their dreams, becoming a big shot. Becoming the most powerful big shot in Night City. They have done so many big things along the way, isn't it just for this? Hee hee. Jack hugged Lear. Brother, you are really good at talking, you can make me excited with just a few words. Dee put one hand on the bar, looking at Lil sideways, said with a smile, don't say it, you really know how to talk. The next order is to kill those perverts of the Whirlpool Gang. That called Ragtag. The three of them finished their food, got into the car with their arms around each other, prepared for the final rest, and then, kill those perverts of the Whirlpool Gang. Chapter 276 Flying Motorcycle. Night City, Military Technology Building. The company is running smoothly, but to achieve complete monopoly, they have to find a way to defeat the company opposite the building. Arasaka Corporation. It time for change. Meredith washed her face in front of the mirror, and a series of warnings popped up in the HUD of the artificial eye. Heart rate monitoring warning. The current heart rate continues to be higher than the normal level. Sleep quality analysis. Recent sleep time is significantly less than the necessary value. Adrenaline level is too high. Continues to exceed the standard. Current value 166 pg/ml. Insufficient melatonin secretion. Cortisol level reminder. Thyroid hormone imbalance. It can be said that the whole person is in a dizzy state, but it doesn't matter. With another dose of military technology employee benefits, military-grade stimulants entering the body, the whole person is energetic again. She wiped her face, walked out of the bathroom, and happened to meet the agent recently sent by the headquarters, Anthony Gilchrist. In terms of position, Anthony was just a captain in the operations department. But in terms of security level, his level was indeed the highest in the Night City Military Technology Division. It should have been Meredith level. But unfortunately she made a big mistake. In such a company, security level is everything, and positions are external. Only if you are loyal to the inside can you have a high security level. And if you have a high security level, you may be able to take a higher position. Without a security level, nothing can be done. In other words, Meredith will be replaced sooner or later. And it is likely that Anthony will replace her. So she must take the initiative. Meredith's face was turned, and she looked at Anthony, who was walking towards her. Anthony had short black hair, and wore a black suit jacket, and a white shirt that male military technology employees usually wore. Perhaps because he had just been transferred to Ninth City. His security level and position were both higher than before. And there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Confident and proud. If a street kid saw this, he would definitely say, a typical corporate dog. He smiled and said, Director Stout, how was the recent conversation with Mayor Ryan? Can the homeless cleanup project be completed? Don't worry. It going according to plan. It's your job to ensure backup. That doesn't sound right to me. I must remind you that the company affairs are the top priority. This mayoral election is a very good opportunity. If we mess it up, Meredith looked at him maliciously. Anthony spread his hands. But this kind of thing will not happen. We will have more bargaining chips soon. About the company fleet. Don't worry about it. Anthony smiled calmly. I have arranged it. Calculating the time, it should be cleared soon. After that, Anthony left. Meredith's face was gloomy. It was obvious that the other party did not trust her at all, and arranged the vehicle to enter the country by herself. A high security level is great, some work can be done without her knowledge. But looking at Anthony back, she had some doubts in her heart. This is a clear sign that her convoy has entered the country. The competitive relationship between the two of them is almost set in stone. Is this guy so confident? So confident that nothing will happen? Meredith returned to the office and immediately sent a message to the people of the Whirlpool gang. Recipient, Patricia. Meredith, work hard, the company will not treat you unfairly. Meredith, the vehicles have crossed the border in advance, it depends on your own ability. Almost at the same time, Anthony also returned to his office and called the helpers or brother units he had found. The master who came with me to Night City sent a message. Recipient, FIA Agent 0079. Anthony, the team will pass the checkpoint soon. FIA Agent 0079, I emphasize again, I can only guarantee that the mecha on the car is normal. Our affairs are much more important. Anthony, that enough. As long as the goods can come in, I can slowly find the trader. Anthony, thank you. In the northern industrial area of Watson, Brick, the leader of the Vortex gang, carried an exaggerated SAD-era technology shotgun and strode towards the team. His eye sockets were completely replaced by the orange-red compound eye perception system. The eye sensors emitted orange-red light. He was not wearing any clothes. The gaps between the skin panels were clearly visible. It seemed that some energy components were implanted in his lower abdomen, emitting red light. The surface of the two arms is covered with some kind of external plug-in tube, extending from the neck, fixed to the skin surface along the surface of the wire management device, and extending to the fingers. Bang! The thick arm suddenly grabbed the external gripping point of the van. And you can even see handprints on it. Obviously, this old man is incredibly strong, and often takes the lead in doing business. He looked to the other side, and there was another strong man who was stronger than him. The two had the same facial panel on their faces. But compared to Brick, this big guy looked much more conservative, wearing a black leather jacket, covering the traces of modification under his body. He looks like a simple, honest, and taciturn strongman. This is the second-in-command Royce. 10 modified Columbus freight cars are parked in front of the factory gate. They are welded with armor made of various metal plates. The compound eye skull symbolizing the Vortex gang can even glow. Boom! As Brick raised his shotgun, the engine roared. Boys, get ready to go. Woohoo! The convoy drove away. Roy's car was the last to leave. He looked at the guy who stayed in the warehouse. The red eye sensor flashed. The guy facial sensor also flashed. After watching Royce leave, he turned and walked into the depths of the bus. Just now, Royce had sent him a signal. The soldier who was good at reading the boss face had an optical detection device beyond imagination. He could never misread any spectral changes on the boss face. And the spectral changes on Roy's face conveyed the message that the army would start today. Now he had to choose a good tree to roost. Mackinac stopped in Santo Domingo to rest. This time, he had to take into account Meredith, the insider of military technology. So Mackinac could not confront military technology head-on. It was well known that she was in contact with Lear and the other two. It would be bad if she was caught. The car shell was repainted, and the armor layer was greatly reduced. The rear cargo compartment was now modified to accommodate motorcycles. The model was based on Jack's own motorcycle, Nazer. Motorcyclist. The motorcycle was directly modified by Lear. 2 proper alcohol 2 tanks and corresponding small turbine propulsion devices and vortex injectors were added under the car. And the shock absorbers used by Mackinac were stuffed into the motorcycle. These technologies all come from Adrian's latest achievements at Marvel Mechanical Structure Laboratory research and development results. Small vehicle turbine, prototype, jet injection device. Main R&D personnel, Adrian Toombs. Description: a turbine device based on high-energy fuel, modified from the Vulture wing. Developer addendum: Lear, your request is really weird, but I like flying cars. The engine you provided is also very interesting, but the energy density of any fuel on the market is not enough for such a small device to provide enough lift, and your engine is not good either. The Vulture wing suit uses an unknown fuel provided by Osborne, which is even more exaggerated than rocket fuel, unless you can get an equally perverted fuel. But no matter what, I still got the thing out for you, but unfortunately, due to the lack of experimental data, we can't optimize it further. Turbine motorcycle type 1 assembled, technology points increased by 200. Current technology points, 7,500. Leal patted the motorcycle and said to Jack, "Remember the motorcycle rocket?" Jack was excited. "Brother, this is the improved version. Didn't you ask for an upgrade for your motorcycle last time? Try this version first." V was also excited to touch the motorcycle. Last time they used motorcycles to carry out terrorist attacks in the city center, she was still driving the broken, unupgraded Mackinac Youth Edition. So this is the replica of the motorcycle rocket? Upgraded version. Leal brought out 3 pistols. One was V End of Night, the other 2 were Jack Golden Bitch, but they looked different at first glance. Leal first pushed Jonya and one of the Golden Ruthless women out. The pistol can now fire dragon breath bullets, a kind of pellet made of metal magnesium. After firing, it will cause explosion, but the power is average. Leal handed Jonya to V and motioned her to ride the motorcycle. V was also unambiguous, and immediately got on the motorcycle and started it. Bullets are not for hitting people. The motorcycle has a button called bounce mode, press it. V activated the bounce mode, and the 2 small turbines under the motorcycle suddenly turned violently. Even a lot of smoke and dust was blown up. People nearby could feel the wind. This scene stunned the engineer who was responsible for providing the modification parts and modifying the Mackinac, and Sherman, who frowned throughout the whole process. This airflow volume, it doesn't seem like the movement that the 3 turbines the size of a human head can make. Not only is it spinning violently, as the airflow flows, they can also smell a familiar smell. That smell, it is the highest specification fuel they use for the Mackinac engine, and also the fuel for the hovercraft. Leal pointed to the bottom of the motorcycle, then took a few steps back. "Shoot below." V didn't understand, but still pointed the gun at her body. Just as she was about to shoot, seeing her nonchalant look, Leal hurriedly added, "Hold on to the front of the motorcycle." V pulled the trigger, and suddenly an exaggerated flame burst out from under the motorcycle like a dragon breath. The hot airflow rose, and was converted into power to propel the motorcycle to take off through the turbine device. Boom! The motorcycle bounced up like a rocket, and V was almost overwhelmed by the power. Krenchikov started at this moment, and she hurriedly grabbed the front of the motorcycle. Bang! The motorcycle jumped about half a person height, and the air stay was obviously longer than the normal free fall. The car fell to the ground and shook, and there were still unburned magnesium particles burning on the soil. V and Jack exclaimed loudly, "Fuck!" Sherman and his engineers exclaimed softly, "Fuck!" The old captain remained silent, and secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Fuck!" Lear patted Jack's confused face, and handed him the remaining pistol. This golden ruthless woman was covered with a long adapter tube. "This is your other sidearm. Use it twice, and I observe it. The special bullet, do you remember it?" Jack turned his head blankly, and indeed remembered one thing in his heart. When he just picked up the golden bitch, Leal did say that he could design a special bullet for him. Interdimensional material transmission, Death Warrior Special Armor Piercing Bullet X3. Technology points, minus 500. Current technology points, 7,000. Description: Special Armor Piercing Bullet equipped on the Death Warrior, total length 176 mm, the bullet is made of special tungsten steel. Developer Michael addendum: Boss, this thing is not my technology, the primer inside is very special, but we don't have a firearms expert here. I can only make a simple adaptation adjustment. You can only tinker with the rest yourself. Leal took out 3 bullets from his pocket and put them in Jack's hand. This thing is very powerful. Just use it as a sniper rifle. Remember to keep your gun in check. Jack nodded, but his mind was still on the flying motorcycle. As for Lear warning, it was just a pistol bullet. How powerful could it be? Chapter 277 Hard Goods. Loa. It's obvious that someone wants to cheat this batch of goods. Be alert, there may be carjacking. Military Technology Convoy. The convoy consists of the 6 Emperors Ragnar and 2 behemoth armored vehicles. In addition to the 2 small flatheads in the car, it also includes some military equipment and high-tech communication devices. It is basically to prepare for the subsequent mayoral election, such as giving 2 boxes of arms to the 6th Street Gang, asking them to help promote the mayoral candidate supported by the company. Or put the transmitter near the TV of the hostile candidate, so that they are mosaics on TV. Of course, there are some samples. The number of people from military technology who pass through the checkpoint is much less. And no one is blind enough to collect any customs clearance fees. The driver and guards in the car did not even get off the car. The roadblocks were quickly raised, and the road ahead was unobstructed. The car drove out of the checkpoint, and the driver of the Beeman armored vehicle turned his head to the north. And his artificial eye zoomed in, and saw the scene 1,000 meters away. There. The biggest trouble the company had recently. The gap in the border wall. The driver commented, "Wow. This is really awesome. Did you see it? I heard that it was caused by the lizard men and the night ghosts. Now the US-Mexico border is full of people." The soldier in the passenger seat held a gun and spat. "Who knows what's going on? There are lizard men. If there are really lizard men, I will eat the car." "Wow. You have such a big appetite? Night City is going crazy." Then, there is a rumor in Night City that Johnny Silverhand and Cleo Rodian are having an affair. Oh my god, that rock star? It sounds so real. Only idiots believe everything. A roar suddenly came from the communication channel. "Stop the fucking chit-chat. Let you focus on your work." Huh? Almost instantly, the leading Emperor Ragnar was hit by something. Light is much faster than sound. At the moment of sudden change, all the senior soldiers Sion Weston were activated. They saw, it was some kind of shell. Boom. There was more than one shell, but the accuracy of the others was almost zero. The explosion was far from the convoy. Smoke and dust rose up. Enemy attack. Release the drone. But his communication signal was very poor. Some of the shells that exploded in the air were EMPs. Not far away in the bad land, there was a thing on the ground that looked like a mortar, but this assembled mortar was very Vortex Gang style. After this round of shelling, the barrel was basically not intact. The gunner used his artificial eye to observe, his body sensor to measure the wind speed, and finally made a rough calculation in the processor. A tech gunner. Brick looked at the rising black smoke with satisfaction. Generally speaking, they only tinkered with cyber components and high technology. This mortar was also something he had seen recently. It was really a good thing. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few when you rob a car in the future? Of course, because it was a new thing, the accuracy was simply terrible. A total of 10 shots were fired, and only one shot caused effective damage. EMP is good, it can be used from a long distance, and the communication of the team can be paralyzed before they react. It just takes a lot of gun barrel. A vortex helps me stretch my neck, and my prosthetic eye keeps zooming in and out. As a mechanical combat prosthetic eye, it even stretches a lot, really like a telescope. Hit it! In the prosthetic eye, the leading Emperor Ragnar stopped, emitting black smoke, and I was very excited. The military technology car suddenly accelerated, and at the same time, a long gun barrel stretched out from the window. Bang! The little brother, who was observing on the stone, suddenly burst into blood, and the prosthetic parts scattered all over the ground. It was the Nikomata sniper rifle. Brick took out an inhaler from his pocket, and took a deep breath. Ah! Fuck! The car started suddenly, the Vortex Gang convoy appeared from all directions, and almost surrounded the military technology convoy in a circle. Military technology has super weapons like Nikomata, and they also have the hard stuff they stole from the company. Rockets, sniper rifles, all kinds of long guns and short guns stretched out from the windows, and the military technology soldiers in charge of the escort suddenly felt the atmosphere of the battlefield. This is the unique taste of a free city like Night City. Military-grade weapons can be seen everywhere. Boom! The rocket launcher was almost chasing the military technology vehicle. The soldiers could not hear anything except the explosion, and the sound of bullets hitting the armor. And Emperor Ragnar was staggered by the rocket, and its speed slowed down and was caught up by the van. The Vortex gang on the car immediately showed a cruel smile and loaded ammunition into their rocket launchers. But unexpectedly, the next second, the cargo compartment opened directly. A heavy machine gun was pointed at him. Bang, bang, bang. Tongues of fire spewed out. The bullets hit the van, sparking an exaggerated burst of sparks. The armor plates that the Vortex gang had welded casually quickly fell off and rolled onto the wheels of the car. But in such a short time, the bullets of 31 Wakwachas had already riddled the car with holes. The driver and the passengers in the car were all torn to pieces. The tires pressed against the armor plates, the driver lost control, the steering wheel spun rapidly, lost control. Boom! The van exploded, the red flames covered the machine gunner field of vision, he stopped shooting. One target is down, vehicle damage report. Huh? Before he finished speaking, another Columbus freight broke through the black smoke. Sitting in the front of the car, a very sturdy guy held a heavy machine gun of the same specification in one hand, leaning half of his body out of the window, laughing wildly and pulling the trigger. It was like a hunter seeing his prey. Brick, the boss of the Whirlpool gang. The bullets filled the cargo compartment of Emperor Ragnar in an instant, and shot the machine gunner into a sieve. 2 rockets flew over Brick head, and smashed into the armored vehicle in front. Boom! The second Columbus freight car overtook Brick car. It was his second-in-command Royce, who opened fire. The strongman held a rocket launcher in each hand, and completely shot his body out of the window. It seemed that he would fall down in the next second. Awesome. Brother. Brick laughed and fired, and the bullets made military technology unable to raise its head. Royce also showed a cruel smile. Brick, you did a good job. Get ready to see the hard stuff in the car. A van was completely ablaze with black smoke, and the driver inside stepped on the accelerator, and the car crashed into military technology without hesitation. The driver jumped out before loading it. Boom! Car bomb. Military technology was completely stunned. The last Emperor Ragnar locked his armor and drove the car. Both the behemoth armored vehicle and Emperor Ragnar had completely sealed the compartments. The field engineers inside felt their hearts were about to jump out. But they wouldn't. Because of his prosthesis, his training, his brain was turned into an extreme brain that could either collapse or stay calm. EMP damaged the regular circuits of cars and equipment, but in 2076, all military hardware had backup circuits to deal with EMP. He had to restore power. Restart the system, the driver yelled, just to drown out the sound of bullets and explosions. Damn. Is the cable restored? Soon. It connected. Fuck. Hold on tight. Boom. A rocket hit the last Emperor Ragnar, and the high-speed car was overturned by the explosion. The remaining Columbus freight cars approached the still-moving behemoth armored vehicles at high speed. The last step. Hacking into the military-grade ice of these 2 big guys. As usual, the battle lasted 42 minutes in total. From the time the first shell exploded to the time the last Emperor Ragnar of military technology was overturned, the convoy had traveled nearly 4 kilometers. The battle line was long, but compared to the vast Badlands, it was not too long. Brick threw the smoking 31 Wakwachas into the back seat, and the little brother in the back seat immediately handed him a new machine gun. Have you started hacking? At the end of the convoy, the hackers of the Vortex gang were eager to try. Right away. Boss. His fingers couldn't stop shaking because of his overly excited state of mind. He immediately immersed his consciousness into the hacker equipment in the car. Thanks to the insider of military technology, they knew how to bypass the IC of military technology. However, at the moment, he connected to the network. You are just a bunch of garbage. Which is really disappointing. Bright red font appeared on the hacker's interface, and the temperature of their processor soared. Bang! Nerves are burnt. The driver in the same car jumped up when he saw the scene. Fuck! Boss! Boss! Our people. Brick and Royce did not speak, because they saw the cargo compartment of a behemoth armored vehicle slowly opening. They were very familiar with this opening method. This shows that this behemoth is a troop transporter, not a material transporter. As for the soldiers of military technology, the most recent battle in which they showed their skills was also called Metal War. Their main force soldiers have always been automated machines. The behemoth armored vehicle was transporting a centaur mecha, and it was a man mecha. The soldiers inside raised their ion cannons, and the bright red muzzles made desperate people like Brick and Royce pale. Fuck, a centaur mecha! Brick shouted in despair, because the muzzle was aimed at his vehicle. Boom! Chapter 278 Fast as the Wind. Brick felt his scalp was on fire. Sion Weston and Krinchikov, two neural components, were activated at the same time, and he jumped out of the car directly. Bang! After jumping off the car that was dozens of yards away, Brick barely managed to maintain his body shape, but he couldn't stop his speed at all. His feet rubbed against the ground, and the whole person flipped out of control, and even used the Sadera in his hand as a brake to slam it into the ground. There was an inconspicuous scratch on the ground, and sparks flew from Brick's feet, and he slid several meters away. What the hell? He looked up, and saw that the van had overturned on the side of the road. The shell melted through the car body, leaving an exaggerated dent in the entire car body. The driver was also hit by the shell, leaving only half of his head. The shell was melted by the temperature of the shell, dripping with red liquid metal. The behemoth armored vehicle stopped, and the centaurs extended some kind of hanging device from their feet, hanging on the outside of the behemoth armored vehicle. With this change, the behemoth became a mobile turret equipped with a plasma turret. Brick quickly hid behind a rock, spitting out a mouthful of saliva mixed with electrolyte, shaking the Sadera shotgun, and confirming that the gun was normal. Royce, what going on? Why haven't you hacked the car yet? Royce? Brick only had time to look at the remaining lower Vortex gang cars. He saw the big Royce looking at him, his eyes full of complicated emotions. Of course, no one knew how a tactical prosthetic eye that could only emit red light could read emotions. But Brick suddenly felt something was wrong. Royce got back into the car, and a voice appeared in Brick's ears. Big idiot. Go and rob it yourself. There were still 4 cars left, and the little brothers were lying on the roadside in pieces. They were stunned for a moment, and then they saw a Royce van running away without looking back. With this precedent, another car was about to escape. Brick was quick-witted, raised his hand, and shot the tire of the car. Run? Get your spirits up. No one can run without my order. Wouldn't it be nice to take this thing? Boom. Before he finished speaking, Brick heard the sound of the cannon, and immediately laid down. The stone was hit by a huge gap by the shell, and the drastic temperature change and kinetic energy impact directly broke the whole boulder into pieces. Just one shot was enough to destroy the bunker. Military technology has more than just one mecha. Brick looked up and saw another mecha pointing its gun at an overturned Columbus freight. His little brother Dum Dum was struggling to get out of the car. Seeing this, he was completely panicked. Boss, help me. This is fucked. Brick grabbed the gun and was about to charge desperately. Bang! Suddenly, the behemoth armored vehicle lost control and rushed to the side of the road. The 2 centaurs hanging on the car immediately loosened their fasteners and jumped down before the car rolled over. Bang! Brick, his advanced sensors that were extremely sensitive to the spectrum, clearly captured a blue track in the air with excessive exposure. It was the ionization track left by some kind of electromagnetic projectile in the air. He turned his head suddenly. He saw 2 motorcycles moving at full speed in the yellow sand, so fast that Brick couldn't understand it. It was almost 200 miles. This is the fucking Badlands, not a motorcycle track. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the distance of the battlefield, a 95 new drone for military technology is observing the battlefield. This thing was taken by IC when it broke into the border checkpoint. It is basically placed in the Atacado camp. Of course, Lil would not refuse if he wanted to use them. It must be said that the Vortex gang does have some skills. First, they use mortars to attack, not to mention the shells, and they also got EMP bombs with military power. The military technology soldiers were beaten to a pulp. Lil soon locked onto the 2 big guys in the lead, one wearing a leather jacket, and the other not. It was obvious that the one without clothes was Brick, the current boss, and the one wearing clothes was Royce, his younger brother who wanted to rebel. But the turning point soon appeared. The fully armed Centaur mecha walked out of the behemoth cargo compartment. It seems that Meredith colleagues are very brave, and the people in the car are already armed. Lil wore VR control glasses, and saw everything that happened. This was a robbery. Obviously, Anthony was a treacherous man in company affairs. Centaurs were military tech equipment used in wars. Fully armed company soldiers appeared in Night City, even in the Badlands, which was a very troublesome matter to deal with. According to the contract with Night City, they were indeed responsible for the security of the Badlands, but the force they could hold was limited. Military tech soldiers equipped with centaurs were a force that should not have appeared. Compared to the scapegoats that Nightwalker had temporarily pulled out, these soldiers were calmer and more stable when operating the mechas. V chewed the gum in his mouth. Is it troublesome? Very troublesome, Leal said. Last time we dealt with Night Walker, we took advantage of the terrain. Their drivers were still cyber psychopaths, but not this time. Can't we hack them? I try, but there's no way around ICE. They should have changed ICE, and I can't find the version information. Force? Force, I will mark the weak points in your prosthetic eyes. It better to be close to us. Find a way to kill the driver. This big thing won't have any big disadvantages when it being dragged. I control the drone here, and try to hack it. After saying this, Leal disconnected his personal connection with V, and the connection cable was pulled back from behind V hair. Just now, Leal transferred the preloaded code of the little octopus into V prosthetic body, making it easier for the little octopus to run on V. The stuff has been uploaded. Krenchikov will be more sensitive, be careful. File upload completed. Software loaded. Welcome to use me. Got it? V suspected that he had seen it wrong, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Leal with suspicion again. Leal looked at V with the same strange eyes. What are you looking at? It time to work. Although he was full of doubts. But V didn't ask more questions. No more questions now. Spit out the gum in his mouth, grabbed the top of the car window, tightened his lower abdomen, stretched his legs and swung out of the window. The 50 miles per hour car was a bit bumpy on the bad land. But her hands and body were steady. She flipped over the roof of the car in an instant, and then jumped into the cargo box. Jack was already sitting on the motorcycle, stroking the two turbo fans with a perverted look on his face. When he heard V get on the car, he said excitedly, V? You know, Nazar Arch is my first motorcycle. When I bought it, V immediately raised his hand. No. Wait a minute. Now is not the time to drink at Wild Wolf. Now is the time to work. Okay. I just wanted to share with you. When I bought the car, there were so many people. My money was. Ejection start component charging. Countdown. 10 seconds. Jack began to talk non-stop. Lear estimated the distance and controlled the ejection device of the Mackinac cargo box to charge. Ejection in 10 seconds. If you don't want to bite your tongue, pay attention. Jack, I'm talking to you. 8. The fixings under the motorcycle were raised. This thing held up the body of the car. As Lear finished speaking, Jack also shut up, followed the HUD prompts to start the motorcycle, and then stepped on the accelerator. The roar echoed in the car, almost making Jack and V unable to hear anything. They could only concentrate on the prompts in the artificial HUD. For Mackinaw's speed had increased to 60 miles per hour, which didn't sound fast, but driving on the uneven surface of the Badlands. If it were another car, it would have fallen apart long ago. The car was shaking up and down, and the accelerator was stepped on. The wheels spun in midair. The turbine also spun wildly. Leal calculated the speed of the car and the speed of the motorcycle wheels. Several nozzles extended from the bottom of the cargo compartment. Methanol too was ready to go. 3. Jack and V looked at each other. Sweat dripped from their foreheads under the scorching sun, and smiled at each other too. Such an awesome thing. Such a high-end job. It is much better than any sports car. 1. Ejection. Methanol too was ejected from the nozzle. A trace of electric arc appeared at the nozzle, and then the electric arc triggered an exaggerated explosion. The impact force was controlled by the solid cargo compartment inside the vehicle body, and released uniformly upwards. The power was integrated by the turbofan, generating an exaggerated thrust. The flames almost climbed up V and Jack trouser legs, but they could not catch up with their rising speed. The Nazar motorcycle flew up. This exaggerated pushback force made the two people adrenaline surge, and their blood expanded. They flew up. The motorcycle instantly surpassed the Mackinac, inheriting the Mackinaw's 60-mile speed, and adding the thrust from the explosion. The speed provided by inertia matched the tire speed at the moment of landing, and exceeded 100 yards in less than half a second. And this is far from the limit. The turbofan started up suddenly when the motorcycle flew up. V and Jack kept firing at the bottom under the HUD prompt. The lift prevented them from being bumped, as if the gullies in the land were filled with air. The two motorcycles fell from the side of Mackinac like rockets, and then rushed towards the military technology convoy. So fast that people couldn't react in time. Woohoo! As fast as the wind. Chapter 279. Speeding Assault. The motorcycle galloped wildly on the bad land. V fit the body of the motorcycle, lifted the cat-shaped body. Although the motorcycle looked like it was flying steadily on the ground, but the speed quickly exceeded 150 miles, and it was still rising. For the shooter, this kind of shaking is impossible to ignore. No one can guarantee a long-range sniping in such an environment, even completion is a luxury. But V is not an ordinary person. Krenchikov started to the extreme at this moment, and the little octopus also tried to stimulate those lines belonging to Sion Weston. What V felt at this moment was not the shaking of the motorcycle, but that she was in some kind of waves. The waves rose and fell, pushing her body up and down, and the crosshairs also rose and fell. When the crosshairs were aimed at her target, she immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! Hit! Theoretically, the shooting window was less than 0.1 seconds, and the bullet accurately penetrated the window armor of the driver's seat of the Beeman armored vehicle from the front. And blood mist immediately filled the car. The Beeman armored vehicle immediately lost control and fell to the side. That fucking awesome. My friend. Jack has no neural components. All he could see was V shooting and hitting the target at a speed of nearly 160 miles per hour in a violent turbulence. The car suddenly sank due to the recoil, and the speed suddenly slowed down. She gave Jack a thumbs up, because he had to take the lead. Two centaurs fell to the ground. One of them was attracted by V driving to the side, and the other aimed its gun at Jack. As for the remaining mechas, because of the design problem of the cargo compartment of the behemoth armored vehicle, they were stuck inside, and had not yet been put into combat. Jack stared at the mech that gradually turned around, and aimed its gun at him. The power of the lizard violent component was increased to the maximum. The motorcycle has reached 200 miles per hour, which is unimaginably fast. If it were in the past, if someone asked him to do the following, he would never do it even if he died. The motorcycle would not increase its speed after reaching 200 miles per hour, but this does not mean that Jack will enter the battlefield in a peaceful way. The Centaur mech raised its cannon. He fired a very heavy semi-plasma cannon. The front end was a high-temperature warhead that was heated into a plasma state in the electromagnetic track, but it also included the tail structure that stabilized the trajectory, which itself was not light in mass. He was waiting for the enemy to enter the range, waiting for the opportunity to fire. Jack was the same. He was also waiting for an opportunity. He also aimed his pistol at the target, not the mecha, but the one below. And the opportunity the two were waiting for met at the same moment. Boom! The shell drew a parabola in the air, but the motorcycle jumped up, just passing by the shell. Jack became the shell that hit the mecha. The Centaur mecha driver finally lost control of his expression when he saw this scene, and raised his shield in shock. Bang! The speed was so fast that Jack couldn't react at all. He could only clench his fists tightly, and put them in front of him like a boxing brace, and tighten his body. The relative speed of the collision reached an astonishing 100 miles per hour. Jack felt that he lost consciousness for a moment, but it was only for a moment. The shield was easily dented, and the stable structure of the mecha lost its effect, and it fell backwards. Brick, the boss of the Whirlpool gang, who saw the whole process clearly, opened his mouth wide. At this moment, he really regretted not giving himself a new chin. This opening was not enough to express his inner surprise. Someone is trying to compete with the Centaur mech in terms of toughness. Is this a human? Or is it the latest bionic human invention in Europe? Bang! The Centaur mech fell over. Jack also slowed down and fell not far away. He shook his head. The two gorilla arms even flashed with lightning. I didn't expect that he could still hold on, but the prosthesis showed its weakness first. Without thinking too much, Jack immediately raised his head. The mech mechanical legs had also been damaged due to the exaggerated impact, and the lightning was everywhere. The essence of this mecha itself lies in the large shield for protection, and the plasma cannon that can penetrate almost anything. The whole mecha is equivalent to an exoskeleton. The lower body tightly wraps the driver. In order to cope with the recoil of the plasma cannon, it is made very resistant to pressure, but it is not resistant to such impact. So it was hit all of a sudden. The bottom of the mechanical leg is nailed to the ground, and the hydraulic joints of the leg begin to exert force. It is obvious that it is planning to do a mecha version of a car jump. But Jack will not give him this opportunity. The distance between the two people falling to the ground was no more than 5 meters. Jack suddenly exerted force with his legs and lay directly on top. The mecha driver felt something was wrong and immediately waved his arms. Only then did he notice that his shield had been deformed. Jack's big hand reached in from the gap in the shield, trying to blow the driver head off. Unfortunately, the driver reaction was not slow, and two mechanical arms held him up. Only then did he realize the horror of this fight. After the collision that was not designed just now, there was something wrong with the structure of the Centaur mecha. The arm strength was even weaker than this monster. The Centaur mech itself was designed for this shield, and the weapon in hand, not a melee exoskeleton designed for hand-to-hand combat. But the Centaur mech is a pure machine after all? Jack also noticed the trembling of the mechanical arm, revealed a cruel smile, turned his fist into a grab, and grabbed the mechanical arm with both arms. The driver breathing became extremely rapid at this moment, watching his mechanical arm being stretched out little by little. The burst of electric energy gathered in the plasma cannon, but how could he have the chance to shoot? Poof! Finally, the overloaded mechanical arm burst into a large number of sparks. The power suddenly decreased. Jack suddenly let go of the mechanical arm that was using the shield, and used his body to resist, wrapped the mechanical arm with one hand, and broke the whole arm with an elbow, and then pulled it hard. Bang! The circuit burst into violent lightning, mechanical fluid and blood sprayed out together. Jack held the arm, and smashed it hard on the driver's head. Bang! Two loud noises, the Centaur mech was dismantled, and the driver inside was also dead. Jack, get out of the way! The voice came from the communication channel. Jack shuddered and immediately jumped to the side. Boom! A shell hit the damaged Centaur mech, and the driver inside, leaving a black pit on the ground. Jack looked up in fear, just in time to see V leap high. The mantis blades on his arms reflected a dazzling light in the sun, just like some mantis blade promotional videos, like a mantis swooping down to catch its prey. The mecha was exhausted from dealing with two opponents, and was suddenly attacked by V. The blade pierced through the gap of the mecha, and easily penetrated the components of the mecha, piercing the driver's heart, and stirred fiercely. The mecha lost the driver control, and fell to the ground. The battle sounded complicated, but it didn't take too long. At least from the perspective of Brick lying on the ground. It was just a matter of a moment. In just a moment, the two tough guys directly dismantled the Centaur mecha with their bare hands. Brick swallowed his saliva. These two people looked like humans. Of course, he was also a connoisseur. He could see that the prostheses used by the two were not ordinary, and they were not pure humans tearing mechas apart with their hands. But he didn't forget, there is still a behemoth armored vehicle lying on the ground. Bang! The armored vehicle suddenly made a muffled sound. It seemed that the equipment that was not deployed correctly was protesting. So Brick immediately pointed to the remaining vehicles. Good man, there are more. He glanced at the car. The mantis knife in his hand began to power up. This pair of mantis knives can be used for hacking. Leal instantly connected to the combat network of this military technology team. Combat network member, military technology unmanned mecha 9A11. Status, deployment failed, being redeployed. Unauthorized user. The computing power in cyberspace changed into an ice cone used to forcibly break through ICE. I thought it would be a normal breakthrough. But as the ice cone touched ICE, Leal suddenly found that the data barrier he faced had changed. ICE, which symbolizes military technology drones, suddenly changed its form, completely turning into pure computing power, and tried to build a kind of puppet. This means that the driver of the drone will be completely scrapped and lose its combat capability. The other party just wants to attack him from the internet. Leal's face changed a little, but not too much. This is the bad land. The computing power of the entire fleet is at most 50 to 70 CCU, which is definitely enough to deal with normal hackers, and may even kill them. But the hacking Leal has a data barrier, with the support of the Marvel World server, and he can mobilize 700 CCU of computing power if necessary. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. In these data streams, something appeared that he could not understand, but had seen before. Little octopus, Big Brother is cheating. Little octopus, it smells familiar. The data streams gathered into a flying dragon in cyberspace. Entangled Leal ice cone used to break through IC, and began to spit flames. And this flame actually smelled familiar. In cyberspace, you can even see a trace of red and black lightning, twisting the black wall of cyberspace with nothing at all. Chapter 280 Kill with One Strike List of Advanced Network Monitoring Programs. Dragon. Type, Anti-Intrusion. Description, a targeted software for detecting demons and icebreaker programs. It is a classic program that has been used since the old network era. In addition to its excellent anti-intrusion effect, it is also widely studied and used by AI hunters because of its targeted identification of demon program groups. Bryce notes, an old antique program, but it is also a very useful old antique program. Since the collapse of the old network, the technology of wild hackers has also plummeted. Although this program has been played out by old network hackers, new age hackers rarely have the opportunity to study them. We put some paradigms on the internet, and specifically monitor hackers who use this type of program. Now if someone can take out this program, they are either on the watch list, or hackers from large companies, who have undergone systematic education. Of course, there is another situation. It comes from the other side of the black wall. Dragon. However, it is not that powerful. The little octopus appeared in cyberspace at the first time and grabbed the dragon. The dragon also bit it as if it was attracted. This is why it is said that in cyberspace, the lifelikeness of the program does not mean that it is highly intelligent. Because if it is intelligent, it will be in awe of this octopus that is nearly 10 times larger than it. The dragon flames hit the little octopus, but it hardly caused any damage. Instead, the little octopus directly wrapped the program and flattened it with a huge flow of information. Little octopus, ugh! After finishing, the little octopus opened its tentacles and spit out a mosaic of red and black data blocks. The data blocks are no longer offensive in cyberspace. But this kind of data block is almost impossible to hack into, like a stubborn spore, with no offensive power, but if you actively touch it, you will be infected by the black wall data. Leo looked at the little octopus data body. On the little octopus tentacles, the dragon flames actually caused considerable damage, leaving a large dark red scar. And this scar seems to be spreading. Leo can feel the difficulty of this program. Unfortunately, the little octopus can deal with this kind of attack similar to the black wall. First, the program scale is too small, and the speed of the attack itself may be far less than the processing ability of the little octopus. Second, the little octopus seems to have gained experience from being hit by the black wall. Little octopus, big brother, I feel it. The little octopus suddenly jumped up. Leo raised his eyebrows. Little octopus, I feel like I'm evolving. The octopus tentacles suddenly opened, the black scar gradually became smaller, and the recovery speed was getting faster and faster. Leo, don't be so shocked. Where did you learn that? V? Damn, military technology drone mecha. How do you work? Leo. V? The drone mecha is going crazy. The little octopus disconnected the extra computing power and became smaller. Then lay on Leo's shoulder, blinking his eyes. Little octopus, big brother, I'm going back. Then it disappeared, and appeared on the small IC that symbolizes V in cyberspace. Leo's eyes twitched, and he also exited the cyberspace. The unmanned mecha in the behemoth armored vehicle fired like the Arasaka mecha, but the large caliber technical weapons on both sides were replaced with twin-mounted 4-barrel machine guns. Refer to the size of the Arasaka mecha. Try it out. At the moment when the little octopus destroyed the evil dragon, the whole mecha suddenly burst into lightning, and the joints suddenly started with abnormal force, breaking their own joints. The joints revealed turbid liquid, and the mecha trembled constantly, which made Brick next to him terrified. He was familiar with this situation. If the hacker is burned, there will be electric flashes. If there are machines involved, the machines will burn directly. Unfortunately, the unmanned mechas of military technology use flame-resistant components, and this temperature is not enough to catch fire. In other words, the mecha only moved twice, and was directly destroyed by the hacker. But the next second, the mecha that Brick thought was scrapped suddenly entered combat mode. The indicator light flashed a dangerous and disorderly red light, and the ammunition poured out. The bullets with exaggerated firing speed shot towards the cargo compartment of Behemoth like lasers, and the bullets hit it, causing a series of tinkling sounds. The entire armor was heated and red under the sweeping, and then deformed and exploded. Bang! Bullets flew everywhere without regard for life. Jack and V also found a rock to hide behind, but the crazy mech seemed to regain consciousness, and gradually began to turn its gun muzzle. The laser formed by the bullets cut the cargo compartment of the Behemoth armored vehicle like a table knife, and swept towards the rock where Jack and V were hiding step by step. There is no doubt that the rock could not withstand such an attack. Jack, Lear, think of a way quickly. Lear, use another gun. Jack, the weak spot you are aiming at is too small, I am afraid I can't hit it. Lear, don't be afraid, just hit it. Jack took out the golden ruthless woman with a long adapter from under his clothes, which now looked more like a sawed-off shotgun. He touched the gun, and immediately raised the gun and aimed at the unmanned mech that was about to break out of the shell. After so much, he got used to trusting Lear unconditionally. But holding a pistol like this in his hand, his body instinctively made him aim with only one hand. It was just a pistol. The special bullet was stuffed into the magazine, and Jack stood up and shot. Boom! The huge force made Jack's expression change instantly. He felt that he was not using a pistol, but a hand cannon. The moment the bullet was ejected, The entire adapter was crushed by the flames as the bullet flew out. The explosion slightly changed the trajectory of the bullet, but its exit speed was so fast that it had almost no effect. The recoil instantly destroyed Jack's shaky wrist. His expression changed from surprise to horror. He watched the exploding adapter and pistol flying towards his face. The bullet hit the yellow armor plate, under the attack from both inside and outside. It instantly penetrated the 150mm reactive armor. The kinetic energy swept the liquid metal, and the bullet completely penetrated the sensor of the drone armor. It passed through the CPU and flew out. Bang! Fire splashed everywhere. To others, this moment was just a flash of fire. Then the bullet was fired from the Beeman armored vehicle and hit the stone in the distance, stirring up a little smoke and dust. What was left was a fist-sized hole, which completely penetrated the armor of the vehicle and the unmanned mecha. Jack was hit hard on the nose by the flying golden woman. He quickly grabbed the out-of-control gun and watched the scene with his nose covered. Only the scrapped mecha made a hissing sound, the sound of wind, the sound of burning flames, and even the Vortex Gang brothers, who were missing arms and legs, stopped shouting. Exaggeration? Too much. That car is not a Canary G240 picked up on the roadside. And the mecha is not a small toy. Brick's arm failed and fell to his side. He stood there, and the younger brothers on the ground looked at him at a loss. In the end, Brick went up first. No matter what. He was still the eldest brother. Hey! Jack and V looked at him. And this look made him shrink. You. The words came to his lips. As a madman of the Whirlpool Gang, he still wanted to consider his face. His face in front of his younger brothers. But the way Jack looked in the desert, especially the blood and mechanical mixture on his body, really made him unable to get hard. People said that the Whirlpool Gang was crazy. But who knew that the madness was just their camouflage? At least it was Brick camouflage. His life was in the hands of others, and he could still tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. He was a little trembling, because the look in Jack's eyes, as if he wanted to kill him. So Brick avoided Jack's eyes and looked at V. Do you want me to send this batch of goods back for you? V was amused by this. She shook off the dust on her body. Car robbers? Brick nodded. Car robbers. Soon V received a message from Lil. V, what do you mean? Shoot them? Is this the leader of the Whirlpool Gang? He looks just like that. Lil, let them go and let them move the goods we want. V, let them go. Are you sure? There's a 20,000 euro reward on this guy's head. Only 20,000 euros? Lil, let them go. Bring the goods back first. Jack clicked his tongue, winked at V, and turned to the direction where the motorcycle flew out of control. He and the Whirlpool Gang had nothing to say. It okay, you keep looting, we take what we need. V hooked his fingers. You guys, carry out some things, the rest is yours. Brick swallowed his saliva. Oh my god, I've met a living Buddha. Okay. Brother, may I ask your name? From now on, the Whirlpool Gang will protect you. Just when he said this, Brick suddenly remembered that Royce betrayed him and ran away. If he goes back too late, will the Whirlpool Gang still be his Whirlpool Gang? So his face suddenly changed. Good man, have you ever considered taking the commission? V shook his head. Move the things first. Damn, Brick wanted to say that he was busy, but V raised his eyebrows, and he immediately changed his words. I move it now. After saying that, he immediately turned around and walked towards his younger brother Dum Dum, who was crushed by the car, and rescued the younger brother from under the car. If it were the past, Jack and V would have praised the boss' awesome prosthesis. Things are different now. It was Brick who sighed. Cyber monsters are in the bad land.